Chapter 1, Shura War Emperor. Great Dragon Country. Imperial Capital. Imperial Court Villa. On the sofa in the hall, lying on her side was a young woman with long hair like a waterfall, a tall figure, and jade-white skin. The woman was holding a cup of red wine in her hand, gently shaking it as she lazily asked, "Uncle Dong, where has Xiaoyan arrived now?" A middle-aged man in a tang suit stood under the hall, crossed his hands over his abdomen and respectfully said, "Reporting back to Miss, according to the hour, he should have arrived at the Tsung City airport, worthy of being the man that I, Lu Yunxi, have my eye on." Learning that his fiancée has been murdered, leaving behind 100,000 troops to go back and take revenge. Affectionate, righteous, and thunderous, this is a man that I must have him, the woman said, with a strong sense of love and admiration in her eyes. The middle-aged man in the tang suit frowned. Now that the enemy country is violating the border, Xiaoyan left his post without authorization. "Miss, you are not afraid that the above will pursue down, when the time comes?" Looking at the great dragon country, who dares to pursue the responsibility of the Xiu Luo War Emperor? After Lu Yunxi finished speaking, she beamed her mouth and hummed petulantly, "Humph, even if there is one, it's not me. Lu Yunxi, this is what he owes me." The middle-aged man in tang suit shook his head with a bitter smile after hearing this. This kind of words in this world is estimated that only Lu Yunxi has the qualification to say. Great Dragon Country, Songqing City. An Airbus A680 airliner roared overhead, with 8 seventh-generation fighters standing on the left and right to escort it. Inside the cabin, a group of passengers were shocked and talking. "Oh my god, what kind of big shot is sitting on the airliner that would let the fighter jets escort it? Could it be the richest man in Song City? The head of Song City? I'm afraid only this kind of person is qualified to be escorted by a fighter jet. I know, today's first-class cabin only has the team of first-tier actress Yang Yi. This escort must be for her." The crowd nodded as they listened, and couldn't help but look in the direction of the first-class cabin. Inside the disorganized cabin, an inconspicuous position, a youth with a solemn demeanor and sword brows frowned slightly as he looked out the window of the airplane at the fighter jets and asked in a deep voice, "Zilong, didn't I say that this time I came back only for personal matters and not to engage in these formalities? So why would there still be fighter jets escorting us?" A big man with a sturdy body and a tiger's back beside the youth let out a bitter smile and replied respectfully, "Sir, you can't blame me for this. The general officer in charge of the defense of Tsung City is a soldier of Miss Lu." Xiaoyan was slightly stunned and then helplessly held his forehead. This Lu Yunxi, there is her, everywhere. Zhao Zilong sneaked a glance at Xiaoyan and forced a smile. If there was anyone else in this world who could make the cultivator war emperor Xiaoyan suffer, I am afraid that it would only be that big Miss Lu from the imperial capital. "Sir, big Miss Lu let slip that she is not married to you, and that she will rely on you in this life." "Who let you, in the first place?" "Shut up." Xiaoyan's eyes glared. Zhao Zilong immediately felt a wave of goosebumps. His body trembled, and he immediately closed his mouth. 10 minutes later, Song City Airport. Xiaoyan's body was erect like a pine, standing with his hands behind his back. His heart was full of emotions. After 6 years of absence, when he returned here again, things were already different. 6 years ago, Thousand Sheng Group chairman Han Yueying was drugged and framed to have a relationship with her full-time driver Xiaoyan, and Han Yueying, who had a strong character, forced Xiaoyan to enter into a marriage contract, allowing him to become a door-to-door son-in-law. This matter was unanimously opposed by the Han family, and instead of pursuing the truth, they aimed the spearhead at the innocent Xiaoyan. In order to make himself worthy of Yueying, Xiaoyan left her to join the army. The sun, the moon and the stars, the vicissitudes of the world. This is 6 years away. 6 years later, he came to prominence, visited the Shura War Emperor, realized the oath of the year. 6 years later, she died. After all, did not wait for him to return to the fresh clothes and horses. "Yueying, those who harmed you, none of them will escape. I will make them all accompany you to your funeral." Xiaoyan took a deep breath and his thoughts were all over the place. Just at this time, a woman wearing a military uniform with an upright posture and short, beautiful hair ran over with quick steps. Song City City Defense Lieutenant Lin Shui, leading the department to come and greet the war emperor. Lin Shui stood with her feet together and saluted, saying with awe. Xiaoyan nodded, looked at Lin Shui and said, "The #1 battle general under Lu Yunxi. I have heard of you." "Very good. War Emperor has heard of me?" Sparing Lin Shui's good stamina, she was still too excited to speak, her body trembling as she stared nervously at Xiaoyan with adoring eyes. With regards to Xiaoyan's deeds, Lin Shui was like a thunderclap. At the age of 20, he joined the army. At the age of 23, he led 1,000 people in a 1,000-mile raid, decapitated 100,000 enemies, captured thousands of members of the royal family of the enemy country, and was awarded the title of General of Broken Captivity. At the age of 26, When the 10 countries' allied army of 1 million troops invaded the Great Dragon Country, Xiao Yan led 50,000 elites and sealed the battle in the Great East River Valley, completely annihilating the enemy army, and he was crowned Shura War Emperor by the country's master. He is the guardian of the Dragon Country. He is the weapon of the country. He is the soul of the army, and he is even more of a legend. Seeing that little girl Lin Shui was a little nervous, Xiao Yan smiled and patted her shoulder. Relax. I came back this time for private and not public reasons. I am not the cultivator War Emperor. You can just call me sir. In addition, you let the generals withdraw. I do not want to make too much of a fuss. The words of the War Emperor were holy orders. No one dared to disobey. Lin Shui was helpless and had to walk towards the generals who were waiting in anticipation. Zilong, how is the matter that I asked you to investigate going? Sir, the results of the investigation show that 5 days ago, sister-in-law jumped from the Crown Hotel in the early hours of the morning. It was not a suicide due to mental depression as the Han family said to the outside world. All the signs point to this being a conspiracy. Half a month ago, Zhao Shicheng, the son of the Zhao family, coveted his sister-in-law's beauty and went to the Han family to propose marriage. The Han family agreed to the marriage in order to rely on the Zhao family. The sister-in-law's character was strong and resolutely refused. The night my sister-in-law died, Zhao Shicheng was also in the hotel. Ka-ching! Suddenly the lapis lazuli plate under Xiao Yan's feet cracked without any warning. Xiao Yan exuded a compelling aura that made the battle-hardened Zhao Zilong feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave and couldn't help but shiver coldly. Zhao family, Han family, deserve to die. The day after my sister-in-law's death, the Han family announced to the public that it was because she was bullied by Mr. 6 years ago, resulting in mental depression and committed suicide, and there was no funeral held, so she was hurriedly buried. At the same time, the Zhao and Han families announced their marriage. Today, the Crown Hotel, Zhao Shicheng of the Zhao family and Han Yueshi of the Han family held an engagement ceremony, and many dignitaries in Sunqing City will also attend. Zhao Zilong continued, go to the Crown Hotel. Xiao Yan finished speaking and walked towards the exit. At the same time, the sound of a man and a woman conversing came from behind Xiao Yan. Young Master Chu, you are really powerful. What virtue does my little daughter Yang Yi have that would allow you to use a warplane to escort me? He. Miss Yang is a celebrity and an honored guest invited by our Chu family, so of course she needs to be treated with the highest level of courtesy. Just an honored guest? Yang Yi's tone was soft and tender, full of seduction. He, little wavy hoof. If the national audience knew you look like this, I don't know what they would think. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Eyes blind. Didn't see Miss Yang and Mr. Chu going out of the airport. Stinking commoners, no eyesight at all. Right at this time, a bodyguard walked up to Xiao Yan's side and rudely tried to push him aside to clear a path for Miss Yang Yi and Dasha Chu behind him. Xiao Yan did not move, but Zhao Zilong beside him had a cold face and reached out to pinch the bodyguard's wrist. Grass, stinking commoner, how dare you resist? The bodyguard was furious as he was grabbed by his wrist. Hurry up and get to the side. Don't force us to make a move. The other bodyguards also shouted when they saw this. Xiao Yan turned around and laughed coldly. The passageway is a public place. Anyone can go, so why should you guys be allowed to go first? Alas, fans nowadays, wanting to get close to me and attract my attention, they can think of any ingenious tricks. It really makes Chu Deshao laugh. Yang Yi stroked her forehead and said helplessly, he, brainwashed fans are like this. This kind of dirt old man can usually only watch TV to get over it. Now that it's hard to see the person in person, he definitely wants a signature to take a picture. Chu Deshao glanced at Xiao Yan and laughed disdainfully. Yang Yi impatiently took out a sticky note from her bag, wrote her name and threw it to Xiao Yan. I don't have time for a photo today. Take an autograph and leave quickly. Don't delay my business. Chapter 2, Leave a Life. Xiao Yan did not move, and the bodyguards thought that Xiao Yan was persistent in taking a picture with Yang Yi. They had seen many such fanatical fans, so they were not surprised. Stinking commoner, still not quick to get lost. Miss Yang giving an autograph to a person like you is lifting you up. Don't not know what to do. Just this poor look of yours still want to take a photo with Miss Yang. Are you worthy? Xiao Yan hadn't said anything yet, but Zhao Zilong on the side had a cold gaze. Xiao Yan was his faith. Dare to insult Mr. Sure, die, leave a life. Xiao Yan felt Zhao Zilong's killing intent and said indifferently, Ka-ching. Xiao Yan's words fell and the bodyguard let out a miserable scream as his wrist was crushed by Zhao Zilong. Then Zhao Zilong kicked the bodyguard 10 meters away and fainted. If Xiao Yan had not told him to stay alive, he was afraid that with this kick, the bodyguard would have perished on the spot. The crowd was shocked by this sudden scene, not expecting that the other party would dare to commit an assault in public. The killing intent that the burly big man, who had just released just now, was permeated with a bloodthirsty aura that oppressed them all. Yang Yi was also scared out of her wits, but seeing that there were only two people on the other side, she instantly regained her condescending expression and rushed to the other bodyguards at her side, saying, "You bunch of losers, what are you waiting for? Give me a chance to kill these two unruly people. What's going on?" Right at this moment, Lin Shui dispatched the group of generals waiting outside the airport and returned inside the airport, just in time to see the scene just now. Seeing the visitor, Zhu Dishao's eyes lit up. How could Lin Shui be here? In Sanqing City, it could be said that no one knew of Lin Shui's great name, not to mention the fact that she was the Sanqing City defense lieutenant and held great power in her hands. And even more importantly, she came from the Lin family, a truly powerful family in the Two Rivers Road. Sister Shui, you've come at the right time. These two unruly people are committing murder in public and acting lawlessly. You must severely punish these outlaws. Zhu Dashao fawned and walked to Lin Shui's side, pointing at Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong. Lin Shui glanced at Zhu Dashao and then at Yang Yi, and she knew a general idea in her heart. These unenlightened things, arrogant and presumptuous, must have taken the Battle Emperor as a fan, and they dared to heckle and humiliate him. They really did not know how to die. The Battle Emperor had just arrived at his territory and was insulted like this. How would this make the Battle Emperor look at himself? More importantly, if Sister Yunxi in Imperial Capital knew about it, wouldn't she skin herself in minutes? Snap. Thinking of this, Lin Shui just had a surge of fire and raised her hand to give Zhu Dishao a slap. What are you? How dare you insult Mr. Looking for death? Zhu Dishao was slapped and spun in place 3 times. His face was confused. What's going on? Stinking woman. Do you know who he is? He is the Chu family's son Chu Feiyu. You even dare to hit Chu Daoxiao. Is it that you don't want to live? Yang Yi saw Chu Daoxiao being beaten, immediately loudly chided. Such a good opportunity to tie up the Chu family. How could she let it go? Pa! Yang Yi's words hadn't even been spoken. Suddenly a 5-finger print appeared on her face. Her face was hot and painful. She looked incredulously at Chu Feiyu, who was staring at himself with an evil look on his face, and said aggrievedly, "Chu Dishao, why did you hit me?" Chu Feiyu hated to strangle Yang Yi. You still have the face to ask why. You want to die. Don't drag me along. It was well known in Sanqing City that no one could offend Lin Shui, the Iron Lady. Shut up. Is Sister Shui something that people like you can insult? Hurry up and apologize, or else I don't need Sister Shui to make a move. I'll destroy you today. Chu Feiyu looked at Yang Yi with a murderous gaze. Yang Yi was so scared that she shivered. Her face was full of aggression, and she reluctantly said, "Yes, I'm sorry. You should apologize to the gentleman, not me." Lin Shui said with a cold, gloomy face. Apologize to this little white boy? Who did he count as? Chu Feiyu did not put Xiao Yan in his eyes at all. However, this brat had really gone through 8 lifetimes of good luck to be able to be looked at by Lin Shui. The Iron Maiden's tastes were really different. How many powerful families pursued, could not get into her eyes. I did not think that her tastes were so heavy. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize. Thinking about it, Lin Shui's words, Chu Feiyu didn't dare to disobey. Yang Yi cried out in aggravation, clenched her teeth, and rushed at Xiao Yan. I'm sorry. If there is a next time, there will be no leniency. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he raised his head and left. Zhao Zilong and Lin Shui quickly followed. Witnessing Xiao Yan's trio leaving, Yang Yi leaned against Chu Feiyu's body and muttered her mouth in dissatisfaction. Who exactly is that woman? To the extent that even you, Chu Dishao, are afraid of her? Chu Feiyu smoothly wrapped his arm around Yang Yi's waist and said, she is the second miss of the Lin family of the Two Rivers Road's luxurious family. Lin Shui, who is also the city defense lieutenant of Sanqing City. Such a character is not something I can mess with. What's so great about it? Isn't it just a city defense lieutenant? You, Chu Dishao, can even mobilize a fighter jet to escort her. Yang Yi skimmed her mouth and said, Chu Feiyu heart-bitter smile. He a few kilograms is very clear. Not to mention him, is the Chu family also do not have this energy? Of course he mouth is not likely to say it. But this warplane in the end is to whom the escort? Could it be that there are still big names on the plane? No matter what, Chu Feiyu would definitely not think towards Xiao Yan. Just now that little white boy is too hateful. Chu Dishao must do it for me. Can't afford to mess with that Lin Shui. Could it be that Chu Dishao is still afraid of that little white boy? Yang Yi lying in Chu Feiyu's arms, whining and complaining. What is that little white boy? Don't worry. Find a chance I will definitely clean him up and take it out on you. Chu Feiyu thought of Xiao Yan and said with disdain. You just laid down a really heavy hand. People's faces still hurt. I'm sorry, my heart baby. Just now the situation forced me. I will definitely compensate you properly. Walking out of the airport, a modified military Hummer parked on the side of the road. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned when he saw this familiar Hummer. Even Zhao Zilong was also surprised as he looked at the Hummer. What is the situation? This car was still in the war zone yesterday. How did it suddenly run to the city of Tsong, which was thousands of kilometers away? Sir, this car was sent by Sister Yinshi yesterday to airlift it over from the South Realm war zone. She said that this is your favorite ride. This is the key to the Misty Mountain. No. One villa. Sister Yun, she let me buy it for her last year. Just waiting for the chance to let Mr. move in. There's also a luxury cruise ship that's docked at Pier 9 in Song City. Sister Yun, she said that you can go out to sea and fish in your spare time. Lin Shui spoke to herself, completely failing to see Xiao Yan's face darken. Zhao Zilong, who was on the side, forced a smile and his face was almost suffocating into a pig's liver color. Alright, stop it. The car stays. Forget about the villa and the cruise ship or whatever. I appreciate your sister Yin Shi's kindness. Xiao Yan interrupted Lin Shui to continue. But Sister Yun, she said that if you don't accept all of them, she will punish me for not doing a good job. Maybe I will be shot. Lin Shui immediately put on a pitiful look, tears coming out of her eyes. If others saw that the always valiant and capable Iron Lady Lin Shui would actually act like a little woman, they did not know how many people would drop their jaws in shock. Xiao Yan slapped his forehead and let out a long sigh. Zilong, take it all. Drive. Let's go to the Crown Hotel. After saying this, he opened the door and sat in the car. Zhao Zilong walked over to Lin Shui, took the keys and secretly gave her a thumbs up before jumping into the driver's seat. Lin Shui spat out her tongue and waited until the vehicle was far away before pulling out her cell phone and broadcasting a number. Reporting to Sister Yun Shi. You anticipated things like God, Mr. Really only left the Hummer, not accepting the other. However, my subordinate did not dishonor his mission, and used the ploy you gave my subordinate, to perfectly complete the task you explained. Requesting next instructions. Chapter 3, Kill Without Pardon. Songcheng City, Crown Hotel. Lights and colorful, bustling. In front of the hotel, luxury cars gathered, and dignitaries came in and out one after another. This day was destined to be extraordinary. The Han family, a third-rate family in Song City, leaned on the Zhao family, one of the four great families. Today, Zhao Shicheng, the direct descendant of the Zhao family and the next heir to the head of the family, will hold an engagement ceremony with Han Yueshi, the chairman of the Han family's Thousand Shang group, and has widely invited Songcheng's dignitaries of status and position to witness this moment. No one knows what's going on behind the scenes. They only know that after today, the Han family will be supported by the Zhao family, and will enter the second-rate family, or even a quasi-first-rate family, just around the corner. In a corner of the hotel, an inconspicuous Hummer was parked there. A young man with an overcoat and starry eyebrows stood with his arms folded, his gaze coldly watching the entrance of the hotel. Behind him was a big man with a figure as strong as a mountain. Before Moon Shadow's corpse is even cold, they are here putting up lights and celebrating in a big way. Xiao Yan's face was covered with frost and his voice was cold through the 9 specters. Sir, do you want me to go and arrest the Zhao and Han family heads for you to dispose of? Zhao Zilong said respectfully. No need. This matter must be handled by me personally. Otherwise how can I stand up to you in the 9 springs? After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he lifted a steady pace and walked towards the entrance of the hotel. Zhao Zilong immediately followed. Stop, please show your invitations. The 2 boys at the doorway, condescending, rushed at Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong who were just about to enter. There is no invitation, Xiao Yan said indifferently. The 2 little boys sized up Xiao Yan and saw that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, so they immediately loudly scolded. Get lost, where did you come from? Countryside ruffians, don't you know that today is the day of the Song City's Zhao family and the Han family's big day, and it's not for lowly cats and dogs such as yourselves to participate in. Seek death. Zhao Zilong's aura flourished and he wanted to strike out to teach these 2 things who did not know how to die a lesson. Xiao Yan reached out to stop Zhao Zilong and continued. I am looking for the Zhao family head and the Han family head to ask questions. Ha ha, laugh me to death. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of seeing our family head. You don't take a piss to see what kind of virtues you have. If you are sensible, hurry up and get lost. Don't let my old man do it. The 2 little boys heard this and said with unrestrained ridicule. Xiao Yan shook his head. How on earth did this kind of dog-eyed lackey live until now? You guys should be thankful that I do not want to kill anyone right now. After saying this, Xiao Yan did not pay any more attention to the 2 minions and walked straight towards the hotel. Stop. It seems that if you do not give you some color, you do not know the old man's power. After the 2 small boys finished speaking, they came up to tug Xiao Yan's clothes. Scram! Suddenly the 2 boys felt that there was a thunderbolt in their ears, shocking their eardrums, and then a pain in their chests. They flew backwards. Their bodies hit the wall heavily, and they could not even scream in time. They directly fainted. The people who passed by the entrance of the hotel were all stunned by this sudden scene. They didn't even see how that burly big man struck, and only saw the servants of the Zhao and Han families who were already dead or alive. Who are these 2 people, so bold that they dare to cause trouble here? Are they tired of living? The visitor is not good. I reckon the Crown Hotel is going to be lively today, but they only have 2 people. Looking for trouble with the Zhao and Han families is like a moth to a flame, hitting a stone with an egg. The murmurs at the doorway were far away. While talking, Xiao Yan had already walked into the living room with Zhao Zilong. At this moment, inside the living room, the lights were brightly lit, beautiful and soothing piano music was playing, and dignitaries were talking to each other. This gentleman looks somewhat familiar. Is he also here to attend my sister and brother-in-law's engagement ceremony? Right at this moment, a suit isolated, thieving youth walked over and blocked Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw the visitor and he spoke indifferently. Han Yi. The youth's face froze when he heard the other party call out his name. Then he asked, we know each other? I'm asking you, how did Moon Shadow die? Xiao Yan fiercely stepped forward. His gaze was like a poisonous snake as he stared at the youth to death. The youth's body trembled as he was forced to take a few steps backward by Xiao Yan's forced gaze, and he horrifiedly said, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Xiao Yan." Hearing this familiar name, Han Yi thought for a moment and seemed to recall something before suddenly bursting into laughter, looking at Xiao Yan with disdain and scoffing. "So it's you, trash. I almost didn't recognize you after not seeing you for 6 years. Who did I think it was? When you rolled out of our Han family like a dog, now that you can't make it outside, you want to come back like a dog again? Do you think there's still someone in the Han family to cover you now? Han Yueying that shameless is dead, and the Han family has never recognized you as a waste of son-in-law. Hurry up and get lost." Zhao Zilong was furious. How come there are always so many things that don't know how to die and want to provoke his bottom line? Insulting mister, kill without pardon. Zhao Zilong stepped forward and was just about to strike when Xiao Yan reached out and stopped him. "I will ask you once more, how did Moon Shadow die?" Han Yi disdainfully said. "Does it matter? This kind of woman's death is not enough to be spared. Widowed and shameless. It is simply a disgrace to the Han family. If I say that it is a good death, it is a wonderful death. Early death and early death. The heavens are not used to seeing her continue to scourge the Han family, and collected her in advance. Ha ha, Xiao Yi, what are you doing standing here? Why don't you go greet the guests?" Just at this time, a woman wearing a red cheongsam and heavy makeup walked over with a glass of champagne. "Sister, you came at the right time. Look who's back." Han Yi pointed at Xiao Yan and said with contempt. Han Yueshi glanced in the direction of Han Yi's finger and said in surprise, "It's you, Han Yueying's trash husband Xiao Yan? It's me." How could Xiao Yan not recognize the visitor? Han Yueshi and Han Yi were blood sisters, both belonging to the Han family's big house. From a young age, Han Yueshi was inferior to Han Yueying of the second house in terms of looks, grades, and character, so she had always been jealous of her and harbored a grudge. When Han Yueying was being favored by the head of the Han family, and founded the Thousand Shang group from scratch, Han Yueshi designed to drug Han Yueying and tarnish her reputation, wanting to snatch the Thousand Shang group from Han Yueying's hands. This also led to a relationship between Han Yueying and Xiao Yan, who was a driver at the time. From then on, Han Yueying's position in the Han family fell to pieces, and Han Yueshi smoothly took charge of the Thousand Shang group, replacing Han Yueying's position. So it's you, trash. What are you doing back now? Is it because you know that Han Yueying is dead and want to seize the family fortune? I advise you to die of this heart. The Han family never recognized you as a trash son-in-law. I only want to ask, how did Yueying die? Xiao Yan asked as he stared Han Yueshi dead in the face. Hear that, punk? Han Yi looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile. Still not quick enough to get out. You are nothing but a dog. That illiterate dog Han Yueshi is already dead. There is no place for you in the Han clan. For Mr. Zhao to look at a broken shoe like her. It's a blessing she's cultivated over several lifetimes. How dare she reject Mr. Zhao? She really deserves to die. Suddenly Han Yi's voice came to an abrupt end and his body was unable to move half a bit. Han Yi looked at Xiao Yan in shock as if he was a god of death staring at him icily. Insulting Yueying 3 times and speaking out of turn. What is the use of keeping this mouth of yours? Xiao Yan said and raised his hand to point remotely towards Han Yi's long and large mouth. At the same time, only Han Yi's mouth suddenly kept bubbling with blood and his throat emitted a ho-ho sound. He wanted to struggle, but he could not move at all. These eyes of yours? I do not like them. Xiao Yan's words fell, only to see Han Yi's eyeballs suddenly burst open without warning, blood filling the eye sockets, looking hideous and terrifying. Then Han Yi lay limply on the ground, struggling for a few moments before he became motionless, his life and death unknown. Xiao Yi, you even killed my brother. I'm going to kill you. Han Yueshi was shocked and angry, holding the fainted Han Yi, staring viciously at Xiao Yan and said, the incident happened suddenly, and Han Yueshi was unable to react in time, nor did she see clearly how Xiao Yan actually struck. When she reacted, she only saw Han Yi's face that was covered in blood and hideous and terrifying. Can you answer my question now? How did Yueying die? Xiao Yan pulled a chair close by and slowly sat down as he looked at Han Yueshi and faintly asked. Chapter 4, This man is the devil. The commotion at the door finally caught the attention of everyone in the hall. All of them looked over in shock, especially when they saw Han Yi lying on the ground, that face full of blood and hideous. They were all shivering in fear. What's going on? How did Duke Han suddenly turn into this appearance? Could it be the work of that man sitting on the chair? Why does he look somewhat familiar to me? Looks like Xiao Yan, the driver who bullied Han Yuing that was published in the newspaper 6 years ago? Right, I remember. It's him. Why does he still have the face to come to the Han family? Isn't this a self-inflicted death? Xiao Yan turned a deaf ear to the discussion in the hall as he stared at Han Yueshi dead in the face. What? Still not saying anything? Xiao Yan's voice was flat, but when he heard Han Yueshi's ears, it was as if it was the language of the god of death urging for death. Devil. This person was a devil. In these 6 years, where exactly had this loser gone? Why was he so terrifying? The reason Han Yeye committed suicide was all because you got mental depression after bullying her, and the whole of Song City knows it. It's also all your responsibility to pursue. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have died. You waste. If you still have a conscience, kill yourself to thank you for your sins. Xiao Yan laughed coldly and shook his head. This woman was still playing cautionary tales with herself now. Does she really think that she does not know anything? Slap. A clear slap mark immediately appeared on Han Yueshi's face. Then, Xiao Yan calmly picked up a napkin from the table and wiped his hand as he said, "This slap is for Yuing. You don't deserve to be her sister. An ungrateful. Dead is dead. Your Excellency coming to cause trouble on the day of my engagement. Isn't that too much?" Just at this time, a youth wearing a white suit and a retro oilhead walked over to Han Yueshi and glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Mr. Zhao, he's Han Yuexiang's trashy husband Xiao Yan. He killed my brother. You must avenge my brother." Han Yueshi hissed and cried. At this moment, if her eyes could kill, Xiao Yan would have been killed 10,000 times by Han Yueshi. Zhao Shicheng froze and casually sized up Xiao Yan, scoffing disdainfully. "So it's you. This trash. It's really a pity for Han Yuexiang. This, whose looks are so beautiful that they were cheapened to a trash like you. You'd better kneel down now and kowtow 100 times to me and my lady, and scrap both your arms and pray for my forgiveness, or else my wrath isn't something a mere grasshopper like you can afford." Zhao Shicheng picked up Han Yueshi and held her in his arms as he looked condescendingly at Xiao Yan. He didn't have much love for Han Yueshi. It was just a marriage of interest. But Han Yueshi was his wife after all, and being slapped in the face in public, how would he be able to mix in Song City in the future if he didn't step in? "You're thinking about fart eating." Xiao Yan did not look at Zhao Shicheng, but instead picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured himself a glass of wine. "Zhao Shicheng? The night of Moon Shadow's death, you were also at the hotel?" When Zhao Shicheng heard Xiao Yan's words, he towered over him and smiled faintly. "So what if I was? Then you answer. How did Moon Shadow die? What's the harm in telling you? The person I, Zhao Shicheng, want to get has never been unable to get it. I just didn't expect this to be so rigid, and still have such a strong determination after taking the medicine. The more she resists, the more excited I get." Zhao Shicheng said here, and licked his lips, a greedy look appearing in his eyes. "I threw this hard on the bed." She was wearing a tight black uniform with a concave and convex figure. "I couldn't wait to pounce on her. I didn't expect my shoulder to be bitten by her. She took advantage of my inattention, ran to the balcony, and leaped down. It's such a pity, dying to reject me." Zhao Shicheng spoke to himself, not noticing Xiao Yan's eyes dripping with gloom. "What the woman that I, Zhao Shicheng, cannot obtain. Then there is only one end, and that is to disappear from this world. No one can get it." After saying that, Zhao Shicheng looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile. "Oh, right, before she died, she only left one sentence. She said that she hated you." Xiao Yan's eyes moistened and he clutched his wine cup tightly. It was as if he saw that night, Moon Shadow standing on the balcony, the cold wind blowing her long hair around, her eyes gazing into the deep dark long sky. Despair, helplessness, exhaustion, indignation, a leap of determination. "I'm sorry, Yuing, I'm the one who's sorry." Infinite guilt and remorse filled Xiao Yan's heart. Zilong removed his hands. Xiao Yan almost gritted his teeth and said word by word, as ordered. After Zhao Zilong finished speaking, his mountain-like body stepped forward and his cold face stared at Zhao Shicheng in death. "Ha ha, removing my hands. Ha ha, what a laugh. What kind of place do you think this is? Just with a punk like you? This strong man beside you looks like he can fight with his thick skin, but my Zhao family, as one of the 4 great families of Song City, has many experts. Getting you 2 killed is as simple as pinching 2 ants." Zhao Shicheng couldn't help but burst into laughter as if he had heard a heavenly joke. "Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. Come on people, get me these 2 insouciant things to be disassembled and thrown out to feed the dogs." As Zhao Shicheng's words fell, a dozen or so Zhao family guards armed with swords appeared in the hall and surrounded Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong. Xiao Yan could tell at a glance that these people were all from practicing families. However, he did not place these shrimp soldiers and crab generals in his eyes, and these people were not even worthy of lifting shoes for himself. "Griffins," Zhao Zilong said, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Don't look at how clumsy his body looked, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Many people didn't see how Zhao Zilong struck. A second later, Zhao Zilong stood back in place, and a dozen or so Zhao family guards were already lying on the ground. Their chests all collapsed in and they fainted without even uttering a scream. Hiss! The people present all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. All of them were dumbstruck. Their faces unbelievable. What just happened? How did he do it? Is this still a human being? It's simply a human life reaper. All the people looked like Zhao Zilong as if they were looking at monsters, and some of them were already hiding under the table in fear of the consequences for themselves. Even Han Yueshi and Zhao Shicheng were looking at Zhao Zilong with fear. Their bodies couldn't help but retreat back and forth. Especially Zhao Shicheng's face had long since become colorless with fear, and he no longer had the arrogant aura he had just had. Zhao Zilong walked towards Zhao Shicheng step by step. With every step, the sound made was like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on Zhao Shicheng's heart. A foul odor came from Zhao Shicheng's body. Scared to pee. You, don't come over. Zhao Zilong's gaze was cold, walked to Zhao Shicheng, and his hands were like iron pincers, firmly grasping Zhao Shicheng's arms. Don't ah! Zhao Shicheng fearfully tore his heart and lungs and shouted, "Stop!" At the same time, an urgent voice came from the stairs on the second floor of the hotel. Chapter 5, Mount Yan'an. Put, ah! Zhao Zilong didn't hesitate and didn't even blink his eyes as he yanked his hands to the sides with force. Zhao Shicheng's arms were hardened and ripped off. The pain caused Zhao Shicheng to only let out a miserable scream before he fainted. Ruthless! Devil! Those present trembled at the sight of this scene. Zhao Zilong glanced coldly at Zhao Shicheng and casually threw the ripped-off arms aside before walking to stand behind Xiaoyan. What a ruthless heart! So vicious at such a young age. Was my Zhao family too merciful all these years, or was it too low-key? What cats and dogs that are not afraid of death have come to dare to come and spread their wildness? A tang-suited old man walked down the stairs of the second floor, leaning on his walking stick and trembling, his eyes staring at Xiaoyan and Zhao Zilong with a shadowy gaze. He was Zhao Qishan, the head of the Zhao family, who was known to no one in Song City. Today is the big day of my Han family and Zhao family. Your Excellency has come to cause trouble. Are you not afraid of offending the Han and Zhao families? Behind the old man, followed by a silver-haired crone, she coldly stared at Xiaoyan and said, "Grandmother, he is Xiaoyan." Han Yueshi, who had retreated to the side, hurriedly ran over and held the arm of the white-haired old crone. Xiaoyan naturally recognized the person who had come, and the crone was none other than the current head of the Han family, Old Lady Han. Old Mrs. Han was startled and took a closer look at Xiaoyan, then said grimly, "So it is you. This waste? I have not yet looked for you to settle the score for the moon shadow matter back then. I did not expect that you would still dare to send your doorstep to seek death." Old Mrs. Han, back then, who was right and who was wrong? You yourself are clear in your heart. Xiaoyan faintly said, "Humph, of course I am clear. If it was not for you, this waste of a man, coveting Yu Ying's beauty and bullying her to make her mentally depressed, if it was not for you, how would she have committed suicide? Scum like you should be lynched to death." Old Mrs. Han said with a heavy hum. Black and white reversed. Right and wrong are indistinguishable. This was the virtue of being the head of a clan? Xiaoyan was truly unworthy of Yu Ying being in such a shameless clan. Old Mrs. Han, Zhao family head, you had better give me an explanation for Moon Shadow's death. Otherwise there is no need for the Zhao and Han families to exist in Song City. Xiaoyan calmly took a sip of wine before placing the wine cup on the table. Arrogant. You are nothing more than a waste. I would like to see how a waste like you can make our Han and Zhao families disappear in Song City. Old Mrs. Han laughed back in anger at Xiaoyan's words. She did not expect that the waste that metastasized like a dog in the Han family back then would dare to speak out loud and threaten herself. An explanation? You wasted my grandson's arms. Today, I will definitely exterminate your Zhao family's entire clan, and I will also thwart your bones for eternity. Zhao Qishan looked at Zhao Shicheng who had fallen in a pool of blood with grief and indignation, his turbid eyes staring at Xiaoyan and Zhao Zilong like poisonous snakes as he gritted his teeth and said, "You Nanshan, kill them for me." Zhao Qishan said in an icy voice as he heavily pestled his cane on the ground. Zhao Qishan's words fell. Suddenly at the second floor, a dry and thin old man in a Taoist robe leapt down, his body landing steadily beside Zhao Qishan. Seeing the old man in a Taoist robe, the hearts of the crowd were in a state of shock. Those long, thin eyes and dry, shriveled face exuded a shadowy aura. All of them knew that the Zhao family had stood in Song City for all these years, tricking and growing from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in Song City, mainly thanks to the expert Yu Nanshan, whom the Zhao family had supported with their money. It was said that this person was insidious and vicious, with excellent means, and many of the Zhao family's tricky matters over the years were all smoothed out by his help. Yu Nanshan glanced at Xiaoyan before glancing at Zhao Zilong, his gaze lingering on Zhao Zilong for a second longer. That skinny little white guy for 1 million. And that strong Han Yu who looks a bit strong. 5 million. In Yu Nanshan's eyes, killing Zhao Zilong took a bit of time. After all, this person was able to rip off Zhao Shiqing's arms with his bare hands. His strength was not small. As for Xiao Yan, he could only be considered as an add-on in his eyes, right? Money is not a problem, Zhao Qishan said in a deep voice. Wait a moment. After saying that, Yu Nanshan arrived in front of Xiao Yan with a single leap of his body. His hand grip was dry and thin like an eagle's claw, quickly probing Xiao Yan's head. The moment Yu Nanshan struck, a cruel smile appeared on the faces of Zhao Qishan and old Mrs. Han. Elder Yu is the #1 expert in Song City, and with him striking, they will be unable to escape death even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms. Humph. This is what happens when you offend my Zhao family. Xiao Yan injured my grandson. There is no need for the Xiao family to exist in Song City anymore. Elder Mrs. Han, this matter will be handled by you, Zhao Qishan said morosely. Don't worry, Zhao family master. The Xiao family is only a small and unimpressive family in Song City. Xiao Yan has offended the Zhao family and the Han family. The Xiao family and its entire body can't absolve themselves of the blame, and their deaths are not enough to be spared. Old Mrs. Han said respectfully. As he spoke, Yu Nanshan had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Kid, I'm sorry, taking someone's money and eliminating someone's disaster. If you want to blame it, you should blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you should not have offended. Yu Nanshan had a winning look. I am afraid that you will have the life to take it but not the life to spend it. Xiao Yan watched Yu Nanshan approaching without the slightest panic, not moving like a mountain with a smile in his eyes. Yu Nanshan frowned and soon realized that something was wrong. Just as his hand was a foot away from Xiao Yan's head, his body suddenly stopped, as if his body was blocked by an invisible wall in front of him. How could he not advance a single bit? After walking in the Jianghu for more than 50 years, Yu Nanshan's sense of danger was other than normal. A creepiness surged to his heart. Not good. Quickly retreat. Without being able to think much, Yu Nanshan's body violently retreated backward 10 meters away. After standing still, he looked at Xiao Yan again and realized that the other party was still ordinary. Even his posture had not changed. Could it be an illusion? What exactly are you? Yu Nanshan asked. Elder Yu, why haven't you made your move yet? Could it be that you think the money is too little? I will give you $10 million. Hurry up and make your move. From afar, Zhao Qishan saw Yu Nanshan standing still and thought that the other party was trying to sit on his hands. Yu Nanshan ignored Zhao Qishan, but was very moved by the price of $10 million. I see that you have been practicing for several decades and your cultivation level is not low. Why don't you dive into the path of martial arts but are willing to dabble in worldly affairs and become someone else's fighter? Xiao Yan straightened his body, picked up the wine cup on the table, took a sip and asked indifferently. Yu Nanshan let out a bitter smile. It is a long story. 7 years ago, I was seriously injured. If it was not for the rescue of the Zhao family master, I am afraid that I would have already died. So I promised him to look after the Zhao family for 10 years. The two of you listen to my advice and hurry up and leave. The strength of the Zhao family is not something you can afford to offend. These words are exactly what I want to say to you. Hurry up and leave. Just with you cannot protect the Zhao family, so as not to be buried with the Zhao family when the time comes, Xiao Yan said. Yu Nanshan's face sank. He had been practicing for several decades, but he was actually belittled so much by a doll like a stinking baby. Where would this make his old face go? Humph. Big words. I wanted to spare your life. You are seeking your own death. That's fine. Remembering that you have feelings and righteousness, I will spare your life. Zilong, leave him alive and waste an arm. Obey. After saying that, Zhao Zilong took a step out and looked straight at Yu Nanshan. Big talk, watch the move. Yu Nanshan coldly grimaced, clenched his hand into a claw, and violently leapt up, like an eagle hunting for food, condescendingly rushing towards Zhao Zilong. Yu Nanshan was confident that he could not afford to eat this claw. This was his famous stance that he had been practicing for decades in the Jianghu. Zhao Zilong stared coldly at Yu Nanshan, not moving like a mountain. Without any fancy, he met Yu Nanshan's claw and probed. Reaching out, he grabbed Yu Nanshan's hand claw. Then with a forceful tug, Yu Nanshan's body was like a cannonball, and smashed onto the ground fiercely. Cough cough cough. How is it possible? Yu Nanshan covered his chest. His body's qi and blood surged upwards. A flipping river, followed by a mouthful of fresh blood spraying out. A flying eagle claw of a mere small cave peak. How dare you show off in front of me? Not to mention you. Even if your sect leader came, I would still slap him to death. Zhao Zilong glanced at Yu Nanshan with disdain and said. Yu Nanshan was filled with horror. What the hell are you? You? Chapter 6 Changshan Zhao Zilong. Changshan Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong said indifferently. Zhao Zilong's voice wasn't big, but it was like a loud bell ringing in Yu Nanshan's ears, shaking his liver and guts, his eyes showing fear as he screamed shrilly. You, are the absolute prodigy Zhao Zilong, who was known as a martial arts prodigy by the Jianghu, once single-handedly in the 10,000-horse army decapitated enemy generals, hundreds of people from the undefeated general Zhao Zilong? I didn't expect you to know me, Zhao Zilong said with a smile, receiving an affirmative answer. Yu Nanshan's heart grew more and more shocked. He had heard about Zhao Zilong's deeds for a long time, practicing martial arts at the age of 6, picking over 36 sects by himself at the age of 15, and later joining the army, ranking as the first of the 4 great war generals under the Shura War Emperor's account. If he had known that he was Zhao Zilong, even if he had given himself 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to make a move in front of him. Yu Nanshan was very clear about Zhao Zilong's strength. The other party was right. Even if the sect leader was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to walk more than a single move. If Zhao Zilong had wanted to kill himself, with that fall just now, he would have been thrown into a meatloaf. Such a legend. Why would he appear here? Wait a minute. If he was Zhao Zilong, then who was the man who had been treated as Zhao Zilong's master and servant? Could it be? Yu Nanshan trembled. His face was like ashes. He didn't dare to think any further. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself 10,000 times. The scene of Yu Nanshan being thrown to the ground by Zhao Zilong like a sandbag really stunned everyone present. How was this possible? For Yu Nanshan's strength, Xiao Qishan was more than clear. In Song City, those who could fight with Yu Nanshan could be counted on the palm of one's hand. But such a powerful expert, in front of the other side, was defeated so completely. Han old lady is also shocked, dumbfounded. What exactly did this punk go through in the 6 years he disappeared? Under the eyes of everyone, Yu Nanshan violently climbed up and knelt in front of Xiaoyan, kowtowing like garlic. The small person has eyes without pearls and does not know the battle. Call sir, Zhao Zilong said in a salty manner. Yu Nanshan trembled and hurriedly changed his words. I didn't know that Mr. was coming to Song City, and that I should die for the crime of impinging on Mr. I should die for the crime of break one of your own arms, roll back to the small cave peak, and do not step into the red dust for the rest of your life. Xiao Yan said indifferently. Yes, little man will definitely keep this in mind and die of old age on the mountain. Yu Nanshan was like a great amnesty. Excited with tears and tears, he gritted his teeth and took out a bone knife from his body. Without hesitation, the knife chopped off the left arm with a flush. The onlookers all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. They did not expect Yu Nanshan to be ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. At the same time, their attitude towards Xiao Yan had also changed greatly. To be able to force an expert like Yu Nanshan to break his own arm, how could he possibly be the waste in the mouths of the crowd? However, the others did not know how happy and joyful Yu Nanshan was in his heart when he heard that Xiao Yan had only made him break his own arm. Such an ending was better than losing his life. Scram! Obey, little man will roll. Now, Yu Nanshan endured the pain and climbed up, trembling towards the hotel entrance. As he was leaving, his cold eagle eyes glared fiercely at Zhao Qishan, who couldn't help but shiver as he looked at Yu Nanshan's eyes as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Yu Nanshan laughed coldly in his heart. The Zhao family and the Han family really didn't know how to live. They even dared to offend the war emperor. Do they all mind their own lives? Hateful, to have dragged themselves into this. If I hadn't thought about Zhao Qishan's favor back then, I would have destroyed the Zhao and Han families to avenge this. Just, Zhao Qishan. Today for the Zhao family broken arm. From now on you and I do not owe each other. In the future the Zhao family is born or destroyed. Depends on your own destiny. Inside the hall, a needle could be heard. At this moment, Zhao Qishan and old Mrs. Han only realized what Xiaoyan's previous statement that the Zhao and Han families had no need to exist in Song City meant. Even Yu Nanshan, who was known as the #1 expert in Song City, had been forced to scrap his own arm. Who could still cure Xiaoyan now? Xiaoyan, what exactly do you want? Zhao Qishan not only had his aura weakened by 3 points at this time. Justice. Xiaoyan slowly stood up and said as his eagle-like sharp eyes stared at Zhao Qishan. Justice? Wasting my grandson's arms. If you want to find justice, it is also you who owe me justice. Zhao Qishan looked at Xiaoyan with hatred and said, Zhao Shicheng deserves to die for his crimes. I am already being merciful by ruining both of his arms and letting him live for a few more days. Your hallowed Zhao family and Han family bullied a weak woman, causing her to be desperate and forced into a desperate situation. But you do not know how to repent. You all deserve to die. Xiaoyan's face was covered with cold frost. His body's aura was like a tidal wave covering the entire field. All of them felt a wave of suffocation coming from them as if they were in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and their faces turned pale with fear. Xiaoyan, don't bully others too much. Yu Ying, she committed suicide. If you want to be blamed, it is you who caused her harm. Old Mrs. Han said. Humph, now you are still obsessed. It is too cheap to kill you all just like this. 7 days later, the entire 52 members of the Han family and the 183 members of the Zhao family, all of them will go to Moon Shadow's grave and kneel down to atone for their sins for me. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan's aura flared and his feet gave a lurch. At the same time, the table behind him panged without warning and instantly turned into pieces. On that day, I will prepare 235 coffins on the mountain for you to bury my wife with. Xiao Yan's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder, causing all the people present to tremble. You guys can escape in these few days. As long as you can escape, you can also kill me, as long as you have the ability to do so. Let me see what you Zhaohan two families can do. Xiao Yan's cold and sharp gaze swept over everyone present, and those who were swept over by Xiao Yan's eyes all turned white and felt a surge of blood in their throats. Just with the two of you also want to exterminate our Zhao and Han families. You don't know what you're doing. The worst thing is to break the net with you. Zhao Qishan's eyes widened in anger and the hand holding his walking stick was squeezed white. Xiao Yan coldly hummed, "Wrong, the fish will die but the net will not break. You guys can try. Remember, you guys only have 7 days." After saying this, Xiao Yan took Zhao Zilong with him and left the hotel in large strides. Inside the hall, there was silence. Old Mrs. Han shivered and was clearly surprised by Xiao Yan's words just now. Zhao family master, what can be done about this? Zhao Qishan was, after all, a great family head, and although he was also somewhat flustered by Xiao Yan's aura just now, he quickly calmed down. What is there to panic about? They are only a mere 2 people. Today it was mainly due to insufficient preparation that they were caught in a passive situation. A waste is just a waste. Do you really think that my Zhao family does not have any more means? Come on people. Immediately send people to me to investigate Xiao Yan's experience in these few years. What is his true identity? Outside the hotel. Sir, why don't we just exterminate the Zhao and Han families? Zhao Zilong hesitated and asked in confusion. It's not easy to exterminate them, but the suffering that Moon Shadow has suffered, the sins that they have suffered, it's not something that they can thank for with a single death. I want them to fear, despair, and live worse than death, and repent for the crimes that they have committed. My subordinate understands. Where to now? Xiao Yan looked into the distance. His eyes showed sadness, and after a long time, he sighed and said, "First go to the Qinggang Mausoleum." Chapter 7, I'm late. Qinggang Mausoleum, the mass grave of Songqing. Yellow leaves are flying, and the grass is withering. Halfway up the mountainside, there was a very inconspicuous small mound. The soil was fresh, and it looked like the deceased had just been buried not long ago. Above the tombstone were only 5 words, Han Yuying's tomb. Lonely and desolate. Xiao Yan stood in front of the grave for a long time, and his magnificent body was actually a bit stooped. Zhao Zilong stood not far away, inexplicably heartbroken. This man who had killed on the battlefield, who was glorious and magnificent, who did not even blink in front of death, looked so pale in the face of his deceased wife. This man who had stood tall in the midst of battle was a bit shaky at this moment. Yuying, I am late. Xiao Yan gently brayed the tombstone. His eyes reddened and his dry throat trembled as he said. Time seemed to have traveled back to that rainy day 6 years ago. Under the eaves of the porch, a man and a woman looked at each other and were silent for a long time. Xiao Yan, come to today, although it is not your wish and mine, but it is also the arrangement of heaven in the underworld, and you married. I have no complaints and no regrets. Today you go to the army, seek a future, I support you. If you can't mix it, come back, I'll wait for you at home. Xiao Yan held Moon Shadow's hand, imploring, solemn promise, Yuying, believe me, when I come back in fresh clothes, I will surely gift you a world of love and promise you a world of prosperity. No one in this world will ever dare to bully you again. I believe in you. Han Yuying said softly as she pressed her cheek against Xiao Yan's chest. Past events surged to the forefront of his mind, and no one could have imagined that the scene of waving his hand 6 years ago would become an eternal goodbye. A final meeting. 2 lines of clear tears slid down Xiao Yan's rigid cheeks and dripped onto the tombstone. Although our union is the will of heaven, it is ultimately me who has failed you. However, I will definitely not let you die in vain, and I will let the entire clan of those who harmed you to accompany you to the grave. Qinggang Mausoleum, at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Yan had just come down from the mountain when he saw a military vehicle drive over. As the military vehicle stopped, Lin Shui jumped down from the vehicle and walked over to Xiao Yan and saluted. Sir, there is a very important piece of information that Sister Yin she asked me to report to you immediately. What is it? According to the information probed by Eagle Sugamo, a year after you left Sung City 6 years ago, the Han family secretly sent a baby girl out, and Sister Yin she suspects that this baby girl is the daughter of Mr. and Sister Han. Eagle Sugamo was the most mysterious and powerful intelligence department in the Great Dragon Kingdom, and the current leader, Eagle Emperor, was Lu Yunxi. There was no doubt about the authenticity of Eagle Sugamo's intelligence. After listening to Lin Shui's report, Xiao Yan, who was preparing to get on the car, trembled and his expression was stunned as a complex emotion surged into his heart. I have a daughter, it is the flesh and blood of me and Yuying. When Han Yuying was drugged and had a relationship with Xiao Yan, although she later became a son-in-law at the door, Because the two of them did not have an emotional foundation. They had not been able to have this kind of intimate contact again. I did not expect the winning rate to be 100%. The news is reliable? Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Shui with sharp eyes as he asked in an undeniable manner. Reliable. The intelligence shows that the baby girl was given to a couple in the countryside for adoption, and sister-in-law Lin secretly went to see it a few times and left $5 million for the couple to take care of the baby girl. A trace of tenderness flowed out of Xiao Yan's eyes as his gaze looked towards the top of the mountain, in the direction of the lone grave. He really hated himself. When he left back then, he did not even know that she was pregnant. She did not tell himself anything. If he had told himself, perhaps he would not have left. If he hadn't left, the ending wouldn't have been like this. Ying, don't worry. I didn't protect you in this life. I will definitely use my life to protect our daughter. I will make our daughter the happiest child in the whole world. After a long time, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh and asked, where is my daughter now? It is in the Snow Rock village. But, Lin Shui hesitated and said in a low voice, but the days of the young lady these years have not been very good. Zilong, do not go to the Xiao family for the time being, go to the Snow Rock village first. Suddenly Xiao Yan's body emitted a stern killing aura and oppression, causing both Zhao Zilong and Lin Shui to lose their breath, and Lin Shui even felt like her body was going to be crushed. At this moment, within a radius of 100 meters, a murderous aura covered the area. Countless birds crashed to the ground, and beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Was this the wrath of the Shura War Emperor? Ashura's anger would ambush millions of corpses. Just a mere aura made it seem as if one was in a vacuum of gravitational oppression, as if one's body was going to be torn apart. Lin Shui's face was pale and horrified. Sure enough, it was the man that Sister Yunxi liked and was not married to him. The strength of the War Emperor looks at the world, and I am afraid that I can no longer find a second one. Snow Rock Village, remote mountain village. The village is mostly brick houses. Only a two-story villa is very obvious. In the yard, a little girl who was about 5 or 6 years old, with shabby clothes and a somewhat dirty body, was washing her clothes. Perhaps it was because she had been immersed in the ice-cold water for too long. Her little hands were frozen red. Dead girl, if you don't finish washing today, you won't be allowed to eat at night. Just at this time, a middle-aged woman dressed in gold walked out from the door, glanced at the little girl, and roared in disgust. Looking at the piles of clothes, the little girl pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Rolling hot teardrops dripped down into the cold, bone-piercing water, and the icy water then gained some temperature. Mom, I'm hungry. Just at this time, an obese and greasy little boy walked up to the middle-aged woman and said, seeing the little fatty, the middle-aged woman immediately changed into a doting expression. Good son, wait a minute. Mommy made your favorite braised chicken legs today. I'll go get them for you. The little fat man held a wooden short sword in his hand, wiped his nose and raised the short sword to chop ants on the ground for fun. Suddenly his sight saw the little girl and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He sneaked behind the little girl and pulled the little girl's disheveled hair with a forceful hand. The little girl sucked in a breath of pain, but didn't dare to shout out loud. Brother, don't make trouble. Sister is washing clothes. The little girl pleaded in a small voice. I don't care. I want to ride a horse. You quickly kneel down and let me ride. The little fat man said domineeringly, about to ride on the little girl. The little girl subconsciously dodged. The little fat man plopped down and sat on the ground. Wow. You bad man. Don't let me ride horse. I'm going to chop you to death. The little fat man was dropped in a fart squat, immediately cried out, raised the short sword in his hand and heavily chopped on the little girl's arm. Ouch! Caught off guard, the little girl cried out in pain, but quickly realized what was going on. Not caring about the swelling and pain of her arm, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Brother, don't cry. It's sister's fault. Sister will let you ride a horse. Here. The little girl forced herself to endure the tears and the pain coming from her arm, comforting the little fatty while lying on the ground. Good son, what's wrong with you? At this time, the middle-aged woman heard the cries and immediately ran out from the house. Looking at the little fatty sitting on the ground, her heart ached. Sister is a bad person. Let me ride the horse. I want to chop her to death. The little fat man cried while suing. When the middle-aged woman heard, she immediately glared viciously at the little girl. Good you a broom star. Old mother kindly took you in, for you to eat, for you to live. This is how you repay old mother. Now the guts are fat. Even my son dares to bully. See if my old lady doesn't beat you to death today. The middle-aged woman casually picked up a stick and was about to smash the little girl. The little girl's face was white. Her expression was fearful. Her tearful eyes curled up and shook her head non-stop. Auntie, don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'll let my younger brother ride a horse. Chapter 8, Mommy's sorry. Dead naughty little wavy hoof. See if my old lady won't beat you to death. Let you bully my son. The middle-aged woman scolded while holding a stick and hitting the little girl's body one by one. The little girl covered her head and dodged the stick haphazardly, her voice with a sobbing tone. "Auntie, I'm wrong, please don't hit me." The more the little girl dodged, the heavier the middle-aged woman hit. "Well played, beat her to death, beat the bad sister to death." The little fat man was still clapping his hands on the side. "Wife, don't hit, in case it is broken. It is not good to explain to the Chu family." Just at this time, the door came out a fat head and fried ears, full of greasy middle-aged man, holding a chicken leg in his hand, gnawing while faintly saying. His cold eyes watched the middle-aged woman abusing the little girl without the slightest emotion. "Oh, right, old man. I almost forgot if you didn't say it. General Manager Chu said that he came to pick up someone today." After the middle-aged woman was reminded by the big fat man, she then just handed it over. TSK. This Chu family is really rich and generous. Buying a maiden is $5 million a shot. If I had known that the Chu family is so quick, I should have asked them for $10 million in the first place, the middle-aged woman said, and took one more look at the little girl curled up in the corner. Not bad is Tsun City's first beauty Han Yueying seed. At a young age, she's grown so beautiful, but it's a pity that it's cheap for the Chu family's flamboyant second young man. If it's not for this $5 million, I really want to leave her to our family's Xiaobao as a daughter-in-law. The little girl's little head was buried deeply between her legs, silently sitting in the corner and sobbing. On her arms, on her calves, there were bruises and purple patches, and despite the pain, she didn't dare to cry out loud. The young one hadn't realized that she had been sold for $5 million. Mom, why haven't you come to see CU? CU wants Mom. The little girl's heart only has vague memories. There was once a beautiful woman who claimed to be CU's mother came to see her. To be gentle, especially good to her. Her embrace was very safe and warm, and then her mother left. She only remembered that when her mom left, she said that she would definitely come to see her again in the future. Tian Shaoa, Sun Jijun, I've come to pick up. Just at this time, a line of people walked in at the gate, the leader a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing damask and silk. At a glance, it was a rich and noble family. Seeing the visitor, the middle-aged woman and the big fat man immediately changed into a fawning villainous face to welcome them. Butler Chu, you came so soon. Quickly enter the house and sit down. I will make tea for you. Chu Xiong glanced at Tian Xiaoat and Sun Jijun in disgust, waved his hand and said, "No need. Grab the people and bring them over to me." Tian Xiaoa appeared to be in a difficult situation. Chu Xiong sneered. How could he not see Tian Xiaoa's meaning? Beckoning to behind him, a man in black threw a suitcase in front of Tian Xiaoa and Sun Jijun. Tian Xiaoa and Sun Jijun looked at each other with excitement in their hearts. Opening the suitcase, a suitcase full of money. A full $5 million. The eyes of the duo showed a greedy look. What a bumpkin, a mere $5 million, as if he had never seen money. Chu Xiong looked at the duo with contempt. If there is no problem, bring me the person. You wait a moment, I'll bring you the person. Tian Xiaoa fawned and nodded repeatedly, immediately getting up and running to the little girl, pulling her up with one hand. Stinky girl, your good day has come. The little girl was startled by the sudden scene. A gust of pain came from her body, but seeing Tian Xiaoa's face, the cries of pain were stifled. Auntie, where to? In the future, you will become the maid of the second young master of the Chu family, and you will be able to enjoy all the glory and wealth. In the future, don't forget Auntie's goodness to you, and in the future, remember to repay Auntie. The little girl looked at Tian Xiao's gentle smile and tone. She was flattered. She didn't know the Chu family, nor did she understand what a maiden was, but when she saw her uncle Sun Jijun carrying a box of money, she wasn't stupid. She knew she had been sold. In an instant, the little girl's face turned pale. Auntie, I don't want to go to the Chu family. I don't want to be a maiden. I don't want to be honored. Please, don't drive me away. The little girl hugged Tian Xiao's leg and begged bitterly. Why don't you go? Chu family, how good. You go, will have someone to serve you. Food to mouth, clothes to hand. So good thing you don't go. Are you stupid? Tian Xiaoi said in a good-natured manner. I want to wait for Mom here. Mom once said that she will definitely come back to see me. I am afraid that if I change the place, Mom will not be able to find me. Please, Auntie, don't drive me away. I will be obedient. I will be very good. I will wash clothes. I will let my brother ride the horse. Please, don't drive me away. The little girl cried with pear blossoms and rain. She forgot a lot of things, but clearly remembered the last words of that beautiful mother. Good daughter. Mom is sorry for you. Mom will definitely come to see you often in the future. Tian Xiao impatiently kicked the little girl away and said with a cold smile, Your mom is dead. She will never come to see you again. Just die of this heart. My mom didn't die. She said she would still come to see me. Ignoring the pain on her body, the little girl once again climbed up and hugged Tian Xiao's thighs to death. Dead girl, let go of me. Itchy skin is it? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Tian Xiao lost the last of her patience and immediately changed into a fierce expression, making a gesture to fight. The little girl still held onto Tian Xiao with a death grip. Even if she was beaten, she still wanted to stay. You too, go and bring her to the car for me. The family head is still waiting for us to go back to resume our orders. Chu Xiong impatiently waved at the man in black behind him. Yes. The two black-clothed bodyguards nodded their heads and expressionlessly walked forward, roughly lifting the little girl up. The tender little girl, struggling helplessly, tore her heart out and cried, "Mom! Mom! See you wants Mom!" Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds came from the gate, and then it was seen that the chest of the black-clothed bodyguard who had just walked up to the gate and grabbed the little girl collapsed, and his body flew backward for more than 10 meters, and fell heavily on the ground, his life and death unknown. All of them were startled by this sudden scene. What was the situation? What had happened? Then a strong man with a tiger's back walked in. His gaze was as cold as if it came from the nine hells, and all the people who were swept by his eyes couldn't help but shiver coldly. Behind the strong man, a youth with a slightly thin figure and a cold face slowly walked in. His appearance immediately caused the surrounding air to freeze. The temperature dropped to the freezing point, and all the people felt a wave of suffocation, like falling into an ice cave. Chapter 9, Shall See You. Who the are you guys? Do you know that trespassing is against the law? That gate is $100,000. If you don't pay for it today, don't want to walk out of this door. Tian Xiao stuck her waist and stood with her legs apart, just like a shrew. Seek death. Zhao Zilong clenched his fists and was about to go up when Xiaoyan stopped him. Xiaoyan's face was gloomy as he ignored Tian Xiao and his gaze rested on the little girl's body. The little girl, like an injured kitten, also lifted her large watery eyes to look at Xiaoyan. The four eyes faced each other. Xiaoyan's heart instantly melted. A warmth of bloodline kinship arose from his heart. Although the little girl's face was dirty, she was still able to see the shadow of Moon Shadow between her brows and eyes. Too much like. It was like when Moon Shadow was a child. Xiaoyan walked over to the little girl and squatted down. What is your name? Xiaoyan said in a soft voice. The little girl timidly said, My name is Shao Siyu. Her face and eyes were like Yuing. Her nose and mouth were like herself, and she was surnamed Xiao. That's right, it was his own daughter. Siyu, do you want to leave here? Xiaoyan asked softly. Shao Siyu's eyes flashed with a hint of light, but when she looked at Tian Xiao, her complexion darkened and she shook her head a moment later, lowering her head without speaking. I don't want to. I want to wait for mommy hears. Shao Siyu's words instantly pierced Xiaoyan's heart, and past events surged into his heart one by one. Looking at his daughter dressed in rags, bruises everywhere on her body, reddened hands, dirty little face, Xiaoyan's heart was broken. He forced himself to hold back his killing intent and gently looked at her, seemingly sensing the true feelings that Xiaoyan exuded, or perhaps it was the natural power of bloodline kinship. Shao Siyu's heart rose with a trace of an unprecedented sense of security. Uncle, who are you and where are you taking me? Shao Siyu gathered her courage and asked curiously. I'm Dad, picking you up and taking you home. Xiaoyan choked and touched Shao Siyu's small head as he said softly, Daddy? Shao Siyu suddenly stared at Xiaoyan with big eyes. In the memories of her mind there was only a vague mom. There was never a dad. The sudden appearance of someone who called himself Daddy made her somewhat at a loss for words. Siyu, come to Daddy. Daddy will take you home. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Daddy, Daddy, I have a daddy. Shao Siyu murmured to herself. Her eyes reddened and tears fell like rain as she violently rushed over and pounced into Xiaoyan's embrace. Xiaoyan tightly held Shao Siyu in his arms. 2 drops of tears slid down. The Shura War Emperor was a man of iron. Zhao Zilong stood to the side and his eyes were also reddened. It was the first time he had seen a tender side of Xiaoyan after following him for so many years. If the enemy and the senior management of the Great Dragon Kingdom were to know that a cold-blooded, merciless, murderous cultivator war emperor like Xiaoyan, who looked down on life and death, would also shed tears, they would probably be shocked and drop their own jaws. Something that does not know how to die, but also dares to run to my Tian Shaoi's territory to rob people. The sensible ones hurry up and put the people down for me, and then compensate me for the gate repair fee and the mental damage fee. A total of $500,000. 1 penny less. Don't even think of walking out of this gate. When Tian Xiao saw Xiaoyan and Shao Siyu hugging each other, coupled with the conversation between the two of them, she instantly understood that the other party had come for a purpose. How could she let this happen? Even if Han Yueying came, it was absolutely impossible. This stinky girl was worth $5 million. After Tian Xiao finished speaking, she stared viciously at Shao Siyu again. Dead girl, hurry up and roll over to the old lady, or take the whip and whip you to death. Shao Siyu hugged Xiaoyan. When she heard Tian Xiao's threatening words, her body trembled and shivered. Burying her head deeply in Xiaoyan's shoulder and tightly wrapping her arms around Xiaoyan's neck, Don't be afraid. Dad is here. No one dares to bully you. Xiaoyan painfully stroked Xiao Siyu's back. From his daughter's reaction, she had not been subjected to the scolding and bullying of this evil woman to the extent that she had developed a psychological shadow. Xiaoyan's clear and cold eyes, filled with killing intent, stared at Tian Xiaoyi. Ying entrusted her daughter to you. Is this how you take care of her? To have a 6-year-old girl, wash clothes for your family, work as a cow for your son, and endure all sorts of humiliation and scolding from you. What a bunch of wolf-hearted things. Xiaoyan's gaze did not carry any emotion at all. In his eyes, Tian Xiao was already a corpse. Tian Xiao sneered disdainfully. A wild seed is just a wild seed. It is already very good that my old mother has fed her and clothed her and raised her until now. You should thank me and repay me. If it wasn't for me raising this wild seed for you all these years, I'm afraid it would have been thrown outside to be eaten by wild dogs. Oh yeah, I've already found a good family for this wild seed. The Chu family, one of the 4 great families of Song City, to be a maid. If you're sensible, hurry up and put the person down for my mother. Otherwise, even if my mother spares you, the Chu family won't let you go. The reason why Tian Xiao dared to clamor like this was because Chu Xiong, the butler of the Chu family, as well as the dozen or so bodyguards that he had brought with him were present at the scene. And even if he himself agreed to allow Xiaoyan to take the person away, there was no way that Chu Xiong would agree to it. There were only 2 of them. How could they possibly beat so many people? Besides, the Chu family was one of the 4 great families of Song City and had a strong strength. It was not something that someone like Xiaoyan could mess with. The Song City Chu family, making my daughter work as a maid? They are also worthy? Xiaoyan laughed coldly, seeking death. What kind of thing are you? How dare you insult our Chu family? The group of Chu family bodyguards behind Chu Xiong were all furious and rubbed their fists together. You're this bastard's father? It turns out that you are the trash who metamorphosed with Han Yuan 6 years ago. Xiao Yan, the adopted son of Xiao War of the Xiao family. Chu Xiong mockingly looked at Xiao Yan. How could Chu Xiong not know about the news of Xiao Yan and the second miss of the Han family? Han Yueying, who had metamorphosed that year when the news of Xiao Yan and the Han family's second miss, Han Yueying, was all over the place. You know about me? Xiao Yan lightly glanced at Chu Xiong. I am afraid that no one in Sung City knows of your great name. 6 years ago you coveted Han Yuying's beauty and drugged her to force her to have a relationship. Afterward you evaded your responsibility and disappeared without a trace. I did not expect that you would come back now. I really don't know what kind of face a trashy waste like you has to return to Sung City. My family's second young master being able to look at your daughter is a blessing for her. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise I don't see the need for your Xiao family to exist in Sung City. Chu Xiong wrapped his hands around his chest with a condescending expression. In Song City, there was nothing that the Chu family wanted to do that could not be accomplished, and he did not believe that Xiao Yan dared to go against the Chu family. With Xiao Yan's reputation as a waste, Chu Xiong was confident that he knew how to choose. Go back and ask the Chu family head to bring everyone from the Chu family to the Misty Mountain No. 1 villa at 9 a.m. tomorrow to kneel and apologize. Otherwise the consequences will be borne by themselves, Xiao Yan said indifferently. When Chu Xiong heard that Xiao Yan had dared to ask the Chu family head to take a bramble and ask for punishment, he immediately became furious, respecting the wine and refusing to eat the punishment. Give me a go and get this thing that does not know how to die. The bodyguards behind Chu Xiong received the order and all revealed cruel expressions as they rushed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was stoic and calm. His light words resounded in Zhao Zilong's ears. Leave one alive, kill the rest. Under orders, Zhao Zilong had long been unable to hold back. This group of things that didn't know how to die. Insulting Sir 3 times. He had long wanted to slap them all to death. Big words. Chu Xiong laughed coldly, and before he could finish his words, the smile suddenly froze on his face. He only felt a gust of wind blowing by. A bang 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 sound came. A moment later, then look at a kind of bodyguard he brought, already all lying on the ground. Not even a scream was issued, and at this time a big hand like a vice has been locked on his throat. How is it possible? How can there be someone so fast in the world? Is he still human? If it wasn't for Mr. letting to leave you a dog's life, at this point you would already be a corpse. Zhao Zilong's ice-cold voice appeared in Chu Xiong's ears. Chu Xiong's face turned pale and trembled. There was none of the arrogance he had just felt, only intense fear. Remember what I said. Come to ask for punishment before 9 o'clock tomorrow on time. Now get lost. Xiao Yan did not even look at Chu Xiong and said indifferently. Zhao Zilong lifted Chu Xiong and threw him out of the main door with one hand. Chu Xiong rolled and crawled to his feet and ran 100 meters away, laughing coldly. Fine, 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 fine. Xiao Yan is good. Having offended the Chu family, I will let you all die a miserable death. Not only you, a waste of space, but also you. The Xiao family will wait for the Chu family's wrath. Xiao Yan twisted his head and his eyes stared at Chu Xiong like a sharp sword. Chu Xiong let out a miserable scream and did not dare to stay any longer as he staggered away. A moment later, Xiao Yan faintly looked towards Tian Shaoi and Sun Jijun, who had long ago been scared out of their wits. It is now your turn. Chapter 10, The Wicked Woman and the Wicked Man. Tian Xiao and Sun Jijun had originally relied on the Chu family's bodyguards and did not put Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong in their eyes at all. How did they know that these bodyguards were not useful, and were disposed of in a matter of seconds? Looking at the corpses on the ground completely shook Tian Shaoi and Sun Jijun, and at this moment, fear took over their hearts. Spare us, seeing as we have taken care of Siyu for many years. Without merit there is still hard work. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare ours. Tian Xiao and Sun Jijun plopped down on the ground and kept grabbing the ground with their heads, crying bitterly. Zhao Zilong said with righteous indignation, "Humph, evil woman and evil man, abusing an innocent and kind girl like this, really losing conscience and deserving of death. We don't dare anymore. Please don't kill us." A foul odor came from under Tian Xiao's abdomen. She had already lost her urine and feces long ago. "Sir, how to dispose of this pair of evildoers?" Zhao Zilong asked. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Siyu, who was holding herself tightly in his arms and was filled with tenderness as his thick palm gently stroked her small head. "I promised Moonshadow that in this life, I will guard our little princess with my life and will definitely not let her suffer a single bit of harm." Xiao Yan faintly continued, "If anyone dares to harm her, I will definitely make them pay back 1,000 times over." After saying this, Xiao Yan did not speak again and turned around and led Xiao Siyu out of the gate and back to the Hummer. Understood. Zhao Zilong walked step by step towards Tian Shaoi and Sun Jijun. Snow Rock Village. The main road out of the village. A Hummer sped along. Behind it, the only villa in the village was engulfed in a blazing fire at this moment. "Congratulations, sir, for recovering Miss," Zhao Zilong said as he drove. Xiao Yan hugged Xiao Siyu, who was sleeping in his arms, and dotingly touched her little head. Although she was sleeping, her little hand had always been tightly holding Xiao Yan's neck for fear that he would disappear. Now Xiao Yan was both distressed and pleased with Xiao Siyu. The heartache was how much his daughter had suffered over the years, how much suffering she had endured, and the comfort was that he had finally found her. He wanted to make up for all the love he had for Yuing to Siyu. Go to Misty Mountain Villa 1. Misty Mountain Villa area is the most luxurious villa area in Song City, situated around Misty Mountain surrounded by seaside mountains and water. The cheapest villa also costs $15 million. It could be said that more than half of the dignitaries in Song City were gathered here. Misty Mountain 1 Villa is one of the top villas, the highest location, the best view, the other villas to its arching trend. The price is as high as 500 million. "Sir, it seems that Miss Liu has put down blood money in order to pursue you." The car was parked in the garage. Looking at the luxurious villa with a beautiful environment and shrouded in clouds, Zhao Zilong said with a smile, "Shut up and don't go open the door yet." Xiao Yan hugged Xiao Siyu, who was still asleep, and said in a bad mood. Zhao Zilong smiled sardonically and hurriedly ran to the door and opened it for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan directly carried Xiao Siyu up to the second floor, opened a bedroom and placed her on the bed. However, Xiao Siyu's small hand was still tightly holding Xiao Yan's neck, and Xiao Yan carefully tried to take her hand down. Mom, don't leave Siyu. Siyu is scared." Suddenly Xiao Siyu's hand hugged even tighter, her mouth slurring dreamy words as tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Yan stopped his movements and looked at his daughter guiltily. His heart was incomparably stabbed and he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his daughter's eyes. Afraid of waking up Xiao Siyu, Xiao Yan only had to lie down on the bed as well. "From now on, let me guard you." At the same time, the Song City Chu family. "Chu Xiong, what is going on? Why didn't you bring that little girl back?" Above the high hall, Chu family's second young master Chu Feiha crossed his legs, dangled a cigar, and looked down at his housekeeper Chu Xiong, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling. Reporting to the second young master, the old slave was prepared to bring back Xiao Siyu, but as Xiao Yan came out halfway, not only did he snatch Xiao Siyu away, but he also killed all of the Chu family bodyguards that I brought with me. Thinking of the scene that happened in the Snow Rock village, Chu Xiong was still shivering even now. That burly man had put all of the Chu family bodyguards in just a single glance, and the most frightening thing was that one did not even see how the other party struck. Xiao Yan? Chu Feiha frowned as he seemed to search for this name in his mind. Reporting to the second young master, he is Xiao Yan, the adopted son of the Xiao family who metamorphosed with the number one beauty of Song City, Han Yueying, 6 years ago, and Xiao Siyu is his and Han Yueying's daughter. Chu Xiong continued, it's the Xiao family again. Xiao Zhan, this uneducated old thing, really raised a good son. Both father and son dare to go against me. Chu Feiha, really don't know the sky and the earth. This time, new grudge and old grudge. I will count it together with you. Chu Feiha laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Xiao Yan also said, let the head of the family take all the clansmen of the Chu family and kneel in front of the door of the Misty Mountain No. 1 villa at 9 o'clock tomorrow to ask for forgiveness, or else he will have to exterminate the entire door of our Chu family. Second young master, do you think this matter should be notified to the family head? This little thing is not necessary to alarm my father. What is the Xiao family? Ha, really arrogant to the extreme. A good Xiao family adopted son Xiaoyan. A good Xiao family. Is it that my Chu family has been merciful for too long over the years? And even a third-rate family dares to disobey my will now. Humph. It seems like tomorrow Xiao War this old thing is going to hold a birthday banquet. It's just as well that tomorrow I will personally go to the Xiao family and send him a big gift. Chu Yuan hummed heavily, a cruel smile on his face. The next day, Misty Mountain Villa number 1. When Xiaoyan opened his eyes, he saw a pair of big, cute eyes fluttering as they looked at him. You're awake. Xiaoyan dotingly touched her little head. Are you really daddy? Seemingly calling out that she did not believe everything in front of her. Xiao Siyu asked. Of course I am daddy. You are my lovely little princess. Xiaoyan softly laughed. Will daddy leave Siyu like mommy? Xiao Siyu's eyes revealed a hint of fear. She always remembered that after her pretty mom left back then, she never went to see her again. Daddy will never leave my little princess behind and will always protect you. Xiaoyan gently scraped Xiao Siyu's small agaric nose and said, once daddy lost your mom, this is daddy's lifetime regret. So daddy will never lose you. My little princess. Daddy. Siyu wants mommy. Xiao Siyu's powdered jade face was pitiful. Her big eyes had tears in them. Xiaoyan had a pang of heartache, and he did not know how to explain to the child that her mother was no longer there. Xiaoyan put Xiao Siyu in his arms and said, Mommy also wants Siyu, but she has gone to a very far place. Mommy doesn't want Siyu anymore. Oh, fool. Mom loves Siyu so much. How could she not want Siyu? I do not know how long. A knock sounded outside the door, followed by Zhao Zilong's voice. Sir, Lin Shui is here. Chapter 11, The Xiao Family of Sanchen. Xiaoyan got up and led Xiao Siyu out of the bedroom, only to see Lin Shui standing respectfully in the living room. She was followed by 4 clear female soldiers, each valiant and heroic, and several large boxes were placed on the floor of the living room. Seeing Xiaoyan descend the stairs, Lin Shui immediately saluted. The female soldiers beside her immediately understood when they saw this, their excitement overflowing as they also immediately saluted at Xiaoyan. Greetings to the War Emperor. This was the War Emperor that everyone feared. To be able to see the true face of a War Emperor once in this life, even if it was a death, it would be worth it. There is no need to be polite. Now that you are not in the military camp, there are not so many rules. Xiaoyan nodded at them and said indifferently, wow. It turns out that the War Emperor is so easygoing and does not have a frame at all. The 4 female soldiers were like nymphomaniacs, so excited that they were close to dancing with their hands. Congratulations, mister. Recovered the young lady. The things in the box are the clothes that Sister Yin she personally arranged for the young lady, flown over from Imperial Capital early in the morning, said Lin Shui and took out a beautifully packaged gift box. This is the ruby necklace that Princess Anna of the Kingdom of France wore in the 16th century. Sister Yunshi had someone purchase it from a collector overnight as a gift for Miss. This Lu Yunshi. Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. Is this eating up his own? Zhao Zilong, who was on the side, was holding back his laughter. His face was suffocating into a pig's liver color. I am afraid that he was the only one present who was most aware of the grudge between Xiaoyan and Lu Yunshi. Sending Lin Shui away. After having breakfast, it was already past 9 o'clock. Has the Chu family come yet? Xiaoyan asked. Zhao Zilong's face sank and was filled with killing intent. Sir, one of the Chu family members has not arrived. Do you want me to go and destroy the Chu family? Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. Let's put aside the Chu family first. We will go to the Xiao family in a while. After being away for so many years, it's time to go back to see them this time when we return. Today is my foster father's birthday. It's just right that we go forward to wish his old man a happy birthday. See you. Clothes change and wear well. We should go. Moments later, a little girl wearing a white dress with a pink butterfly hairband appeared on the second floor. Her powdered face carried a hint of shyness, and her cute big eyes fluttered, just like an elf living in a fairyland that was generally adorable. Daddy. Good looking? Zhao Zilong looked tsk. Mister's genes are just powerful, giving birth to such a beautiful daughter. She must be a beauty embryo when she grows up. The Xiao family in Song City was bustling with activity and gates. The Xiao family's head, Xiao Zhen, in his earliest years, organized a big birthday and feasted his guests. Although the Xiao family was only a third-rate family in Song City, it was still considered to have some status, or at least it could be ranked. So there was an endless stream of VIPs wishing for the birthday. Song City Wu family, send a Shoshan stone Buddha. Wishing Xiao family Lord a long life. Song City Tao family, sending a 7-colored glazed lamp. Wishing Master Xiao family fortune like the East Sea. Song City Luo family, send a Tang Dynasty immortal crane gold-plated copper kettle. Wishing Master Xiao family a long life. At the main entrance of the Xiao family, VIPs were placing their gifts on the gift table and sending their blessings. The steward of the Xiao family, returned the gifts in succession, while singing out the list of gifts in a loud voice, all of which were valuable congratulatory gifts. The Xiao family was engaged in the antique business in Song City, and Xiao Zhan liked to collect, so the guests were all in their favor. Song City Yin family, send 100-year-old mountain ginseng, 100-year-old he xiao wu, 1 pair of 7-colored emerald bracelets, and 666 bars of gold. Congratulations to Xiao family head, blessed as the East Sea, 10,000 lifetimes. Just at this time, a standing drink instantly attracted all the people's gazes. 100 years of mountain ginseng, 100 years of he xiao wu, emerald, gold, days. Sancheng Yin family is not bad, quasi first-class family, out of the gate is generous. These things add up, tens of millions of it. Yin family almost monopolized the Sancheng medicinal herbs market. District tens of millions in their eyes is really not what. This is not a birthday celebration. This is clearly a marriage proposal. The crowd murmured. For the Yin family to make such a generous offer, they actually knew it in their hearts. At the same time, a young man in a white suit with a greasy head, a proud face, walked in with his head held high. Xiao Zhan, the Xiao family head and Yang Lian, the main mother, who were originally greeting the other honored guests, were immediately welcoming the youth when they saw him. Young Yen, you are so polite. This expensive gift, Mr. Xiao really does not dare to accept it. Xiao Zhan said, Uncle Xiao, where are your words? This gift is a drop in the bucket for our Yen family. It's nothing. Although the youth had a smile on his face, the loneliness in his eyes was unobstructed. Come, Dong Lai quickly sit over here, right next to Kaoror. At this moment, Yang Lian looked at Yen Donglai with a face of fondness, and hurriedly pulled him to sit in the seat next to Xiao Xiener. Yen Donglai's thoughts towards Xiao Xiener, how could the human-savvy Yang Lian not understand it? She was quite satisfied with Yen Donglai as a son-in-law. After all, the other party was a quasi-first-class family, while the Xiao family was only a third-class family. The marriage of the two would have 100 benefits and no harm to the Xiao family. Kaoror, you young people have common topics, so you accompany Yen Xiao to have a good chat. Yang Lian said and made a wink at Xiao Xiener. She was actually not a fan of Yen Donglai, and only politely smiled at him and nodded. Looking at Xiao Xiener's snow-white skin, tall figure, and delicate face, Yen Donglai's heart swirled a little. Sister Kaoror, do you see that the gift I gave to Uncle Xiao today is still satisfactory? I am also preparing a diamond necklace for you, Yen Donglai said as he moved towards Xiao Xiener's side, reaching out to pull out the gift box from his pocket. Thank you, I don't like necklaces. A trace of distaste flashed through Xiao Xiener's eyes as she pulled away from Yen Donglai without a trace. Yen Donglai for Xiao Xiener's action, as if he didn't see it, he again to Xiao Xiener the sigh to get together. His eyes stared straight at her and said, Sister Kaoru, what do you like? Although with me, money for me, is just a string of numbers. In my heart, you are the most important. Xiao Xiener saw Yen Donglai like a dogskin plaster. She directly stood up and politely smiled. Thank you for Yen Xiao's kindness. Kaoror's heart is appreciated. I still have to go and greet my guests, so I'll excuse myself. After saying this, Xiao Xiener directly turned around and left. Yen Donglai greedily looked at Xiao Xiener's departing back and could not help but lick his lips as an evil fire rose within him. Song City Xiao family, Xiao Yan and Xiao Siu, send 1 East Sea Night Pearl and 1 Beidou 9-star Jade Ruin. Just at this time, the butler singing the salute in a loud voice aroused everyone's idea. All of them couldn't help but look towards the main entrance, only to see a youth with a slim figure and a handsome face slowly walk in, his arms holding a little girl who was powdered and carved like an elf. Behind the youth, a burly man followed. Xiao Zhan was originally carrying a wine cup to toast with the guests. When he suddenly heard the butler singing and drinking, his body trembled, the wine cup fell to the ground, and he stared at the visitor in a daze. There were hidden tears flickering in his turbid eyes, and his hands were trembling with excitement. Chapter 12, Auntie's Hugs. The crowd was astonished. The person who came in the end is what kind of god even sends such an expensive rare treasure? In ancient times, the folk only had artifacts of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper out of the map, and artifacts of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper were really rare. Not to mention that the East Sea Night Pearl had only heard that the great Dragon State Lord had one, and had never heard of anyone from the folk collecting it. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xiener couldn't take their eyes off of it, staring dead on at the youth at the head of the group. You are Yenner. Xiao Zhan was agitated with old tears, trembling as he took a step towards the youth. Dad, it's me. I came back to wish you a birthday. Xiao Yan hurriedly walked over and held Xiao Zhan's hand, also saying with emotion, it had been 6 years. After a farewell of 6 years, Dad had aged a lot. His forehead was crawling around, his hair was gray, and his body was thinner than before. Xiao Yan was an orphan. He did not remember who his real parents were. He only heard Xiao Zhan say back then that he picked him up at the gate on a rainy night and took him in as a righteous son. Xiao Zhan was not just a lifesaver for him, but also his kin. Back then, When you said that you wanted to go into the army and build a career, I didn't agree to it. The swords were blind. I was afraid that I would never see you again. Now that you have returned safely, Dad is very happy. Today you must accompany Dad to drink a few more cups. Xiaozhan excitedly held Xiaoyan's hand tightly and said, Dad, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Xiao Siyu. Siyu, this is Grandpa. Xiao Yan introduced. Xiao Siyu stared at the old man in front of her with her big, budding eyes, curiously looking at the old man in front of her. Good day Grandpa. Xiaozhan looked at the pink-card Xiao Siyu. His eyes were full of doting. Good. Oops, you see Grandpa didn't know you were coming and didn't prepare a big red packet for you. This is the jade pendant that Grandpa has worn for his whole life for you. Saying this, Xiaozhan took down a jade pendant carved with dragon and phoenix from his waist and handed it to Xiao Siyu. Xiao Siyu first looked at Xiao Yan, who smiled and nodded. Elders give, cannot resign. Accept it. Thank you, Grandfather. Xiao Siyu happily received the jade pendant and played with it. Quickly come and sit. Sit down and say, how come the two masters have not seen each other for 6 years? Xiaozhan pulled Xiao Yan to sit down. This is your comrade in arms. Right, since you have come, also join the table. Don't be polite, just like at home. Xiaozhan looked at Zhao Zilong who was standing behind Xiao Yan and said, Zhao Zilong did not move. He only took orders from the war emperor. Xiao Yan said indifferently, Zilong, my father asked you to sit. So you sit. Only then did Zhao Zilong sit down. Xiaozhan could not help but look at Zhao Zilong one more time. This comrade of Yenner's looked a little special, but he did not think much about it. Kaoruer, come over. You girl, you usually have been pining for brother Xiao Yan. Today you have returned. You are in turn formal. Xiaozhan looked at Xiao Sunair who was standing at the side staring at Xiao Yan in a daze and said, Sister Kaoruer has grown so big. When I left, she was only 15 years old. Now she has grown so much that I almost did not recognize her. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Sunair and said with a smile. Xiao Sunair's delicate body trembled as her eyes began to redden. This cry of Sister Keed instantly brought her back to that year. There was a time when she loved to follow behind Xiao Yan's brothers, but because Xiao Yan's brother would protect her and would leave her with all the most delicious things, she still remembered that when she was in school back then, she was bullied by a group of jerks classmates and brother Xiao Yan stood up to them and was punched and kicked by them, but he disregarded his own comfort and died protecting her. In that cardamom age, sentiment ignorant age, she secretly promised, non-Xiao Yan brother not married. Until that incident happened 6 years ago, Xiao Yan brother was forced to become the Han family's door-to-door son-in-law. Han Yueying's unmarried husband. Did she hate brother Xiao Yan? She does not hate, because she knows Xiao Yan brother is forced to blame on the creation of people. From then on she put Xiao Yan brother's feelings deeply buried in the bottom of the heart. After 6 years of not seeing him, she thought that she had forgotten this sentiment. However, at this time, she realized that she had never forgotten it. Brother. Xiao Sunair could no longer hold back and cried out in a moving voice before jumping into Xiao Yan's arms, tears of joy dripping so hot on the back of her hand. Xiao Yan smiled. Keed's sister was still the same Keed's sister back then. She had not changed. Alright, how big of a girl is she? Still crying. Xiao Yan patted Xiao Sunair's back and laughed. See you. This is little aunt. Quickly call little aunt. Xiao Yan pointed at Xiao Sunair and said to Xiao Siyu, Good day little aunt. Xiao Siyu sweetly shouted. See you. Is she the daughter of brother and sister-in-law Yuing? Xiao Sunair wiped a handful of tears and touched Xiao Siyu's head. Looking at Xiao Siyu, who was like a porcelain doll, she liked it from the bottom of her heart. Hearing the name Moon Shadow, Xiao Yan's eyes darkened. I want little aunt to hug me. Suddenly Xiao Siyu opened her hands to Xiao Sunair and looked at her with full expectation. Come, little auntie hug. Xiao Sunair opened her arms and affectionately hugged Xiao Siyu in her arms. Alright, so many VIPs are waiting. Do you guys want them to see the joke? Right at this time, Yang Lian glanced at Xiao Yan with a disgusted expression and said coldly. Xiao Zhan's face sank. What kind of words are you saying? Yenner has returned. The family is finally reunited. Who are you showing your smelly face to? A family? I don't have a son who sees color and drugs others. Have you forgotten how we came over all these years? Yang Lian rolled her eyes and said in a snarky manner. Rarely after so many years, everyone also forgets this matter. Our days are also better. He came back to wreak havoc on us. What kind of heart he rested on? If I say that you should not take him in that year, let him self-destruct more good. You stinking. Xiao Zhan was so infuriated that he was trembling all over. His face was openly red as he pointed at Yang Lian and couldn't say anything. As for Zhao Zilong, who was sitting on the side, when he heard someone insult Xiao Yan in such a manner, his fists had long been clenched and his gaze was murderous as he stared at Yang Lian. If it was not for the fact that she was Xiao Yan's adoptive mother and Xiao Yan had not spoken, he was afraid that he would have already rushed up and slapped her to death. Xiao Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Although Yang Lian treated him generally in the past, she was not so vicious. However, after all, she was an adoptive mother, and even so, she had the grace of nurturing herself, so Xiao Yan would not bother with her. Mom, what are you doing? Look at putting my father in anger. You know that his body. Xiao Sunair said while stroking Xiao Zhan's back to smooth out his anger. Kaoru, I'm fine. Xiao Zhan interrupted Xiao Sunair's words. Xiao Yan also stretched out his hand to support Xiao Zhan and inadvertently took Xiao Zhan's pulse. Dad, how did your body sustain internal injuries? Who did this? Xiao Zhan was surprised as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Yener, you actually still know how to take a pulse? I have learned a little bit from an old Chinese medicine practitioner in the military camp over the years. You still haven't told me who actually injured you? My injury is not a big problem. You should not ask. Let's start the banquet. Xiao Zhan did not want to say anything more on this issue and directly changed the topic. Are you the brother Xiao Yan that Sister Keed mentioned about being a soldier outside? I remember that 6 years ago. There was also a trash named Xiao Yan who coveted the beauty and money of Song City's #1 beauty, Han Yuing, and even shamelessly drugged people and forced them to have a relationship. And in the end, he shamelessly became a door-to-door son-in-law, and was later swept away by the Han family. So I guess this kind of trash shouldn't be you, right? Just at this time, a discordant voice came from the opposite side. Chapter 13, Things Are Fake. The person who spoke was none other than Yen Donglai. Originally, he did not have a good feeling towards Xiao Yan, and just now seeing Xiao Sunair unexpectedly pounce into Xiao Yan's arms made Yen Donglai's heart feel very bad. The woman that he had been thinking about day and night had never looked at himself squarely, but now she was being embraced by another man, and there was actually a sentiment in her eyes. Yen Donglai's lungs were about to explode with anger. A sour taste of jealousy filled his heart, so he must teach this guy a lesson. Young Yen, what are you doing? Xiao Zhan looked at Yen Donglai with dissatisfaction. Uncle Xiao, don't blame me for being talkative. I'm also doing this for your own good. This kind of trash is notorious and has a lot of problems with his character. Besides, he's just a wild seed from an unknown origin. He doesn't have half a blood relationship with you. What qualifications does he have to sit here? Yen Donglai looked at Xiao Yan with contempt. His words were extremely mocking and derisive. Zhao Zilong's gaze was cold as he stared at Yen Donglai. This kind of mole-like thing. How dare you insult sir? Let's see if I don't slap you to death. Zhao Zilong was just about to make a move when Xiao Yan patted his shoulder and stopped him. In Xiao Yan's opinion, a jumping clown like Yen Donglai would be better off just ignoring it directly, and it would be lifting him up instead to get into a fight with him. Yen Donglai, I forbid you to talk about my brother in this manner. If you continue to be this unreasonable, leave the banquet immediately. You are not welcome in our Xiao family. Xiao Sunair saw that Yen Donglai dared to insult Xiao Yan and became so angry that she rushed at Yen Donglai and loudly rebuked him. Yen Donglai smiled sarcastically. Sister Kaoru, I am also doing this for your own good. This brat definitely does not have a good heart when he comes back at this time. I think that Yen Xiao is right. Hasn't our Xiao family been victimized by him enough over the years? Yang Lian rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan and looked at Yen Donglai again with appreciation. The other guests present also nodded and looked at Xiao Yan with contempt. This kind of person was really thick-skinned. How could he still have the face to sit here? Kid, if you are sensible, hurry up and get lost yourself. Don't let me do it. Yen Donglai acted as if he was the master of the house and looked at Xiao Yan rather arrogantly. Xiao Yan smiled. And who are you and what qualifications do you have to make me leave? Song City Yan family. Never heard of it. Xiao Yan shook his head. Che, you are a countryside ruffian. It is more than normal that you have not heard of it. Our Yin family is a quasi-first-class family in Song City. It is not a level that trash like you can reach. Yen Donglai sized up Xiao Yan again, seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes and was full of disdain. This kind of person as a soldier was probably just an insignificant minor character. Sister Keed said that you have been a soldier for a few years. Have you mixed up to any rank yet? Shura War Emperor. Xiao Yan said indifferently. Ha ha, dead liar. You really think that I don't understand? There are a total of 9 ranks in the military. 9 to 4 ranks are lieutenants. 3 to 1 ranks are generals. There is no cultivation Luo Battle Emperor rank in the military. I am afraid that it is not that you have been dismissed from the army and made up a rank for yourself in order to save face, right? Yen Donglai burst into laughter. The guests looked at Xiao Yan with even more contempt. They also knew about the military ranks of the Great Dragon Kingdom, so they were certain that Xiao Yan was lying. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Sunair also frowned. It was clear that they had not heard of the military rank of Cultivator War Emperor either. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Zhao Zilong looked at Yen Donglai like a fool. How could such a person at the bottom of the hierarchy know the military rank above a first-grade general? Throughout history, there were only a handful of people who could be named a war emperor, and there were even fewer than 3 people who could obtain this supreme honor in history. Seeing Xiao Yan's mocking eyes, Yen Donglai disdainfully said, "What are you laughing at? A dead liar still has the face to laugh." Well, since you won't admit it, Then I'll tear down your lies in public and see what else you have to say. Saying this, Yan Donglai stood up and walked towards the gift table. Reaching out, he was about to take the gift from Xiao Yan. Zhao Zilong bellowed and was about to strike. Stop! What kind of thing are you that you have the qualifications to touch a gift from Mr.? Xiao Yan patted Zhao Zilong's shoulder, signaling that he was fine. Yan Donglai did not take Zhao Zilong's warning to heart at all as he casually picked up the night pearl that Xiao Yan had given him and weighed it in his hand. This thing is fake. Fake? All of them were shocked and stared blankly at Yan Donglai. Yan Donglai couldn't help but straighten his body when he saw that all the people were casting inquiring gazes at him. He was enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. The East Sea Night Pearl has been a rare treasure since ancient times. The largest one is just the size of a thumb. And without exception all of them are hidden amongst the royalty and nobility, and have never been heard of being scattered amongst the folk. And you guys look at this night pearl. Is the size of a fist? Rumor has it that the great dragon country lord treasures a night pearl of the East Sea. Is this big? Do you guys think that the lord of the country will give his night pearl to the small soldier who has been dismissed from the army? The crowd realized after hearing Yan Donglai's words that it was really a lie. Xiao Yan was nothing but a dismissed junior soldier. He was afraid that he had not even seen the state lord face to face. So what qualifications did he have to make the state lord give him his cherished night pearl? You guys take another look at this Dipper 9 Stars Jade Ruin. Since ancient times, only emperors have been qualified to own the Dipper 9 Stars object. Do you guys think that Xiao Yan, a punk, is qualified to own it? Yan Donglai continued. This must be something imitated by some small workshop. Xiao Yan, you privately imitated something of an emperor. You are committing treason. I can totally report you to the officials and have you arrested. You are now giving these things to Uncle Xiao. What are your intentions? When the crowd heard this, they were startled and immediately all hollered and moved away from Xiao Yan, fearing that the waves would affect them. I really didn't think that Xiao Zhan had raised a white-eyed wolf all these years. Sending fake things is just a matter of sending them. But sending them is also this kind of treacherous thing. People's hearts are not ancient. Raising this kind of person is better than raising a dog. I think Xiao Zhan should hurry to report to the police and arrest this white-eyed wolf who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, so that he doesn't get himself involved in time. I really didn't expect this ungrateful thing to harm us. Xiao Zhan, what did I say? He is a scourge. Hurry up and drive this white-eyed wolf away. I don't want to see him for a moment. Yang Lian grimaced and said in a cold voice. Yan Donglai was smug. He just wanted to uncover Xiao Yan's old background, so that he would have nothing to hide and Xiao Yan's image in Xiao Sun'er's family's heart would deteriorate. Sister Kaoror, is this your so-called brother who is a soldier? This kind of trash with a bad heart. Do you still want to defend him? Xiao Xianer sighed. She instinctively wanted to retort, but Yan Donglai's words had some truth to them. However, she definitely would not believe that Xiao Yan would harm her father. Shut up. Brother Xiao Yan will never do anything to harm us, even if these things are imitations of things used by emperors. That is an unintentional act by Brother Xiao Yan. How does he know that only emperors can use them? Those who do not know are not guilty. Brother Xiao Yan, Keed believes in you. Xiao Sunair looked at Xiao Yan with firm eyes. Xiao Yan's heart warmed as he smiled and said, Don't worry, brother only has a few loved ones. You, Dad, Mom, and Xiao Siyu, and I swear to always protect you all. However, these things are not imitations. They are indeed given to me by the state lord. Xiao Yan did not lie. During the ceremony of being crowned as the Shura War Emperor, the East Sea Night Pearl and the 9-star Jade Ruin were personally delivered to him by the state lord in recognition of his achievements. And the reason why he had given these two items to Xiao Zhan also had his deeper meaning. Without Xiao Zhan's nurturing grace, how could he be the current Shura War Emperor? So Xiao Zhan was the one who was most qualified to receive these two rare treasures. Humph, still obsessed by now. I see that you are not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Chapter 14, Deceitfulness. All shut up. I believe Yenner, today is my birthday banquet. If you all target Yenner again, all of you get out. Right at this time, Xiao Zhan coldly said with a cold face, finally unable to hold back. Uncle Xiao, you've misunderstood. I'm not targeting anyone either. I'm also doing this for the good of the Xiao family. So calm down. Seeing that Xiao Zhan got angry, Yan Donglai said with a sarcastic smile, he didn't care about Xiao Zhan. After all, he was pursuing Xiao Suner, and Xiao Zhan was his future old husband, so he definitely couldn't turn his face now, when he married Xiao Suner in the future. At that time, he would no longer need to look at this old thing's eyes. However, since Xiao Zhan favored Xiao Yan so much, then he would throw his weight around. Xiao Yan, since you were dismissed from the army, I guess you don't have much ability. For the sake of Kaorora's sister's face, why don't you come and work for our Yan's medicinal herb group? You'll go as a security chief, $8,000 a month. 5 insurance and 1 gold, food and shelter. Although Yan Donglai said this, his attitude was arrogant and disdainful, as if he had given Xiao Yan a great favor. That's more like it. After hearing Yan Donglai's offer, Xiao Zhan's face improved a little. Xiao Sunair also felt that this proposal from Yan Donglai was good. Although she hated Yan Donglai, but Xiao Yan's brother had been in the military for 6 years and had long since lost touch with this society. So I'm afraid that it would not be easy to find a job. A security chief with a salary of $8,000 was indeed quite good. Brother Xiao Yan, I think this job is good. Don't worry about going. See you, I will take care of it for you. I also like this girl very much. I will definitely not let her suffer. Xiao Sunair glanced at Xiao Siyu, who was playing with the jade pendant in her arms, and said, "You white-eyed wolf, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you hurry to thank Yan Xiao?" Yang Lian said without any good humor. Even those guests were looking at Yan Donglai, nodding appreciatively. All of them were talking about how kind Yan Xiao was, willing to give even this kind of person with questionable character a chance at a job. The only person present who looked at Yan Donglai like a fool was Zhao Zilong. Having the mighty Shura War Emperor show him the door? I really don't know if this kid's head was squeezed by a door. Not interested, Xiao Yan only said indifferently. Really don't know what's good for him. Treating his good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Uncle Xiao, Auntie, Sister Kaoror, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to help him, but that he's degrading himself to the world. Yan Donglai spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. Forget it, Yan Xiao. Some people are accustomed to loitering. Rotten mud can't support a mountain wall. No matter how much you help him, he only deserves to be a salted fish. Yang Lian said in a conspiratorial manner. Bang! Right at this time, Zhao Zilong slammed his fist on the table and stood up with an open heart. His eyes were as cold as if they were from the 9 hells, staring at Yan Donglai with a deadly stare. You dog then pup, I've endured you for a long time. Insulting mister. Again and again. Yan Donglai trembled, suddenly feeling as cold as an ice cave, and his body was unable to move. What are you doing? Yan Donglai couldn't speak his words with fear. You still have the face to ask what are you doing? I'll slap you to death. Zhao Zilong raised his bushel-sized palm. Today, he would say anything to get this idiot killed. Even if Xiao Yan wanted to punish himself afterward, he would admit it. Xiao Yan was his own heaven, and he absolutely could not tolerate someone insulting his own heaven. As soon as Zhao Zilong's chi was released outwardly, everyone including Xiao Zhan's face changed, as if they were in a blood-colored sunrise with mountains of corpses and seas of blood all over the place, and they all had difficulty breathing due to the pressure of this chi. That kind of fear, that kind of awe, there was an impulse to resist the urge to prostrate and worship. What a lively event. Ha ha, how can I be missing when the Xiao family lord is celebrating his birthday? Right at this moment, the Xiao family's main door was roughly kicked open, and a line of dozens of people fishtailed in. At the head of the group was a youth wearing a beige suit with a greasy head. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Lavender and Yang Lian all changed their faces. Chu Feiha, what are you doing here? Xiao Zhan angrily shouted. Ha ha, naturally, I am celebrating the birthday of the Xiao family lord, and by the way, I came to see if the injuries on the Xiao family lord have healed and if he has a long memory. Chu Feiha scoffed indulgently. Xiao Yan's face sank when he heard this, and the cup in his hand was crushed by it with a thud. Bring me the birthday gift. Chu Feiha waved his hand backward. Immediately, a Chu family guard came out from behind Chu Feiha and threw a dog chain onto the ground, respectfully wishing the Xiao family lord an early death. Don't be a human being in the next life, be an animal. The Chu family line all laughed out loud. Xiao Zhan was so angry that he was trembling and his face turned red. Xiao Sunair was also furious, staring at Chu Feiha with a deadly stare, her silver teeth clenching. Yang Lian, a woman, had no idea what to do at this time and was trembling with fear. Those guests at this time has also long been hiding far away, afraid of the repercussions to their own. The Chu family is a first-class family in Song City, engaged in real estate and ocean trade business. Strong strength, that is a behemoth. No one can afford to provoke. Chu Feiha, your Chu family should not bully others too much, as long as it is by me. Xiao Zhan, I will definitely not sell the Xiao family ancestral residence to you, so just die of this heart. Xiao Zhan coldly snorted. As the second young master of the Chu family, Chu Feiha was responsible for the Chu family's real estate. Over the years, this second young master, who had committed crimes and trickery, could be said to be lawless in Song City, and he did not know how many families had been separated by him. Now Song City is developing rapidly, and the Xiao family's ancestral home happens to be in Song City's prime location. Was Chu Feiha see? This is he is bound to get. The injuries on Xiao Zhan's body were caused by Chu Feiha. Oh, old thing, I gave you time to think about it. Is you do not know how to appreciate? This dog chain is to buy the price of the Xiao family's ancestral mansion. Today you are to sell also have to sell. Do not sell also have to sell. You if you get in the way, I'll exterminate your Xiao family. Deceiving people too much. Deceiving people too much. How can the small Xiao family be the Chu family's opponent? Is the Xiao family going to be in my Xiao War's hands? Xiao Zhan finally did not hold back. His internal injuries recurred, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. Dad! Xiao Sunair sadly shrieked out with a worried expression. Sins, it's over. The Xiao family is over. Yang Lian slapped her thighs and begged. Chu Xiao, we don't want the Xiao family's ancestral residence. We'll give it to your Chu family, please spare us. How can that be? Our Chu family is not an unreasonable person. Saying a good dog chain to buy is definitely a good idea. Chu Feihe disdainfully sneered. But only now do you regret. Only now do you know that you begged me. It's too late. Today will definitely destroy the Xiao family. Yang Lian was desperate. Suddenly seeing Yan Donglai who was hiding to the side, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yan Xiao, please put in a good word for us with Chu Xiao. Only you can help us now. Yan Donglai's eyes dodged and hesitated, unable to say a single word. Kidding aside, the Yan family had some status in Song City, but it was nothing compared to the Chu family. Young Yan, as long as you can get Chu Xiao to let the Xiao family go, I'll be the one to marry Kaoru to you. Yang Lian directly hit Yan Donglai's soft underbelly. As expected, Yan Donglai's eyes lit up when he heard this and looked towards Xiao Xianer. Xiao Xianer looked at Xiao Yan with bleak eyes. Then she clenched her teeth and did not say anything. It was considered as a default. At this time, if she could save the Xiao family and Xiao Zhan, she had no choice. Good, I will go and say it. Yan Donglai finished speaking and walked towards Chu Feihe. Chapter 15, I'll give you death. Young Chu, do you still remember me? Yan Donglai came to Chu Feihe's front like a pug and said respectfully. Chu Feihe cast a sidelong glance at Yan Donglai. Who are you? I am Yan family Yan Donglai, Yan Shuping's son. Before at a reception, we also met it. You see this matter cannot. Give me a face. Scram. You count what things, not to mention you. Is your father Yan Shuping in front of me as only a dog? Do not get in the way in front of me. Otherwise I even your Yan family and destroyed. Chu Feihe said impatiently. When Yan Donglai heard this, his face turned white. He didn't even dare to let out a single fart and hurriedly hid to the side. It's over. It's over. Is the heavens going to forget about the Xiao family? You guys give me a smash. Today I'm going to make Xiao War Old Thing's birthday gift turn into a funeral. Chu Feihe rushed the guards behind him and waved his hand. Immediately, the Chu family guards were about to strike in unison. You Chu family is so skillful in taking and killing people. Isn't it too overbearing? Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Right at this time, behind Xiao Zhan, a youth stood up and said indifferently. What are you doing, you white-eyed wolf? Do you still think that the Xiao family is not miserable enough? Hearing Xiao Yan speak, Yang Lian's face changed drastically. She instinctively thought that Xiao Yan was trying to deliberately provoke Chu Feihe and wanted to put the Xiao family to death. It is fine if you want to say so. In Song City, no one has dared to disobey the will of our Chu family. Boy, who are you? It is best if you don't mind your own business and don't become a companion of the Xiao family. Chu Feihe glanced at the youth with disdain. Second young master, he is Xiao Yan. Just at this time, Chu Xiong, the Chu family's butler on the side, recognized Xiao Yan and whispered in Chu Feihe's ear. So you are the Xiao family's wasteful adopted son Xiao Yan. For lousy to be able to look at your daughter and let your daughter be a maid is a blessing that your ancestors have cultivated for 8 generations. For you to not know how to be good, and to spoil Lousy's good deed, it is just as well that today, Lousy will even clean up with you. Your daughter Lousy is bound to get. Look at this small appearance. In the future it will definitely be fun. Ha ha. Chu Feihe's eyes revealed a greedy look when he saw the powdery Xiao Siyu in Xiao Suner's arms. Although Xiao Siyu was only 6 or 7 years old, but her eyebrows already had the mold of a beauty billet. Chu Feihe bought Xiao Siyu just to be lowly raised. This was one of Chu Feihe's fetishes. Pervert, asshole. Xiao Suner broke into a curse and hurriedly protected Xiao Siyu behind her. I asked the Chu family head to bring the Chu family up to apologize. Why didn't you do so? Xiao Yan acted calmly, but those who knew him knew that the more calm Xiao Yan acted, the more terrifying he was because he was about to kill someone. What kind of thing are you? Letting our family head take the blame and give you face. Chu Xiong looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile and said, the guards that came from the Chu family this time were all experts that the Chu family had spent a lot of money to raise over the years. They were not comparable to those individual bodyguards from yesterday, so Chu Xiong was not afraid of Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong at all. However, before Chu Xiong could speak, his smile froze on his face and his eyes were even filled with fear. Disobeying my order, I grant you to die with a severed head. One could only see Xiao Yan's eyes staring at Chu Xiong as he raised his hand and gently pointed at Chu Xiong, and a crack was seen appearing on Chu Xiong's neck as blood gushed out, and then his head rolled down to the ground. Silence. A needle could be heard at the scene. What is this situation? How did Chu Xiong suddenly die such a tragic death? Everything happened too fast. No one knew how Xiao Yan's had struck. You killed Chu Xiong? Chu Feihe screamed as he slowed down from his shock. Now it is your turn. Xiao Yan said indifferently. It was too bizarre, too frightening, There was something odd about this Xiao Yan. What are you guys still waiting for? Go up and kill him for me. Chu Feiha hastily backed away while rushing to shout at the rushing Chu family guards. Then no one responded to him. At this time, the 30 or so Chu family guards that Chu Feiha brought had all fallen to the ground, and next to that pile of corpses was standing a tiger-backed strong man, his hands wrapped around his chest, teasingly looking at Chu Feiha. All the people present sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Was this still a human being? Originally, what Xiao Yan had shown was already shocking enough, but he did not expect that this comrade in arms who had come with Xiao Yan was even more terrifying. In a single glance the experts that the Chu family had worked so hard to cultivate all fell at his feet, not even having the chance to scream miserably. Yan Donglai, who was on the side, turned pale and felt a cold chill on his neck. Regretfully, he really wanted to slap himself a few times, but at the same time, he was also glad that Xiao Yan did not have a general understanding with himself just now, or else the corpses lying on the ground would have been more than one of his own. Now where else would he dare to hit Xiao Sunair's idea again? Expecting Xiao Yan to forget all the things that he had done to him earlier with great disrespect in a while. Is this still my brother Xiao Yan? Xiao Sunair stared blankly at Xiao Yan's mountain-like back. Xiao Zhan also looked at Xiao Yan incredulously. Yang Lian's eyes flickered and she did not dare to look at Xiao Yan. Just now she had been so mean to Xiao Yan. Would he hold a grudge against her? What the crowd thought, Xiao Yan did not know. He only looked at Chu Feiha indifferently and walked towards him step by step. Chu Feiha's face was miserably colorless as he finally realized Xiao Yan's frighteningness. You, don't come over. I am the second young master of the Chu family. If you hurt me, my father will not let you go. Yener, stop. 10,000 must not hurt Chu Feiha. He is the second young master of the Chu family, head of the family. If he has an accident, the Chu family will definitely take the anger out on you. The Chu family's anger is not something we can afford. Just at this time Xiao Zhan came back to his senses and immediately spoke out to stop Xiao Yan from doing anything. Xiao Yan and his comrade in arms were very strong, but the Chu family was a first-class family in Song City and was powerful, so how could the two of them be a match for the entire Chu family? Yes, brother Xiao Yan, stop, Xiao Sunair also said with worry. Old thing, count on you to recognize the time and know the power of my Chu family. You think that you can save the Xiao family and your dog's life this way? Now you all immediately kneel down and kowtow to me. Kowtow until I am satisfied. Seeing Xiao Yan stopping, Chu Feiha thought that Xiao Yan had scorned the Chu family in his heart and did not dare to lay his hands on himself, so he resumed his previous haughty and disdainful demeanor. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth turned upwards as he smiled faintly and reached out to point at Chu Feiha. I will grant you to die with your 5 viscera and 6 bowels bursting. Xiao Yan's words had just finished when he only heard the muffled sound of bang 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 coming from Chu Feiha's body, and then he saw Chu Feiha's 7 orifices bleeding, staring at his large eyes, and collapsed straight to the ground without a single miserable scream. He had actually killed the Chu family's second youngest. This person was insane. The guests present all looked at Xiao Yan as if they were looking at a devil. Yener, you have gotten into trouble. Hurry and leave Song City. Xiao Yan looked at Chu Feiha's corpse and pounded his chest in worry. Brother Xiao Yan, you quickly leave. You killed Chu Feiha. The Chu family will not let you go. Xiao Suner also said. Xiao Yan turned around and plopped down and knelt in front of Xiao Zhan. Dad, I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to Kaoru. I'm sorry to Mom. I'm sorry to you Ing. I'm sorry to see you. 6 years ago, I left you all behind to join the army, letting you all suffer so much, and you Ing even more so. Now that I'm back, I swear that I will use my life to protect you all, and anyone who dares to harm you, I will definitely make them pay the price in blood. Xiao Zhan's old eyes were filled with tears and his eyes showed relief. Yener was still so sentimental and righteous. Xiao Sunair also had tears in her eyes, as if she had returned to a time when she was young and Xiao Yan had used his body to hold up a wall of security for himself. A strong sense of shame flowed from Yang Lian's eyes. Keed, take care of Siyu for me. Zi Long, bring Chu Feiha's corpse and go to the Chu family. After saying this, Xiao Yan rose with a loud voice and took a large step outside. Chapter 16, Did you find the battle? Lanshin Hotel, one of the landmarks of Song City, the Chu family's property. At this time, the outside of the Orchid Hotel was decorated with lights and luxury cars. Today was the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the Chu Group, and it was also the 10th anniversary of the Chu family's promotion to a first-class family. Back then, the Chu family was promoted to a first-class family in the same year as the Zhao family, the Qi family, and the Qin family. Moreover, these 4 families were in the same breath, married to each other, and were very powerful. Therefore, these 4 families were known as the 4 new noble families of Song City. The Hummer stopped outside the hotel. Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong got off successively and walked towards the hotel. Stop, please show your invitations. Just at this moment, the security guard standing at the entrance rudely blocked their way. Bang! Zhao Zilong threw Chu Feiha's corpse in front of the security guard. this invitation. What do you think? When the security guard saw Chu Feiha's corpse, he immediately turned white with fear and pointed at Zhao Zilong, unable to speak. You. As the security guard spoke, his eyes rolled over and he actually fainted directly. With this kind of guts? Still dare to be so horizontal? Inside the hall, soothing music was playing, and big star Yang Yi was scratching her head and singing on the stage. On the dance floor, many celebrities in Song City were dancing elegantly with their partners. The flowing seats were filled with various kinds of food. Celebrities dressed in gentlemen and splendor were chatting with each other from time to time. Above the main guest, Chu family head Chu Xiaoyan looked at the hall full of guests, his eyes full of pride. Dad, the ceremony is about to start, and I still can't contact Feiha right now. At this time, Chu Feiyu walked up to Chu Xiaoyang and said, "This asshole, all day long he doesn't do his job and spends his days drinking. It seems like it's time to take back the real estate, or else the Chu family will sooner or later be finished being defeated by this asshole." Chu Xiaoyang frowned and said painfully. When Chu Feiyu heard Chu Xiaoyang say this, his heart was instantly delighted. Chu Xiaoyang only had 2 sons. In other words, the only person who could compete with Chu Feiyu for the position of family head was Chu Feiha. As long as Chu Feiha was deadlier, the farther away he would be from the position of the family head, and the position of the family head would not be his own. Dad, the second brother still has the ability. These years the real estate industry in the hands of the second brother is still developing sound and colorful. Chu Feiyu very well hid his own ambition, put on an appearance of speaking for Chu Feiha. This was called cupping. Chu Xiaoyang glanced at Chu Feiyu with relief. You still speak for this rebellious son, but Feiyu, you are doing very well. These years the foreign trade business is developing well. Do a good job. In the future, when I retire, Chu's group is handed over to you, Dad, rest assured. I must live up to Dad's hard work and teaching. Chu Feiyu immediately said. Aha. Chu Xiaoyang nodded appreciatively. Dad, listening to Aunt said, yesterday Zhao family and Han family marriage. The result was a third-rate family's adopted son to smash the scene. Rumor has it that cousin Zhao Shichang was also wasted both arms. Fortunately get timely treatment. Otherwise life is worrying. The Zhao family has really been developing more and more retrogressively over the years. Even the adopted son of a third-rate family can't deal with it, deluding themselves into being one of the 4 great families. Chu Xiaoyang coldly laughed. Although the 4 great families were in the same breath, but they also each had their own demons. So for the Zhao family's suffering, Chu Xiaoyang did not have much sympathy. Of the 4 great families, the Zhao family's strength was the weakest, but even so, it wasn't something a third-rate family could compare to. It's said that that kid is Xiao Yan, the adopted son of the Xiao family, the same Xiao Yan who drugged the #1 beauty of Song City, Han Yueying, to meddlesome 6 years ago. And this kid let slip when he was on his way out that he would have the entire family of the Zhao and Han families to give Han Yueying a burial in 7 days' time. So it's this trash. The Zhao family has truly fallen. Being bullied by a trash like this. Chu Xiaoyang shook his head with a look of hatred. Just as well. You go and check out the Xiao family as well as the Xiao Yan. No matter how you say it, the Zhao family is also one of the 4 great families. To be bullied by a third-rate family, to spread it out would be a loss of face for the 4 great families. You will bring someone to destroy the Xiao family tomorrow, so that everyone in Song City will see what happens when you anger the 4 great families. Tomorrow child will go and do it. Chu Feiyu said. Looking at the guests coming almost, there was still no sign of Chu Feiha. Chu Xiaoyang said with a sullen face, not waiting for Feiha, the ceremony starts now. After a song, the spotlight hit the podium, Chu Xiaoyang's body. No one noticed that at this time, at the door of the living room, a young man and a strong man walked in, the strong man's hand dragging a corpse, until the 2 blocks were about to approach the podium. Yang Yi, who was standing on the side of the podium, saw the youth. It's you, Yang Yi couldn't help but say in surprise. Within the quiet hall, Yang Yi's exclamation of surprise was so sudden that all the gazes of the people followed her gaze. Chu Feiyu also followed Yang Yi's gaze and his face was stunned when he saw this familiar figure. It's you, little white boy. Who let you in? Get the hell out of here. Is this also a place where trash like you deserve to come? Chu Feiyu then drank coldly. When Chu Feiyu saw Xiao Yan, he immediately recalled the scene at the airport yesterday when he was slapped by Lin Shui, the second miss of the Lin family, a powerful family in the Two Rivers Road. It was such a shameful thing for the grand young master of the Chu family to be slapped in the face. If not for the fact that today was the Chu family's anniversary celebration, he would have hated to rush over right now and beat Xiao Yan up. Who is he? Chu Xiaoyang frowned at Chu Feiyu and asked. He is Xiao Yan of the Xiao family. Right at this moment, a person who had attended the engagement banquet of the Zhao and Han families yesterday recognized Xiao Yan and shrieked in shock. He is the Xiao Yan who made a scene at the engagement banquet of the Zhao and Han families yesterday. The trash Xiao Yan who drugged Han Yueying, the second miss of the Han family, 6 years ago? I heard that this brat not only made a big mess of the banquet, but also killed Han Yi, ruined young master Zhao Shiqing's arms, and threatened to make the entire clan of the Han and Zhao families bury Han Yueying with him. Doesn't he know that the Zhao and Chu families are cousins? And Zhao Shiqing is the nephew of the Chu family head? Still dares to come here to die. Inside the hall, all the guests were murmuring and looking at Xiao Yan with sympathy, and Xiao Yan remained stoic, as if he did not hear it. So it is you, this waste. I was about to look for you, but I did not expect you to send yourself to the door. Now are you going to waste both your arms and then commit suicide? Or are you going to let me do it? I am afraid that at that time, I will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Chu Feiyu laughed coldly. Since he knew Xiao Yan's identity, he thought that if he killed him, the Lin family would not stand up for this brat. Chu Xiao, make sure not to let this soft-eating little white boy go. Kill him. At this time, Yang Yi stared viciously at Xiao Yan and rushed at Chu Feiyu, thinking of how she had been humiliated yesterday because of Xiao Yan. Yang Yi's anger was overwhelming. When had she, a big star, been treated like this? Xiao Yan looked at Yang Yi and smiled faintly. Are you sure he has the strength to kill me? Humph. Chu Xiao has connections in the military. Even the warplanes can be found to escort me. Killing a little white boy like you is not a breeze. Yang Yi held her head high and said arrogantly, are you sure that the warplane was found by him? The smirk on Xiao Yan's face increased. Chapter 17, White Dragon Order. Of course it's Chu Xiao. Is it still you? The little white boy. Right, Chu Xiao, Yang Yi said disdainfully. Xiao Yan looked at Chu Feiyu as if mocking. At the same time, everyone present was looking at Chu Feiyu expectantly, hoping to get confirmation from him. Chu Feiyu was riding a tiger and could not deny it at this time. After all, it was about his and the Chu family's face. Besides, she was enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. That's right, it's me who hired the fighter escort. My dad was serving in the White Dragon Army in the Southern Realm War Zone back then. Naturally our Chu family has a deep relationship with the military. Now you know the strength of our Chu family. So if you're sensible, you hurry up and cut yourself off, so you don't have to suffer. The Chu family actually had a military background, and was really able to invite a fighter jet to escort them? Many of the VIPs present were shocked in their hearts. The military's line was not something you could get on just because you had money and power. They were an independent system with a supreme status. Even some of the truly powerful families were not necessarily qualified to have warplanes escorting them. Over the years, the Chu family had really kept a low profile, and had hitched a ride on the military's line without saying a word. It seemed that the Tsang City family rankings were about to change. Some people's minds began to come alive, thinking about how to flatter the Chu family in the future. Xiao Yan glanced at Zhao Zilong with strange eyes. Zhao Zilong was also confused. Chu Xiaoyang was his own soldier. Why did he not have an impression? Let's put your matters aside for now. Today is the Chu family's anniversary celebration. I am here to deliver a gift, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Bang! At this time Zhao Zilong, who was standing behind Xiao Yan, casually threw his hand and threw Chu Feiha's body on the podium. Feiha, second brother. Seeing Chu Feiha's corpse, Chu Xiaoyang and Chu Feiyu shouted out almost simultaneously. Yang Yi was so scared that her face turned pale and she backed up. They finally understood at this moment why they had been unable to contact Chu Feiha. What a vicious heart. My Chu family has no grievances or enmity with you. Why do you want to poison my son next time? Chu Xiaoyang reddened his eyes, bared his teeth, and stared at Xiao Yan in death. The guests looked at each other in disbelief. No one had expected such a thing to happen on what was originally the big day of the Chu family's anniversary celebration. This question, you might as well go to the Yellow Springs Road and ask your son personally, Xiao Yan faintly said. Rampant. Even if the Heavenly King came today, he would not be able to save you. And the Xiao family, prepare to meet the Chu family's wrath. Chu Xiaoyang was in a state of madness. At this moment, he could not wait to lynch Xiao Yan and eat his flesh alive. Although he knew that Chu Feiha had been committing crimes outside and bullying men and women all these years. But so what? He is my Chu Xiaoyang's son, and based on this, who would dare to complain? He had never thought that this third-rate family's adopted son, who did not know how to die, would dare to kill his own son. The guests present looked at Xiao Yan and all sighed and shook their heads. This brat had offended the Chu family and still dared to send his door to seek death. One really did not know whether to say that he was a fool or a fool. Someone come. Get me this thing that doesn't know the heights of heaven to chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Chu Xiaoyan's words fell, and dozens of Chu family guards immediately poured out in all directions. Chu Feiyu stood on the sidelines looking at Xiao Yan, his eyes penetrating a cold smile. He did not care about Chu Feiha's death. At this moment, he was instead somewhat grateful to Xiao Yan, removing the hidden danger of competing for the family head for him. However, just at this time, a violent shout came. Bold Chu Xiaoyang, why don't you roll over and suffer death? The crowd was all shaken by this roar, causing their eardrums to ache and almost fainted on the spot. All of them looked in the direction of the source of the sound. only to see a strong man with a tiger's back and big copper bell eyes. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn down the entire hotel. Previously, all the attention was focused on Xiao Yan's body, and it was only at this time that he noticed Zhao Zilong who had come with Xiao Yan. Chu Xiaoyang, who was originally furious, was shaken when he heard this shout. Who are you? Do you remember what this is? Right at this moment, Zhao Zilong's hand had a gold-encrusted token in it at some point, the front engraved with the words White Dragon, and the back depicted a lifelike golden dragon. White Dragon Order. When Chu Xiaoyang saw the token, his face changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but scream out in shock. Many people knew that Chu Xiaoyang had been a soldier, but very few people knew that he was also a member of the White Dragon Army, but was only an ordinary soldier in the logistics department, and had no qualifications to see Zhao Zilong, the leader of the White Dragon Army. The White Dragon Order is the only one in the world that Chu Xiaoyang has seen once by chance. The White Dragon Order is a military talisman for dispatching the White Dragon Army. Only the leader of the White Dragon Order owns it. He has a White Dragon Order. Could he be? Are you General Zhao? Zhao? Chu Xiaoyang asked in a tentative whisper. Since you know it's me, don't roll over. Zhao Zilong's voice rang out like a loud bell. To the dismay of all, Chu Xiaoyang's face turned pale as he rolled and crawled to Zhao Zilong's face, plopping down on his knees. My subordinate didn't know that General Zhao was coming. I've missed the welcome. A capital offense. You deserve to die, but it's not up to me to kill you or not. It's up to you, sir, to decide. Zhao Zilong sank his face, his eyes staring coldly at Chu Xiaoyang. Chu Xiaoyang trembled. Zhao Zilong's strength Chu Xiaoyang is very clear. He wants to let himself die in the third night. He will absolutely not live through the fifth night. Moreover, Zhao Zilong has a high level of achievement and self-esteem. Very few people can get into his eyes. Even the great dragon country's lord he dared to contradict. What kind of existence makes Zhao Zilong so afraid that he can't even decide whether to kill himself or not? Mister? Looking at Zhao Zilong being so respectful to Xiao Yan, Chu Xiaoyang suddenly thought of something and instantly his face turned ashen, only feeling a wave of dizziness. In today's world, there is only one person who can make Zhao Zilong so respectful and fearful. That is, war. War. Chu Xiaoyang trembled with fear, violently rushed at Xiao Yan and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic, snotting and tearing, and his words of fear could not even be spoken properly. He finally knew what person the Chu family had offended. That existence that could overthrow the world if he raised his hand and invested in it. Damn Chu Feihe, digging such a big pit for his old son. Is he going to let the entire Chu family give him a burial? This scene caused all the people to be shocked. What the hell? The head of the hallowed Chu family would actually kowtow to the adopted son of a third-rate family? Am I dreaming? Dad, what are you doing? Why are you giving such a big salute to your enemy? This punk killed second brother. You must avenge second brother. Chu Feiyu was very puzzled when he saw that Chu Xiaoyang was actually being so respectful to Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong, and spoke out to remind him. Yes, Uncle Chu, this trash is lawless and kills people hastily. His crime is so he deserves to die. You must not be blinded by him. Kill this trash immediately. Yang Yi, who had slowed down at this time, also walked to Chu Feiyu's side and said maliciously. Chu Xiaoyang continued to kowtow at Xiao Yan as if he had not heard the words of Xiao Feiyu and Yang Yi. Xiao Yan, I don't care what means you used to hoodwink my father and offend our Chu family. Today is the day of your death. I will make the entire Xiao family go to hell with you. Chu Feiyu's eyes stared icily at Xiao Yan. I will take the corpses of all of you Xiao family and expose them to the sun for 3 days, so that the entire Tsung city will see the down from offending our Chu family. Zhao Zilong looked at Chu Feiyu like a fool. How did Chu Xiaoyang give birth to such two unenlightened things that still can't recognize the form by now? Serves the Chu family right to have this calamity. Chapter 18, I'll give you the death of your entire clan. Hearing that Chu Feiyu had actually threatened himself with the Xiao family, Xiao Yan's eyes turned cold. The dragon had reverse scales, and the Xiao family was Xiao Yan's reverse scales. Whoever touched it would die. Xiao Yan, you waste. Why don't you roll over and kneel down for me and Chu Xiao? Yang Yi pointed at Xiao Yan in a commanding tone. At this moment, Yang Yi finally felt like she was going to raise her eyebrows and vent out the bad anger she had suffered at the airport earlier. Shut up. Where are the men? Pull these two ungrateful bastards out for me and sink them into the Tsung River to feed the fish. Finally, Chu Xiaoyang, who couldn't bear it anymore, his eyes covered with blood, violently yelled at Chu Feiyu and Yang Yi. These two bastards, did they have to pit the Chu family to death before they would give up? Hearing Chu Xiaoyang's order, immediately a few Chu family guards rushed up and tied up Chu Feiyu and Yang Yi. At this time, Chu Feiyu realized that Chu Xiaoyang was not joking, but really wanted to destroy his family in a big way. But, why? Chu Feiyu suddenly remembered. Just now his father called that strong man as General Zhao, and his father once seemed to mention to him that back then in the military camp, the leader of the White Dragon Army was surnamed Zhao. Could, then who was the adopted son of a third-rate family waste that could be treated respectfully by Zhao Zilong? the leader of the White Dragon Army? Shura War Emperor. He is the Shura War Emperor. Chu Feiyu looked at Xiao Yan in horror as if the end had come. A foul stench came from underneath his qua. He did not understand until now what kind of existence the Chu family had messed with. Spare me! Spare me! I really don't know that you are a Xiao Luo. Before Chu Feiyu finished his words, he was punched in the head by the guard and directly fainted. Yang Yi also screamed in fear. Let go of me! Let go of me! You've arrested the wrong person. You should go and arrest that punk. Unfortunately, Yang Yi was dead to the world and still didn't even know what mistake she had actually made. The two were directly pulled out of the hotel by the guards. Inside the hotel, it was silent and a pin could be heard. All the people were stunned and dumbfounded. To death. No one would have thought that it would actually be such an outcome. That the Chu family head had personally ended his own son? Was this Xiao Yan really just the adopted son of a third-rate family? Right now, even a fool could see that things were definitely not as simple as they thought. It seemed that Song City was about to change days, and this was everyone's heartbeat. Xiao Yan glanced faintly at Chu Xiaoyan who was kneeling on the ground. From now on, the Chu family will serve the Xiao family as servants for the rest of their lives, and if they have any second thoughts, they will exterminate the entire family. Xiao Yan's flat words resounded in Chu Xiaoyan's ears. Chu Xiaoyang was like an amnesty and was ecstatic. He was originally prepared for the Chu family to be destroyed, but he did not expect the peak to turn around. To be a servant to the War Emperor, with the status position of the War Emperor, even if some famous families wanted to give him a lift, they were not worthy of it. In this way, it seems that he is instead blessed by a disaster today. Many thanks to the war. Chu Xiaoyang was just about to kneel down to thank him when suddenly the door of the hall was pushed open. Chu family head, don't be fooled by Xiao Yan. I have already checked. This Xiao Yan has not been a soldier at all. He is just beckoning. Zhao Qishan, the Zhao family head, led the Zhao family clansmen and guards and fishtailed into the room. What evidence do you have? Chu Xiaoyang asked suspiciously. Evidence? Zhao Qishan coldly laughed. I've asked someone to check. Xiao Yan's name is not even on the soldier register of the Southern Realm War Zone. If it's a regular soldier, how could it not be on the list of the soldier register? But they have the White Dragon Order in their hands. Zhao Qishan said disdainfully. Chu family head, the White Dragon Order is just a token. Maybe they stole it from the barracks, or maybe they found someone to imitate it. This guy even dared to imitate the State Lord's Night Pearl and the Big Dipper 9-star Jade Ruin. So what is a small token worth? Chu family master, think again. Xiao Yan is nothing more than the adopted son of a third-rate family. Even if he went to become a soldier, what could he accomplish in 6 years? If he really obtained any military rank, how come he did not have any subordinates accompanying him? And how could he sneak around and come to Tsong City? After Zhao Qishan's mention, Chu Xiaoyang suddenly woke up. Since the beginning, the other party had only taken out a token that they didn't know if it was real or fake, and let themselves be distracted. And when he thought about it carefully, apart from that token, there was simply no evidence to prove their identity. Suddenly Zhao Qishan's changed. Just now in order to calm Xiao Yan's anger, he had sunk his own son into the Tsong River. Really confused. Quickly come someone, hurry to the Tsong River and bring the eldest young master back. Xiao Yan did not say anything since the beginning and coldly watched Zhao Qishan's performance. Zhao Zilong looked at Zhao Qishan as if he was looking at a fool. The War Emperor was the supreme commander of the Southern Realm battle area of the Great Dragon Kingdom, and how could it be written in the soldier's book? It's only normal that you guys can't find out about it. At this time, Chu Xiaoyang stood up, and his attitude towards Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong underwent a 180-degree transformation. The eyes did not have the slightest bit of awe and were filled with anger. You two liars. You killed my son Feiha and almost killed Feiyu again. Say it, how do you want to die? Chu Xiaoyang looked at Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong with a gloomy gaze. Xiao Yan acted calmly and teasingly looked at Chu Xiaoyang. Are you sure you don't regret for the decision you made now? I only regret not killing you earlier. Chu Xiaoyang coldly said. Seeing that Xiao Yan was still so calm when he was on the verge of death, he really did not know whether he was ignorant or fearless. You waste. You are still obsessed even now. Do you think you can still walk out of this gate? Zhao Qishan said with a cold smile. A trickster trash. How dare you go against our Zhao and Chu families? You really don't know how to die. But you shouldn't worry about being lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. I'll have the entire Xiao family join you on the road. As Zhao Qishan's words fell, behind him, a group of Zhao family guards escorted a group of Xiao family members such as Xiao Zhan, Xiao Lianer, and Xiao Siyu who were all tied up. Brother Xiao Yan, you quickly run. Don't mind us. Xiao Lavender shouted at Xiao Yan. Yener, you quickly go. Stay in the green hills. Not afraid of no firewood. Xiao Zhaner, whose clothes were tattered and covered in blood, said as he rushed at Xiao Yan. Dad, Dad. Xiao Siyu's small face was hanging with tear stains, and the corners of his mouth were hanging with blood, which was obviously beaten. Xiao Yan saw his loved ones being tormented like this, A cold and bone-piercing rushing killing intent enveloped the entire hotel. The entire hotel felt a suffocating oppression that came from all directions and pressed them all, seeking death. Zhao Qishan looked at Xiao Yan with his teeth bared as if he was about to eat someone, and his heart burst with pleasure. Ha ha, Xiao Yan, didn't you love that Han Yueying very much? I have already sent people to dig up her grave, and I will hang her corpse along with the corpses of all of your Xiao family on the walls of Tsang City, so that the people of Tsang City can see the consequences of angering our Zhao family. As for this wild seed you had with Han Yueying, I'll sell her to the northern barbarian realm and make her suffer as a slave and a servant girl. Zhao Qishan, you shall not die. You don't even spare the dead people and children. Xiao Zhan waited with bloodshot eyes and cursed angrily. And a wild seed. What are they? No different from animals in my eyes. Zhao Qishan said disdainfully. Chu family master. Do it. Xiao Yan killed Fei He. Let you take his head. Chu Xiaoyang stared at Xiao Yan grimly and beckoned at the Chu family guards. Take him down for me. Xiao Yan's face did not change. His gaze was flat, and his windbreaker rose without wind. Zhao family, Chu family, I bestow upon your entire clan, to die in separate corpses. Chapter 119, I gave you a chance. Ha ha, letting us die in pieces? As the words of the joke fell, Zhao Qishan and Chu Xiaoyang laughed out loud as if they had heard some heavenly joke. You're afraid that you haven't recognized the form clearly. I know that this one beside you is very capable of fighting, but so what? The depths of our Zhao and Chu families are not something that trash like you can know. Today you guys can't even fly with your wings. After Chu Xiaoyang finished speaking, a dozen or so Chu family guards made their move at the same time and rushed towards Xiao Yan. Chu Xiaoyang, you son of a, you shall not die. Seeing that Xiao Yan was in danger, Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with blood and he kept struggling. Brother Xiao Yan, brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Sunair burst into tears. Her heart was very desperate. Dad, please don't hurt my dad. Xiao Siyu was also crying with tearful treats, making people very heartbroken. Xiao Yan did not move like a mountain. His gaze was calm as he looked at them as if they were corpses. A mere external strength, also dare to act recklessly in front of me. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he extended his 5 fingers and suddenly a dozen white air currents that were visible to the naked eye flew towards the dozen or so guards that rushed towards him as if they were sharp swords. It instantly entered the body of the guards, and a bizarre scene appeared. The dozen or so guards, all of them stopped their forward rushing movements and opened their big, terrified eyes as their bodies slowly bulged. Boom boom boom. Suddenly a dozen or so guards' bodies simultaneously emitted a muffled sound, and their limbs and heads fell off from their bodies, dead beyond death. All of them were stunned by this sudden scene. Only Zhao Zilong, with his hands suffering in front of his chest, did not have a trace of surprise, and there was a smile in his eyes. When a war emperor was angry, he would ambush millions of corpses. This was no joke. You're a patriarch expert. Chu Xiaoyang screamed out in terror, his body constantly retreating. You actually know of a Zongshi expert? Xiao Yan smiled as he took a step towards Chu Xiaoyang. In the Jianghu, there were a total of 3 realms in the path of martial arts. They were external strength expert, internal strength expert, and patriarch expert. And each realm was further divided into 3 sub-realms, namely, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. External strength masters mainly rely on the strength of the body, toughness to the enemy. The competition is whose body is harder. External strength masters, but the body cultivated out of the true qi. Against the enemy, the true qi wrapped in punches and kicks, which can reduce the damage to the body. The power will also increase exponentially. Like the Zhao family to provide you Nanshan is this realm. A Zongshi expert is one who can condense and mold his true qi into a shape that can be externally released to kill people. The experts who could reach the level of Grandmaster were all practicing hard for decades, and they were all giants in any place, and they could destroy a sect or a family with a single move of their hands and feet. The entire Great Dragon country's Zongshi masters would not be more than a slap in the face, and could be called a phoenix feather. Chu Xiaoyang made it to the ground with his butt. Now he finally understood Xiao Yan's fearfulness. How could such a powerful person use some carving skills to deceive people? It could only mean one thing, that White Dragon order was real. Chu Xiaoyang regretted it. Obviously Xiao Yan had already given him a chance, but he was blinded by hatred and missed such a good opportunity. The cost was actually the entire Chu family. When he thought of this, Chu Xiaoyang stared viciously at Zhao Qishan, itching to kill him by 1,000 cuts. If it was not for the appearance of this old thing, how could he be dim-witted? War emperor, spare your life ah. Chu Xiaoyang shivered and knelt on the ground. Xiao Yan's cold face did not carry the slightest emotion. I have given you the opportunity. It is you who do not cherish it. People always have to pay the price for their own mistakes. Suddenly Xiao Yan reached out and pointed. Chu Xiaoyang's body unexpectedly floated up on its own. In his horrified eyes, his body was the same as that of the Chu family guards. His limbs and head fell off from his body. A generation of lords and heroes had fallen. Zhao Qishan also completely didn't expect such an outcome, and his face turned pale. Zhao Qishan knew that saying anything now would not help. He had already offended Xiao Yan to death. Even if he begged for forgiveness, Xiao Yan would not let the Zhao family go. But was there really no turnaround? Zhao Qishan looked cruelly at Xiao Zhan and the others. Xiao Yan, I don't care what you are or what you are capable of. Now you obediently cut yourself. Otherwise I will kill your adoptive parents. Your daughter. Zhao Qishan broke the pot and smiled grimly as he placed a knife across Xiao Zhan's neck. Yener, you don't care about me. You quickly go. Xiao Zhan's neck was stretched, and he looked like he was about to generously die. Xiao Yan faintly looked at Zhao Qishan. You don't have this chance. Seeing Xiao Yan so calm, Zhao Qishan had a very uneasy feeling within his heart. It was at this time, a rumbling sound came from outside the hotel, as if a steel beast was roaring, and dozens of armed helicopters were in the sky, blocking the sky within a few hundred meters of the hotel. Then a group of heavily armed city defense soldiers led by a valiant beauty rushed into the hotel. It was the Tsang City Defense Force. Captain Lin, you've come at the right time. Hurry up and arrest these two outlaws. Seeing the visitor, Zhao Qishan's face was overjoyed. The main role of the City Defense Force was to be responsible for the security and law and order matters of Tsang City. And in Zhao Qishan's opinion, Lin Shui's appearance here must be because she was aware of what Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong had done in Tsang City over the past few days, killing people and setting them on fire. So he instinctively felt that Lin Shui had come to arrest Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong. Then what Zhao Qishan did not expect was, Lin Shui directly ignored him and walked over to Xiao Yan and respectfully saluted. Sir, Lin Shui has come late. Please forgive me. Xiao Yan nodded at Lin Shui before taking a step towards Zhao Qishan. Captain Lin, hurry up and arrest them. What are you waiting for? Zhao Qishan watched in horror as Xiao Yan walked towards him. Don't come over. Do you want to let all your family members die? Xiao Yan was indifferent. I said that you don't have a chance. Don't believe me. Try. Looking at Xiao Yan ignoring his threat, Zhao Qishan's heart crossed and he slashed at Xiao Zhan with all his might. Xiao Zhan also thought that he was bound to die and closed his eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not feel the knife fall and opened his eyes in surprise to look at Zhao Qishan, only to see Zhao Qishan's body as if he was a statue, holding up the knife, his eyes filled with unbelief and fear. How could this happen? You guys quickly killed him for me. Zhao Qishan roared at the Zhao family guards. However, at this moment, the expressions of the Zhao family guards were no different from Zhao Qishan's. Their bodies seemed to have stiffened and they couldn't move. I wanted to let you guys live for a few more days, but you don't cherish it. Xiao Yan walked to Zhao Qishan's front and looked at him condescendingly like a god of death. A powerful aura like a mountain around him oppressed the Zhao clan members who could not move. Then Xiao Yan reached out and pointed at Zhao Qishan. I will grant you to explode your body and die. No! Zhao Qishan roared in despair. Chapter 20, The Extermination of the Clan. The screams soon came to an abrupt end. Between the rain of blood in the sky, Zhao Qishan collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, exploding to death. Zhao Zilong was very perceptive and rushed to little Siyu's side to cover her eyes beforehand. Such a scene was not suitable for a young girl of only 4 or 5 years old to see. Lin Shui's apricot eyes widened. She had seen quite a few experts and strong people. However, there was only one person who was as strong as Xiao Yan. Picking up the little Siyu who still obediently closed her eyes, Xiao Yan's eyes glanced and saw the little girl's wrist that had been scratched red. Swish! His gaze was cold and biting like a sword. School Captain Lin, regarding the aftermath, I will trouble you. No, no trouble. Lin Shui hurriedly shook her head. It would be a rare honor to work for the cultivator war emperor. Zilong, in. Zhao Zilong stepped forward and stood at attention. You stay and help Lieutenant Lin deal with it. Just follow what I said before. Yes. After answering, Zhao Zilong's complexion was slightly austere. He knew that with immediate effect, the Zhao two great clans would completely fall into history. In Tsang City, he was afraid that there was going to be a not-so-small tremor as well. Dad, Mom, Sister Kaoru, let's let you all be frightened. Let's go? At this time, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Sunair, and Yang Lian who were staring blankly only slightly came back to their senses, looked deeply at Xiao Yan, and nodded their heads with promise. Good, go, go. At this moment, the three people's view of Xiao Yan's ground in their hearts had already undergone a sea change. If it was said that before in the Xiao family, striking out to kill Chu Feiha was a momentary impulse, the courage of a man, then, what about now? Chopping down Zhao two family heads, in front of the Sunqing city defense officer. He was still able to bring them to leave securely in a dignified manner. Teenager from the army for 6 years, and then return. It seems, really is a big change. Xiao family, after returning, seeing Siyu's small pale face, still having lingering palpitations, Xiao Yan cursed his carelessness and hugged her for a good while. Little princess, we are not afraid. Those bad people before have been driven away by daddy. they definitely do not dare to come back to harm you. In the future, Daddy will always accompany you around, and be a bodyguard for you, okay? Yes, Daddy, pull the hook, pull the hook. Xiaoyan smiled and stretched out his finger to pull down with the little girl, his heart growing more and more fond of her. He could naturally see that his daughter's palpitations had not yet subsided, but the little girl did not cry like a normal child for fear of letting him worry and fret. Little age, this will take care of other people's emotions. Xiaoyan gratified at the same time, the heart also surged out of a sour and guilt. After some tossing and turning after talking for a while, the little girl's eyelids gradually sank. Finally some physical strength was not enough, and she fell into a deep sleep. Yenner. At this time, Xiao Zhan, who was sitting on the side, lightly called out, his face heavy with worry. Not only him, Xiao Sunair, Yang Lian and the mother and daughter were also sitting and lying down. The previous matter was really not a small impact for them. You killed Chu Xiaoyang, Zhao Qishan. Is it really alright? That school Captain Lin. And why did he not even care about you? Seems to still respect you? Dad, don't think too much. Xiaoyan smiled and handed over a cup of tea with both hands to Xiao Zhan to suppress his shock, saying, I have been in the army for 6 years, and I have been a comrade in arms with School Captain Lin before. Moreover, I heard School Captain Lin say too that the Tuzhao families had committed a major offense, and this time, he is there to arrest them. So, I've kinda helped her out, so naturally, she'll be fine. Xiao Zhan's family was stunned to hear this. So, it was like this? In that case, there really wasn't much of a problem. For a while, the family's heart that had been hanging in the air gradually fell, and on their faces, a smile of relief gradually emerged. Xiao Sunair patted her small breasts that were already somewhat full, pouted in feigned disappointment, and joked, Brother Xiaoyan, I thought that you were a big official in the outside world before, and returned home in honor. Xiaoyan smiled without saying anything. This niece, her senses are sensitive enough. Only, one's own official, only based on a big word to describe, seems, not quite enough. Ha ha, good. Chu family before has been looking for us unpleasant, this time planted, even if it is a heavenly congratulatory gift from heaven. Yenner, go, let's master and master drink. Cough, cough, Dad. Xiao Sunair hurriedly came over, and Yang Lian pointed at Xiao Zhan's head and counted. You're something that doesn't allow people to take care of you. Don't you know what kind of body you have? You just know how to drink all day long. Dad, drinking is not urgent. Healing is important. Saying this, Xiaoyan had already pulled Xiao Zhan's hand and placed 2 fingers on his wrist to diagnose his pulse. Xiao Zhan saw this and shook his head with a bitter smile. Alas, Yenner, you don't bother. This injury dragged on for a long time. It is not good to cure. Anyway, there is no big problem. Xiaoyan remained silent for 2 minutes before withdrawing his hand. This internal injury, if I let those Western doctors and physicians in the hospital to cure it, it is indeed troublesome, but it is not a problem for people in the line of duty like me. Keed, is there a silver needle? Kaoruer shook her head. The Shao family was not a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Where did the silver needle come from? Then you bring a pen and paper. I'll write a prescription as well. Oh, okay. Yang Lian gave Xiaoyan a surprised look. You even know Chinese medicine? Your father's injuries. We had invited a famous Chinese medicine master from Psong City to look at it before and he failed to look at it. Are you sure you can do it? Xiaoyan smiled confidently. As long as Dad can trust me, I will be able to. Ha ha, my own son. Of course I can trust him. After 6 years in the army, Xiaoyan had learned more than just a strong strength. Evening, Xiao Zhan, under the persuasion of the crowd, did not drink any more and sat with Xiaoyan, chatting with him and recounting the deep feelings of father and son. At first, Xiao Sunair chatted more cheerfully than Xiao Zhan, but after receiving a phone call, she went to the side and muttered, seeming to have been shirking something. It was a full quarter of an hour before she hung up the phone. After sitting back, Xiao Sunair glanced at Xiaoyan who was drinking tea by himself, and sat down in the past and swept over one of his arms. Brother Xiaoyan, there is a reception tomorrow. Why don't you accompany me? What's wrong? Xiao Sunair pouted her lips and said, the main character of this reception is the president of the Nebula Investment Group, Qin Xuan, and it is said that, this guy is a dude. A single girl like me always needs a man to protect her, right? Xiaoyan sniffed and his sword brow slightly raised. Then I will let Zilong. Seeing that Xiaoyan still wanted to shirk, Xiao Sunair actually pouted as if she was a child, shaking Xiaoyan's arm back and forth. Ouch! Brother Xiaoyan, is it good? Xiaoyan had a big head for a moment and could no longer refuse. Good, go. That, Kaoruer, all promised you. Can you let go? Ah, Xiao Sunair froze, but when she looked down and saw Xiaoyan's arm, she actually squeezed her own chest in 2 places. Ah! Xiao Sunair shouted and hurriedly let go of her hand. That face reddened appearance, attracting a burst of laughter. In the dead of night, the Han family was brightly lit. Just a moment ago, having obtained the first-hand news about the destruction of the Chu and Zhao families, the people gathered and sat together, each with a heavy expression. Grandmother, I heard that Xiaoyan forcefully killed the Chu family's second youngest during Xiao Battle's birthday banquet today and also approached the Chu family. After this, the Chu, Zhao two families were exterminated. Do you think that it could be related to that Xiaoyan? Han Yueshi spoke in a low voice, and on her pretty face, there was still a touch of undisguised fear. Impossible, old Mrs. Han violently stomped her cane in her hand and said with a grim face, the Chu, Zhao two families were exterminated by Lin Shui's city defense army. That Xiaoyan. But it was just a moment of luck. Otherwise, I am afraid that he would have been killed by the Chu family by now. Right. What the old lady said is very true. It must be so. Everyone nodded their heads. Then Han Yueshi asked. Then, that Xiaoyan previously asked us to go to that Han Yueying's grave in 7 days to repent. We don't even think about it. Old Mrs. Han let out another deep cry, startling the crowd. Really treating my Han family as a soft persimmon? If he wants to play around, then we'll accompany him. When the time comes, it's not certain who should repent. Yueshi, old Mrs. Han looked at Han Yueshi again and said, aren't you and young Qin friends? In the future, you can get to know each other better. And besides, hasn't the Qin family always held the Thousand Sheng group in high regard? Once Zhao Shichang dies, you'll be single again. I think that the Thousand Sheng group can be used as your dowry. Don't you think? Han Yueshi's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Mrs. Han meant. And she nodded her head centrally. Sure enough, ginger, still old and spicy. Chapter 21, $10 million for a wine tower. The next day, the news of the overnight capitulation of the two great families of Chu and Zhao had already spread throughout the entire city of Tsang, causing quite a stir. The reason for this was widely debated. The most widely circulated was that the Chu and Zhao families had provoked the Lin family, a powerful and prestigious family in the Two Rivers Road, which led to Lin Shui directly mobilizing the strength of the city defense force to destroy the two families in a thunderous manner. Some people feel that this is Zhao and Chu's retribution. These years, the two families in the open and in the dark, did a lot of unseemly things. The cycle of karma, retribution, the Iron Maiden Lin Shui to do justice to the heavens. It is really a great pleasure. No matter what kind of version, there is no relationship between this matter and Xiaoyan. After all, a third-rate family's adopted son only. Early evening. Golden Bottle International Clubhouse, 3rd floor banquet hall. Although the reception had not yet begun, the venue had already been properly decorated, with wine towers standing one after another, rendering the atmosphere quite elegant. All the people present were holding wine glasses, laughing and talking about something in groups. A moment later, with the arrival of a young man wearing a crimson suit, the hall was quiet for a while, and when the people saw this person's home, they all went forward and climbed up with smiling faces. The president of Nebula Investment Group, the young master of the direct line of the all-the-way family Qin family, Qin Chuan. He is also the absolute protagonist of this reception. Many of the people who came to the cocktail party were hoping to climb some friendship with him in order to negotiate some investments for their own businesses. Qin Xiao, you can finally come. I have been waiting for a long time. Qin Junior Young 4, I really admire before looking for you 3 or 5 times, your day-to-day, have not been able to see. Come on, I first toast to you a cup. To these come up to flatter. Qin Chuan face hangs a light smile, a condescending expression, even ignore, eyes in the field a burst of searching. A group of middle-aged greasy men were disgusting to look at. His real purpose of organizing this reception was to hunt for beauty, to see if there were any fresh goods that could interest him. After sweeping around, he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. During the period, there are quite a few know his mind enterprise boss, with their respective secretaries, and even beautiful staff to come close, but none of them into his eyes. Humph, a group of rouge vulgar powder. Do not know how many people have been screwed. Can't it be that this cocktail party, again in vain? Just as Qin Chuan was thinking this in his heart, he was somewhat disappointed. Xiao Yan and Xiao Sunair walked into the banquet hall side by side. The woman's figure was tall, her face was absolutely beautiful, and the man's sword brows were starry-eyed, handsome and extraordinary, but also brought with him an unspeakable cold and arrogant aura. With such a pairing, it was hard not to attract attention. Among them, naturally, Qin Chuan was also included. Xiao Yan was automatically skipped by him. From the beginning to the end, his eyes have never left Xiao Sunair. That spiritually beautiful face, pure smile, all the time is not stirring his heartstrings. This kind of extremely good, can completely consider taking her as his concubine. Manager Xiao, this way. Xiao Sunair's boss, Li Hui, immediately waved his hand at him, his heart secretly happy. Previously, he had been observing Qin Chuan's expression, and after he saw Xiao Sunair, It was clear that he was moved. Xiao Sunair smiled with a receptive expression. Brother Xiao Yan, then you can casually eat some pastries by yourself first, and you can also drink some wine. I'll go and say hello to our general manager Li first, and I'll come find you in a while. Oh, good, go. After Xiao Sunair left, Xiao Yan swept the scene and found a very inconspicuous and quiet place to sit. Xiao Yan did not like bustling too much, and if it was not for Xiao Sunair's insistence, Xiao Yan did not intend to come. After Xiao Sunair passed, Li Hui could not wait to bring her in front of Qin Xuan without saying a word. Young Qin, how are you? I'm Li Hui from Brilliant Design Company. Before, who you are, I'm not interested. Qin Xuan didn't even bring his eyes to look at Li Hui for a moment. His attention was all on Xiao Sunair since the beginning, lightly shaking his red wine glass and pursing his lips. On the contrary, it is this beautiful lady that I am very interested in getting acquainted with. Ah ha ha ha. Li Hui smiled knowingly, ignoring the trace of an unnatural color on Xiao Sunair's face, and pushed her closer to Qin Xuan. Young Qin, this is our company's design department manager, Xiao Sunair. Manager Xiao, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that young Qin has been serving this cup of wine for you for so long? Why don't you still offer a toast? With that, Li Hui handed Xiao Sunair her own glass of wine, but it was snatched away by Qin Xuan. Toasting me is not the way to do it. Come on people. Qin Xuan greeted, and immediately, 5 or 6 big men in black suits moved, each pushing a small wine cart. On each cart, there was a wine tower. Each wine tower was divided into 5 levels, with a total of nearly 50 cups of wine, and with a total of 6 trolleys. That was 300 cups of wine. Such a formation, even Li Hui, who had been in the drinking scene for a long time, had actually seen it for the first time, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but pull down. Qin Xiao, you are. The meaning is simple. Qin Xuan grinned and made a gesture of invitation at Xiao Sunair. If you want to honor this young man, you have to show enough sincerity, beauty. As long as you dry all the wine from these 6 wine towers, on the spot, this young man will slap an investment contract on your company. 1 wine tower, $10 million. How much investment you can take is all up to you. Swish! Xiao Sunair's face became incomparably ugly when she heard this. This was the first time she had encountered such an unreasonable request. As for Li Hui, his 2 eyes were steeply glowing at this moment, not bothering to think about whether it was unreasonable or not. That 1 wine tower in his eyes could be red oily banknotes. Xiao, Manager Xiao, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and start drinking. Xiao Sunair, so much wine, not to mention her being a weak woman. Even if she was an immortal in wine, she would have to drink herself to death. Just about to refuse, Li Hui smiled fawningly. Don't worry, if you drink too much and pass out, there are people to send you. Moreover, it's still young Qin himself who will send you. Right, young Qin? Qin Xuan threw a count-you-up gaze at Li Hui and smiled gentlemanly. That's right, for things like sending drunken beauties, this young man has always been happy to do so. You guys. Xiao Sunair's face flushed red with anger. Even if she was no longer a little white, she already understood what they meant. If she really drank herself unconscious, then her reputation would definitely be in jeopardy. However, mindful of the other party's status, Xiao Sunair still forced herself not to have a fit, picking up a cup of wine from the wine tower and raising it towards Qin Xuan. Young Qin, I can't hold my liquor. This cup is considered my toast to you. I'll drink up. Feel free. After the words were spoken, Xiao Sunair tilted her head and drank it all in one go, trying to keep herself in a reserved smile before turning around to leave. Qin Xuan's face sank. Since childhood, no one had ever dared to disobey him, let alone being just a small manager. Did I tell you to leave? Qin Xuan's words fell, and the 6 black-suited bodyguards around him also immediately moved to stop Xiao Sunair. Xiao Sunair's face turned pale as her eyes revealed a look of fear. What do you guys want to do? Qin Xuan took a sip of red wine and smiled evilly at Xiao Sunair. Dare to refute my face like this? You count as the first one? Okay, then this young man can give you one more choice. Either you drink all the wine in these 6 wine towers today. Listen carefully, it's all clean, not a drop left. Either take off your clothes for me right now. It just so happens that we didn't invite any dancers to help out at the wine party today, so you can help out this young man. Qin Xuan said as he took a step towards Xiao Sunair. Chapter 22, How do you want to die? Young Qin, please respect yourself. Xiao Sunair's face turned pale as she stepped backward in fear. Xiao Sunair, don't you know what's good for you? Li Hui was furious when he saw Xiao Sunair giving Qin Xuan so little face. After all, Xiao Sunair was the one who brought herself here, so if she angered Qin Xuan and vented her anger on herself, it would be a loss. Young Qin's identity, as I told you before, being able to look at you is a blessing that you and your family have accumulated over several lifetimes. You're still holding your ass. Hurry up, drink. Li Hui's eyes were a little red as he shouted curses, looking at the wine tower. A tower of wine could be $10 million. You, Xiao Yan brother, save me, come and save me. In the midst of the panic, Xiao Sunair thought of the man who was as tall as a mountain, and whenever there was a crisis, he would always be able to stand in front of her and give her a sense of security. Brother Xiao Yan? Ha, ha ha ha. Qin Chuan pulled out his ears and laughed out loud, as if he had heard an extremely good joke. Beauty, you shout. You won't be saved even if you shout your throat out. In this youngster's chassis, there is nothing that this youngster wants to do that can't be done. Even if that bull Xiao Yan brother of yours comes, he also has to watch how this young is screwing you. Believe it or not, believe. Must believe Seeing the situation, Li Hui was afraid that Qin Chuan again anger, when the huge investment fizzled, not to mention, to also take the anger themselves. That can be all ruined. So hurriedly came forward to pat the horse's ass. The entire Song City, who does not know you Qin Young name? And what ungrateful dare to mess with you? I'll teach my staff. Don't worry. After saying that, Li Hui immediately picked up a glass of wine on the wine tower and came in front of Xiao Sunair with a sullen face. You ungrateful. If you don't listen obediently, I'm going to use force. How dare you? Xiao Sienna resisted even more fiercely, and while resisting, she yelled out. You are breaking the law by doing this. Breaking the law? Ha ha, are you kidding? Tell you what, here, Xin Xiao is the law, is the sky. His words, you're not qualified to disobey. At this moment, the commotion made over here also attracted more and more attention, and quite a few guests also gathered around. Among them, there were those who were full of anticipation, waiting to see the jokes, and there was also no lack of those who saw Xiao Sunair's pitiful, wretched appearance and were moved to compassion. But the only one who didn't come out to say a fair word was Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, as the second young master of the Qin family, the only two remaining big families in Song City, has been highly favored by the family since he was a child, and no one dares to touch the bad luck of the second-generation ancestor. Moreover, those who came to this reception could all hold the mentality of flattering him. Asterisk. Give me a drink. Li Hui cursed again, and immediately afterward, he was about to roughly strangle Xiao Sunair's mouth under her terrified gaze, and just as he lifted the wine cup and wanted to forcefully pour it down to her, however, he found that his arm that was holding the wine cup stiffened, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, he was unable to move the slightest bit. Turning back to look again, only to see a youth, as if a ghost appeared beside himself, and Dead grabbed his hand. Grass, what the are you? Hurry up and give me. Boom! Qin Chuan did not finish his sentence, but was surprised to see Li Hui fell to the ground with a bang, and underneath him, there was a puddle of blood that gradually spread out. The crowd did not react to what was going on for a moment, but saw that Li Hui's brow, there is a conspicuous bloody hole. His eyes were wide open and he was dead. Soon, a riot immediately broke out in the banquet hall. Dead. Who killed him? Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, all of them started to run away. The scene was chaotic, and at this time, Xiao Yan's silhouette appeared to be particularly eye-catching. His sword brows were starry-eyed, his face was like a knife cut, and he was hard and handsome. Brother Xiao Yan. The teardrops that were swirling in Xiao Sunair's eyes began to clatter down at this moment, and she snuggled into Xiao Yan's embrace with a sense of security that had not been felt for a long time. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one dares to bully you. Xiao Yan patted Xiao Sunair's shoulder affectionately and said softly. It was only after Qin Chuan saw this that he began to take a closer look at this youth who had suddenly appeared earlier and had grabbed Li Hui's arm. Around the youth, there seemed to be an invisible and powerful aura, causing those who were a little closer to him to retreat, and an intuition arose in their hearts. Li Hui's violent death, it seemed, was related to this person. Li Hui, did you kill him? Qin Chuan coldly asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yan did not look at him, and while looking at Xiao Sunair, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, he indifferently opened his mouth. A dog only, kill then kill. Hiss. Many people felt a chill that went straight to their hearts. This person, so crazy, dare to make trouble in this young man's chassis. I don't care who you are. Obediently kneel down and kowtow to this young man and apologize, or else I'll let you die without a burial place. As Qin Chuan's words fell, the 6 bodyguards beside him surrounded Xiao Yan with unfavorable expressions. Xiao Yan was as immobile as a mountain. His face was expressionless as he did not even look at these bodyguards, but they were nothing more than ants. You are not worthy, Xiao Yan said indifferently. Qin Chuan's face was gloomy as he said with a cold smile, gutsy enough, dare to talk to this young man like this. It seems that this young man has been merciful for too long. What kind of cat or dog dares to come to contradict this young man? Today I will let you know the consequences of offending this young man. Get him killed for me. The bodyguards were ordered to do so and all of them rubbed their fists and rushed towards Xiao Yan. A cruel smile appeared on Qin Chuan's face, as if he had already seen the picture of Xiao Yan's blood splattering on the spot. After all, his bodyguards were all from the military. Each of them had extraordinary skills, and it was more than enough to deal with a cocky rash. In the end, Young don't know what to do. Even Qin Shao dares to offend. This kind of unenlightened thing deserves to die. The onlookers looked at Xiao Yan and also shook their heads, filled with pity, all feeling that Xiao Yan would surely die. Seek death. As soon as Xiao Yan's words fell, an invisible qi filled his body, and with a flick of his fingers, countless qi swords did not enter the bodyguard's body. Just when the bodyguard's fist was still a few centimeters away from Xiao Yan, it was as if time stood still as they were all frozen on the spot. A moment later, they fell to the ground with a loud bang, all silent and dead. In the entire scene, there was a dead silence, and a pin could be heard. The crowd all stared with wide eyes and held their breath with an expression of disbelief. No one saw how Xiao Yan struck, and in less than a second, 6 strength bodyguards strangely perished on the spot. This brat could not be a devil. How exactly did he do it? The next moment, Xiao Yan's expression was stern. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword, shooting straight towards the Qin Chuan. Now it is your turn. Qin Chuan's aura steeply weakened, and for a moment, he was actually scared to stagger back 2 steps. Xiao Yan once again spoke. Cut yourself. Be killed. 2 ways to die. Which one do you want me to bestow upon you? Chapter 23, Exterminating Your 3 Clans. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent and his voice was icy cold, and although it was not large, it gave off an irresistible majesty. When the crowd saw this, they all also sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was too rampant. Killing the Qin family's bodyguards was not enough, but now he even dared to kill the Qin family's second young master? Wasn't he afraid of completely offending the Qin family and getting himself killed? One really did not know whether to say that he was ignorant or fearless. Although Xiao Yan's display of killing aura did make Qin Chuan a little stunned, but for Qin Chuan who had seen the world, he concluded that Xiao Yan was nothing more than a mouthpiece, and even if he was given 10 guts, he would not dare to do anything to himself. The Qin family was not that kind of second or third-rate family, and it was believed that no one in Sung City would be able to withstand the anger of the Qin family. Kid, don't think that you think you're great just because you defeated a few of my dog legs. No one has ever dared to speak to me. Qin Chuan, like this in Sung City, Qin Chuan said arrogantly. For the sake of your ignorance, it's best to hurry up and get out of the banquet now. If you dare to continue to act recklessly, the wrath of the Sung City Qin family is not something that someone like you can afford. Qin Chuan gave an expulsion order. It was not that he was afraid of Xiao Yan, but that he did not have any guards by his side right now. Originally, he had not expected this kind of thing to happen at the banquet. Someone had not only disobeyed him, but also dared to kill his own people in front of him. Qin Chuan was proud of himself. He was not a fool. The youth opposite him was just a rash youth. Let him leave first, and then look for him to settle the score later. Brother, forget it. The Qin family is not something we can mess with. Besides, you see, I am fine. Let's go. Xiao Sunair also pulled Xiao Yan's clothes and said, in Xiao Sunair's eyes, the Qin family was indeed a behemoth. Wanting to pinch Xiao Yan to death was as simple as pinching an ant to death. She did not want Xiao Yan to get into big trouble for himself. Xiao Yan smiled and patted Xiao Sunair's shoulder, signaling that she was fine. The district Qin family was nothing to worry about. I will say it again. Cut yourself. Or do you want me to do it? Xiao Yan took a step in front of Qin Chuan. His smile was harmless and a hand slowly rested on Qin Chuan's shoulder. It appeared to be lifting the weight as if it was light. Qin Chuan's face changed greatly, and he immediately felt that his shoulder was carrying 1,000 pounds. His body sank, and he could not help but plop down and kneel in front of Xiao Yan. Do you know who I am? I am the second young master of the Qin family. If you dare to move me, my Qin family will raise your 3 clans. Being clasped on his right shoulder, unable to move, Qin Chuan's speech was a little stuttered, and a strong fear and uneasiness finally rose up inside. Accompanied by an oozing scream. Qin Chuan suddenly had a grimace and was sweating profusely. The right shoulder bone had been crushed alive. In my eyes, there is no difference between the Qin family and the ants. If I want to exterminate them, I only need to snap my fingers. Xiao Yan said lightly, his face without any waves. You are so wimpy. I am afraid that you don't have the courage to cut yourself. Then I will grant you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Letting Qin Chuan plead for mercy repeatedly. Xiao Yan was indifferent. The dragon had reverse scales, touching which would lead to death. Xiao Sunair was one of Xiao Yan's reverse scales. Brother Xiao Yan, spare him, he has also been punished. Not to mention that the Qin family has its hands in Sung City. It is not something that we can mess with, and Kaoru doesn't want her brother to have an accident because of me. At this time, Xiao Sunair pounced up and hurriedly grabbed Xiao Yan's arm, frowning her willow brows as she slightly shook her head. Xiao Yan smiled at his words. The small Sung City, It seemed that there was no existence that he could not afford to provoke. However, Keed was still so kind, always repaying grudges with kindness. Xiao Yan really wanted to tell her, "Girl, your character like this is very easy to suffer in society." Since Keed spared him, Xiao Yan stopped his hand. "Since my sister asked me to spare your life, I will keep you alive today. However, a capital offense can be spared, but a living offense is hard to escape. I will bestow you with a completely different face." Ha! Qin Chuan froze. Before he could react, a burst of severe pain had already come from his face, and he screamed out once again. On Qin Chuan's face, a trail of blood also quickly surfaced. The second youngest member of the Qin family, whose face value was still quite good, had his appearance destroyed. What a ruthless tactic! What a fierce person! K.A.R.U.R. Go! Pulling Xiao Lavender's hand, Xiao Yan left in grand strides, and wherever he passed, the crowd shied away and made way. Qin Chuan covered his face and collapsed helplessly to the ground, and a flash of resentful light flashed in his eyes the moment before he fell unconscious. This revenge will not be reported. Sworn not to be a human being. Leaving the banquet, Xiao Sunair had a worried look on her face, and there was a burst of muttering in her mouth that she should not have brought Xiao Yan to this banquet. Leaving aside the fact that so many people had been killed, the retaliation from the Qin family alone was not something that Xiao Yan, as well as the Xiao family, could afford. Xiao Yan naturally saw her thoughts and smiled as he patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, the Qin family does not dare to do anything to me, so put your heart in your stomach." Xiao Yan's words were as if they had a kind of magical power. Xiao Sunair really felt quite at ease after hearing them. Thinking about it, Xiao Yan's brother and the city defense forces Captain Lin were comrades in arms, and the matter was that Qin Chuan was wrong in the first place, so there shouldn't be any major problems. The two of them talked while arriving at the Hummer vehicle that was parked by the roadside earlier. When they were about to get into the car, a woman came down from a red BMW sports car behind them and walked while saying sorry with an apologetic face on her lips. "You are the owner of the car, right? I'm really sorry. I just hit your car when I parked. How much do you think it will cost to repair the car? I will definitely compensate in full." Xiao Yan sniffed and looked at the woman squarely. A refreshing cowboy outfit dress, stepping on a pair of crystal high heels. Will be that pair of already straight, fair white long legs, set off more perfect, body proportionate and not lose the sensibility, when belongs to the devil level. The odd thing is that, the big knight but wearing a pair of sunglasses. However, Xiao Yan did not put the matter of the crash on his mind. His Hummer was modified, bulletproof and shockproof, not to mention being loaded by other cars. That is, the rocket's hit will also be unharmed. "No need, your car is fine on the line." After saying that, turned around and was about to get into the car, but just opened the car door when, "Are you Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan froze, this sweet female voice with the intention of surprise, listening, actually also somewhat familiar. Turning his head again, Xiao Yan suspiciously looked at the woman whose pretty face was already covered with a smile. "We know each other?" The woman pouted slightly lost between her eyebrows, and pointed to herself and asked sharply, "Look again nicely, you really don't recognize me?" "Xiao Yan, look, you are still wearing big sunglasses at night. How do you want yourself to look? If you can take off your sunglasses, I think that I will be able to see more clearly." Ah, seemingly realizing something, the woman's cheeks slightly reddened, and after lightly patting her head, she slowly removed her sunglasses. A stunningly beautiful face was then fully revealed. You are the great singer Jiang Xia." Xiao Sunair, who was on the side, exclaimed in surprise. Even in her dreams, she did not expect that she would meet her idol on the street just like this. "Hello." Jiang Xia nodded and smiled at Xiao Sunair, and after lightly pulling down a strand of green silk in front of her forehead, she once again looked at Xiao Yan, and also winked somewhat playfully. "Now, it should be recognized, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan also came back to his senses from the short-lived shock and took the initiative to extend his hand, pursing his lips and smiling. "It has been a long time." Same table. Chapter 24, Meeting an Old Friend on the Road. The sound of the same table instantly brought the memories of the two to their high school days. Youthful, but beautiful. Still remember the most tacit dialogue between the two at that time. "What does the teacher let?" "I don't know." After looking at each other for a long time, Jiang Xia also smiled and reached out to shake Xiaoyan's hand. "Long time no see." "Sure, Sister Xia, can I call you that?" Xiao Sunair looked at Jiang Xia excitedly and nervously. Xiao Yan reached out and patted her forehead. "Introducing, this is my sister." Jiang Xia smiled even sweeter when she heard this. Of course. Saying this, she also took out her two signature photos and handed them to Xiao Sunair, causing this niece to be excited again and hurriedly took them before taking a burst of pictures and showing them. Immediately, Jiang Xia looked at Xiao Yan again, and after casually catching up with him, her gaze turned to a cafe not far away that was still in business. "Just wanted to invite Xiao Yan to go over and have a good chat." the cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. Taking it out to take a look, Jiang Xia frowned slightly, but soon stretched out, tapped the mute button, and shrugged apologetically at Xiao Yan. Fellow table, I am really sorry. I wanted to find a place to sit with you for a good while, but there are really quite a few things on hand. No harm done. Xiao Yan nodded his head to express his understanding. After all, you are now a big singer and have a tedious workload, so when you are free in the future, it will not be too late to sit again. Definitely. Anyway, I won't be leaving again when I return to Jiang City this time. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. After saying that, Jiang Xia hurriedly left, but before she could take 2 steps, she trotted back. Look at my memory. I forgot to tell you. 4 days later will be my birthday. If you are free, then come to my birthday party? 4 days from now? Xiao Yan was stunned. What's wrong? Do you have something going on? Oh, nothing. The same table is invited. I will definitely attend. Jiang Xia was relieved and left her contact information with Xiao Yan before leaving. On the way back, Xiao Sunair held the 2 autographed photos. Her pretty face was still full of excitement, and she chased after Xiao Yan and gossiped nonstop. Brother Xiao Yan, you are actually at the same table as Jiang Xia? Why didn't I know that before? Xiao Yan drove while saying, having only been a desk mate for a year, she did a transfer in her 2nd year of high school and left Song City, but by the looks of it, she has developed quite well over the years. More than good. She's now a super tier 1 singing and dancing superstar. She's been recognized as the national goddess for several times in a row. Her suitors are like carp crossing the river. I don't know how many of them there are. And then Xiao Sunair gave a bad smile in her eyes and asked in a strange tone, Brother Xiao Yan, it is said that in your men's hearts, the tablemates, especially the beauty-level tablemates, can really occupy a special position. Honestly explain, before you, have you ever moved your heart towards Sister Xia? Xiao Yan. The following day, the sky was bright. Xiao Yan brought along Siyu, as well as Xiao Zhan's family, and moved to the misty mountain No. 1 villa to live. After going in, Xiao Zhan's family was simply dumbfounded. Such a luxurious villa was something that he had never even seen in his life. Especially Yang Lian, who had always been a bit of a snob, was now calling Xiao Yan a kindly person, and called him Yener in one mouthful. In this regard, Xiao Yan also gladly accepted. Before those small barriers, let them scattered with the wind. After all, it was a family. Yener, such a good villa. Really yours? Where did you get so much money? Knowing Xiao Zhan's worry, Xiao Yan smiled and clutched his hand, saying, Dad, you can rest assured that you are living in it. It's all arranged by Colonel Lin. Oh, good. After Xiao Zhan's family took Xiao Siyu upstairs, Zhao Zilong came to Xiao Yan's side and bowed. Sir, earlier, Lin Shui came to pass on a message, saying that. Xiao Yan frowned and glanced at him. When did you become a stammerer? Speak. Yes. Nodding his head, Zhao Zilong stifled a smile. Lin Shui said that Siyu has already reached the grade where she is in kindergarten, so Miss Lu has arranged the Kyoto Imperial Kindergarten for her in Kyoto. I hope you can send Siyu there, and during that time, Miss Lu will also take good care of Siyu on your behalf. After saying this, Zhao Zilong looked up and clearly saw Xiao Yan's mouth twitch, to be able to let Mr. make this kind of awkward appearance. Looking at the world, there is really only Miss Lu. Thinking of this, Zhao Zilong did not hold back his laughter, and only after attracting a blank stare from Xiao Yan did he recover his solemn expression and stand upright. Alas, is she really fixated on me? After helplessly slapping his forehead and thinking about it, Xiao Yan said, help me return it. My daughter can only be by my side. In addition, it is indeed time for Siyu to start kindergarten. Zilong, you go too. Sir, interrupting Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong added, Lin Shui also said that Miss Lu has anticipated that you will not agree, so she sent her at the same time and arranged the best prestigious kindergarten in Song City for Siyu. If you are unwilling to send Siyu to the capital, you can arrange for Siyu to be placed in the famous Gate Kindergarten. Xiao Yan, after freezing for a long time, even though Xiao Yan wanted to refuse, he did not want to joke about little Siyu's education and could only nod his head and agree. Anyway, having already received quite a few favors from this woman, it was not too bad for this one. But then again, this woman is really holding herself to death. Lin Shui's efficiency was also fast enough, and that afternoon, she had already completed the enrollment procedures for Siyu at the famous kindergarten. Early the next morning, Xiao Yan personally sent Siyu to the kindergarten, and on the way, he also gave him a lot of advice, so that the little ninja should listen to the teacher. If you have something good, you should also learn to share it with your little friends. Looking at Zhao Zilong, who was acting as a driver, there was a dark smile in his heart. It was rare to see such a talkative side of the Shura war god. After seeing little Siyu being led into the kindergarten by her teacher, Xiao Yan got into the car. Zilong, do you know where there are jade jewelry for sale? Jade jewelry? Zhao Zilong shook his head. It was also his first time in Sun City and he was not really familiar with the place. What is it for? Sir, a friend is having a birthday in a few days, and I am going to buy one as a birthday gift. When he was in high school, Xiaoyan knew that Jiang Xia disliked gold and silver, and was only good at jade products, so it was natural to send a birthday gift to his liking. Take a casual look around the city. See if there are any large shopping malls. Okay, sir. After driving around in the city for most of the time, a jade store that was constructed in a rather imposing manner and had 3 floors was suddenly reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. Above the main door, there was a gilt plaque hanging high above the door, and the 3 big characters, Shui Xian Pavilion, were also extremely eye-catching. Stopping the car, the 2 of them walked in. There were very few guests in the store, but every one of them was either a noblewoman wearing gold and silver, or a successful person dressed in a suit with all kinds of name brands. Although there were quite a few female shoppers who were free, none of them came to entertain Xiaoyan and Zhao Zilong. In this regard, Xiaoyan did not care and casually wandered around on the first floor. A moment later, arriving in front of an independent crystal table, Xiaoyan looked at a jade bracelet placed within it and nodded with satisfaction. The transparency was extremely good and the floating flowers were also very beautiful. Thus, he subconsciously raised his hand and tapped the crystal table, and was about to open his mouth to speak when a sharp female voice already came from beside him. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and take your dirty hands away. Don't you know that our crystal platform is specially made? If you leave even one handprint on it, even if you 2 hangers-on are sold, I'm afraid it's not enough for the cleanup fee. Chapter 25, The Great Zinnia Black Card. Zhao Zilong jerked his head around and threw a cold glare at a female shopper walking towards him. Put it clean, just to see that the other party was a woman. Otherwise, just based on the previous words that offended the War Emperor, she would have at least knocked off her mouth full of silver teeth by now. But that female shopper did not have the slightest intention of convergence. 2 hands across waist, white eyes a roll, is another pass of ridicule and sarcasm. Humph. I use imported toothpaste to brush my teeth in the morning. My mouth is very clean. On the contrary, you guys, such a poor look. Temper is not small. Besides, I just kindly reminded before. What's wrong with that? How dare you talk back? Zhao Zilong's expression snapped and he was about to make a move, but just as he took half a step, he was stopped by Xiaoyan grabbing his shoulder. Sir, this woman owes education. We cannot spoil her problems. Forget it. Xiaoyan waved his hand and lightly glanced at the heavily made-up female guide. If she was such a woman, it would be a shame to get serious with her. Then he pointed down to the bracelet within the crystal table and said, "Wrap this emerald bracelet. I want it." What? You want? The female guide looked at Xiaoyan with wide eyes, and the disdain on her face increased. Kid, do you think that this is picking vegetables in a vegetable market? Saying that you want it? Trouble you to look at the price before asking for it. You are not afraid of being scared to death. Xiaoyan's sword brows rose slightly, and his face became more disgusted. Zhao Zilong, who was beside him, saw this and opened his mouth with a cold drink. What is the point of wasting words? If you are allowed to pack it, you can pack it. My mister always buys things without looking at the price. Xiaoyan, who was a battle emperor, had assets under his name that had long been spread all over the world. Would he lack these 3 dates? Listening to this tone, those who know, you are 2 poor hangers-on. Those who don't know still think that you are the richest man in the world. Are you pretending to be me? Don't think I don't know what you guys are up to. I take out the jade bracelet. You guys then take 2 random photos. Send them to the circle of friends and wait for some ignorant girls to take the bait. And then tell me that you don't want it, right? The more the female guide said, the more she got more and more energized. And in the end, she even waved her hand at Zhao Zilong, ready to blow people away. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of scum like you. If you're sensible, get lost and don't look for curses here. How dare you? Zhao Zilong couldn't bear it anymore, and with a raised hand, he grabbed the female guide's wrist and pinched it slightly harder. Ah! The shopgirl screamed in pain. You, how dare you rough me up? Our Chui Xian Pavilion is the property of the Qi family in Sung City, one of the 4 great families. The Qi family. Qi family? Humph. So what? Even the Chu and Zhao families. Zilong, let go of her. Xiaoyan interrupted Zhao Zilong, really too lazy to waste more time with this kind of woman, and then reached out his hand. Snap! A black card, heavily slapped on that crystal table, causing a crack to appear on that table in an instant. Cut the crap. Swipe the card at the price. Then give me the finishing package. I'll leave. I'll pack your ass. The female shopping guide covered her wrist, a vicious face. You really pretend addicted to it. This one jadeite bracelet, priced at $1 million. Still swiping your card? Even if your card is maxed out, you won't be able to swipe it. What are you doing here with a black card? You really think you're a VIP? Said the female shopper, took the black card and threw it on the ground. This was not enough. not caring at all about Xiaoyan's face which had already darkened. She lifted her leg and stepped hard on the black card, and also crushed it back and forth. You seek death. Zhao Zilong was completely enraged, but right at this moment, a group of black-suited bodyguards also swarmed all around. Sister Tingting, what's going on? The female shopper glanced at the security chief who spoke and rolled her eyes and grunted. What's going on? You can't see for yourself. This big guy is going to hit me. He even grabbed my hand to mooch off of me before. What? When the head of security heard that, what's wrong with that? This Sun Tingting was the store manager's lover, and the store manager had specially explained that she should take care of her on weekdays. If this matter got into the store manager's ears, and then punish them for not protecting her well, and deduct some of their wages, then it would really be a bad idea. Thus, the head of security immediately showed a fierce light and stared at Zhao Zilong. Damn, dare to come to Chui Xian Pavilion to cause trouble? Didn't even inquire about what kind of place this is. Don't worry, Sister Ting Ting, we'll definitely take this out on you. Brothers, go! The head of the security waved his hand and the 7 or 8 security guards around him immediately swung their fists. Xiao Yan tilted his head when he saw this. Each waste a hand and teach them to be human. Yes, sir, Zhao Zilong answered in a deep voice. The stomach of anger he had previously suffered had long been somewhat unable to hold back, and with a fierce stomp of his foot on the floor, he greeted him. It was like a tiger descending from a mountain, kicking up a strong wind. Immediately after, there was a muffled sound of fists hitting flesh, as well as a succession of miserable screams. Boom boom boom. Ah, in just 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, those 8 security guards had one of their arms twisted off by Zhao Zilong and lay on the ground wailing. Sun Tingting looked shocked for a moment. This big guy's hands were so powerful? Next, it's your turn. Zhao Zilong looked at the security chief who was hiding back for a while and was about to make a move when a fat, greasy middle-aged man walked down. Stop! Crack! Crunching sounds sounded at the same time, and the security chief's left shoulder bone was then crushed by Zhao Zilong with an eagle claw. Ah! The leader grinned miserably, and that greasy middle-aged man was instantly furious, and hurriedly took 2 quick steps to that Sun Tingting side. Store manager, you have finally come. You have to do something for us. Sun Tingting immediately pampered herself, even speaking with a bit of a crying voice. Her acting skills were superb. After telling the ins and outs of the matter, adding more fuel to the fire, the greasy man couldn't help but snort coldly, looking at the 2 people causing trouble. Alright, in the Chi family's territory, you guys also dare to hurt people with your hands? I'll cut the crap. Our Chi Xiao is also arriving soon. If you don't want to be thrown into the river to feed the fish and die without knowing how, now, kneel down immediately, kowtow and apologize to my staff. This is too cheap for them. Sun Tingting's voice sharpened as she kicked the black card that she was stepping on under her feet to Xiaoyan's feet, pointing at the black card in a commanding manner. And make him lick the shoe prints I left on the card. In front of me. Ha ha. The greasy man laughed at his words and secretly slapped Sun Tingting's upturned little buttocks. This little Tai Hoof. She's so damn good at it. Okay, just do what Tingting said. You guys hurry up, kneel down first, then kowtow, and then lick at the end. Are you sure? Xiaoyan asked in a chilling voice, causing the temperature around him to seemingly drop a few degrees instantly, adding more coldness. Humph. Of course I am sure. Good. Xiaoyan nodded and immediately ordered. Zilong, smash this place except for the jade bracelet that I have my eyes on. Not a single piece of tile will be left behind. Yes, young Qi has arrived. Zhao Zilong was about to make his move when a young man in an Armani leisure suit entered the venue in stride, surrounded by a group of people. Qi Tian, the only full-blooded male member of the Qi family, the future successor on the board. His status was supreme. After entering the venue, looking at the mess in front of him, Qi Tian immediately frowned tightly. Old Wang, what's wrong with you? While speaking in a reprimanding voice, Qi Tian's corner of his eye happened to scan the black card on the ground. On the front of the card, other than a very delicate and extremely eye-catching zinnia flower at the center, it was pitch black. Even the most basic card number was missing. It was such an odd black card, but it caused Qi Tian's pupils to shrink. That was Great Bohemia. Black card. Chapter 26, No Mercy. As the young master of the Qi family, he naturally still had eyesight. The Great Bohemia Black Card was the highest grade bank card in the 100 Flowers Bank, and it was released in limited quantities, and there were never more than 10 people who could own this card in the entire Great Dragon Kingdom. Even the entire Qi family has never had this level of bank card. Now, but did not expect to see it in their own store. It seemed that there was an honored guest coming to the door. Young Qi. At this time, the store manager, Wang Dawei, hurriedly jogged over and pointed at Xiaoyan and the 2 of them to talk about what had happened before, which was quite similar to what Sun Tingting had said. That card on the ground. Which gentleman's is it? Qi Tian asked with a dark face. Ha! Wang Dawei froze, and Sun Tingting immediately took over. It's this kid's. Young Chi, you don't know how much of a pretender this kid is, dressed all in stall goods, and saying he wants to buy the $1 million bracelet in our store. Broke the crystal table not to mention, and just thought of molesting. Snap. Chi Tian backhanded is a slap hard in Sun Tingting face. Immediately cursed out angrily, you have eyes without pearl. You can't even recognize the big Bohemia black cards? What did you do with your pre-service training? What is your offense for slowing down your guest? What the hell? Big Bohemia black card? Sun Tingting was dumbfounded. She got on the job solely on the basis that she slept with Wang Dawei for 2 nights and served him well, and she hadn't done any pre-service training at all. However, she didn't recognize the great Bohemia black card, but Wang Dawei did. She didn't even look at it carefully before, but now that she did, she instantly broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. What kind of bad luck did you have today that you offended a true god? And then Sun Tingting aggrievedly covered her face. Defended, Chi Xiao. You cannot be deceived by this kid before he fool you. Wang Dawei gave her another slap. The friendship of sleeping a few sleeps before has also long been thrown out of his mind, all because of this stinking, causing himself to poke a big basket in the sky. Sun Tingting, you pest. What the are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to your guest? This situation caused Sun Tingting to be completely confused, and for a moment, she was also out of ideas, and could only cover her face and walk in front of Xiaoyan, and then no longer had half of the arrogant gas before, just about to open her mouth to apologize. The walking Chi Tian rushed her and kicked her in both legs. Sun Tingting fell to her knees with a cry of pain, but she did not dare to say anything more. Kneel down and apologize to me. Yes, sir, it was all my fault before. No, shouldn't be dog-eyed. I'm really sorry, please be generous and let me off the hook. Saying that, Sun Tingting also busy picking up the bank card on the ground and handed it over. This is your card, please keep it. You're blind aren't you? Zhao Zilong grimaced and said in a cold voice, can't you see that there are your shoe prints all over the face of the card? Sorry, I'll take care of the cleanup right now. Sun Tingting immediately used her own sleeve to wipe it up nicely, and finally seemed to feel that it wasn't enough, and slightly lowered her head after hesitating. She was actually prepared to lick it clean a little bit, as she had said before. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong immediately took back the bank card. Your mouth is too dirty. Don't stain Mr. Card. This brother has a good point. For lowly goods like this, it's not just the mouth, it's dirty all over, and the key is not to grow eyes and bring no brain. After Chi Tian finished speaking, he made a wink at Wang Dawei again. Old Wang, you are using people poorly. This account this young man will remember for you first. What to do next? Still need this young man to teach you? Understood. Subordinate understands. Wang Dawei was immediately like a pug and came to Xiaoyan for a while, bowing and compensating before Xiaoyan, and then with a hard gaze, he roughly yanked up that Sun Tingting's hair and dragged it outward. Wang, fatty Wang, what are you doing? Let go of me. It hurts. What for? Your quality is too low. You're a lowly person. We don't accept employees like you at Chui Xian Pavilion. What? Upon hearing these words, Sun Tingting completely exploded, completely tearing off her previous disguise of being a superior person, cursing like a shrew. You asshole. Before you, what did you say when you slept with my old lady? Lao Miang served you for so many nights for nothing. Right, let go. You give me. Sun Tingting screamed in pain again and was directly kicked out of Chui Xian Pavilion's door by Wang Dawei, and was then assisted by the other 2 guides who picked her up and dragged her away. Send her to the hospital, but don't pay the medical bills. Let her take care of herself. Only after this matter came to an end did Chi Tian look at Xiaoyan and smiled at him before taking the initiative to extend his hand. A person who could possess the great purple Bohemia black card was completely worthy of him taking the initiative to befriend, and at the very least, must not be offended. Friend, is this kind of handling result still satisfactory? Xiaoyan glanced at Chi Tian indifferently and did not bother. Chi Tian was not annoyed by this and waved his hand immediately after smiling again. Go, take that string of imperial green jadeite necklace down to this young master. Yes, young master. Wang Dawei hurriedly trotted upstairs, and without a moment's effort, he took down an extremely delicate necklace box. After opening it, a touch of emerald light flashed and a dark green jasper necklace was presented in front of Xiaoyan. Each bead was extremely full, polished and rounded, and the necklace was made of imperial green jadeite throughout. Even Xiaoyan, who was accustomed to seeing strange and exotic treasures in the world, could not help but look at it twice more. This friend, I heard earlier that you want to buy jade jewelry. Then this necklace is entitled to be sent to you by this young man as a sort of apology for the previous unpleasantness. Chatting and making a friend. Xiaoyan smiled insalubriously, but still did not look at Chi Tian. A necklace worth $10 million. said to be given away? The young master of the Qi family is quite good at doing favors. In that case, Zilong, just accept the necklace. Yes, sir, Zhao Zilong answered and stepped forward. Then he nimbly accepted the necklace, after which he also asked Tiger, Sir, are we still going to smash their store? Qi Tian's face changed when he heard this. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, laughed and patted Zhao Zilong's shoulder. Seeing that the main family has some sincerity, the matter of smashing the store will be dispensed with. As for making friends, there is no such need. Perhaps because of all the previous experiences, Xiao Yan could not really bring up even half a bit of good feelings towards the people of the four great families. Swish! The smile on Qi Tian's face instantly disappeared and he turned iron blue. After receiving something, he still gave himself a pose? What the hell kind of path is this? This gentleman, this young man is sincerely making friends with you, even if you don't want to. You don't have to be so unforgiving, right? Mercy? Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh and no longer took care of it, turning around to leave on his own. Zilong, go. Stop. One of Qi Tian's personal guards could not bear to watch and stood out to block. Don't be too unbridled. You guys, in the entire Zheng city, no one has dared to be so disrespectful to our young Qi family. Are you sure you can afford to mess with them? Get lost. Zhao Zilong roared, rushed forward and with just one punch, broke all the defenses of that guard, directly smashing him to the ground, instantly fainting. With another kick, he kicked it away and made a pleased gesture at Xiao Yan. The obstacles have been cleared. Sir, please. For a while, under the suppression of Zhao Zilong's ferocious aura, no one really dared to make another move, and from the beginning to the end, Xiao Yan did not even raise his eyelids as he stepped away. When he was out of the Cui Xian pavilion, Zhao Zilong turned around and swept a glance at Qi Tian and the others, letting out a cold snort as an aura of arrogance was emitted. Qi family? Even if you add together the so-called four great families in Zhengcheng before, in front of my mister, they are nothing. After saying this, he followed behind Xiao Yan and left in a long walk. Chapter 27, Siyu's Accident. It was not until a long time after Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong had left that the people present breathed a long sigh of relief. Wang Dawei wiped the cold sweat from his head, and his heart was filled with fear. These two characters appeared to be tough, thanks to his own previous humiliation of them, and it was pure luck that he was able to escape. Turning his head and stealing a glance at Qi Tian again, he found that the corners of his mouth were twitching. His face was alternating between green and red, extremely unsightly, but he still didn't dare to do anything. To be able to make this Qi family's great young man suffer like this, in Song City, it was really the first time ever. But thinking about it, the owner of the Great Bohemia Black Card, this identity, was indeed somewhat terrifying. Qi Xiao, this matter, let's just forget about it. Qi Tian glared at Wang Dawei, who had been somewhat scared out of his wits, and snorted coldly, give me to check, even if it is to mobilize the power of the family, no matter how much it costs, but also the identity of those two people, to check out the water and the stone. Yes, the several attendants who were attached to his body heard this, and immediately nodded their heads and responded, and then immediately moved off and began to go and start the investigation. After noon, Zhao Zilong had said that he would go pick up Xiao Siyu by himself, but helplessly, Xiao Yan insisted on following along. On the way to the famous kindergarten, before seeing Siyu's face, Xiao Yan kept a soft smile on his face and even hummed a rare nursery rhyme. Little handkerchief, four square, bring it on me every day. It wipes away snot and sweat. It's so clean and pretty. Little wash basin, water is clear. Children are smiling. Little hands, hold them out. Wash your hands before you eat. Wash your hands before eating. Put. As Zhao Zilong did not hold back a poof of laughter, the sound of light singing came to an abrupt end. Xiao Yan put his face on a plate and returned to his previous solemn appearance. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Zhao Zilong immediately stopped laughing. His lips squirmed for a while, a look of wanting to speak, but in order not to be scolded, he still did not say the words out. In short, Xiao Yan's previous appearance like that was the first time Zhao Zilong had seen it, even after following him for such a long time. Half an hour later, after receiving Xiao Siyu, Xiao Yan even hugged her and sat her on his lap the whole way, chatting with her about what he had seen and learned in the kindergarten. However, most of the time, Xiao Yan was the one who was talking and asking questions, but Siyu seldom spoke and appeared a little downcast. And naturally, these could not be hidden from Xiao Yan's eyes. Little princess, what's wrong? Not happy staying at the kindergarten? Or were you bullied by the children? No. Siyu hurriedly smiled and shook her head, fearing that her father would labor over her matter. Dad, you don't need to worry. It's just that I bumped into a guy that I don't like too much. Xiao Yan smiled at his words and lightly patted Neizi's little head, so he did not bother anymore. After all, in the kindergarten are a few years old children. Stumbling is unavoidable. Can not be a little bit of small things? Looking for each other children to go to settle scores, right? A generation of war emperor cannot do that kind of impolite things out. Little princess, in kindergarten, to learn to get along with children, always in the spirit of a kind, gentle, tolerant heart, understand? Aha, I understand, Daddy. Zhao Zilong, who was driving the car, smiled at his words and said, Sir, I really didn't see it before, but you are quite good at teaching children. Xiao Yan glared at him without any good humor, while then he heard Siyu ask in a milky voice, Uncle Zilong, why do you call your dad always Mr.? My dad is obviously so young and handsome, what if you call him old one day? Ha ha ha. Inside the car, there was a burst of bright laughter. Zhao Zilong asked with a smile, then what is Uncle going to call your dad? Xiao Xiao, this title is not old. The first time Uncle used it was also this title, but unfortunately, your father dislikes it very much. Siyu pouted and muttered, I do think this appellation is very nice. I don't know why Dad doesn't like it. Upon hearing his daughter's small voice muttering, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled, his words all becoming softer. Zilong, in the future, just refer to me as Xiao Xiao, and do not use the title of Sir anymore. Zhao Zilong actually briefly lost his concentration when he heard this, nearly running a red light. Only after reacting did he nod his head. Yes, first. Oh no, Xiao Xiao. Aha, good daughter, is it smooth this time? Aha. Siyu nodded her head smilingly, hearing Zhao Zilong laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed that Xiao Xiao was on the rhythm of spoiling this precious daughter of his to the heavens. After returning home, originally, Xiao Suner was ready to cook, but Siyu insisted on eating her dad's handmade meal, and with no other choice, Xiao Yan also had to battle the kitchen. Fortunately, before in the Xiao family has some base, do the meal is not bad, but small Siyu sentence still need to work hard. Make Xiao Yan research a full night recipe. The daughter wants to eat, when the father, then must be done. Not only do you have to do it, but you also have to do it to your daughter's satisfaction before you can be considered qualified. The next day, Xiao Yan still personally sent Siyu to the kindergarten. On the way back, lying in the back seat of the car with his eyes closed for a while, he suddenly asked, Zilong, on the side of the Han family, is there any recent movement? There is. Nowadays, the Han family is trying their best to flatter the Qin family. It looks like they want to hide under the Qin family's big tree. Moreover, that old lady Han seems to want to facilitate a marriage between Han Yueshi and the Qin family's eldest young man, and is said to have prepared a hefty bride price. Ha! Xiao Yan smiled disdainfully. Before it was Zhao Shichang, and now, she was eyeing the Qin family's eldest young man? It seemed that the Han family still did not die. Then what is the Qin family's reaction to this? Zhao Zilong shook his head. Not yet, nor has he agreed to a marriage with Han Yueshi. And, ever since the night before last at the reception, when you disfigured and seriously injured the Qin family's second youngest, the Qin family has already launched an investigation into you. Oh, if you want to investigate, just go ahead and let them investigate. It doesn't matter. I only hope that the Qin family will be smarter. Since that Qin Chuan, don't let anyone mess with my head again. Otherwise, while murmuring, the cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, it was actually the kindergarten calling. Hello. Xiao Yan's tone contained a smile and was extremely polite. However, what was exchanged was a vicious rebuke. Good, what good? You are Xiao Siyu's family member, right? Now hurry and come to the kindergarten. I don't know how you brought up your child. At a young age, you're so ungrateful and dare to mess with anyone. Let me tell you, if you're late and that little gets killed, my kindergarten won't be responsible. Drip, drip, drip. The other party hung up the phone in an instant, and listening to the busy tone coming out of the microphone, Xiao Yan, who had instantly reacted, his face steeply chilled down to the 9 specters. Zilong, turn around. Famous family kindergarten. Although the voice was extremely calm, however, the extreme killing aura contained within it seemed as if it was about to materialize, and even Zhao Zilong felt an extremely strong sense of suppression. Yes, nodding heavily at the same time, slightly stepping on the brakes and violently turning the steering wheel, the entire Hummer seemed to roar out like an angry tiger, and sped off in the direction of the famous kindergarten. Originally clear sky, the sky, but soon gloomy down, like brewing a giant storm. Chapter 28, Siyu's Humiliation. Famous kindergarten. At this moment, the vast majority of the children in the garden had been evacuated, and a female kindergarten teacher in her 30s stood at the door with an annoyed look on her face. Jiang Fong was simply depressed. Just a short while ago, Xiao Siyu in her own class had a conflict with Qin Xianxian in the neighboring class during free time, and even started a fight. Originally she didn't think it was that big of a deal, and thought to pull the two kids apart, but the headmaster, deputy headmaster, and all the others heard about it. Soon she learned that the Qin Xianxian, actually Tsingqing Qin family young master outside the illegitimate child. Although it is an illegitimate child, temporarily not a name, but extremely popular with the Qin family's youngest favorite, often and their own concubine together to pick up the child. Not a moment later, Qin Xuanxuan's mother, that is, Qin Dishao's outside of that concubine will also heard the news rush to, at the moment is the director of the office of the park to make a lot of trouble. She, as Xiao Siyu's homeroom teacher, would probably be implicated in the incident and lose her job. Just when she was upset for a while, a Hummer steeply stopped in front of the kindergarten's door. Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong immediately got off the car, and Zhang Fong immediately greeted her upon seeing it. I know you. You are that little billet's father, right? Do you know, your daughter just broke into how big? Zilong, slap your mouth. Yes, Zhao Zilong immediately stepped forward, and without waiting for that Zhang Fong to finish speaking, the tiger slapped her hard on the face. Ah! Zhang Fong screamed in pain and was smacked to the eyes for a while, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood and realizing that it was even laced with 2 teeth, she was even more shocked. What gives you guys the right to hit people? It's really true that there is a father for his daughter. The daughter is not a good commodity, and the adults at home are not. Continue. Pa! Zhao Zilong sniffed and immediately picked up with another slap, this time, slapping off Zhang Fong's 2 incisors as well as a chewing tooth, leaking air when he spoke. Bastard! You guys are afraid that you still don't know that you have broken into. Pa! Ah! Snap! Oh! Being beaten to the end, Zhang Fong 2 rows of teeth and not left, all fall out, both cheeks are swollen like a pig head, paralyzed on the ground a burst of sobbing, no longer dare to say one more sentence. My daughter, where is it? In the office building 7th floor the most end of the garden manager's office. Hearing that, Xiao Yan no longer spent time with it and rushed into the kindergarten with Zhao Zilong, heading straight to the office building 500 meters away. At the same time, inside the garden manager's office, Xiao Siyu was deadlocked by 2 burly bodyguards on her shoulders, kneeling on the ground unable to move a muscle, and on her face, there were 2 scarlet slap marks, and standing in front of her, was a small fat peer with a very faint scratch on his face. It was the bastard son of the Qin family's great young man, Qin Xianxian. Looking at Xiao Siyu's clenched teeth and indignant face, Qin Xianxian's little face was filled with smug joy. Xiao Siyu, my mom said, in kindergarten, I am the sky, I'm the biggest, I can make all the boys serve as my lackeys. For the girls, the ones who fall in love with them can be my concubines. My mom also said that it's a blessing for the youngest boy to have his eye on you. Touching your ass is even more desirable. How dare you grab me? Catch, why don't you catch another one? Saying that, Qin Xianxian raised his hand and touched Xiao Siyu's smooth and tender little face again, but Xiao Siyu immediately shook her head vigorously. Qin Xianxian was startled, and when he stepped back, his feet were unsteady and he fell on his ass. Agu! With a cry of pain, the corner of Qin Xuanxuan's mouth grinned, and he started to cry out. This time, the noblewoman who was sitting on the side dressed in jewelry, that is, the Qin family's youngest concubine, looked at a burst of heartache. Son, little cheap bastard, how dare you? He Yinping hurriedly went over to hold Qin Xianxian at the same time, and backhandedly threw a slap on her face. Splat! The crisp sound of the slap rang out. Xiao Siyu's petite body had a slight tremor again. Her eyes were already filled with tears, but she just clenched her teeth to prevent them from falling down. That stubborn appearance, but did not exchange for any sympathy in the scene. On the contrary, the kindergarten executives were afraid of He Yinping's anger, and rushed over to appease. Don't be angry, and this has nothing to do with us. Right, we've already called her parents, and we'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation when the time comes. Upon hearing that she called her parents, Xiao Siyu's face turned swish. Xiao Siyu's face turned white. Even if her mind was mature, she was still just a child, and she had an innate fear of calling her parents. Moreover, she really didn't want to cause trouble for her father. So, Xiao Siyu lowered her head again, already having some soft meaning, and said in a small voice, Headmaster, all the teachers, can you not call me parent? I can do duty every day, and I really didn't bully Qin Xianxian. Is she first molested the female classmates in our class, and after that she touched my butt. I couldn't help but be angry before. Shut up, He Yinping immediately bellowed, scaring Xiao Siyu and sending another shiver down her spine. My son touched you, that was to look up to you, but you don't know what's good for you. Humph, seeing that you are such a wild-natured little girl, it's 80% that you are a wild seed. No, Xiao Siyu suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were already red. Although she was small, she knew what wild seed meant. I'm not a wild seed. I have a father and a mother, and they both love me very much. How dare you talk tough? The kindergarten head was a 40-year-old woman, and with a mention of her voice, she stepped forward and covered Xiao Siyu's small mouth, preventing her from speaking again. For fear of annoying He Yinping again, He Yinping didn't bother with her anymore either, and began to coax her son. It must have hurt, right? Mom will give you a rub. Don't cry, Anon. There's Mom. Mom will definitely help you take revenge. I don't. Qin Xianxian cried and yelled while pointing at Xiao Siyu and shouting, "Wow! Mom, I want to sit on a pickleball. Sit on the leather ball." A teacher on the side heard this and hurriedly nodded her head. "Good, young Master Qin. I'll get you a leather ball." "Stand still," He Yinping called out and rolled her eyes. "The leather ball my son is talking about isn't the kind of ordinary stuff that anyone's little kid can play with." "Ha!" That teacher was dumbfounded by what he heard. It's a human head. Using a human head as a leather ball. Human head. The people in the room were shocked. He Yinping saw this and snorted. "Look at your little guts. Give me this little wild seed pressed down on the ground. Face up. Look at her little round head. The flesh on her face is soft. Sitting on it is still more comfortable than a leather ball." Oh. The crowd understood. And then they saw the several bodyguards under He Yinping's dispatch, ignoring Xiao Siyu's cries and started to work, and a few of them even gave Qin Xianxian a thumbs up. Worthy of being from a big family, they were just good at playing. Soon, Xiao Siyu was then pressed to the ground, and I don't know if she was suffocating or what, but her dark purple face was facing upwards, and to her eyes, it was Qin Xuanxuan's face with a bad smile. Hey, I told you to grab me. This young Sid dead you." Saying that, Qin Xianxian then in a burst of shouts, his body violently sank downward, and his hips also rushed to press down on Xiao Siyu's face. Xiao Siyu closed her eyes, and the tears that she had been holding in, finally couldn't hold back any longer, and right at this moment, boom! With a popping sound, the office door actually instantly exploded. A shockwave was also impartial, directly bombarded in Qin Xianxian body, will be instantly bombarded to the back wall, and finally boom! The sound of a hard fall on the ground. In a cloud of dust, two figures appeared one after the other. Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong, arrived. Chapter 29, Unforgivable Sins. Son. He Yinping was startled and rushed over to pick up Qin Xianxian, who was lying on the ground, and it took a while of shaking to make him wake up. Wow! Qin Xianxian immediately cried out again, and He Yinping's heart twitched as she hurriedly coaxed him up gently while looking at the two people who had suddenly barged in with the others. "Dad! Uncle Zilong!" Upon hearing Xiao Siyu's voice, He Yinping and the others then suddenly realized that they were all looking at Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong with an unkind expression, and Xiao Yan's face was more than just unkind. It was simply like 1,000 years of cold ice, which was sufficient to freeze everything. After seeing Xiao Siyu's wretched and tragic appearance, Xiao Yan felt as if he was experiencing the pain of 10,000 swords piercing through his heart, and that feeling was simply painful to the core. "Ying, I am sorry. I still did not protect our daughter well, so that she actually suffered such aggression." At this time, the two security guards who were still holding Xiao Siyu in custody turned around and glared at Xiao Yan, thinking that they would finally have a chance to perform in front of Ms. He. Thus, they grabbed and started to hold those two accountable. "Hey, are you the parents of this little embryo? How do you educate children on weekdays? Humph, you even smashed the door of our gardener's office. What kind of bull are you pretending they are? There must be an explanation for this." Account? Hearing this word, Xiao Yan's eyes instantly filled with blood and turned red. Exactly. Who should give an explanation to whom? Zilong. With a low roar, without Xiao Yan having to say any more, Zhao Zilong shouted in response, and immediately rushed forward in large strides, like a humanoid chariot, and crushed those two security guards. After seeing Xiao Siyu's miserable little appearance, the one who was angry was not only Xiao Yan. Zhao Zilong also couldn't look away any longer and was completely enraged. "Crap! How dare you make a move? Go, get him!" The two security guards shouted and charged head-on. But before they had the chance to make a move, they felt as if they had been hit hard in the chest by a high-speed car. Boom! Boom! After two muffled sounds in a row, the two security guards could not even send out a scream, and were directly hit and flew out along the window. No more movement, dead or alive. Gollum! Where had the kindergarten director and the others seen this situation before? After ruthlessly swallowing saliva, to the mouth of the reproach, a time also all swallowed. Xiao Siyu's parents do not seem like good people. Xiao Yan even went forward 2 steps, squatted down and picked up Xiao Siyu, gently caressing her red, swollen and very serious smiling face. A burst of heartache. This is her own flesh and blood. Before this, what kind of abuse had she suffered? Dad! Xiao Siyu was tortured to the limit. Her upper and lower eyelids began to fight, and her words all seemed a little muffled. "It's all Siyu's fault. It's causing you trouble again." But this time, Siyu didn't misbehave. It's really not Siyu's fault. The last sentence can be described as a direct hit. Xiao Yan heart pain immediately tightly hold that completely fainted Xiao Siyu. Forehead at the veins rippled. The whole person looks even some hideous. Now, right or wrong, there is meaning? No. What Xiao Yan saw when he rushed in was a group of adults helping a little kid, bullying his own daughter. This crime was unforgivable. Who were the ones who hit my daughter just now? At this time, those headmasters, deputy headmasters, and several other kindergarten leaders also came back to their senses. This youngster is at most a social mixer. What is there to be afraid of? Your daughter got into trouble. All of us who are teachers naturally have the obligation to discipline her. So, all of us here have moved. What do you want? What? Zilong, tell them this group of old women what I will do. Originally, Xiao Yan did not like hitting women, but after seeing his daughter's tragic face, what principles of doing things, personal likes and dislikes, all play eggs go. Yes, Zhao Zilong answered in a deep voice, and after taking a deep breath, he immediately stepped forward, down to a few kindergarten teachers, up to the head of the garden. All of them abolished their hands. At once, the office wailed. The kindergarten people also never thought that these two people would be so overbearing, and just at the first glance, they laid down such a cruel hand. You two bastards, how dare you make trouble in our famous sect? You really think we're easy to bully, don't you? Don't even look at what kind of place this is. Do you really think it's a normal kindergarten? If you've got the guts, wait here and don't leave. We have connections in the city defense force. We'll call them over. With that, the headmistress started to make a call. She was a close relative to a small leader in the city defense force. If she didn't have some connections, she wouldn't have been able to make the famous sect kindergarten as large as it is now. Zilong, call Lin Shui. Tell her to bring all her men and come and tear down this kindergarten for me. There's no need to say more. Just tell her that this is an order. Snap. Zhao Zilong immediately stood upright. Yes, Xiao. The voice was like thunder, causing Qin Xianxian to cry out again, but immediately after, Xiao Yan cast a stern gaze, staring his crying to an abrupt end. To a child, Xiao Yan did not bother to take action. However, to their parents, it was different. With a turn of his gaze, just as Xiao Yan looked at He Yinping, He Yinping had also opened her mouth with a cold smile. Humph, what a big mouth. Still demolishing the kindergarten? Really not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue? Two small land ruffians just want to act like big brothers here and scare people? I've seen it all before. Even if you are real big brothers, you still have to give an explanation about my son today. Lightly putting down Xiao Siyu, Xiao Yan stood up. You are this little boy's parent, right? That's right, I am. For your information, I have already called my husband and he. Snort. With a wave of Xiao Yan's hand, a soft sound also interrupted He Yinping's words, and a bloodstain immediately appeared on her flirtatious face. He Yinping subconsciously touched her face, and when she saw her hands full of blood, she was so frightened that her eyes glared and she immediately screamed. Ah, me, my face, wow. Qin Xianxian cried out again. Mom has turned ugly. I want to go home. I want to go home. He Yinping's anger intensified as she pointed at Xiao Yan. You, how dare you scratch my face? Do you know who I am? I am the woman of the Qin family's great young man. The slap that slapped that little wild seed earlier seemed light. You wait for my husband. Ah, slap, snap, slap. Xiao Yan immediately rushed forward. One hand pinched He Yinping's neck. The other hand then left and right, even slapped and grabbed. And the force was getting bigger and bigger and the strike was getting more and more ruthless. Dare to slap your own daughter? Even if you die, I can't let you die in pain. 1 minute later, that trashy second-generation ancestor Qin Xianxian was completely stunned. As for He Yinping, she had also been beaten beyond recognition, and no longer dared to say much. She only sat on the ground disheveledly and stared resentfully at Xiao Yan. As for the kindergarten director and those people, they all looked dumbfounded one by one. Crazy. Simply crazy. Previously, He Yinping had already revealed her identity, but this Xiao Siyu's father still dared to lay such poisonous hands on him. It didn't matter if he was looking for death alone, but don't drag the entire group and the entire kindergarten into it. You crazy person. The Qin family will be here soon. When he arrives, he'll be so angry that he'll burn you to death. Yawn, you deserve a beating. Zhao Zilong, who had finished talking to Lin Shui on the phone, immediately came back and slapped that talkative Vice Dean unconscious, then pointed at the group of people on the ground. Listen up you old hags, the Qin family's major is nothing. In front of Xiao, there's only kneeling to atone for your sins. The words just fell. A man wearing a mink coat and about 30 years old then rushed in hurriedly, looking at the head gardener and the others with a flash of light before their eyes. After 1,000 expectations, the Qin family's great young man had finally arrived. Chapter 30, The whole clan makes reparation. Qin Xiao, you're finally here. Do something for us. These two little ruffians were so bold that they came in and beat people up. It doesn't matter if we were beaten up, but they didn't even spare your woman and son. Qin Feng, who had rushed in, sniffed, and his gaze stopped on Yi Yinping, Qin Xianxian and her daughter. The woman, beaten to near disfigurement. The son, even more so, was covered in blood, dead or alive. Qin Feng's face instantly chilled down. First rushed over to pick up Qin Xianxian, to see that he only fainted before he breathed a sigh of relief. To his only bloodline, he is very precious. Hubby, woo. Yi Yinping also cried out at this time. After being held in Qin Feng's arms, she pouted, completely describing herself as a victim. That ability to reverse right and wrong made Zhao Zilong so angry that his breathing became a little ragged, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yan hadn't yet given his word, he would have rushed up and slapped this woman to death. I know, Qin Feng said in a deep voice, and after handing Qin Xianxian to Yi Yinping to hold again, he reached out and pointed at Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong and the two of them. Finally, the finger pointed towards the ground again. I don't care who the two of you are, right now, kneel down for me. At the same time, a superior aura surged out, and Yi Yinping and the others all looked gloating after sensing it. The anger of the Qin family's great young man was enough to burn these two little ruffians to the ground. Ha! Xiao Yan was directly amused. This fellow, was he stealing his own lines? Still laughing? It seems that you guys still don't know this matter, how big it is. Injuring my woman, my son, accompanying the lives of your entire family is not enough. In the entire Tsang city, no one can save you. Snap! After ruthlessly clapping his hands twice, a sufficient number of 10 or so elite bodyguards entered the room and instantly surrounded Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong. After Qin Feng had gotten the news earlier, how could he not make preparations? These dozen people, all of them were his personal bodyguards, and each of them had the ability to take 1 for 10. What are you guys waiting for? Since the two of them are unwilling to kneel, help them out. Yes, young master, a dozen people answered in unison, and in the next moment, they moved together. Their movements were neatly synchronized, and they all swept their legs towards the knees of the two. Waste them all. Xiao Yan's words had just fallen, and it was as if a storm was blowing in the surroundings, as Zhao Zilong, who had been suppressed for a long time, moved once again. Boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. No one could see how Zhao Zilong struck. All that could be seen were the silhouettes of people who fell to the ground with a loud bang, and each person's right leg all buckled backward. Deformation serious, obviously considered completely ruined. Immediately Zhao Zilong returned to Xiao Yan's side in rear stance, swept his eyes over a dozen people who had fallen to the ground, and the next instant released the color of arrogance, which completely shattered the previous Qin Feng's superior breath. Wow! The whole place was in an uproar, a dead silence. Yi Yinping was so scared that she was already trembling a bit, and the other kindergarten leaders also looked completely dumbfounded. How could a person's hands be so powerful to such an extent? 1 against a dozen. Instantaneous seconds? Is there anyone else? If there are, you can call them all out. Upon hearing that, Qin Feng was secretly shocked, but he was at least from a big family, not so much that he would lose his temper like Yi Yinping. Narrowing his eyes, he asked with forced composure, "You guys, who exactly are you?" "The person who disfigured your brother, Qin Chuan." When these words came out, the pupils of Qin Feng, who was looking at Xiao Yan, abruptly shrunk. You are the Xiao family's Xiao Yan. The reason why he immediately recognized the other party was naturally because after Qin Chuan's accident, the Qin family was enraged and immediately proceeded to thoroughly investigate the matter. However, after finding out that it was Xiao Yan's doing, because of the previous incident between the Zhao families, both felt that this person was somewhat evil. Therefore, they did not immediately move him, wanting to observe for a while. However, it was unexpected that he had messed with his head again today. Although I know that the other party is a tough one, but if you leave without saying anything, then in the future, the face of the Qin family's youngest, where to put it? After thinking about it again and again, Qin Feng decided to take a small step back first. This young man is now giving you 2 choices. 1. Kneel down for my woman, son, kowtow and apologize. 2. This is your daughter, right? Since this matter started because of her, then you will beat her up on the spot. This matter will no longer be pursued by this young man either. 2 choices. You can choose now, hubby. This is the end? It's too cheap for them. They can also put your personal bodyguards all. What do you know? Qin Feng glared at Yi Yinping and soon heard Xiao Yan actually laugh. The laughter, which was getting louder and louder, in the end actually sounded somewhat oozing. After 3 seconds had passed, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Xiao Yan's face changed and his gaze was stern like a sword as he forced himself to look at Qin Feng. You Qin family members, you like to make others do multiple choice questions very much, don't you? Good. Zilong, then go and tell him my choice. Yes. Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zilong's loud shout was like a heavy hammer that smashed into Qin Feng's heart, especially after seeing that big man rushing towards him. He could no longer hold back the shiver of fear. You want to do it? A miserable wailing sound rang out, only to see a pair of tiger palms ruthlessly slapping on Zhao Zilong's shoulders, the violent force directly pressing him to both knees. At the same time, the sound of bones cracking caused the others to shiver again. They knew that Qin Feng's shoulder bones were afraid that they had all shattered. Ah, you guys actually dare to make a move against me. Surname Shao. If you really annoy my Qin family, believe it or not, I can let you die without a burial place. All those who are related to you will also be buried with you. You, snap. Zhao Zilong slapped his hand up hard, his complexion stern. If you don't want to die now, shut your stinking mouth. Sure enough, after the slap, Qin Feng was much more honest. Only then did Zhao Zilong straighten up and looked at Xiao Yan. Young Xiao, how should this person be disposed of? Xiao Yan was silent as he walked over to Qin Feng. His voice was calm, yet full of a fierce aura. If the son is not taught, the father's fault, teaching such a bastard son. What should be the offense? Completely not giving Qin Feng a chance to speak, Xiao Yan continued. Now that you only have one son, you have been bullying men and women since childhood. Then in the future when there are more sons and daughters, what more? How many innocent children will follow and suffer? So, I'll grant you that you'll be cut off from your children and grandchildren. Qin Feng's body tightened at the words, but moments later, he felt a sharp pain in the area between his legs. After screaming again, his entire body collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging out, veins rippling on his forehead, and he wanted to faint from the pain. The others naturally knew what had happened, and they were all struck by lightning, petrified on the spot, especially He Yinping, now so scared that her body is already close to the wall, but still slipping a little. She knows that in the future, unless she steals a man, otherwise, I'm afraid that she will no longer be able to experience the joy of being a woman. These two people actually really dare to waste Qin Dezhou. Is it to stab the sky? However, scrapping Qin Feng was so unusual to Xiao Yan that it could not even cause a slight change in his face, and he was still glaring at Qin Feng. From this resentful gaze of yours, I can tell that you are determined to take revenge, and if you want to retaliate, you're relying on nothing more than the entire Qin family, right? Good, I will give you this opportunity. After saying this, Xiao Yan gave Zhao Zilong a wink. Zhao Zilong understood and immediately bent down and pulled out Qin Feng's cell phone, unlocked and opened it to find a phone number with a note for his grandfather and dialed it. Qin Feng's grandfather was naturally the head of the Qin family. The phone quickly connected. Hey, Fenger, have you taken care of everything over at the kindergarten? Old thing, listen carefully. If you don't want Qin Feng to die, now, immediately gather your entire Qin family and come to the famous kindergarten to make amends to Xiao Xiao. Chapter 31 Your Ancestral Home. Snap. After Zhao Zilong finished speaking, he directly slammed his cell phone into pieces, scaring the crowd into another shiver. Even Qin Feng, for a moment, seemed to have forgotten the severe pain down below and looked at Xiao Yan, whose face was still as calm as water, and froze a little. It was not enough that he had wasted himself, but he also wanted the entire clan of the Qin family to come and make amends to him? Just for a little girl to be aggrieved. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? That's right. As far as, the dragon has scales, and if you touch them, you will be angry. Anger turns the heavens and the earth upside down. This was Xiao Yan's answer. Crazy, these two are just crazy, daring to go against the entire Qin family. Wait and see. I want to see with my own eyes how they die tragically on the spot. Time passed by minute, and this waiting was undoubtedly torturous and long for Qin Feng, He Yinping and the others. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, picked up Xiao Xiu and patted her gently. Looking at her little face that still seemed to have some lingering palpitations, the guilt in his heart rose like crazy. Along with it, was the anger towards the people present, as well as the entire Qin family. Zilong, carry Xiu back to the car. There might be some chaos here in a while, so don't wake the little girl up. Xiao Yan spoke softly. Yes, lightly receiving Xiao Xiu, Zhao Zilong also tiptoed away, that careful appearance as if he was guarding a precious treasure, and the rampant, domineering manner that he had shown before, or simply like two people. 10 minutes later, a burst of noisy footsteps came. Before the Qin family arrived, a group of uniformed ones rushed in. The leading one, who looked to be in his 30s, was actually a lieutenant. Of course, it was only the 8th rank, quite a bit worse than even Lin Shui's rank. Xiao Wei, seeing the person who came, the head gardener who had been staying quiet before suddenly became excited, as if he had seen his savior and exclaimed, "Cousin, it's him! Just now, not only did he say he wanted to demolish my kindergarten, but also, he injured the woman and son of the Qin family's great young man. Just now, he even wasted the Qin family's great young man. This is your chance to get credit. Hurry up and arrest this maniac. It's okay to execute him on the spot." What? Wu Xiaowei could not help but be shocked even after hearing about these things Xiao Yan had done. This fellow, Was he looking for death? Come on people. Guo Xiaowei waved his hand, and those people behind him immediately surrounded him. A circle of black holes of gun muzzles aimed at Xiao Yan. Hold your head with both hands and crouch down. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan glanced at Guo Xiaowei. This matter has nothing to do with you, so as a word of advice, bring your people to stand upright and wait on the side, and help demolish this kindergarten in a moment. You, what a madman! Guo Xiaowei was usually a violent temper, and after cursing angrily, he was about to rush up and give Xiao Yan a punch, but in the next moment, stop! After hearing the sound and seeing the valiant posture that rushed in, Guo Xiaowei and the others snapped, standing upright. They also immediately saluted. Captain Lin, even school Captain Lin is here? The garden manager was secretly shocked. Guo Xiaowei was her cousin, so she had naturally heard of this Captain Lin, who was the head of the city defense force. If she was alarmed, that little rascal would have even less good news to eat, but just when she was thinking so happily, splat! However, Lin Shui came directly in front of Xiao Yan and stood at attention and saluted. What is this situation? How could this happen? The head gardener was dumbfounded. Lin Shui was about to open her mouth, but Xiao Yan raised his hand to stop her, not saying much, only saying 4 words, act as ordered. Yes, Lin Shui nodded her head fiercely, after which she glared fiercely at Guo Xiaowei, who had stuck his head very low for a while in a fit of hindsight, and bellowed, this kindergarten is illegally constructed and is a dangerous building. City Defense Force belongs to listen to the order. Demolish. Yes, the people including Guo Xiaowei all answered loudly and immediately prepared to take action. Looking at that garden manager was instantly anxious. Stop, you guys can't do this. This is my tree of wealth. Where else am I going to get rich if you guys destroy it? You guys. Snap. A slap was slapped on her face, and the one who did it was her cousin Guo Xiaowei. Xiaowei, you're crazy. How dare you hit me? I'm your sister. Scram. I won't have you as a cousin in the ing future. Guo Xiaowei was extremely depressed in his heart at the moment. This cousin of his was a pitiful person. Just because of him, he almost made a move to beat up a character that even Captain Lin revered. Luckily, he didn't do anything, and he was generous. Otherwise, he would have been ing finished. School Captain Lin, take all these people downstairs. Remember to do a good job of evacuating the people, and do not accidentally injure them in the process of dismantling them. Xiao Yan commanded. All right, sir. Don't worry. It had to be said that Lin Shui's efficiency was indeed very high. It only took less than half an hour for that famous kindergarten building to be completely razed to the ground. That headmaster had already cried himself out, and was dragged away with all the other kindergartners. On the large open space, Lin Shui ran over again and said with an apologetic face, Mister, this time it was me who was not good at my job. Sister Yun she also already knew about it and scolded me and ordered me to find another good kindergarten in Song City for CU. Sister Yun she has also said that it is up to you to accept or not. Xiao Yan frowned and secretly said that this Lu Yunxi was really difficult to deal with. The words that came out made it seem like it was not too good for one to want to reject them. After some hesitation, Xiao Yan gently nodded. When you have time, thank her for me. Yes, Lin Shui was instantly delighted. Xiao Yan saying this meant that he did not care about his former suspicions and readily accepted it. However, before she could be happy for a while, she saw a group of people all rushing towards the side. With an aggressive air, the leader was an old man with gray temples. It was clearly the Qin family head, Qin Haonan, and it was not just the entire Qin family that had come. The 2 old men following Qin Haonan were clearly experts with their light and orderly pace. Lin Shui also recognized those 2 Qin family offerings at a glance, which were also the 2 people with the strongest combat power within the Qin family. Her gaze was cold and she was about to speak when Xiao Yan raised his hand to stop them again. This is a matter between me and the Qin family. Onlookers shall not interfere. As soon as the words fell, Qin Haonan and his group also stood still, and after seeing the already fainted Qin Feng, Qin Xianxian and his father and son, their faces all became unusually ugly. Xiao Yan, what have you done to Fenger? Wasted. He will not be able to be a man again in the future. Xiao Yan's light words caused Qin Haonan's eyes to instantly turn red. In the 3rd generation of the Qin family, there were only 2 full-fledged male members. What was the result? One was disfigured and the other was wasted. This enmity was not shared. It was so great that Qin Haonan could completely stop estimating the other party's identity and also exterminate them. Elder Zhang, Elder Su, please make an immediate move to exterminate this son. Poof. Behind Qin Haonan, the 2 old men answered and then stepped forward. A layer of strange luster actually surged out from their bodies. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. There were actually 2 inner strength De Changs, and their strength was even stronger than the Yunanshan that the Zhao family had provided for earlier. However, so what? Boom! Xiao Yan took a step forward and instantly released an invisible aura. causing the two old men to instantly stop in their tracks and stare roundly. True Chi condensed and externalized. You are actually a Zhongshe realm expert. It was not only those two old men who were shocked, but also Qin Haonan. Previously, in his investigation of this Xiao Yan, he did not include the information that he was actually a Zhongshe powerhouse. Considering that it is not easy for the two of you to cultivate, if you do not want to die, then stay honestly. After instantly shocking the two of them, Xiao Yan's gaze turned and looked at Qin Haonan again. I do not wish to delve further into the original circumstances of this matter, and grant your Qin family an opportunity to redeem their sins. I have heard that the Qin family's ancestral mansion that you are living in is located in a feng shui treasure land, so I have a limit of 5 days to hand it over, and I am going to move my wife's gravesite there. After saying this, Xiao Yan turned his head and walked towards the outside of the field, and no one dared to stop him, until he completely disappeared. The sky above this empty land was still echoing with his voice. Chance, only once, grasp it, and the Qin family will be unharmed, but if you miss it, the entire Qin family, when the chickens and dogs will not be left behind. Chapter 32 Where to Sit with $100 Billion. That evening, in the western suburb of Tsong City, the Qin family's ancestral mansion was brightly lit up and down, and the Qin family members were all gathered here at the moment, not saying a word, and the atmosphere was sullen. That Xiao Yan had really brought them too many surprises as well as humiliation today. After a moment, the seated Zhan Lao and Su Lao looked at each other and both let out a long sigh, saying, Family Master, the other party's cultivation has already reached the level of a Zhongshe. Even if we join hands, we are by no means opponents, and our chances of winning are zero. Moreover, that Xiao Yan seems to have a very shallow relationship with Lin Shui, the head of the city defense force. So, enough, stop talking. Qin Haonan, who was seated in the center, waved his hand in annoyance. Of course he knew what the two old men meant. It was nothing more than trying to persuade him to bow down. But then, it would not only be as simple as making amends and apologizing, he would also have to compensate for this Qin family ancestral residence. How could he, who had always had a strong character, accept this? Not only him, even the members of the Qin family present did not agree. Dad, that Xiao Yan is too deceitful. If we bow to him, then in the future, the Qin family will never be able to raise their heads in the Tsong City boundary. That's right. Moreover, this ancestral home is located in a feng shui treasure land, which is related to the Qin family's fortune. How can it be handed over to an outsider? The crowd was momentarily agitated, especially the Qin Jianye couple, whose two sons, one wasted and the other disfigured. He simply hated that he could not eat that Xiao Yan alive. The next moment, boom, as Qin Haonan stomped the walking stick in his hand towards the ground, the hall instantly quieted down and everyone looked at him with burning eyes. The moment to make a choice had arrived. Our Qin family members have not lost their bloodlust. This is good. Qin Haonan rose violently after speaking in a slow voice, his eyes revealing a stern light. Since my Qin family started, I have never suffered such a strange shame. This kind of shame must also be washed away with the blood of that Xiao Yan. A cultivation of the Zhongshe realm? You are familiar with Lin Shui, the head of the city defense force? You think that you can completely trample my Qin family under your feet? Good. Then this time, let's open up the battlefield and have a good fight. Seeing this, Elder Zhang and Elder Su glanced at each other and got up to leave. In any case, they didn't dare to make enemies with the sect master realm experts, and although the Qin family treated them extremely favorably, it wasn't worth gambling with their lives for. But before they could say anything, Qin Haonan raised his hand to signal the two of them. Elder Zhang, Elder Su, you don't need to say much. I'm certain that I can pull in the Qi family and also invite a Zhongshe realm expert to help me. The two of you, would you be willing to stay and help me? What? Both of the two old men froze, and Qin Haonan let out a sinister smile, waving his hand to signal them to attach their ears and come over in a burst of whispering. Afterward, both of the two old men saw a flash of shock on the other's face, followed by both nodding their heads fiercely. Yes, family master, if you can really invite that person here, this time, the two of us will give our full assistance to help the Qin family wash away their shame. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them not knowing what exactly the family master had said that had caused the attitude of the two confessors to change so drastically. Could it be that there was some kind of killer weapon? Just as the crowd was wondering what kind of killer mace would be this powerful, Qin Haonan gave another command. Jianye, didn't the people from the Han family intend to marry my Qin family before? And to use the 1,000 Shang group left behind by that Xiao Yan's late wife as a dowry? In these 2 days, you can get through to the Han family. So when Fomer wakes up and his body gets a little better, let's get it done. Qin Jianye was a little embarrassed and whispered, Dad, Fomer has been invalidated. I'm only afraid. Only afraid of what? Qin Haonan's voice suddenly turned cold as he droned. Fomer is the youngest master of my Qin family. Even if he is invalidated, his identity is still there. Agreeing to marry the Han family is a great honor for them. How can we allow them to pick and choose? Approach that old Mrs. Han tomorrow. She's an understanding person and knows what to do. Yes, father. The next few days, because of the previous kindergarten incident, Xiao Siyu's mood had been very low. Seeing Xiaoyan's heart burst with sorrow, almost all of her time was spent with her, playing with toys, watching cartoons, and also singing with her. Even in these few days, Xiaoyan's cooking skills have greatly improved, winning Xiao Sun Xiao Siyu's unanimous praise. Only Zhao Zilong was a bit dumbfounded by this. How could I not see before? Killing and decisive, blood-stained thousands of miles of cultivator war emperor. There is, still he had the talent to be a super daddy? Simply all-round talent. One evening, Xiao Yan, after receiving Jiang Xia's phone call, called out his sins and almost forgot that today was her birthday. After a short exchange of pleasantries, he rushed to the Shangri-La Hotel, where the party was being held. Shangri-La Hotel, a private room on the 9th floor. At this moment, there are a lot of people here, a total of 3 large round tables, a girl standing in the middle of the field yelling, commanding everyone to be busy. Her name was Xuena, and she was Jiang Xia's best friend in high school. For this party, she took the initiative to contract the work of setting up the venue. Alas, and fatty, talking about you, hurry up and put that sign labeled with millions of worth on the second table. Huan, just put 2 chairs on the first table. There's no need for so many. After another short while, Xiao Yan pushed the door in, and after seeing him, He Chen surprised him with a smile, and after putting down the work in his hands, he went over and gave him a bear hug. Xiao Yan, I didn't expect you to come too. Where have you been all these years? Brother, I missed you to death. Xiao Yan smiled at his words. His heart warmed up in a rare way, and a scene from his high school days back then also surfaced in his mind one after another. It was this and the fat man in front of him, who had not done much fighting with himself back then because of various trivialities, but in the end, he became his best friend in his high school days. After going to be a soldier for a few years, you have not changed. You are still so fat. Xiao Yan patted in Chen's back and teased with a laugh. Ha ha, I've managed to grow a good deal of fat, so I can't afford to lose it. The loud jokes and laughter of the two immediately drew the attention of many people in the private room. When Xuena saw Xiao Yan, she disdainfully skimmed her mouth. I didn't believe it before when I heard Xia say that you were coming, but I didn't expect you to really come. Xiao Yan returned the smile and took the initiative to walk over and extend his hand. Xuena, long time no see. Don't. A handshake is exempt. You might have forgotten that I have a cleanliness fetish. Back then, the matter of you getting the Han family's Han Yueying by dirty means was spread all over the classmate circle. As she said this, Xuena even took a step back, and the color of dislike in her eyes increased. Xiao Yan's hand froze in midair and his face changed slightly, but in the end, he silently retracted it, and also stopped He Chun, who wanted to hold a grudge for himself. Today, he had come to celebrate Jiang Xia's birthday, and when it came to things, he should endure when he could. Not to bother with Xuena. Xiao Yan swept his eyes at the 3 large round tables in the box and suspiciously looked at He Chen by his side. What is the situation? He Chen immediately grunted in dissatisfaction, casting a blank stare towards that Xuena, saying, all of them are set up by her, to be seated at separate tables based on how much each person is worth. It's simply fooling around. And fatty, what are you muttering about? Xuena glared at him before looking at Xiao Yan and said, you just came, so I'll explain it to you. The first table, other than the birthday girl, only those who are worth $10 million are qualified to be seated. The second table is for those who are worth millions. As for the third table, it's exclusive to the hangers-on who are worth less than $1 million. Got it? When it finished speaking, the faces of many people present were somewhat ugly. After all, a large portion of the people present had become Xuena's mouth. Hangers-on. Xiao Yan's sword brows slightly raised, and the dissatisfaction in his heart increased. In just a few years, Xuena, who was quite innocent at the beginning, had become so mercenary. Thus, after seeing Xuena receive a phone call and prepare to go out, he immediately opened his mouth to call him back. Stop. Tell me, where should a person worth $100 billion sit? Chapter 33, Birthday Gifts. The box also instantly quieted down. Xuena stopped her footsteps, and the gazes of the others all shot towards Xiao Yan. In the next instant, the entire room burst into laughter. Ah, it simply killed me with laughter. Hundreds of billions, Xiao Yan said that he is hundreds of billions of worth. Ha, this then pretending. 666 my old lady will serve you if she doesn't help. Sarcasm rose in all directions, and Chen, even if he wanted to help Xiao Yan round off the scene again, he had no intention to do so, and looked at Xiao Yan with a face full of helplessness. Brother, this time it is really blowing a lot, but Xiao Yan really didn't brag. Regardless of other assets, alone in his hands that 100 Flowers Bank's Great Bohemia black card, The deposits in it are more than $100 billion. Wouldn't a cultivator war emperor lack money? What are you so happy about? So happy that you all forgot to go out and pick me up? At this time, the door of the box was pushed open, and a young man in a straight suit with an unusually pale face walked in, looking like he was overly drunk. Wang Xiao. Xuan'er stopped laughing and called out, hurriedly jogging over to him, followed by a white glance at Xiaoyan, just like a mean look. Young Wang, you can't blame me. Just now I wanted to personally go out to pick you up, but I was amused by a clown. It's him, Xiaoyan, who just now said that he is worth $100 billion without even batting an eyelid. Do you think he is a clown? Wang Yi looked in the direction of Xuan'er's finger, and after seeing Xiaoyan, there was a flash of dark color in his eyes. In his high school days, he was from a superior family, and he also held the position of class president. So when he saw Zhang Xia's stunning beauty, he could not hold back and immediately launched a crazy pursuit. But every time he attended class, he could always see Zhang Xia peeking at Xiaoyan from time to time, and even wrote love letters to Xiaoyan several times, only because of shyness. Every time before the love letters were sent out, Zhang Xia burned them, and these things were known only to Wang Yi, who had been paying close attention to Zhang Xia. Even Xiaoyan himself did not know that he was actually Zhang Xia's crush. Therefore, Wang Yi held a grudge against Xiaoyan to this day. Well, it is indeed a clown. Xiaoyan, I can understand if you want to save face, but with a body like yours, there might still be people who believe it when you say that you are worth $1 million. Worth $100 billion? Are you stupid? Or is everyone stupid? Xiaoyan's eyes watched the nose and the nose watched the heart. In order to not let Zhang Xia be embarrassed, just take it as if this guy was farting. While Wang Yi was still unforgiving, with a didactic tone, remember, if you want to really have face, then you still need to have hard goods. Snap! With a wave of Wang Yi's hand, a car key with the letter B printed on it was thrown onto the first table. Bentley. This was immediately followed by rolling up his sleeves, revealing a gold Rolex watch worn on his wrist. Wow! Young Wang, didn't you always drive a BMW before? Now you've changed to a Bentley? A Bentley, it's got to be a few million, right? And this watch, I've seen it on a TV commercial before. It's Rolex's new limited edition, and it costs more than $2 million a piece. Mr. Wang, you've gotten rich. Most of the classmates are ordinary people with a monthly salary of 4 or 5,000. And the better ones are just gold-collar workers with a monthly salary of over 10,000. Seeing Wang Yi in this position, naturally they were all wide-eyed and envious for a while. Seeing this, Xuan'er immediately said, you may not know, Wang Yi is now following his uncle in the jewelry and jade business. In just 2 years, he has already taken advantage of $10 million. After saying this, Xuan'er rolled her eyes at Xiaoyan again. Unlike some people, who do not have a single piece of hard goods on their bodies, their pockets are cleaner than their faces, not to mention that they always love to blow a bullseye. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Wang Yi and then Xiaoyan and shook their heads. And right at this moment, Zhang Xia, who was wearing a dark blue evening dress with a small crown made of pure silver on her forehead, curled up and appeared on the stage. For a while, the crowd was a bit dumbfounded. One look at the city and another look at the country. So beautiful. This woman, I must obtain. Wang Yi, whose both eyes were a little scarlet, secretly swore. After entering the arena, Zhang Xia first bowed slightly at everyone to apologize for her lateness before her gaze stopped on Xiaoyan. The smile on her pretty face could not help but become a few points thicker. Feeling Zhang Xia's gaze, Xiaoyan's face immediately relaxed and he smiled as he was about to walk forward. But Wang Yi took a step ahead of him. Xia, it is not easy to see this great singer honored one of you. Quickly please take a seat. Zhang Xia retracted her gaze and glanced at Wang Yi before noticing that there were actually 3 round tables. She couldn't help but stare at Xuan'er. Nana, what's going on? Xuan'er smiled. Now that you're a big singer, where can you sit at a table with ordinary people? You have to be worth at least $10 million to deserve to be at a table with you. And among our classmates, only Wang Xiao has reached it. As she said that, Xuan'er even winked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi was pleased in his heart, secretly saying that the benefits he had given to this Xuan'er before were really not in vain. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xia immediately slapped her face. We're all classmates. Wouldn't this arrangement be awkward? Listen to me, all sit at one table. Under Zhang Xia's repeated insistence, all of them also sat together in a circle, and for a while, they were all a bit formal. However, with Wang Yi's snap, finger, one exquisite dish after another was served on the table. The atmosphere in the venue was mobilized once again. Australian lobster, single abalone, fish, shark's fin and bird's nest can only be regarded as a routine operation. And finally 4 bottles of 82 years Lafite, just drinks, will be nearly 300,000, coupled with the dishes. A table down is completely the standard of nearly $1 million. Once again, the crowd was dumbfounded. This time, Wang Yi had really invested a lot of money in order to get his cards in order in front of his wife. It's too ostentatious, right? Jiang Xia frowned slightly, somewhat displeased, and Xuena immediately returned. Hi, this is just a drop in the bucket for young Wang. Moreover, other people, young Wang has also prepared an elaborate birthday gift for you. Young Wang, why don't you hurry up and take it out? Yes, let's open our eyes again. Don't let it be a diamond ring, otherwise it's going to kill us singles. In the midst of all the uproar, Wang Yi smiled and snapped his fingers again, and immediately a specialized waiter came in with an exquisite gift box. Opening it up, it was a watch. The name of the product, Vacheron Constantin. Xia, this watch is something I spent $1 million on and got at an auction. Now I'm giving it to you. I hope you'll like it. Jiang Xia was a bit hesitant. She was not really familiar with Wang Yi, and naturally did not want such an expensive gift. And just as Jiang Xia hesitated, Wang Yi suddenly looked at Xiao Yan, who was sitting across from him, and secretly sneered. Today, he must let Jiang Xia know just how big the gap between the person she had a crush on back then and herself was today. Xiao Yan, didn't you say that you are $100 billion? Come on, take out your birthday gift and show it to us. Yes, we are also eager to see what kind of gift someone with $100 billion fortune would give. Xuena immediately complimented and echoed out. Xiao Yan, who had been sitting quietly, heard this and raised his head to sweep a glance at the two of them before finally looking at Jiang Xia. After seeing that she was looking at herself with anticipation, she immediately got up and with a flip of her hand, she magically handed over a rectangular gift box. Happy birthday, for you. Jiang Xia immediately snatched it over, and after opening it, a dark green jasper necklace was presented in front of everyone, flashing with eye-catching emerald awnings. Ah, so beautiful. Jiang Xia immediately exclaimed and opened her mouth, her love overflowing. The others came forward one after another, momentarily dumbfounded. Even if they didn't know jade anymore, they could tell that this string of emerald necklace was worth a lot of money. At the very least, it was going to be on top of that watch. And just as the crowd were wondering how Xiao Yan could have become so generous, boom! Wang Yi slammed the table and rose indignantly. Surname Xiao, I did not expect you to be a thief. Chapter 34, a good show. Thief? The box instantly went cold as the crowd looked at each other. Soon after, Xuena immediately stood up again to respond and pointed at Xiao Yan. That's right. This guy was just a driver in the first place. How could he afford such an expensive gift? It must have been stolen. Just a thief. Nana. Jiang Xia frowned slightly as she said, don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence, and I believe in Xiao Yan's character. I believe it too. He Chen also exclaimed, this is my brother. He wouldn't do something like stealing from a chicken or a dog. As for this emerald necklace, maybe it's, after holding it back for a long time, only then did Yi Chen manage to come up with a reason that made people laugh and cry. Perhaps, it's ancestral from Xiao Yan's family. Ah ha 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 ha. Wang Yi burst out laughing in triumph. Ancestral? I poo. Wafatty. Thanks for thinking of it. You all must know that my uncle is the head of the Chui Xian Pavilion, under the Qi Group, right? I've seen this emerald necklace with my own eyes in the Chui Xian Pavilion. Moreover, it's still the treasure of the pavilion. It's worth $18,888,000,000. Wow! The sound of clamor instantly resounded. Soon, a stream of despicable, disdainful, and disgusted gazes were thrown toward Xiao Yan, and many people even started pointing. This is not a simple thief, but a grand thief. Damn! Don't say that I have such a classmate in the future. I can't afford to lose this person. Get lost. This guy, where did he get thin face still sitting here? He Chen was speechless. Jiang Xia did not know what to say for a moment and looked at Xiao Yan, but saw that his face was still as flat as water. Xia, now that the ironclad evidence is like a mountain, you can always see this guy's true colors, right? Xuena continued to fan the flames, and even made a wink at Wang Yilian, saying, young Wang, in that case, you can't let him go. We'll help you keep him under control first. You tell your uncle to come immediately, and when the stolen goods are captured, won't you get a big credit? Ha, right. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. This Xuena, her brain is really alive. She didn't hurt her for nothing before. Good. Everyone, all do me a favor. I'll call my uncle right now, and I'll be grateful when it's done. With that, Wang Yi immediately made a call. Xiao Yan looked on with cold eyes and suddenly smiled, still not saying a word, only lightly lifting his arm. However, immediately, a few males got up and came to his side. There were also a few that ran to guard the doorway. Don't be nervous, I'm not running, just having a drink. Saying this, Xiao Yan Dao drank a cup of free water to himself, looking very leisurely, not at all like a big thief who was about to be caught. Putting down the cup of water, Xiao Yan glanced at Jiang Xia again, and after seeing that she had also been staring at herself, with a trace of sadness hanging on her pretty face, he did not smile. Xia, this gift, do you like it? Jiang Xia's face turned bitter as she hurriedly asked in a low voice. Xiao Yan, what is going on here? There is no rush. Xiao Yan shook his head and pointed down at Wang Yi, who was gleefully making a phone call, and said, soon, a good show will be staged here. After watching it, you will naturally understand it as well. Hearing that, Jiang Xia nodded and stopped asking, and that heart that had been hanging in the air for a while smoothed out a little. You're dying, but you still don't forget to pretend? Surname Xiao, you really have interpreted the word hangman to the extreme, but it doesn't matter. Wait for Wang Xiao's uncle to come over in a while. Let's see if you'll wet your pants in fear, Xue Na said viciously, while still not forgetting to look at Wang Yi from time to time. That look was really like a dog that was taking credit from its master. At this time, Wang Yi finished the phone call, and the color of triumph on his face increased. My uncle is eating in the neighborhood and will immediately rush over. Xiao Yan, if you kneel down and kowtow 18 times to this young man right now, this young man will be able to help you put in a good word in front of my uncle in a while. Jail is unavoidable, but before going to jail, it can make you suffer less. My uncle can be followed by the bodyguards assigned to him by the Qi family, and his hands can be black. He Chen was indignant and was about to open his mouth, but Xiao Yan pressed him down, looked up at Wang Yi and asked with a smile, how black? Black enough to remove an arm and a leg from you. Oh, nodding, Xiao Yan picked up the cup of white water and drank it again. Wang Yi was furious at the situation, but then he sneered and nodded his head fiercely. Alright, you are really a ing stone in a latrine pit, stinking and hard. Let's wait and see. 20 minutes later, boom, the door of the box was roughly kicked open, and immediately afterward, Wang Dawei, who smelled of alcohol, entered the venue in stride, surrounded by several suited bodyguards. Uncle, you're here. Wang Yi hurriedly greeted him, and Wang Dawei walked around while cursing, paralyzed. Which one is so ungrateful that he dares to steal my Chui Shen Pavilion's things? I'll kill him. Where are the stolen things? Bring it to me first. Xuana quickly snatched the jewelry box in Jiang Xia's hand and hurriedly jogged to hand it over. Please take a look. Mr. Wang, this is it. According to young Wang, it's still the treasure of Chui Shen Pavilion. Wang Dawei lowered his head to take a look. Both eyes suddenly rounded. His face instantly confused. How could it be? This thing? He clearly remembered that this thing had been given by Qi Xiao to a valued customer who held the 100 Flowers Bank's Great Bohemia black card a few days earlier. But now, why did it appear here? Soon, he thought of a possibility. A very bad possibility. Immediately dragging Wang Yi to his side, he said in an urgent voice, where's the person you said stole something? That's him. Wang Yi pointed at Xiao Yan's back, and in the next moment, Xiao Yan also slowly turned around and looked at Wang Dawei with a smile. Mr. Wang, hello again. Swish, Wang Dawei's face changed greatly and he was petrified on the spot. Mom it's really this master. What the hell? Who is my uncle? How could he have met you? Surname Xiao, don't try to get close to me here. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi shivered again, and lost all sense of liquor. You pitbull. Snap. Cursing, he slapped his face, and due to the excessive force, he directly knocked Wang Yi to the ground. Wang Yi, you want to kill me. This emerald necklace, was personally given to this gentleman by Qi Xiao a few days ago. Xuan Na, crowd, Qi Xiao personally gave it to him? What is this? And the scene that made them even more confused was still behind, only to see Wang Wei striding forward, and then boom, with a bang, he directly knelt in front of Xiao Yan. How could he dare to offend someone who even Qi Xiao had to treat seriously? Sir, this matter is really not my fault. Don't be angry. This emerald necklace is now returned to its original owner. Please accept it. This necklace, I have given it to this lady. Xiao Yan pointed down at Jiang Xia, and Wang Dawei immediately knelt down and came in front of her, presenting the gift box. Miss, please smile. Jiang Xia blinked, and after watching Xiao Yan nod his head, he accepted the necklace graciously, and on his pretty face, a sweet smile also surfaced. At this time, the crowd also gradually came back to their senses. This Xiao Yan, where was he a big thief? It was completely a bit of a big brother. No, it can't be. Wang Yi shouted out, completely disbelieving everything in front of him. How is this possible? He was just a driver before. How could Qi Xiao? Shut up. Wang Dawei glared at him fiercely again, before he kowtowed at Xiao Yan. Sir, just give your word on how this matter should be handled. I will definitely do as I am told. Xiao Yan tapped the desktop with his 5 fingers and said in a faint voice, this Wang Xiao just said that your bodyguard's hands are very black, so black that he can remove one of my arms and one of my legs. What do you say? What should be done? Chapter 35, Jiang Xia's trouble. What? There's still this matter. Wang Dawei was furious. Wang Yi, this bastard, even if he provoked others, he still had to bring himself. His own bodyguard's hand is no longer black. In front of this master in front of him is not a rival at all. Ah, typical Uncle Pit. Come on. Hearing Wang Daoi's roar, Wang Yi was so scared that his body shivered, and was about to open his mouth to apologize and beg for forgiveness when he was already framed by someone. Listen carefully. Give me one of this bastard's arms and one of his legs to be removed immediately. In front of this gentleman. Do it. Wang Yi's legs trembled, and his crotch was already wet, emitting an unpleasantly tawdry odor. I'm your own nephew. You can't. You little mama's boy has no qualifications to be a member of our Wang family at all. From now on you're not my nephew, and I'm not your uncle. Once those few bodyguards heard this, the last trace of scruples in their hearts were gone, and they rolled up their sleeves to strike. Wait first, Wang Dawei called out again, and Wang Yi immediately let out a long breath, but not waiting for him to smooth out this breath, Wang Dawei pointed at the Rolex gold watch on his hand and cursed angrily. Paralyzed little brat, still wearing the old man's watch out to pretend. Do not look at you, what virtue? Take the watch off and then hit me. My watch is very expensive. Don't hurt it. Wang Yi, crowd. This absolute pro uncle. Those few bodyguards also immediately followed Wang Dawei's command, deadening the squealing Wang Dawei, and after carefully removing that gold watch, they immediately took action. Ah, my hands, please don't. Ah, successive screams rang out, and in just a few blinks of an eye, one of Wang Yi's arms and one of his legs were all removed in full view of everyone. This henchman's, dark enough. At this moment, Wang Yi was lying on the ground like a dead dog, helplessly wailing, looking at the crowd present with a sigh. Mr. Wang, look at this Bentley. Is it yours? And Chen a hand on the table that Bentley car keys handed over and asked. Wang Dawei saw after the fire is again a flourish, took the keys, walked up, ruthless 2 feet stomped on the back of Wang Yi. You turtle grandson. I said how my big Bentley disappeared. It's you who stole and drove it out again. You turned a deaf ear to my warnings earlier, didn't you? Afterward, Wang Dawei ordered a body search, confiscating all of Wang Yi's bank cards and freezing all of his personal accounts. Seeing this wave of maneuvers, the entire audience was in an uproar. Xuana was the first one to stand out, pointing at Wang Yi with a look of contempt. You liar. It turns out that the person who is really pretending to be a fraud is you. You can't even compare to one of Xiaoyan's toes and you're still competing with him for a woman? I poo. That's right. A gift from Xiaoyan is worth $10 million. He also wears such a simple and low-key outfit. This is the style of a big brother. What does it mean to be low-key and luxurious with substance? Today, I've seen it. Xiao. He's a role model for my generation. Xiaoyan was speechless as he glanced at Xuana, who rushed at him with a pleasing look on her face, and then glanced at Jiang Xia with a smile or not. How could Jiang Xia not understand the meaning of that look? And somewhat awkwardly held her forehead. In high school, there was such a girlfriend. It's not good to meet someone. It's not good to recognize people. Ah, sir, you see the result of this matter. Are you still satisfied? Wang Dawei nervously asked and answered, while Xiaoyan had a generous look and waved his hand at him. It's okay. Merely, the starting hand is indeed a bit dark. Nima. Wang Yi immediately had 10,000 heads of Chao Nima rushing past in his heart at this moment. That being said, why didn't he say it earlier? Right, you'd better help him pay for this table. I don't think he can afford it now. Okay, I will pay immediately. Don't worry. Thereupon, Wang Dawei gave another wink to the bodyguards around him, dragging Wang Yi like a dead dog as he left the venue while still bowing at Xiaoyan. After they withdrew, Xiaoyan smiled apologetically at Jiang Xia. Xia, sorry, I wanted to give you a good celebration, but I still messed it up. This party, I'm afraid it won't go on. That's okay. Jiang Xia smiled playfully, and secretly said in her heart, Tablemate, in my opinion, as long as you can come, this party is already complete. Xia. Xuana immediately came up and said, are you free after the party? Our girlfriends haven't seen each other for years, so we have to. Sorry, Nana, there's really something going on in a while. Let's do it another day. Jiang Xia politely refused. The professional smile on her face already had a distancing intent. She was also tired of that kind of tricky and mean snobbery. After the words were spoken, ignoring the thick loss on Xuana's face, Jiang Xia clapped her hands. Everyone, let's stop here today. Thank you all very much for coming to celebrate my birthday. Let's sit together again when we are free later. Good. He Chen was the first to clap his hands, and without the slightest intention of bashfulness, he was the first to prepare to leave the venue after greeting Xiaoyan bluntly again. What's the hurry? Xiaoyan pressed his shoulder, and Chen shrugged his shoulders and smiled. I'm not compared to you guys. I'm getting married soon. So many things need to be busy. Oh, Xiaoyan was a little surprised and was about to speak when Jiang Xia's cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID, her face was obviously a little ugly and she hurriedly walked to the window to connect it. Hello, Jiang Xia. You can All the way to your old home? But you really think you can escape? Jiang Xia's willow eyebrows suddenly knitted tightly, her shell teeth biting her red lips, subconsciously sidestepping her face, not wanting the crowd to see her appearance. Humph, cut the crap. I'm now on the 8th floor of Shangri-La, box number 8888. Hurry up and roll down to meet me. Snap, the other party hung up. 3 seconds later, Jiang Xia turned around, already looking as normal, and even forced out a smile. Everyone, I have some temporary matters over here, so I will leave first. You guys also pay attention to safety on your way back. Xiao Yan, we will contact each other by phone in the future. Good. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile on his face until Jiang Xia hurriedly left. In its place, there was a cold color. His hearing was so strong that he could hear voices for thousands of miles, and he naturally heard the female voice in the previous phone call that was permeated with a ferocious aura. Jiang Xia, it seems to be in trouble, and patted in Chen, go to the hotel door and wait for a while. I will come down later. Something to say to you. After the explanation, without waiting for He Chen to ask in detail, Xiao Yan left the scene and went straight to the 8 levels 8888 box. The male and female protagonists all left the stage, and the crowd all shook their heads in frustration after glancing at each other, having wanted to flatter Xiao Yan, but now it seemed that there was no chance. The birthday party ended like this. 8th floor, box number 8888. Jiang Xia pushed the door in and saw a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and fashionable clothing sitting on the sofa, sipping a glass of red wine. Yo, our big star is here? Knowing that it's your birthday, I've specially prepared a birthday cake for you. The middle-aged woman pointed to the cake on the coffee table that had already been cut to pieces, and the smile on her face became even more colorful. Come over here, finish the cake and then go back with me obediently. You don't want to, Jiang Xia shouted angrily. The middle-aged woman's face the middle-aged woman's face changed, with an evil look on her face. Splat, the red wine glass shattered with a bang, and in the next second, the doors of the 2 rooms in the box were pushed open, and a dozen sunglasses men rushed out. Each of them was lean and capable, and they were obviously all highly trained. Things that give no face. You, what are you guys going to do? Do what? Humph. Saying that, the middle-aged woman raised her hand and waved it forcefully. Do it, tie up this little for me and take her away. The next second, just as those sunglasses men all lunged at Jiang Xia, frightening her to the point where her face turned white, only to hear boom, a loud bang. The door of the suite fell to the ground with a loud bang. Chapter 36, $1 billion. The gazes of the crowd looked in unison, only to see a young man with ordinary clothes and a handsome appearance walking in slowly. Xiao Yan, Jiang Xia exclaimed with a heart full of surprise as she turned around and ran over. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman immediately made a wink to the 2 sunglasses men closest to her, and just as the 2 sunglasses men had just stepped away, preparing to stop Jiang Xia and pulled her back. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out as the thick door panel flew directly towards the 2 men under Xiao Yan's kick. Boom! The door panel ruthlessly smashed onto the 2 people and split into pieces. As for the 2 people, they screamed miserably as they held their heads and fell to the ground curled up. Looking at Jiang Xia who had already run over, Xiao Yan asked with concern, is everything alright? Jiang Xia silently shook her head, clutching Xiao Yan's hand to death and not letting go of it, and no longer having any disguise. She had a face of lingering fear, and her petite body was still slightly trembling. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yan's heart soured. What exactly is going on? Can you always talk to me now? Kid, who are you? How dare you? Swish! Xiao Yan's gaze was as stern as a sword, shooting towards the middle-aged woman, causing her to instantly be like an ice cave. Her body chilled, and the words that came out of her mouth were also stopped. When I speak, I do not like to be interrupted. CH. Several other sunglasses men all snorted. A kid whose hair is not even long, but also ing out to learn others to pretend? You think you're a big shot just because you know a little bit about fighting? Not only will I interrupt your speech, I'll also break your arms and legs. Do you believe me? The next moment, without waiting for those few people to make a move, Xiao Yan took the lead to move. The speed was so fast that it turned into a piece of residual shadow that passed in front of them in an instant. Immediately after, several people almost simultaneously felt a sharp pain in their chests, as if they had been hit by a car head-on, and all of them flew out backwards. At this time, Xiao Yan once again returned to Jiang Xia's side, looking at Jiang Xia with a stunned expression. After a few years of not seeing him, this table-mate of his had become so powerful? Kid, you have great guts. Do you know? I only know that if you interrupt me again, you will end up even worse than them. Xiao Yan did not even look at the middle-aged woman and opened his mouth in a cold voice, causing her to immediately feel as if she had a lump in her throat and did not dare to say another word. Alright, now talk about it? A moment later, Jiang Xia, after some more contemplation, spoke in detail about the beginning and end of the matter. The company she had been signing up with was the well-known Tianda Entertainment Group in Dalong. Talented, coupled with the company's promotion, in just a few years, from a newcomer, to emerging, and then finally hit the big time, in the singing world sealed queen. But after that, they were coaxed and tricked by Tianda Group into signing an overbearing clause. The nightmare began. Not only the workload, the frequency of appearances more than ever, and ultimately earned revenues. More than 90% have fallen into the Tianda Group's pocket. A diva-level singer. Income, but not as good as some third and fourth tier singers. In addition to a BMW sports car assigned to her by the group, the revenue earned by her can't even afford to buy a set of real estate in Songqing City. Who would dare to believe that? But the truth is, this is the case. According to Zhang Xia's elegant nature, it would be fine if it was just like that. What's more, since a month ago, the senior management of Tianda Group asked her to accompany some business celebrities after work. Zhang Xia naturally resisted, but what she got in return was insult after insult, beating after beating. So, Zhang Xia found an opportunity to escape from Tianda Group, but did not expect to be quickly found by the other side. This Tianda Group is simply a devil's den for her. As she spoke, Zhang Xia was already covered in tears. Listening, Xiaoyan's expression was so cold that it seemed that even the air could freeze. Immediately, his gaze turned and he waved at the middle-aged woman. Come over. Under that oppressive and powerful aura, the middle-aged woman did not dare to disobey and obediently walked over. Who are you? Xiaoyan asked again. I am Zhang Xia's assistant, Zhang Wen, and I have come this time but I have been ordered to. Splat. A clean slap passed. I ask. You answer. I don't want to hear any other nonsense. Understand? Feeling the sharp pain on half of her face, and then looking at the sunglasses men who had all been put down on the ground, Zhang Wen pumped the corners of her mouth and nodded her head with difficulty. Who sent you guys over to arrest people? Zhang Wen. What the kind of people are these? I clearly said it before. You're the one who didn't listen, and now you're asking me? And just as Zhang Wen was disliking wildly in her heart, splat, Xiaoyan backhanded and slapped again. Answer my question. Be quick. I never like to wait for people. Understand? Understood. Zhang Wen wanted to cry without tears, with a sobbing voice just like having a prize to snatch the answer. Immediately said, it's the young proprietor of our Tianda Group, Su Xiaosong, who sent me here, as an assistant. Do you know how to treat your patron? Zhang Wen was confused, but after seeing the other party's gaze that had become stern again, she was so scared that she hurriedly bowed and apologized at Zhang Xia. Xia, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I will be respectful and polite to you in the future. You must forgive me. Are you satisfied with her attitude of apologizing? It was only when she heard Xiaoyan's soft inquiry that Zhang Xia came back to her senses from her previous state of bewilderment and nodded somewhat woodenly. Aha, now then, you can take these wastes and roll. Xiaoyan waved his hand and added, go back and tell that Su Xiaosong, the person she wants, I have taken away. Those who have the guts, can personally come to Misty Mountain Villa No. 1 to demand someone. If you don't have the guts, you can directly transfer $1 billion into Zhang Xia's account. Consider it as compensation, and he won't have to come back. Yes, your words, I will definitely bring them. Zhang Wen said as she ran outside. Where did she have the heart to care about those sunglasses men? Until she ran out of the suite thinking she was safe. She pulled her voice again and let out a loud curse. Kid, wait for me. Tianda Group, Imperial Capital Su family, as well as Su Xiao. Any one of them is an existence you can't afford to mess with. You'll just wait to be crushed to death like an ant. After hearing this, Xiaoyan regarded it as a fart and was too lazy to bother with this kind of small person, pulling Zhang Xia out of the suite and onto the elevator. Until he walked out of the hotel, Zhang Xia kept her head down and did not say another word. For a while, Xiaoyan did not know what to say. Softly comfort some? Coax with kind words? These were not areas that he was good at. He Chun, who had been waiting at the entrance of the hotel, saw the two of them come out and then went over. What's wrong? It's only been a little while, and you've gotten our great singer into this state? Saying that, he also looked down at Zhang Xia's face. I say Xiaoyan, what on earth did you do to someone? Why did you even make someone cry? Xiaoyan rolled his white eyes and spread his hands with an innocent expression. I won't take the blame for this, lest I be hunted down by the millions of fans of the great singer. Put. Zhang Xia was instantly amused, and even raised her head to give Xiaoyan a blank look. That flavorful look, looking at He Chen with an ambiguous face. These two, there was an adulterous relationship. Alright, talk about you. After patting down He Chen's head, Xiaoyan inquired about his recent situation. Looking at the dress, it seemed that the mix was not good. He Chen was a little embarrassed for a moment and scratched his head. The university did not get in, and now he can only rely on selling some bulk goods to support his family. Oh, good. then your sales ability is definitely not bad. After 2 more days, you will go to Qiansheng Group to report it. From a sales manager to start. How? What the hell? Chen is about to be smashed by this big pie in the sky, but on second thought, he thinks it is not right. Old iron. You're not making fun of me, right? I've heard of that 1000 Sheng Group. It's the Han family's industry, right? Xiao Yan smiled and patted his shoulder. You just report at ease. Tomorrow, I will take the 1000 Sheng Group from the hands of the Han family and take it back. Chapter 37 Deadline. On the way back, Jiang Xie sat silently in the co-pilot's seat, looking down at the string of jadeite necklaces with sparkling turquoise light. Only after a while did she speak in a low voice. A unique item of stripped jade. When I met the noble and pure destiny of all the kings, after so many years, I did not expect that you would still remember my preferences. Xiao Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and did not answer. The same table, especially if it was a beautiful woman-level table, would always occupy a rather special place in a boy's heart that would be difficult to forget. He was also a human being and naturally, it was difficult for him to get away from it. You've changed a lot now. All these years outside, you must have suffered a lot, right? Bitter? Xiao Yan slightly shook his head. These years of fighting for his life on the frontier, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, what he had eaten was not something that could be summarized with just one word of bitterness. It is all right. Men, who doesn't suffer? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xie could not help but sideways blankly glanced at Xiao Yan. She naturally heard the perfunctory nature of these words, but since this fellow did not want to say more, she would no longer ask more questions. After that, Xiao Yan changed the topic and chatted about something light and pleasant, but he could still feel Jiang Xia's nerves, which seemed to still be in a tense state, until returning to Misty Mountain Villa 1. Just after getting out of the car, Jiang Xia stopped in her tracks, lightly biting her lips with a hesitant face. Why don't I just find another place to live? Xiao Yan turned back to look at her and said with a smile. Why? Are you worried that because of your matter, you will cause trouble for me? Jiang Xia lowered her head again and stopped speaking, which was regarded as acquiescence. There's no need to worry. The Tianda Group, the imperial capital Su family, as well as that bull Su Shao, none of them will pose the slightest threat to me. No, Xiao Yan, you don't know just how big their forces are, and behind them, there is, even if there is a heavenly king behind them, that $1 billion in compensation that should be paid, still has to be paid. Xiao Yan interrupted Jiang Xia. His expression was bland, yet hegemonic. At that moment, Jiang Xia was deeply shocked, and the softest piece of the forbidden area in her heart also seemed to have been electrocuted repeatedly, and the marvelousness of that feeling could not be described in words at all. Raising her head, Jiang Xia looked straight at Xiao Yan, looking at that angular and very charming handsome face, her gaze, all gradually obsessed. Once upon a time, she had always wished to have a solid arm for her to rely on, but this is for the perennial mixing in the entertainment circle for her, is undoubtedly a luxury to even think do not dare to think again. And now, this extravagance seemed to be realized. Daddy! A tender cry instantly interrupted Jiang Xia's thoughts. When she inclined her head to look, she saw a small girl like a porcelain doll waving her hand while running to her, and was finally held in Xiao Yan's arms. Little princess, why did you run out alone? Uncle Zilong went out to be busy, grandparents and little aunt went to bed early. No one accompanied me to play, so I came out by myself. Nonsense. From now on, you can't run around without an adult. Do you understand? Oh, I know, Dad. Looking at little Siu's adorable appearance with a bright face, Jiang Xia's heart instantly exploded. Ah, what a cute little girl. Xiao Yan, this is your daughter? Without waiting for Xiao Yan to answer, little Siu nodded her head repeatedly like a woodpecker and said in a milky voice, I am Daddy's daughter. Beautiful sister. You are so beautiful. And it seems like Siu has seen you before, as if it was in. Little Siu pointed her index finger at the corner of her lips, pouted her small mouth and rolled both eyes upwards. And soon, under Xiao Yan's reminder, her eyes lit up. Ah, come to think of it, it's something I've seen on TV. The beautiful sister is a big singer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia simply smiled into a flower, pinching Xiao Siu's face for a long time and could not let go of her hand, playing around with her. Back to the villa, Jiang Xia just sat down. A tender singing voice leisurely sounded. Into the night before the deep startled dream, rain pattering, the wrong sword boxes of fire folding to find. Into the hand of cold ice, under the lamp ink painting Jianghu, a few strokes of sparse shadow. This song, but she sang the highest frequency of a song. At the moment was actually sung by this little girl with style. After the song finished, Jiang Xia hurriedly applauded, looking at little Siu with a stunned face, as if she was looking at a little monster. Siu, you, how old are you? You can sing a song like this? Yeah, Xiao Siu grinned. revealing those cute little tiger teeth. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was quite proud and said, "This little ninja seems to have a good talent when it comes to singing. More than good. This is simply a little genius, a little prodigy." Xiao Yan laughed again, then squatted down and patted Xiao Siyu's small head very dotingly. "Little princess, in the future, this beautiful sister of yours will be staying here for a period of time, so you can let her teach you to sing hand in hand." "Great!" Little Siyu rejoiced and jumped up and down and applauded. And then afterward, she suddenly got nervous and looked blearily at Jiang Xia. "Beautiful sister, I want to learn your song Forgetfulness. Can you teach me?" "Of course. However, Siyu must also promise me one thing." "What is it?" "You have to call me auntie in the future. How about it?" After saying that, she even looked at Xiao Yan as if she had the intention to do so. Little Siyu's eyes rolled twice before she smiled again and nodded her head repeatedly. "Good, Auntie Beauty. So good." Jiang Xia spread her face and smiled, picking up Little Siyu for another burst of playfulness, as if she had found a little soulmate. Rare as hell. Only after playing until almost 11 o'clock did Little Siyu go upstairs to sleep with a twist under Xiao Yan's repeated urging. "I did not expect that you have a daughter." "Right, where is Siyu's mom?" Xiao Yan's expression darkened when he heard this. "Siyu is the daughter of Moon Shadow and I." "Ah." Jiang Xia's sandalwood mouth slightly opened. Although she had just returned to Tsang City not long ago, she had heard about Han Yuan's matter. "I'm really sorry, I didn't know." "It's fine." Xiao Yan lightly waved his hand, after which he did not say anything more and turned around to walk slowly upstairs. The back shadow was despondent and lonely. Looking at the corner of Jiang Xia's eyes, she could not help but have a teardroplet that slid down her cheek. Heart, suddenly some pain. The next day, early in the morning, after Jiang Xia, Xiao Zhan's family and Xiao Siyu woke up, they only saw that the table was filled with a sumptuous breakfast, but they could no longer find the figures of Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong. At the same time, Qinggang Mausoleum, halfway up the mountainside, dead leaves were flying and a cold wind was blowing. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black trench coat, squatted in front of Han Yuan's tomb and looked at the black and white photo on the tombstone, and his entire person was lost in thought for a while. On a piece of barren land behind him, 235 thin-skinned coffins were arranged in a haphazard manner, adding a few more points of desolation to this Qinggang Mausoleum. These, Xiao Yan had specially prepared for the entire Han family. Today, it was also the deadline that he had given to the Han family, but until midday, there was still no one in sight. Xiao Yan was still motionless, squatting in front of Han Yueying, and began to slowly burn up the paper money, while burning it, while murmuring softly, "Yuing, our daughter is very well behaved and pretty. She looks a lot like you. By the way, I've also reselected a piece of feng shui land for you, so when Siyu is a bit older, I'll bring her to see you, okay?" A moment later, a sound of emergency brakes sounded. Zhao Zilong got off the car and immediately ran to Xiao Yan's side, standing upright with an iron color. "Xiao, just got the news. All of the Han family members are now gathered at the Qin family's ancestral mansion and are organizing an engagement ceremony for Han Yueshi. Qin Feng, so I'm afraid that won't be coming." Boom! In an instant, a fierce wind howled. The withered leaves in the sky were like ocean waves that rose and fell, rolling crazily and covering the sky. All the anger that Xiao Yan had suppressed before exploded at this moment. Chapter 38, Kill. Good Han family. Good Qin family. After an angry shout, Xiao Yan slowly got up and took a deep breath, and that monstrous rage was once again suppressed by his best efforts. The gusty wind calmed down and the withered leaves fell to the ground. Everything, once again, returned to calm. "Sorry, Yuing, I should not have disturbed your peace before," Xiao Yan said while caressing his beloved wife's tombstone, and his eyes had gradually turned into a blood-red color. "Yuing, the debt owed to you by the Han family, no matter where he hides and who he finds to be his shelter, he has to pay it all back with interest." With those words, he turned around and left. Target, Qin family's ancestral mansion. Full speed ahead. At this moment, the Qin family ancestral residence, inside and out, had been decorated with lights and colors, with many guests arriving one after another, and luxury cars parked all over the place outside the compound. Outside the compound, Qin Chuan stood guard as the representative of the Qin and Han families, greeting the guests who had come to participate in the engagement ceremony. He also registered the congratulatory gifts sent by each person. "Young Qin, it's been a long time. This pair of golden children looks like a small token of our Ma family's esteem. No honor, I wish your brother and sister-in-law an early birth. My Yin family, send a gift of $1,888,000. I hope to smile. Sanqing Jin family, I wish young Qin and MS Han happiness. This pair of gold-encrusted jade bracelets was specially begged by my Jin family from a master, as a token of our goodwill." Looking at those dazzling variety of gifts in front of him, there is no lack of cash bills. Qin Chuan, however, still has a look of emotionlessness, sending someone to register on his behalf. In his opinion, his own brother was wasted, and such a thing as betrothal and marrying a wife was simply a humiliation for him. What was there to celebrate? Of course, he didn't dare to say this explicitly. After all, this marriage with the Han family was personally appointed by his grandfather Qin Hanan, and no one dared to say anything about it. Yo, Qin Xuan, I see that you're not in high spirits. You don't seem too happy? Qin Xuan frowned and looked over at the sound. Only after seeing the smiling youth walking over, did his brows gradually relax. The youth was no one else but the Qi family's eldest young man, Qi Tian. After walking over, Qi Tian unashamedly stared at the shocking scars on Qin Xuan's face and looked at them, slurping his mouth while looking at them. That Xiao Yan. It seems to be a really ruthless person. Don't mention this person to me. Qin Xuan let out a low roar, and his face quickly became livid. This disfigurement revenge. I will have to report it sooner or later. Now that our two families have joined forces, if he dares to come today, he will surely die. Aha! Qi Tian nodded his head, remembering the scene in the Cui Xian pavilion before, when Xiao Yan did not give himself face like that. He also gritted his teeth in hatred for a while. Only, that fellow would really come today? A few minutes later, boom boom boom, boom, after a burst of sound, followed by an extremely ear-piercing friction sound, after crashing through an unknown number of cars in an incomparably wild manner, an SUV came to an unscathed stop at the entrance of the compound. When Qin Xuan and Qi Tian saw this, they couldn't help but glance at each other, both somewhat bewildered. This car owner, on purpose? Or is it just to show how sturdy this SUV is? If this was really the case, then it would be too much of a disregard for the Qin family, as well as the crowd of celebrities who had come to attend the ceremony, right? Paralyzed, Qin Xuan burst out foul-mouthed with a gloomy face, and waved his hand to recruit a group of Qin family bodyguards while striding over to the SUV. Listen up for the people in the car. Hurry up and get your asses down here, daring to cause trouble at my brother's engagement ceremony. What a big dog's guts. You guys, smash it for me. I want to see how sturdy this car is. Yes, second young master. Just as those few bodyguards answered one after another and drew out the steel rods pinned to their back belts, the front doors on both sides of the SUV slammed open, and two people jumped down one after the other. After taking a good look at one of them, Qin Xuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Xiao Yan, you're so damn bold, to actually dare to come and send yourself to death. Telling you, my grandfather has made many preparations in order to deal with you. You will definitely have your blood splattered on the spot today and be broken into pieces. Although Qin Xuan's mouth cursed repeatedly, his body was very honest, and the next instant he saw Xiao Yan, he turned around and ran towards the ancestral home in the courtyard. To this person, he was truly afraid. As for the previously stated personal revenge, at this moment, it became even more of a joke. While running, he also mobilized those bodyguards. Go, all of them. Whoever can take out these two, will be rewarded $10 million, cash in on the spot. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyelids slightly drooped. Zilong, this time, there is no need to keep your hands off. Yes, Zhao Zilong answered with a loud shout, and in an instant, an incomparably berserk aura erupted from within his body, and with the momentum of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he blatantly rushed away. Bunch of losers, all give me death. A pair of iron fists, as fast as lightning, rushed those bodyguards who surrounded them and blasted them one after another. The power of one punch was stronger than another, and in the end, each punch was accompanied by a burst of oozing sonic booms. 1, 2, 3. In just a few seconds, all of the bodyguards collapsed in a pool of blood, their breath completely gone. Whoosh! Another cracking sound rang out, and just as Qin Xuan was about to run into the ancestral mansion, he realized that his body could no longer move. After feeling a sense of suffocation, Qin Xuan was terrified, but before he could cry out for help, Zhao Zilong had already pinched his neck, and with one hand and one arm, he lifted him up alive. Cough, cough, let go of me. My grandfather is inside. Let him know. Surely, what a lot of nonsense. Zhao Zilong coldly shouted. His arm ruthlessly threw him again and slammed him hard on the ground. Another foot stepped on his chest, making him unable to move. From the beginning to the end, Qi Tian was watching from the side, and was really a bit confused. These two guys, just what kind of ruthless characters are they? On the Qin family's big day, in just one look, they had made the Qin family's second young master half dead. The next moment, young Zhao Zilong looked back at Xiao Yan and asked, how should this fellow be dealt with? Please instruct. Kill. After the word fell without any hesitation, Xiao Yan's gaze remained leveled at the Qin family's ancestral mansion in the courtyard. From the beginning to the end, he did not even bother to look at that Qin Xuan. Previously, he had given the Qin family a chance. However, the answer given by the Qin family in the end had disappointed him to the core. Since this is the case, then, it can only be done according to what he said in the beginning. Today, the Qin family's entire body and mind, when the chickens and dogs will not be left behind. Yes, Zhao Zilong immediately raised his leg high, just as he was about to step down hard. Stop! Qi Tian shouted out to stop it. He knew that the Qin and Qi families had already formed an alliance, and since they were allies, they couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Xuan be killed, could they? But in return, is Zhao Zilong full of disdain for the meaning of the gaze? Xiao Xiao has already given the order. You young master of the Qi family, who do you think you are? Boom! Under Qin Xuan's fearful and desperate gaze, Zhao Zilong's hard and heavy foot stomped on his chest, causing his internal organs to rupture. Qin Xuan's eyes opened violently. After spraying out a mouthful of blood, his neck lolled and he died. Hiss! In the field, a burst of cold air sound. Many people cannot help but shrink their necks, trembling with fear. The timid is to hold their heads and run, no longer dare to stay. The Qin family's second young master, in front of his own ancestral home, was killed. Then the sky of this Tsung city. Today, I'm afraid that it is really going to be stabbed through. You actually dared to kill Qin Xuan. Upon hearing Qi Tian's shocked shout, Xiaoyan slightly twisted his head and glanced at him. With just one glance, Qi Tian's face turned swish, as if he had arrived at an ice cave and his body was chilled. Immediately afterward, a cold voice that was as if even the air was enough to freeze, resounded in this large courtyard. Not only do I dare to kill Qin Xuan, I also dare to kill you, Qi Tian. You, believe it? Chapter 39, Killing Again. Qi Tian was instantly furious, but he sadly realized that in front of Xiaoyan, the words that came to his mouth could not even be said. To be precise, he did not dare to say anything. With just a single word, he had killed Qin Xuan without even blinking his eyelids. Killing himself was theoretically completely possible. Thus, Qi Tian immediately made the same decision as Qin Xuan. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran. Take it down. At Xiaoyan's command, Zhao Zilong, who had long been poised to take action, immediately rushed over and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Qi Tian like a ghost, stopping him. You dare to run without Xiao Xiao giving the word? Who gave you the courage? When Qi Tian heard this, a bunch of grass mimics immediately raced through his heart. Nima, I can't afford to mess with you. I can't even hide anymore? The next instant, a pig-killing scream rang out, and the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched again as they closed their eyes, not having the courage to look at Qi Tian's miserable state. It couldn't be that another great young man had died tragically, right? If that was the case, then the only remaining Qi and Qin families among the original four would still go completely crazy. Wouldn't they turn Tsang City upside down? However, this time, Zhao Zilong did not kill. Just this Qi Tian's arms broken, such as lifting a chicken like to lift him in the hands. This strong sense of shame caused Qi Tian's face to instantly become hideous and he began to hiss regardless. Xiaoyan, if you dare to treat me like this, my grandfather will definitely not let you off. Even if you are the owner of the 100 Flower Bank's Great Bohemia Black Card, my Qi family will also, by no means, fear you. Do you really think that my Qi family is something to be messed with? Great Bohemia Black Card owner? Xiaoyan returned a cold smile. This identity was not conspicuous among the many identities he possessed. Xiao, what should be done with these people who have come to celebrate? Swish! Those people inside and outside the courtyard stiffened at the words and cold sweat flowed down their bodies. There were even some unhelpful ones that directly paralyzed on the ground. Grandpa, Dad shouting whatever. A burst of bending their knees to beg for mercy. Those who do not want to die, roll. After saying this, Xiaoyan walked towards the Qin family's ancestral mansion that was thousands of meters square and resembled an ancient castle. Zhao Zilong coldly swept a glance at those guests who were thanking him 1,000 times before he immediately carried Qi Tian in his left hand and Qin Xuan's corpse in his right hand and followed closely. During this period, but whenever any bodyguards intercepted, Zhao Zilong killed them all and accompanied Xiaoyan, stepping through the blood and water towards the top floor. At the same time, on the top floor of the Qin family ancestral residence, inside the banquet hall that was 1,000 meters square, the door was tightly closed. In the midst of the melodious tunes and music, many guests were holding wine cups and laughing and talking with each other. Others were toasting Qin Feng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and Han Yueshi, who was by his side. They were completely oblivious to the tragic events happening outside the ancestral mansion at the moment. With the spotlights all shining on the high platform in front of them, the music was immediately turned off, and everyone stopped talking. The hall instantly quieted down. Qin Haonan, dressed in a tang suit, and Mrs. Han, dressed in a set of large red silk cheongsam, slowly appeared on the stage. The former took over the microphone and took the lead to speak. Today is my Qin Han Tu family's marriage, the big day of the engagement. The old friends can take time out of their busy schedules to come to support the scene. I hereby thank you. After that, Mrs. Han hurriedly took over the microphone and smiled. As you all know, the Chin family's status in Maitsong City, to be able to be in-laws with them is indeed my Han family's good fortune. For this reason, my Han family must also show their sincerity here, willing to send my Han family's 1,000 Shang group as Yueshi's dowry to the Chin family. Wow! As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the arena. 1,000 Shang group, although it's going downhill, is still an enterprise with a market capitalization of nearly $1 billion. Using all of it as dowry, the Han family's handiwork this time was not small. Off stage, Han Yueshi was like a noble princess, with a proud face. Old Mrs. Han's behavior had really made her shine. Han Han before, you were overpowering me at every turn, but now, your life's work has ended up as my dowry. If you were alive in heaven and saw the scene, I wonder, would you die in peace? However, just as Han Yueshi's heart was bursting with joy, boom, the doors of the banquet hall collapsed to the ground. The crowd shivered coldly and hurriedly turned around to take a look, and they saw two people slowly entering the venue, one in front of the other. It was Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong. Where the two passed, the crowd retreated to make way. Xiao Yan came to the center of the field before stopping, first looking at old Mrs. Han on the stage. Regardless of whether Moon Shadow lives or dies, the 1,000 Shen group all belong to her. You, a dying person, what qualifications do you have to give it away? The voice was chilling, cold through the 9 ghosts, and under his compelling aura, old Mrs. Han was speechless for a moment, and in the end, it was Qin Haonan who angrily shouted, unbridled. Immediately after, it was realized that the blood-covered youth that Zhao Zilong was carrying in his right hand was actually Qin Chuan. Chuaner, surnamed Xiao. What have you done with Chuaner? Let go of him. Xiao Yan did not bother to pick up on the meaning of the words, and did not even bother to look at that Qin Haonan, but instead, his gaze turned and stopped on the pair of newcomers, Qin Feng and Han Yueshi, who had already been protected by the group. One, an untouchable servant girl, the other, a castrato with a broken son. This combination, it's a perfect match. Since it's a perfect match, Mr. Xiao should have a congratulatory gift to give. Zilong. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Zhao Zilong's heart was clear. Then his right arm flung out and directly threw Qin Chuan out. It ended up being impartial and just landed in front of Qin Haonan. Chuaner. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Qin Jianye immediately ran onto the stage and picked up Qin Chuan and shook him for a while, but they did not see the slightest reaction. It was only after touching his nose that he wailed loudly. Ah, surname Xiao, how dare you kill my son? Dead. Chuaner is dead. Dad, your grandson was killed. You must avenge Chuaner's death. My poor Chuaner. The crowd was silent. The Qin family members all stared at Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong and the two of them with a face of indignation, and the atmosphere was instantly tense and full of gunpowder flavor. Thump. Qin Haonan's character was even stronger, but at this moment, he could not help but stagger back 2 steps. And old Lady Han, who was on the side, saw this and hurriedly went forward to support him. After cutting Xiao Yan off from the stage with a sinister glance, she said in a low voice, Qin family head, this son is simply lawless. You must not condone it. Didn't you say before that you had already? Get lost. Qin Haonan cursed and pushed old Mrs. Han away, violently raising his hand and pointing at Xiao Yan, so angry that his face turned blue and his body trembled. He had previously thought that Xiao Yan would find his way to his door, but what he had not expected was that he would be ruthless to such an extent. Before Qin Chuan could even wait for him to report, he had already killed the person. Little beast, today, the old man will definitely kill you. Not only you, but your family, friends, and all those related to you will all die, accompany you to the 18 layers of hell. Just as Qin Haonan's urgent fire was attacking his heart and roaring, Qi Tian also began to cry and yell, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, you guys hurry up and save me. This guy is a madman. Hurry up and save me. Save me Tianer. An old man in a fancy dress shouted. Xiao Yan looked at the sound and saw an old man in fancy dress staring angrily at himself. He could not help but smile. You are the Qi family head, Qi San Yuan, right? Now you can tell me your Qi family's choice. Will you get out right away? Or will you stay and accompany the Qin and Han families, to be destroyed together? The Qi family members were furious when they heard this, but before they could say anything, Qi San Yuan had already slapped the table fiercely and got up indignantly. Don't speak out loud here. You ignored the 4 great families and disturbed the order of Tsang City. You deserve to die. Let my grandson go, and the old man can still plead for mercy and leave you with a whole body. Otherwise, ha ha ha. Xiao Yan tilted his head and let out a wild laugh. 3 seconds later, the laughter came to an abrupt end. and what resounded with it was a killing order that was bitter to the extreme. Zilong, kill. First give him the Qi family, and cut off their children and grandchildren. Chapter 40, The Great Demon King Liangzhong. Yes. No. Don't. Grandpa save me. Save. Boom. After a muffled sound, the hall was once again quiet. Qi Tian fell to the ground on his back, his 7 orifices bleeding to death. Hiss. A sound of cold air being sucked in resounded abruptly. Qi Songyuan's withered face shook furiously, his chest heaving violently, his eyes flushed red, looking like he was about to go crazy. The Qi family was different from the Qin family. In the 3rd generation, there was only one full-blooded male in the Qi Tian family, and he hadn't left any descendants. Now that Qi Tian had died, it was really Xiaoyan's previous words, severed children and grandchildren. Little brute. Today, if I don't break your body into pieces and let the wild dogs eat it, I would rather kill myself on the spot. Do it. Qi Songyuan frantically stomped on the walking stick in his hand, and as he drank, the 2 old men behind him glanced at each other and immediately burst out together. Seeing this, Qin Haonan also jumped down from the high platform. That athletic stance looked at Zhao Zilong and narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect that this old dog also practiced martial arts. By the looks of it, it was still an inner strength martial artist. Elder Zhang, Elder Su, what are you two waiting for? Go together. Swish swish. Zhang Lao, Su Lao and the 2 of them also rushed out from the Qin clan's crowd and merged with Qin Haonan and the 2 old men from the Qi clan, attacking Zhao Zilong together. Xiao Yan is a tough guy, so let's take out his entourage first and give him a downward spiral. The red carpet all over the ground began to swish swish, and break apart, and even the tiles underneath, under the pace of the 5 people rushing forward, also turned into pieces. Good strong, a crowd of guests exclaimed in their hearts, and for a moment they all looked a little dumbfounded. Such a strong 5 people join hands. Even if that kid has a strong physique and looks like a practitioner, he will not be able to resist, right? I don't know how bad this will end up. Soon, Zhao Zilong gave them the answer. Drink! Zhao Zilong let out a loud shout. His body was like a tiger, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed into the midst of the 5 people. Not only did he fight 1 against 5, but he instantly formed an absolute suppression of the 5 people. That kind of stance was unbridled. The more the 5 people fought, the more they were frightened. Previously, Qin Haonan only knew that Xiao Yan was a Zhongshe powerhouse with unrivaled strength. However, he had never thought that even one of this guy's attendants would be this powerful. With 1 against 5, and each strike would pose a great threat to them. This kind of strength, I am afraid that it is another Zhongshe powerhouse. A few moments later, another old man from the Qi family was unable to withstand Zhao Zilong's attacks, and after blocking another punch from Zhao Zilong, his throat became sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong gained momentum and slapped his palm at the old man. The silver-white majestic true Qi instantly spewed out from his palm, and immediately condensed into a dragon shadow, charging forward indignantly. Ow! A dragon's roar that caused the crowd to be incomparably terrified rang out, and soon, the dragon-shaped true Qi pierced through the body of the Qi family's old man. The Qi clan's old man's eyes immediately widened and his gaze stagnated. Immediately afterward, blood light appeared as his entire body exploded. Those guests who were previously waiting to see Xiao Yan's miserable end were silent at this moment. Han Yueshi hugged Qin Xuan to death, and both of them trembled one after another. The corners of old Mrs. Han's mouth on the stage were wildly twitching, and her legs were trembling. She had thought that by attaching herself to the Qin family and pulling on the Qi family, she would be able to make this Xiao Yan brat die without a burial place. But now, it seems that this plot is completely wrong. Moreover, it was also drastically developing in a direction that was completely unacceptable to her. How could this happen? A single follower is so powerful. This Xiao Yan, just what kind of person is he? All give me defeat. As Zhao Zilong let out another roar, 4 punches in succession were blown at the chests of those remaining 4 people like lightning. The 4 people screamed miserably, followed by all of them spitting blood and flying out. Looking at that appearance, it was as if only half of their lives were left. Xiao, how should these 5 people be disposed of? Please show me. Xiao Yan swept his gaze from Qin Haonan, Qi Songyuan, and old lady Han one by one before finally stopping on Qin Haonan. Previously, I gave your Qin family an opportunity, but instead of grasping it, you have intensified your actions against me and even wanted to get your hands on my late wife's belongings. The consequences of doing so. Are you clear? Bah! Qin Haonan spat out a mouthful of blood froth and stood up with a strong hunch, gritting his teeth and angrily staring at the finger Xiao Yan. Instead of saying a soft word, he continued to clamor. Surname Xiao, do you really think that with your own strength, you can finalize us? Delusional. My Qi 2 families have stood in Song City for 100 years without falling, and the strength of their heritage is not something you can imagine. No matter what happens today, you you can't escape death. Qin Haonan's words were stern, and finally, he clasped his hands together and shouted out in a deep voice, Mr. Liang, please show yourself. Mr. Liang? Just as the crowd searched around, speculating on just what kind of god that Mr. Liang was, that he could make a character as tough as Qin Haonan treat him as a backer. Jia jia jia. A shadowy laughter like a ghost's whistling resounded out of nowhere. Really did not expect, in that Song City, a hand over the sky Qin two families, now, actually almost destroyed in the hands of two such as the odor is not yet dry brats. In the end, I still have to be relied upon to save the day and help the building to tip over. Interesting, really interesting. After saying that, a grayish-black shadowy chi visible to the naked eye poured in from outside the door, and within it, there seemed to be a withered figure that loomed large. When Zhao Zilong saw this, he frowned thickly. Humph, something pretending to be a god. With these words, he raised a mouthful of true chi and was about to rush over, but Xiaoyan raised his hand and pressed his shoulder to stop him. There is no hurry to make a move, since the other party likes to engage in these vain things. Then, let him do it. Consider it as the last bit of satisfaction bestowed on him before he dies. Yes, Xiao. Zhao Zilong answered and subconsciously took a step forward to protect Xiaoyan, and the true chi within his meridians flowed non-stop, ready to fight at any time. Rustle, with a slight sound of footsteps, a figure then slowly stepped out from that cloud of yin chi and appeared in front of the crowd. The crowd squinted their eyes and looked closely, only to see that the person had a withered figure, a scythe on his shoulder, and was wearing a very ancient hooded black robe. His face was mostly covered by the hat, making it somewhat difficult to see his exact appearance. Mr. Liang. Qin Haonan's eyes lit up, and after bowing his hand again, he immediately pointed at Xiaoyan and drank spitefully. Please also make your move immediately. Behead this son. Jia jia jia. There is no need to be in such a hurry to kill just two people. After 20 years, when Mr. Liang returns to Song City, he always has to say hello to these folks and fathers, otherwise wouldn't he be losing his manners? After saying that Mr. Liang swept his gaze and saw that the people in the arena were looking at each other with blank faces, so he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Humph, it's only been 20 years, no one remembers me. Liang Zhong, in the huge Song City? Liang Zhong? Everyone furrowed their brows tightly, trying to recall the name. Soon, a few older people's faces changed drastically, as if they had thought of something terrifying, their pupils tightening. 20 years ago, Liang Zhong, him, he's that big devil king back then. Yes, that's him. I still recognize the blood-colored scythe he was carrying. Great demon King Liang Zhong, the one standing behind the Qin family, is actually this kind of character. More and more cries of astonishment rang out, and Liang Zhong, who was carrying the scythe on his shoulder, instantly became the center of attention in the entire arena, and could be considered to be in the limelight. Chapter 41 In Demon Sect. Jia jia. Not bad, very good. It seems that there are still many people that remember my great name. Liang Zhong. When the crowd heard this, the look of fear on their faces increased. 20 years ago, a devil-like figure emerged from nowhere in Song City. He was crazy and murderous. Many civilians and celebrities were killed by him, and even the deputy chief of the Song City City Defense Force was killed by him. In the entire Song City, can be said to have set off a bloody storm. No one does not talk about the color change. In the end, in the Song City City Defense Army's entire army under siege, this big devil king only seriously injured to escape. No news. Unexpectedly, it had returned today. Old man Qin Haonan hurriedly bent down with a respectful face. Before you and I said, only let me help you kill one person, but now two people popped up, and the strength is still good. So the previous conditions. Hearing that, how could Qin Haonan not understand Liang Zhong's meaning? For a moment, his face was bitter. However, he was also a resolute person. His gaze was ruthless, and he said in a deep voice, as long as you can kill this person, the 10% dry shares of Qin clan group that was promised to you before, I would like to raise it to 20%. No. Liang Zhong shook his head back and forth, before stretching out 4 fingers. I want 40%. Hiss. Upon hearing this condition, Qin Haonan and the rest of the Qin family members all sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts and livers trembling. This was simply a lion's mouthful. What? Unwilling to give? After Liang Zhong's words, Qin Haonan immediately felt a sinister wind blowing from all directions, and for a moment, his scalp went numb and cold sweat flowed. Willing. I am willing. I also ask Mr. Liang to make a quick move and behead these two. Jia. Liang Zhong let out another burst of strange laughter before he slowly twisted his head around and looked at Xiaoyan, Zhao Zilong and the two of them. Two brats. Don't blame me. If you want to blame me for messing with the wrong person. If there is an afterlife, remember to never put your own pair of strokes to lighten up. especially for people you can't afford to mess with. Hide from them. Has anyone said before that you're nonsense? Really a lot. Xiao Yan blandly opened his mouth to interrupt it, with a face of impatience. Originally see him a dying person is more pitiful. Intends to grant him a little time to pretend, to satisfy his own vanity. But who knows? This guy was as endless as a chatterbox. Swish! Liang Zhong's face chilled as he carried the long-handled scythe upside down and charged towards the duo head-on. Since you want to die quickly, Mr. Liang will fulfill you. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong was about to make a move when he saw that Xiao Yan had already taken a step forward. This person, let me clean it up myself. Yes. Zhao Zilong agreed and immediately retracted one of the legs that he had just taken a step out, and his gaze towards that Liang Zhong was filled with pity. This guy, really unlucky. Die. After getting close, Liang Zhong deftly turned his wrist, and that scythe was like a flash of blood-colored lightning, chopping towards Xiao Yan's neck vitals from the bottom up. The angle was so tricky that one could not avoid it. However, when he was about to get his hands on it, Liang Zhong only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he fixed his eyes on it again, he found that the other party had disappeared. After the knife fell short, Liang Zhong had not waited to collect the knife. He heard a faint sneer from behind him. Great Demon King? This name? Are you sure you can deserve it? Yikes! Liang Zhong was furious. After screaming, his true chi surged, actually condensing a gray-black airflow around his body. He steeply turned around and swept another knife across. Compared to the previous blade, this blade was even faster and more ferocious. Even in the true chi additional, will space a raw tear, cracked a thin slit. However, when the sickle was still a dozen centimeters away from Xiao Yan, it suddenly gave a start. This was not Liang Zhong's intention to hold back, but the sickle had already been firmly grasped by Xiao Yan with one hand, and could not move the slightest bit. Qin Haonan, Qi Yuan and the others were shocked and looked like they had seen a ghost. The one who caught it was the great demon King Liang, catching, or the white blade of the great demon King Liang Zhong's full force outburst. This, before the stunned look on the faces of the crowd faded, another crisp and pleasant shattering sound rang out. Click click click. The scythe that had been attached with Liang Zhong's true chi was actually shattered into countless small segments and scattered all over the ground under Xiao Yan's one-handed grip. Liang Zhong's divine soul trembled. Where did he not know by now that he had definitely kicked an iron plate this time? Puff! Xiao Yan pointed out another finger, and a strand of true chi instantly pierced through Liang Zhong's left shoulder, blasting him out instantly. The great demon king, Liang Zhong, was defeated in seconds. In Xiao Yan's hands, he was like a tender baby, unable to fight back. Just how strong was this Xiao Yan's strength? Boom! Liang Zhong fell to the ground, immediately got up with a carp, did not dare to look at Xiao Yan again, and did not care about the fist-sized bloody hole on his left shoulder, turned his head and ran. The difference in strength was too great, running even a little slower. There was a possibility of completely folding here, and with this run, he immediately made Qin Haonan completely panic. Mr. Liang, you promised me before. You must help me kill this son. How can you go back on your word? We can assist you in fighting him. Hurry, come back. I'll come back. Old man Qin, I'll remember that you screwed me over. If you mess with such a character, your entire Qin family will die. Even if you don't die, Mr. Liang will definitely kill your entire clan. Liang Zhong's spiteful voice came out, and he had already run out of the hall, but he soon felt a dense killing opportunity descend. He knew that it must be that Xiao Yan who had chased him out. The next instant, without hesitation, he took out a black bead body and steeply pinched it to explode. Immediately, a large piece of pitch-black mist rose up and while completely hiding his figure, it also blocked Xiao Yan's vision. After Xiao Yan passed through that piece of fog, there was no trace of him. Looking back at the piece of mist that had become extremely thin and dissipated extremely quickly, his face was icy cold and his gaze was stern as a knife. Mist dust pearl, Een demon sect. Xiao Yan spat out 6 words through his deathly clenched teeth, and when Zhao Zilong, who had followed him out closely, heard this, his complexion changed steeply, and his killing intent was revealed. Een demon sect, a party of forces that made countless warriors change their color at the smell of it and at the same time hated it with a gnashing of teeth. I didn't expect that the one called Liang Zhong was actually a murderer of the Een demon sect, and he also possessed the misty dust bead, which was an exclusive Een demon sect's escape weapon. Zilong, Xiao Yan just called out. Zhao Zilong immediately straightened up and saluted. Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely capture that guy and hand him over to you. The words came out. Zhao Zilong violently stomped on the ground. The whole person's speed opened up, just like a discharged cannonball rushed out, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Inside the devastated hall, there was a dead silence. It was not until Xiao Yan came in again that people's gazes became more colorful. Panic, scorn, and deep fear. At this moment, Qin Haonan was already sitting paralyzed on the ground. and the entire person actually looked as if he had aged 10 years. As soon as the great demon king Liang Zhong ran away, he no longer had anything to rely on. When he met Xiao Yan's gaze, he lost even more of his hardness and began to tremble all over. As the head of the family was still like this, the Qin family's people, as well as old lady Han Yueshi, and the other members of the Han family who had taken the Qin family as their backer, were all terrified beyond words at this moment. Qin Haonan, that trash from before is your so-called underbelly? Xiao Yan's ice-cold voice sounded, and Qin Haonan shivered again, his face filled with bitterness. However, very quickly, it seemed that he remembered something and immediately turned his head to look at Qi Yuan, who was not far away, and in his eyes, a trace of hope was actually rekindled. Old Qi, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and give. The next moment, Qin Haonan's voice came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Xiao Yan's voice that was filled with biting coldness resounded once again. Colluding with the Yin demon sect and wanting to plot against them, I bestow upon you death with your body and head separated. Chapter 42, A Handful of Bombs. Snort! As Xiao Yan's sword finger made a stroke, bloodlight appeared at Qin Haonan's neck and a line of blood surfaced. The line of blood spread out at a rapid speed, and after encircling the entire neck, only dang was heard. A soft sound, a human head, fell to the ground. After a short period of dead silence, the area where the members of the Qin family were located immediately resounded with screams of terror. Ah, Dad! Dad was actually killed. How is this possible? Without the old man, what can we do in the future? Xiao Yan, I was wrong. I am now voluntarily withdrawing from the Qin family. I didn't participate in everything the Qin family did against you before. I am innocent. Please spare me. Xiao Yan had a face of indifference as he looked out of the corner of his eye. Qin Haonan is more or less still considered a lord, but he has a bunch of seedless offspring like you. Qin family? When really pathetic. What I said before. Today, the Qin family, when the chickens and dogs are not left behind. Do you guys think that I will go back on my words just because you guys begged for mercy? Upon hearing that, the faces of the Qin family's people instantly turned deathly gray. Qin Feng, who was sitting on the wheelchair before, was even more frightened, and after sliding down on the ground, he began to madly crawl towards the outside of the banquet hall at turtle speed, only wanting to leave this place in a hurry. What's funny is that Qin Feng hadn't climbed for a while before his fiancée pressed him to the ground. Han Yueshi felt that doing so could alleviate some of her sins, and was not a means of commuting her sins. As for conjugal love, what kind of affection could there be with a eunuch? The next moment, Uncle Qi, Qin Jianya immediately shouted out to Qi Yuan. Now that the old man had been killed, the Qi family, too, had become their only hope. The Qin families are family friends, and as my father said before, the Qi family has powerful energies. I still hope that you can save my entire family once. Qi Yuan's face trembled, and after looking at Xiao Yan, whose entire body was permeated with an awe-inspiring killing aura, he could not help but secretly smile bitterly. Save? How the hell can I save? Even Liang Zhong, the great demon king of that year, could not pass a move in this person's hand, and in the end, he escaped with serious injuries. This strength, just think about it, makes people despair. Moreover, Qi Yuan could also see that Xiao Yan was determined to move the Qin family. And so, under the despairing gazes of Qin Jianye and the other members of the Qin family, Qi Yuan, without saying a word, waved his hand and took all the members of the Qi family away from the scene. Even the hatred of his grandson Qi Tian's tragic death was temporarily endured, and he did not dare to squeak out another word. However, before the Qi family could take a few steps, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Stop, did I let you guys go? Swish! Qi Yuan's gaze snapped as he sniffed and looked at Xiao Yan, and said in a deep voice with an iron face, Xiao Yan, my Qi family is only a helper that was pulled in by the Qin family. You, Xiao Yan lightly waved his finger. No, the word helper is not too accurate. One should say, an accomplice. As he said this, he turned his head again to confront Qi Yuan, his gaze gradually becoming stern. And accomplices, the same should be questioned about their crimes. Understand? You, what the hell do you want? Simple. Snap. Snapping his fingers on the ground, Xiao Yan added, as the head of the Qi family, you can't go back on your words. Previously, I seem to remember that you said that if you don't break my body into pieces and make the wild dogs eat it, then you will cut your own throat on the spot. Didn't remember wrong, did you? Qi Yuan's face changed greatly, especially when he looked at Xiao Yan's oozing smile that suddenly appeared. He was so frightened that he staggered back a few steps. Don't worry, if you cut your own throat, then the entirety of your Qi family can be preserved. So think about it. As for the unrelated people, within 5 minutes, immediately retreat. Wow, the arena immediately became chaotic, and those guests who had long been sitting on pins and needles before all scrambled to leave. and there were even a few small-scale stamping incidents. Xiao Yan was really helpless as he watched. These people in Sung City were at least considered to be celebrities and tycoons, but their quality was so low? If the crowd knew what Xiao Yan was thinking in his heart at this moment, there would be quite a number of people who would want to feel aggrieved for themselves. Where is this low quality? It is clearly that you are too horrible. 5 minutes later, the clearing was completed, and in the large banquet hall, only Xiao Yan as well as the Qin, Shi, and Han family members were left, along with a field of corpses. At this time, a burst of noisy footsteps sounded, and Lin Shui, who had received the news, came uninvited and brought along 100 elites from the City Defense Army. After the 100 City Defense Army elites entered the field, they immediately completed controlling the field, while Lin Shui came to Xiao Yan in large strides, her delicate body standing upright. Sir, Lin Shui came late. Please, there is no need to blame yourself. I did not want to trouble you in the first place. Xiao Yan waved his hand to interrupt Lin Shui, then his gaze swept. However, since you have come, then you should do a favor by the way. Control all of the people from the Qin and Shi families, including those few old men of the inner strength realm. These people of theirs, they might have some collusion with the Yin demon sect. What? Lin Shui was shocked at the words, then her expression was stern, and without saying a word, she gave the order to handcuff all the people from the two families. If there was any resistance, they would be killed. Colluding with the Yin demon sect, in the eyes of all the warriors of the Great Dragon Kingdom, had already violated the principle and was unforgivable. But at this moment, stop! Qi Sun Yuan suddenly shouted again, clenching his teeth in death as he looked at Xiao Yan, Lin Shui and the two of them with a cold smile on his face. Earlier, I heard Qin Haonan say that you have some relationship with Lin Shui of the City Defense Force, but now it seems that he has still underestimated the relationship between you two. Lin Shui's apricot eyes narrowed as she was about to open her mouth but was stopped by Xiao Yan. This old thing, could it still laugh even now? This was somewhat beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. Listening to the meaning of your words, I think there must be more to come. Continue. Surname Xiao. I admit that both of our families have all underestimated you before and know that your identity must be extraordinary. But, Qi Sun Yuan's voice turned abruptly, and took 2 steps forward with his head held high and chest expanded. Even the tone of his voice was raised quite a bit. I, Qi Sun Yuan, am a distant cousin of the Xuanjia war general. We will contact each other by phone every New Year's Eve and every year. We will also meet and get together. When these words came out, the Qi family was stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. It seemed that they didn't even know that their Qi family would have such an amazing background. Xian Armor Warrior General. This is simply a handful of king bombs. Master, why didn't you dump it earlier? And they do not know is. Qi Sun Yuan also have some difficulties. He said before indeed all true. But this distant relatives in the degree of far word, beyond the imagination of the crowd. How many bens are separated during the period? Afraid that even he himself is not clear. And before he had to Feng Xian for help. Although the other finally also helped him. But the attitude is very impatient, but also told him not to bother himself in the future because of trivial matters. Because of this, Qi Sun Yuan was clutching this hand of Wang Bomb did not throw out, for fear of being fed up by Feng Xian again, wanting to put things to rest first, but now being forced by Xiao Yan to this life and death situation, also had to throw out. Seeing Xiao Yan and Lin Shui both staring at themselves with strange expressions, Qi Sun Yuan's heart was filled with a burst of smugness. Where was he still in a state of fear? 2 words to describe the current him would be high and mighty and domineering. What? Scared? Not bullish anymore. I'll tell you, Xiao, let your means be monstrous. My Qi family is still not something you can move. Ha! Xiao Yan was actually amused this time and laughed lightly. What are you laughing at? Qi Sun Yuan asked in a cold voice. In the next second, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Xiao Yan's thin lips lightly opened and a cold arc was drawn out. I am laughing that you have eyes without pearls and do not know the true God. Chapter 43, I'm late to meet you. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, Zhao Zilong and Lin Shui also both looked at the proud Qi Sun Yuan as if they were looking at an idiot. It was not good to move out anyone but Feng Xian, using one of the 4 great war generals under the Shura War Emperor to intimidate the Shura War Emperor? Joke, old thing, you might as well ask him, Feng Xian, if Xiao Xiao really wants to move you, would he dare to protect you? You are reckless. The name of a Xian armor war general is not something that you, a small follower, are qualified to call. Qi Sun Yuan colorfully scolded. In his opinion, these 2 people were just being tough-talking. After all, Feng Xian that was a great man of the heavens. It's just a name. What can't it be called? If he were to be in front of me I'd even dare to beat him up. Do you believe me? You! Qi Sun Yuan simply exploded with anger, pointing at the insolent Zhao Zilong trembling. Good. I'll call the Xian armor war admiral. At that time, let's see if you master and servant duo still dare to be as arrogant and tough-talking as you are now. While saying this, Chi Sang-yuan took out his cell phone and made a call out with an indignant face. Seeing this, the Chi family's people no longer had the fear they had before, and they all straightened their backs and looked at Xiao Yan and the others with a cold smile on their faces. As for the people of the Qin and Chi families, a flash of hope suddenly appeared on their faces. No one had expected that Chi Sang-yuan actually had this kind of background. As long as the Xian Armor War General intervened in this matter, he might directly press the Xiao Yan to death. At that time, they would also be considered to have escaped a difficult situation. Drip, drip. Under a crowd of expectant gazes, the call was soon connected. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong coldly grunted before stepping forward to snatch the phone over, but Xiao Yan reached out to stop it. Zilong, there is no need to care about him. I would like to see how Fang Xian will handle this matter. Yes, Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zilong nodded with understanding in his heart. Hey, it's General Fang, right? Chi Sang-yuan, this general is busy right now. You better give this general a reasonable reason. General Fang is like this. My Chi family is now facing a disaster of extinction. Please remember your distant relatives and save my Chi family once. After saying that, Chi Sang-yuan was still afraid that Fang Xian would be too troublesome to care about himself, and with a turn of his eyes, after looking at Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong and the two of them, he added, General Fang, I won't hide it from you. I had already mentioned your great name to the other party before, hoping that I could scare the other party away and put things to rest. However, I didn't expect that the boy called Xiao Yan and his attendant, after hearing your name, not only did they not have the slightest fear, but instead, they also verbally abused you, especially that attendant of his. He even said that he wanted to. What? Fang Xian's tone steepened. Did you just say, Xiao Yan? Right. His attendant, what is his name? Fang Xian's tone has already been some trembling, but Chi Sang-yuan on this but completely did not notice. After thinking about it, said, seems to be called Zilong. Surname don't know. Boom. On the other side of the phone, Fang Xian only felt his mind instantly explode. His feet were unsteady. Stump. Ground staggered 2 steps. Paralyzed. What sins did he create in his past life? How could he have such a pitiful distant relative? How could he even mention his name? This old thing deserves to die. Chi Sang-yuan. You, where the hell are you now? Send me the location immediately. I'll be there now. When Chi Sang-yuan heard this, both of his eyes instantly brightened up, and his entire body was excited beyond words. What? You said you want to come over personally? You're in Song City now? Cut the crap. This general has just arrived in Song City. Song City originally belonged to the area under the jurisdiction of the Xian Armor Army under Fang Xian's command, and he happened to be patrolling here today. However, he didn't expect that at this moment, just after stepping off the airplane, he stumbled upon such an unwarranted disaster. Okay. Chi Sang-yuan nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. I'm here at the Qin family's ancestral mansion right now, the top floor banquet hall. It's very easy to find. General Fang, do you need me to send a car to? Dropping. Before the words were finished, Fang Xian had already hung up the phone. Since he knows where the War Emperor's grand chariot is, he should go to pay his respects as fast as possible without the slightest delay. Putting away his cell phone, Chi Sang-yuan's entire body was a bit fluttery, giggling one after another. Dad, in the end how is it? What did he say about the Xuanjiao War General? Yes, Family Master Qi, what exactly did the other party say? Does he care about this matter or not? Old Mrs. Han also asked in an urgent voice. Ha. Chi Sang-yuan burst into laughter again and said under his breath, manage, of course. I'm the Xuanjiao War General's cousin. How can I have the courtesy of not caring? Not only do I have to manage, but the Xuanjiao War General is in Song City now. After realizing that something happened to my Qi family, he came over here in a hurry to stand up for my Qi family. Wow! After a burst of clamor, the people from the 3 families all looked relieved and sighed in relief, looking at Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong, and Lin Shui, who laughed coldly. What are you guys laughing at? Xiao Yan looked at the irritated Chi Sang-yuan with a smile on his face. Old thing, are you sure that Fang Xian rushed over in a hurry to stand up for you guys? Or else? Chi Sang-yuan grimaced and sneered. Is it hard to believe that it's still here in a hurry to catch up with you guys? That is not true. Xiao Yan shook his head and then smiled faintly. Perhaps it is to come to eagerly kowtow and ask for peace, plus ask for a pardon. Swish! Chi Sang-yuan's face became even more gloomy when he heard this. The crowd also looked like they were gloating. Enjoy talking tough. The more joyful they cursed now, the more miserable they would end up when the Xian Armor War General came over later. Please be at peace? Offense? For you? Joke. Bold things. I think you're not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. When the Xuanjiao War General arrives, I'll tell him everything you've said and done. At that time, let's see what will happen to you. That's right, old master. as well as Tianer's blood revenge. You must also beg the Xuanzhou war general to avenge our Qi family's death. That's natural. Qi Songyuan nodded his head fiercely, and after looking at the corpse of his grandson to the side again, the cold light in his eyes intensified. Only, with the passage of time, Qi Songyuan's heart vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Before, Fang Xian's attitude towards himself has always been indifferent. But now, how to become so positive? However, on second thought, I was relieved. After all, it is a distant relative, breaking the bones of the tendons. If the Qi family was really exterminated by someone, spreading the word that Fang Xian's face was also not bright. After another half hour or so, clatter, a rush of footsteps rang out, and everyone's spirits were lifted as they hurriedly looked in the direction of the doorway, only to see a dozen or so warriors dressed in military attire rushed in. The leader of the group was a dragon-like man with a straight nose and a square mouth. His body shape looked a few points more robust than Zhao Zilong. The most conspicuous thing was that above the shoulder badge of his military uniform, there were 2 gold stars embedded. The second-ranked general, the Xian Armor War General in command of the 200,000 Xian Armor Army, Fang Xian, General Fang. When Qi Songyuan saw Fang Xian, he was closer to him than his own mother, and with a shout, he quickly greeted him. Just before walking up to Fang Xian, Qi Songyuan was about to open his mouth to complain. Get lost, Fang Xian cursed, and with a slap, he directly sent Qi Songyuan flying 10 meters away. Crowd, what's the situation? Could it be that it's because this Xian armored war general has a violent temperament, and when he starts to get angry, he even beats up his own people? Immediately after, without waiting for the crowd to react, a scene that made them even more stagnant appeared. Stump! Fang Xian walked to Xiao Yan in large strides, pursed his lips and looked at him with an agitated expression. The last general is late to meet the driver. Please punish him. The words came out. Puff! With a sound, Fang Xian's magnificent body suddenly lowered and heavily knelt in front of Xiao Yan. A tremor was induced in the ground. Along with the trembling, there was also the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 44 Kneel. Xiao Yan was right. This Fang Xian rushed over in a hurry and really came to pay his respects in a hurry and ask for forgiveness. Xian Armor War General, Second Grade General Fang Xian, at this moment, actually knelt in front of Xiao Yan. Moreover, he even called himself the last general. The crowd could not be clearer in their minds as to what this indicated. Xiao Yan's identity was even higher than Fang Xian. Even, looking at this situation, it could also be Fang Xian's top boss. Xiao Luo, you are the Xiao Luo War Emperor. Qi Songyuan, who had been slapped out earlier, opened his mouth in shock, so frightened that he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Others didn't know, but he was very clear. Fang Xian and the Xian Armor Army under his command were all under the direct authority of one person, and that person was a legend in the army, a figure that stood at the top. The Shura warlord. Xiao Yan was actually a Shura war emperor. How dare you? Fang Xian immediately turned his head and looked coldly at Qi Songyuan. How can you lose your temper in front of the war emperor? Qi Songyuan was directly choked by these words, and immediately tied his head down tightly, not daring to utter a single word, and began to tremble. Himself, actually messed with the head of the cultivator war emperor? Really ing. At this moment, if Qi Songyuan were to choose a way to die, he would definitely choose to let himself be cursed to death. As for the Qi, Qin, and Han families, their faces were all ashen. The glimmer of hope that had just risen in their hearts earlier was smashed to smithereens in front of Xiao Yan's identity. Get up! Xiao Yan waved his hand at Fang Xian, but Fang Xian did not get up, but instead, he snapped. He slapped himself hard on the ground and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The last general is guilty. I don't dare to get up. This Qi Songyuan is a distant relative of the last general. There is no pearl in the I offended you. The last general should be subjected to the crime of guilt by association. Please, I will let you. Get up. Xiao Yan said it again, and in his flat tone, a hint of morose coldness had been revealed. Fang Xian's body tightened and immediately rose. The official second-grade general, at this moment in front of Xiao Yan, was just like a child who had made a mistake. In standard military posture, with his head tightly lowered, not moving at all. Zilong, tell Fang Xian what the Qin two families did earlier first. Yes, Xiao. Zhao Zilong answered, looked at Fang Xian with a smile, and stepped forward to lightly punch him on the shoulder. House, I'd say you can do it. The Han family disguised themselves as forcing their sister-in-law to die. And you, a distant relative, not only blatantly harboring the Han family in front of Xiao. Moreover, together with the Qin family, he also invited a Sinfaline demon sect disciple named Liang Zhong. What? When Fang Xian heard these words, his eyes momentarily cracked, and it was more like kilobombs exploded together in his mind. In Fang Xian's opinion, either of the two things should be punished with the punishment of executing 9 clans. And this cheat San Yuan even had the nerve to find himself to save the day for him? In a flash, a wave of anger, straight to the clouds. Cheat San Yuan, you deserve to die. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, Fang Xian violently turned around and wanted to slap that cheat San Yuan to death, but was stopped by Xiao Yan. Right now, it is not the time to kill him. Let's first put the Qin families under control. From their mouths, we might be able to obtain some information about that Yin demon sect sinner. The Yin demon sect sinister disciple has always been secretive in his movements, and since he has appeared this time, there is naturally no reason to let him go. Yes, Fang Xian waved his hand after answering, signaling those Xian armor army he brought with him and Lin Shui's city defense army to cooperate with each other to take down all the two families. Fang Xian, if I remember correctly, this Tsung city should belong to your jurisdiction, right? Yes, Xiao. My humble servant happens to be patrolling this side today, so, I don't care about anything else. Yin demon sect sinners, since they appeared in your defense area without being detected earlier, you, then, are guilty of dereliction of duty. Fang Xian nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue a word. At the same time, he also repeatedly guaranteed that this time, he would definitely catch that Liang Zhong and make amends for his crimes. Good. Remember your words. Go. Yes. Another voice was answered. Then Fang Xian joined Lin Shui and escorted all the people from the two families away. Since then, the four great families within the original Tsung city would cease to exist. As the crowd left, the large banquet hall became somewhat cold. Xiao Yan's gaze turned and swept over the people of the Han family one by one before finally settling on old Mrs. Han. With a miserable cry, old Mrs. Han was so frightened that she directly fell off the high platform by just a single glance, followed by immediately kneeling down. At this time, all dignity and face did not matter in Mrs. Han's eyes, and at this moment, she only had one thought. Live. The only way to live was to admit her mistake and beg for forgiveness. Xiao Yan, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of me, I am Grandma Yuing and also your elder. Spare my life. Seeing that the always tough old lady Han had conceded like this, Han Yueshi and the other members of the Han family also began to kneel down and kowtow. Xiao Yan could not help but coldly snort out when he saw this. Grandmother? Elder? Can you afford these two titles? If you had known this, why did you bother? Moon Shadow's death has nothing to do with you and the others. The person that you should truly kneel is Yuing. After the words were spoken, Xiao Yan turned around and left. This evening, I will be waiting for you in front of Moon Shadow's tomb, and all 235 members of the Han family must be present. Even if one person is missing, the consequences will be clear to you all. When the Han family members heard this, they all shivered and broke out in cold sweat. Milk, Grandma! Han Yueshi stepped forward with a terrified look on her face, stuttering as she picked up elder Mrs. Han and asked, He's not really going to kill us in front of Han Yueying's tomb to pay homage, is he? Elderly Mrs. Han glanced at Han Yueshi, and her face instantly turned bitter after a light hum. Even if he really wants to, what can we do? Then let's hurry and run. Right, run immediately, there's still time to count. Run, old Mrs. Han coldly looked at the Han clan's crowd with a steep expression. Whoever wants to run, I'll clean him up first. A bunch of fools, do you think you can really run away? Crowd. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Qinggang Mausoleum. The cold moon was in the sky and the cold wind was bitter. Xiao Yan had returned here since he left the Qin family and stayed until now as he gently caressed Han Yuying's tombstone. Xiao. Zhao Zilong found his way over and bent down. The matter has been completed. Tomorrow, the Qin family's ancestral mansion will be torn down, so he can move his sister-in-law's grave anytime. Xiao Yan answered and once again looked at Han Yueying's posthumous photo and launched himself into a daze. Not a moment passed. A burst of disorganized footsteps sounded, and only then did Xiao Yan slowly stood up and narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold aura surging within them. 235 people from the Han family had arrived. The chaotic graveyard at night was already seeping. The 235 thin-skinned coffins caused the hearts of the Han family to hang in their throats. Xiao Yan, if you have something to say, kneel down and say it. Old Mrs. Han froze at his words, and without waiting for her to react, Xiao Yan's voice suddenly turned cold. My words, are they not clear enough? In front of the Moon Shadow tomb, kneel down, punt. The Han family members were so scared that their legs went limp, and they knelt down one after another from Mrs. Han downwards, all of them holding their heads tightly, not daring to look at the tombstone. To be exact, they didn't dare to look at Han Yueying's portrait on the tombstone. To Han Yueying, the entire Han family had a guilty conscience. The next moment, Xiao Yan slightly closed his eyes and violently took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the cold aura from before was transformed into killing intent in an instant. A killing intent that was like substance. Around his body, a blood-red true qi surged, and as he violently stomped his foot, the earth wildly trembled, and the lids of the 235 coffins were suddenly lifted off. Chapter 45, Punishing the Han Family. Ah, no, don't kill me, Xiao Yan, please don't kill me. I have no knowledge of Han Yueying's death. It really has nothing to do with me. For a while, miserable screams and pleas for mercy were endless, and in the next moment, Xiao Yan violently turned around and shouted out harshly, "It has nothing to do with it. Everyone up and down your Han family, dare to say that it has nothing to do with Moon Shadow's death? As far as I know, she had sought help from each and every one of you during her most difficult moments, but what was received? Schadenfreude and falling down the well." Old Mrs. Han, facing Xiao Yan's stern gaze, old Mrs. Han was scared out of her wits and hurriedly buried her head deeply, not daring to look at her. In her heart, she felt an unprecedented amount of guilt towards Han Yueying. When Yueying was alive, she had always respected you and basically obeyed everything, but what did you do to her? Treating her like a tool to be used, giving her to Zhao Shicheng, and forcing her to die alive. Han Yueshi, after being named by Xiao Yan, Han Yueshi was so frightened that she directly started crying out. Soon, the crotch of his pants were wet, emitting a fishy and strange odor. You, due to your jealousy of Moon Shadow, first plotted against me to ruin her reputation, and then plotted to take over the Thousand Shun group that she single-handedly created. This is not enough. The matter of giving her as a plaything to Zhao Shicheng, you also did not contribute to it. No, it's not. Xiao Yan, I beg you, let me go. This was all Grandma's idea. Yes, it was she who instructed me. Oh no, forced me to do that. Seeing her pouring all the dirty water on herself, old lady Han smiled ruefully and did not bother to argue anything further. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, became even more enraged. Poisonous woman, you have committed the deepest sin in Yu Ying's death. You deserve to die the most. Now, on behalf of Yu Ying, I will grant you a broken body and death. No. Ah, boom. In an instant, a blood-red true chi pike blasted onto Han Yueshi under the incomparable horror of the crowd, instantly exploding her into a bloody mist, dead without a whole body. In the end, the only remaining ashes drifted down into a thin-skinned coffin, and the crowd sucked in cold air, not daring to squeak. And you all. Xiao Yan again coldly looked at the remaining old Mrs. Han and the others. The entire person's aura increased even more as he slowly raised his hand. All of you should die, to thank for your sins. As a blood-red true chi wrapped all of Mrs. Han and the others, all of them felt an unprecedented pressure, and those who were not able to breathe for a moment were suffocated. And just as Xiao Yan was about to shake his palm and kill all of this group of people to honor the spirit of his deceased wife in heaven, swish, the cold moon that was in the sky instantly dropped a bright light, which was impartial and exactly irradiated on the body of old Mrs. Han and the other members of the Han family, and the blood-colored true chi that had previously shrouded old Mrs. Han and the others quietly dissipated. This, Zhao Zilong stared in amazement for a moment. Such a strange scene was the first time even he had seen it. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he slowly raised his head to look at the cold moon hanging in the sky, and soon, another light landed and enveloped his body. This light looked softer than the light that enveloped old lady Han and the others, causing Xiao Yan to slowly close his eyes. A moment later, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, seemingly revealing a quiet smile. Moon Shadow, is that you? Are you pleading for those people from the Han family? For mercy? Xiao Yan murmured softly, and on his face, a touch of grief that was becoming more and more intense began to emerge. Why have you been victimized by them to this extent? Yet, still have to be so kind. People who are beautiful and kind-hearted, but do not have a good end. This heaven, why is it so unfair? Why? In the end, Xiao Yan looked up to the sky and whistled, as if he wanted to release the air of resentment and anger in his chest in that instant. Rumble. In the sky, dark clouds instantly covered the sky and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Soon, the drifting rain fell under the stunned gazes of the Han family. That night, blood thunder filled the sky and torrential rain poured down. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong hurriedly took out the umbrella from the car and ran over, trying to put it on for Xiao Yan several times, but was pushed away. Finally, after being drenched by the torrential rain for about half an hour, Xiao Yan's heart gradually quieted down. However, the anger, had not decreased in the slightest. Alright, that's just it. Since Yueying has begged for mercy for you and the others, I will pardon the death penalty of your entire clan. But, Xiao Yan's words turned abruptly stern. In the future, you and others, for a lifetime, will be the people who guard the Moon Shadow's tomb, when kneeling in front of the tomb to repent for their crimes. You guys, are you willing? Willing. We are willing. Thank you. Thank you to the War Emperor for not killing anyone. War Emperor, please don't worry. We call Sir. Zhao Zilong reminded in a cold voice that Xiao Yan's identity was not suitable to be exposed nowadays. Yes, thank you, Mr. Xiao, for not killing us. We will definitely spend the rest of our future lives repenting for our crimes and praying for Yuing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan waved his hand irritably. All roll, go to the Qin family ancestral residence and wait. Soon, it will become Moon Shadow's new grave. The crowd hurriedly responded and thanked them, and then old Mrs. Han was assisted and rushed to leave, disappearing in a few blinks of an eye. Fearing that Xiao Yan would change his mind again, the deterrent effect that Han Yueshi's death had on them earlier was really too strong. After the crowd left, the bright light scattered down before disappeared, and Xiao Yan looked up again, through the thick rain curtain. Already can no longer see the round of cold moon, but even if you can't see it, you are still motionless in place. Raising his head, he froze for a long time. In the end, or Zhao Zilong really cannot bear, went forward to remind. Xiao Yan only counted back to the head. In another look at the tombstone, silently left. On the way back, Xiao Yan still looked downcast, and only after a long time did he softly say, Zilong, regarding the construction of the Moon Shadow's new graveyard, it is important to hurry up. That Qingang mausoleum is too sluggish and not worthy of her. Yes, Zhao Zilong nodded his head fiercely. Don't worry, I've already contacted the construction team, and will start work as soon as the heavy rain stops. When the construction is complete, I'll let you personally review it. Aha! At the same time, Xiao Sunair, Zhang Xia and the two girls were sitting on the living room sofa waiting with anxious faces. Earlier, they had received news that in the afternoon, the Qin and Qi families were completely destroyed, and the Han family was nowhere to be found. The cause of all this was Xiao Yan. Of course, the news they received was limited to this. As for Xiao Yan's identity and what exactly happened in the Qin family's ancestral mansion, basically no one knew because the news was blocked very tightly. Xiao Yan had not returned yet, and they were all hanging on to their hearts, so they could not sleep. After waiting for a while longer, finally, the two women saw Xiao Yan, who was already soaked to the skin, walk in despondently with his head slightly lowered. Brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Sunair let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly got up before running over and pouncing into Xiao Yan's arms. Zhang Xia was not so exaggerated, and with a great sigh of relief, she came in front of Xiao Yan and began to look him up and down, fearing that he would hurt somewhere. After looking at Zhang Xia, Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled reluctantly. Don't worry, I am fine. Good. Zhang Xia nodded her head and lightly nodded, and after thinking for a moment, she lightly turned around and said as she walked towards the kitchen, You should simply wash yourself first, and I will go get you a bowl of ginger soup. At this time, Xiao Sunair also raised her head and looked at Xiao Yan with slightly reddened eyes. Silly niece, how old are you and still crying? Brother is fine. Don't worry. Humph. Xiao Sunair let out a low hum and also pouted. Even older is still your sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zilong came in on his hind feet, his face sullen and solemn. Xiao, just received a message from Lin Shui. That demon sect criminal named Liang Zhong has a clue. Chapter 46 Seeing the Sea on a Cruise Ship. Xiao Yan's gaze flinched and patted Xiao Sunair's head. Nei-san, go to the kitchen and help your sister Xia. Oh, Xiao Sunair's small mouth pouted and after making a face, she still obeyed obediently and walked towards the kitchen. Speak, Zhao Zilong nodded and said. According to Qi Sangyuan's daughter-in-law's explanation, that Liang Zhong, in Song City, once had a concubine called Wu Nianjin. Oh, how did Qi Sangyuan's daughter-in-law learn about that Liang Zhong's concubine? Xiao Yan asked suspiciously. It is like this. 20 years ago, Liang Zhong fled and ran away, but this Wu Nianjin did not leave Songcheng. Instead, not long afterward, she became the wife of Qian Wenkai, the president of the Songcheng Chamber of Commerce. On weekdays, Qi Sangyuan's daughter-in-law would often do maintenance with Wu Nianjin, and over time they became quite good sisters. Ha! Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. First he was Liang Zhong's concubine, and then he leaned on the president of the Chamber of Commerce immediately afterward. This one called Wu Nianjin was really not willing to be lonely. Perhaps, there would be some other unknown things in here. Xiao. According to Qi Sangyuan's daughter-in-law's account, this Wu Nianjin is wild and domineering, but she keeps her mouth shut about the fact that she was once Liang Zhong's concubine. If it wasn't for one time when they got drunk and bragged about it, Qi Sangyuan's daughter-in-law wouldn't have known about it. Such a woman. One could understand with one's toes that it would not be an oil-saving lamp. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan glanced at Zhao Zilong and said, Zilong, do you think that Liang Zhong will go looking for this Wu Nianjin? Very likely. Zhao Zilong nodded his head fiercely. Nowadays, Lin Shui's City Defense Army, in conjunction with House's 1,000 Shen Armor Army has blocked all of Song City. If Liang Zhong can't run out, it's unlikely that he'll go to this former concubine of his. After all, Wu Nianjin has some status in Song City nowadays. Good. Then send someone to secretly monitor up this Wu Nianjin. Once she has any movement, immediately report back to me. the demon sex sins can never be spared. A chilling aura appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes and his face was as cold as a sword. Yes. Zhao Zilong gave a salute and then asked, Xiao Xiao, Qi Sangyuan's daughter-in-law wishes to exchange this message for the lives of the Qi family. How should this be handled? It can be. Xiao Yan nodded his head in agreement after a little thought. While Zhao Zilong was lamenting that the War Emperor's temper had suddenly become too good, he heard, deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to forgive. Just grant the Qi family, up and down, life imprisonment. Yes, Xiao Xiao, here comes the ginger soup. Jiang Xia called out with a smile, then brought out a bowl of ginger soup and placed it on the table, and together with Xiao Sunair, they hurriedly pulled Xiao Yan to savor it. Quickly, you're all drenched like this, hurry up and drink this bowl of ginger soup to drive away the cold, lest you get sick. Yes brother Xiao Yan, quickly taste it. Seeing the excitement of the two girls, Xiao Yan laughed for a while. However, it was just a bowl of ginger soup that was made. Was it necessary to become like this? Thinking about it, Xiao Yan picked up the ginger soup, but just after taking a sip, he realized why the two girls were so excited. That kind of spiciness as well as the unspeakable strange flavor. Even Xiao Yan can't stand it, for fear of the face of the two women to be barely swallowed. Inside the ginger soup, it seems to have added a little soy sauce. This two people, in their past lives have never cooked. Zilong, Xiao Yan hurriedly called out, and immediately handed him the ginger soup after he came over, patting him on the shoulder, causing him to be stunned. Previously, the only time Xiao Xiao would be like this was when he was on an important mission. What was wrong with him today? You didn't get wet before, so you can drink all the rest of the ginger soup to drive away the cold. After saying this, despite the two women's dissuasion, Xiao Yan immediately slipped away and quickly walked upstairs. Alas, Jiang Xia let out a light sigh. Xiao Sunair looked at Zhao Zilong and said, Brother Zilong, Brother Xiao Yan is really good to you. Since he gave it to you, then you should drink it. It was carefully made by us. Oh, good. Zhao Zilong nodded his head numbly and ignored the hot air bubbling out of the bowl of ginger soup as he tilted his head and drank it all down. But in the next instant, his face instantly turned saucy. Nima, this is good for me. Indeed. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Siyu just woke up and looked up for her father, and immediately pounced on Xiao Yan when she saw him, with a face of intimacy. Daddy, my little princess, hugging Xiao Siyu. Yesterday's feelings of sadness also instantly disappeared for the most part, knowing that today is the weekend. He wanted to take Siyu out to have some fun. Little princess, tell daddy, where do you want to go and have fun? Siyu thought about it and grinned. Just find a random park to play in. A park? Xiao Yan laughed and felt that this was a little too ordinary, and right at this moment, Xiao Sunair suddenly said, Siyu, didn't you say before that you like to go see the sea and eat seafood? Little ant, Xiao Niz instantly anxious, quickly whispered, go there to spend a lot of money. I don't want dad to spend too much money for me. After all, she was a child, simple-minded, completely not thinking about the fact that his father was living in such a top-class villa. How could he still lack that much money? However, when Xiao Yan, Jiang Xia and the others heard this, they all felt a pang of heartache, especially Xiao Yan. His heart felt as if it had been poured with sulfuric acid, and he tightly hugged Xiao Siyu for a long time without saying a word. Seeing Xiao Yan like this, Xiao Siyu really thought that he did not have any money and hurriedly advised up. Dad, don't listen to Xiao Gu's nonsense. I don't like it. Let's just go to the park. No, let's just go see the sea, eat seafood, and, also, see it on a cruise ship. The whole family. Zilong, I remembered that we had a cruise ship at the pier earlier? Zhao Zilong nodded. Yes Xiao Xiao, at Pier 9. Good, go there. With that, Xiao Yan picked up Xiao Siyu and set off with the crowd, heading towards Pier 9. Along the way, Xiao Siyu was excited and apprehensive until she arrived at Pier 9 and could not control her excitement as she shouted out after seeing that one luxurious cruise ship as well as that piece of azure sea in the distance. Not a moment passed after getting out of the car. A middle-aged man in a suit was brought to Xiao Yan by Zhao Zilong. Young Xiao, this is the manager of this cruise ship, Zhang Tao. He said that he has outsourced the cruise ship to one person for a birthday banquet today. Xiao Yan's gaze turned cold when he heard this, scaring Zhang Tao into explaining. Xiao Xiao, this is really not my fault. Previously, I communicated to you. You said that you could operate at will, and that 90% of the proceeds from the operation would be credited to your private account. I really didn't know you were coming today. So, alright. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, my daughter wants to take a cruise ship to see the sea and eat seafood today. You think of a way to solve it, and if you can't think of one, drive people away and make room for us. Zhang Tao's face was bitter. The one who chartered the cruise ship also had a big name. How would he dare to offend Xiao Xiao? Seeing that there are not many people who have come this time, I will give you one of the most luxurious suites on the top floor of the cruise ship. Do you think it will work? Xiao Yan originally wanted to refuse, but only reluctantly agreed under the persuasion of Xiao Zhan's couple. Chapter 47, The Blessing of a Man of All Hands. On the top floor of the cruise ship, inside a set of 200-meter square luxury suite, Xiao Yan was holding Xiao Siyu as he looked at the azure sea outside the window, and on the table, there were various kinds of top-quality seafood. Come, little princess, daddy will peel a crab for you to eat. Good. Xiao Yan took the crab, and Xiao Siyu just ate it with a big mouthful, her face filled with happiness. After that, Xiao Yan poured wine for Xiao Zhan and accompanied him for a drink. After a cup of wine was consumed, Xiao Zhan laughed out loud cheerfully. Painful. Yener, you are really making a big fortune now. No matter how much more outstanding you are still your old man's son. Ha ha, that's right. After drinking several more cups of wine in a row, Xiao Zhan added, Yener, before, my internal injuries have always been treated by an old Chinese doctor who was very famous in Artsong City, but he has always been unable to do anything about it, and could only regulate it. A few days ago, when I learned that I was cured by you, I had to see you. Look, is it convenient for you lately? Xiao Yan agreed painfully without even thinking about it. To that old Chinese doctor who had been conditioning Xiao Zhan's body, he was naturally grateful as a son. Such a small request as meeting him would be satisfied. Good, then I will make an appointment with him and inform you then. Alright dad, come, another toast to you. Xiao Yan smiled and picked up his wine cup, but before he could clash with Xiao Zhan, boom, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open directly by someone. Zhang Tao, the previous manager of the cruise ship, was currently covered in blood and directly rushed in before falling hard next to the dining table. Jiang Xia, who was closest to him, after seeing his appearance, screamed in fear and hurriedly dodged away, jogging behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Sunair was also startled and hurriedly picked up Xiao Siyu to cover her eyes. It's fine, don't be afraid. Xiao Yan comforted softly on his lips, but a clear color of displeasure surged on his face. It was not easy for the family to be reunited and they were on the verge of a good time, but they suddenly made such a bloody scene? What's the meaning of this? Zhao Zilong took an arrow step forward and lifted up Zhang Tao, and asked in a cold voice, Speak, what's going on? Zhang Tao's face was bitter to the core, his lips trembling slightly. Just when he wanted to speak, a loud shout came in from outside the box. Giving the best box to someone else privately without my permission. Not getting him killed would be a bargain. When the crowd took another look, they saw a burly man, surrounded by a dozen people striding in, wearing a large gold chain on his neck, each ear on both sides hanging a gold earrings, wrist, also each wearing a string of gold beads, walking tiger wind, rich and generous, just like a rich man look. As soon as he walked in, Chen Xiong's eyes instantly stopped on Jiang Xia, Xiao Suner, two girls, a noble and elegant, a fresh and lovely. Look at his two eyes, thieves light even flash, began to rub his chin. Hey, smile up, the very best, Xiao Sunair. Jiang Xia, a face of disgust. Clang. Xiao Yan heavily threw down his wine cup and swept his eyes at Chen Xiong before asking in a faint voice, This is my private room. You came in, did you have my permission? You allowed? A rich second generation with a little bit of money. You don't know what your last name is anymore, right? How dare you? Zhao Zilong shouted angrily, and after throwing Zhang Tao to the side, without saying a word, he angrily slammed a fist at that Chen Xiong. Whoever insults Xiao Xiao is unforgivable. Grass. Zhang Tao looked at the other party like a practitioner, hurried to retreat, at the same time also greeted a few minions rushed over. Boom, 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 boom. After a few muffled sounds, that rushed a few people were all smashed down by Zhao Zilong. See Chen Xiong in the stunned, then burst into a rage. Silly big man, even my people dare to hit. You don't want to live right. Kneel down. Zhao Zilong spoke indifferently. Chen Xiong froze, pulling out his ears in a pretense while looking at Zhao Zilong as if he was looking at a fool. What did you say? Come on, say it again to your brother Xiong. I'll let you. Kneel down. Kowtow to Xiao Xiao to make amends. Ah ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out, and Chen Xiong and the 10 or so brothers around him laughed their asses off. Kowtow to make amends? With him? You go ask that rich kid and see if he dares to make me. Chen Xiong, Kowtow, brothers, go. Let's get rid of this stupid big guy first. Okay, brother Xiong, you'll see. A dozen or so people responded and immediately rushed towards Zhao Zilong from all sides. Jiang Xia's complexion tightened, but Xiao Yan still had a calm face. Waste them all. Do not see any blood. Yes. Zhao Zilong grinned and answered as his 10 finger joints crackled and snapped in succession before his hands turned into claws and lightning-like grabbed at each person's shoulders and ankles. Soon, a burst of oozing miserable screams interspersed with the sound of bones breaking began to ring out one after another in the private room. Chen Xiong's gaze gradually froze, and when he came back to his senses, he saw that his little brother had all been knocked down, and that big guy had already arrived in front of him. Zhao Zilong's right hand exerted force and directly wasted one of his arms. Chen Xiong was in severe pain, and when he saw that the other party was still going to lay hands on him, he hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm the one who follows Master Bully. I'm one of Master Ba's most capable men. If you dare to touch me again, Master Ba will definitely not let you go." Zhao Zilong snorted disdainfully, not caring about the bull Master Ba. He grabbed his other shoulder again, but he was about to exert force. "Zilong, stop." Xiao Yan gave the word and Zhao Zilong immediately withdrew his force and released Chen Xiong. The reason why Xiao Yan called for a stop was only because he saw his daughter shivering and did not want Siyu to be scared by his ghostly cries again. However, Chen Xiong thought that the rich second generation was afraid of the name of Master Bully, so he tightly covered his broken arm and his face began to grow more and more arrogant. "Kid, one of my arms was broken by your men. How are you going to settle this account?" After releasing him with good intentions, he still had to settle the score with himself? Xiao Yan was amused and teasingly asked, "Tell me, how do you want to settle it?" "Humph, I heard that dog Zheng Tao say earlier that this cruise ship is yours?" "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded his head and seeing that Siyu was still shivering, he was busy hugging over her to coax her up gently. "Row, seeing that your brat is still a sensible person, just give the entire cruise ship to me as an indemnity, and the matter of injuring me will be turned over. Little princess, not afraid. There is daddy." Xiao Yan ignored Chen Xiong in the slightest and continued to coax little Siyu. "And, today is your brother Xiong's 40th birthday. Hey, look at these two extremely good chicks beside you are good. Also give them to me together. Considered your filial piety. In the future in Sun City I can cover you. Just now those are bad guys. Your uncle Zilong is teaching them to be a new person, so as not to scourge more people in the future." Grass. Chen Xiong was infuriated by Xiao Yan's appearance of completely ignoring himself and exploded another foul mouth. But after noticing Xiao Siyu in his arms, his eyes lit up at first. "Kid, is this your daughter? Is it born between you and which beauty beside you?" Laozi changed his mind. "Let your daughter and the beauty who gave birth to her serve me for one night together. I'll enjoy the blessings of all together as well. Ha ha ha." Chapter 48, Let You Sink to the Sea and Die. Xiao Yan's originally gentle face instantly turned cold at this moment, and the temperature of the entire box plummeted. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong directly copied a chair next to him without saying a word. Boom! With a bang, he smashed the chair on the legs of several Chen Xiong. The laughter ended abruptly, and the chair was smashed to pieces. Chen Xiong face agonizingly kneeled on the ground, immediately issued a pig-like scream. "Ah, me, my leg, you guys really dare to make a move on me. A bunch of bold things. If Master Ba knows, he will never spare you guys. You guys wait." With that, Chen Xiong immediately took out his cell phone to call that Master Ba that he was talking about. Zhao Zilong's eyes flashed ferociously, and he immediately lifted his leg to stomp him to death. He knew that Xiao Yan was sentimental, and that his family and friends had an extremely high status in his heart, and Xiao Siyu was even more so. However, this fellow had offended all that Xiao Yan cared about. It was considered light to stomp him to death. Slowly, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. "Since he wants to fight, let him fight. Yes, young Xiao." Zhao Zilong retracted his legs and stood still while Xiao Yan slowly got up after handing little Siyu to Jiang Xia to hold. At this time, the phone was already connected. As soon as Chen Xiong came up, he started a flurry of crying. "Hey, Ba, Master Ba, I'm Chen Xiong, help me, you come and save me. I'm on the top floor of this cruise ship at Pier 9, now it's had its legs wasted, they still want to kill me, come quickly." "What? Mention your name?" "I mentioned it, but the other guy didn't buy it at all. He's just a rich kid who's a rash. Please hurry up and come." After saying that, as soon as Chen Xiong hung up the phone, he was startled by Xiao Yan who appeared in front of him at an unknown time. "Finished playing?" "Finished. Hegemon, Master Hegemon will bring people over right now. Kid, if you have the guts, just..." Without finishing his words, Xiao Yan leaned over and yanked the gold necklace on his neck, dragging it towards the window a little bit like a dead dog. What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of me. Master Ba came to definitely make you look good. Your whole family is." "Ah!" Chen Xiong screamed miserably again, and the arms that were waving around haphazardly also suddenly hung down powerlessly, being broken by a wave of Xiao Yan's dark force. "Don't worry, I will wait here for that Master Bully. As for you," a cold aura flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes, and his voice was steeply biting down. "Exporting insults to my daughter, relatives, and friends, it's a crime that should be put to death. I am now granting you the honor of sinking into the sea and dying." After the words, Xiao Yan immediately opened the window, frightening Chen Xiong with a huge tremor, and a burst of heartbreaking screams. He really did not expect that this rich second generation would be such a ruthless character. It was actually going to come for real. Yenner, Xiao Zhan and his wife, who had been in fear before, finally couldn't look on at this time, and hurriedly got up to discourage him. He was just talking off the cuff. Let's forget about this matter. Yeah, that Master Ba he mentioned before, real name Wang Tianba, is the underground emperor of our Zheng city. No one dares to mess with him. You, Mom and Dad, don't worry, there won't be a problem. As for that Wang Tianba, a small rascal, can't help me. Xiao Zhan and his wife were completely speechless as their jaws dropped for a while. How did the underground emperor, in Xiao Yan's mouth, become a small rascal that was not worth mentioning and not enough to be feared? This big talk, it was too exaggerated, wasn't it? The next moment, before they could reflect on it, they heard a scream that was getting farther and farther away. Chen Xiong, who had all his limbs broken, was actually directly thrown out by Xiao Yan along the window. Until it sank into the sea, there was no more sound. After doing all this, Xiao Yan clapped his hands, his anger fading and his face calming down. After sitting back and carrying little Siyu over, seeing her tense a small face, a look of lingering palpitations, he peeled another crab and personally fed it to her. While feeding, he said, Siyu, Daddy wants to tell you a truth. In this world, there are a lot of bad people. In order to keep them from victimizing most of the good people, and to keep them from doing bad things, you say, what should be done? Siyu raised her head and after blinking her eyes twice in thought, she shook her head blankly. Daddy, I don't know. Xiao Yan smiled and patted her gently while saying, then Daddy will ask you again. Can we still use a machine when it breaks down? Can't. Then what should be done? It should be rebuilt back. After saying that, Siyu seemed to have figured something out, and suddenly nodded with a face of understanding. Dad, I understand. When you threw that bad guy uncle down before, you were sending him to go back to the furnace to be rebuilt, so that he could become a good guy again, right? Right. Worthy of being my daughter. So smart. You can see right through it. Jiang Xia, Xiao Sunair, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao Zhan. This top-notch eloquence. Why had it not been found in Xiao Yan before? However, Zhao Zilong was completely indifferent to this, as if he had already adapted to it. Cultivation Luo War Emperor. The reason why he is usually less verbal, but not because the eloquence is not good. On the contrary, its eloquence definitely belongs to the level of the tongue-fighting group of scholars. Just always too much trouble. Can do it is not willing to more than just. Soon, the box was cleaned up. Small Siyu also returned to the previous smile, while eating seafood, while looking at the sea, but also with Jiang Xia, Xiao Suner selfie a bunch of group photos, playful. After a while, Zhao Zilong came in and after whispering something into Xiao Yan's ear, he led the crowd to another box. Inside the box, Xiao Yan was the only one left. Soon, a group of people pushed the door in. The leader was a bald middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, but was more domineering than the previous Chen Xiong. After coming in, the middle-aged man in tang suit couldn't help but frown, seeing that there was only one person in the box, and there wasn't any sign of fighting, so for a moment he thought that he had gone to the wrong place. Just as he was somewhat puzzled, Xiao Yan happened to drink a cup of white wine in one go and opened his mouth indifferently. You are Wang Tianba, right? There is no need to look for me. The person who cleaned up Chen Xiong earlier is me. Wang Tianba immediately narrowed his eyes, and those people behind him sniffed and cursed angrily and were about to make a move, but they were stopped by him raising his hand. After sizing up Xiao Yan again, Wang Tianba asked in a cold voice, where is Ah Xiong? Xiao Yan glanced at the window that he had opened earlier. He was thrown into the sea and fed to the fish by me. What? The crowd was shocked, especially Wang Tianba, whose face instantly turned ironic and murderous. The number one assistant under his own command was actually killed by a rich second generation? How could one not be angry? Master Ba, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and give the order. Yes, Brother Xiong was killed by this kid. Such audacity. He must be killed to avenge Brother Xiong. Seeing a burst of righteous indignation from the brothers, Wang Tianba's face became even more gloomy. Ran. Just as he was about to order him to do it, he only heard a boom sound. Xiao Yan threw the wine cup on the table. A monstrous murderous aura, like a volcano, erupted from his body. The dining table was instantly turned into a piece of powder. Inside the box, there was a dead silence. Chapter 49, Broken Finger as a Thank You. Killing aura. Killing aura that was so strong that it was suffocating. Wang Tianba and the others present were all notoriously fierce characters, never knowing what fear was. However, in front of this terrifying killing aura in front of them, they all felt a wave of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, Wang Tianba's head was already covered in cold sweat, knowing that he might have kicked the iron plate, but he still braced himself and said in a calm manner, who exactly are you? My name, Xiao Yan. Swish. Upon hearing this name, Wang Tianba's eyes instantly widened in his face, where there was still half a bit of iron color, was all a miserable white. Others might not have heard of this name, but as the underground emperor of Tsang City, how could he not know? Strong as Qin, two big families, in just less than half a day's time, were all destroyed by this person. And even 20 years ago the great demon King Liang Zhong and other ruthless people also appeared to help Two Big Field. The result? He was not a match for this person at all. He was seriously injured and disappeared. What does this mean? This Xiao Yan is definitely a super ruthless person, and his background is extraordinary. Even the great demon king of that year was scared less in front of him. So this little underground emperor of his own? What is he in front of him? A fart? The more he thought about it, the more afraid Wang Tianba became. Before he could come back to his senses, Xiao Yan had already gotten up. The aura and killing intent around him was even stronger. Earlier, your men wanted my sister, friend, and daughter to accompany him, so tell me, should he die? Grass. The corners of Wang Tianba's mouth twitched furiously, and at once, he even wanted to die. In his heart, he even greeted all 18 generations of Chen Xiong's female ancestors. Tell me, should he die? Xiao Yan's words were steeply harsh, frightening Wang Tianba's legs and feet, and he directly fell to his knees, nodding his head like pounding garlic. Deserve to die. He deserves to die. Mr. Bodhisattva's heart, sinking into the sea and feeding him to the fish is cheap. In my opinion, he should be broken into pieces in order to forgive his offense. When the others saw that Master Ba had knelt down, although they still did not know what kind of character this Xiao Yan was, under the pressure of that cold and bone-piercing murderous aura, they could not hold out any longer and all of them knelt down in a swarm. Along with Wang Tianba, they kowed out to Xiao Yan and begged for forgiveness. Ha! Xiao Yan laughed coldly, thinking that this underground emperor was quite sensible. However, Wang Tianba had never been a person who recognized the times, and as an underground emperor, he was also a hard man. But even if he was hard again, in front of Xiao Yan, who was as terrifying as a killing godlike task, he was also completely hard. After all, life was more important. The men made a mistake. This boss education is not in place. Then what should be the crime? Wang Tianba's face couldn't help but be bitter. This god of killing really didn't want to end this matter so easily. However, thinking about it, if his own daughter, sister, and friend were insulted by someone like that, with his own nature he would only be afraid to instantly exterminate that person's family. Just as he hesitated, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed and his gaze grew cold. What? Looking at this, you are not prepared to give me an explanation. Is that so? No. Wang Tianba was so scared that he shook his head repeatedly, and after only a second, his gaze steeply hardened and he made a wink to a person beside him. Bring the knife. That person froze. Still do not know what's going on. Wang Tianba was so anxious that he immediately cursed. Are you paralyzed? Hurry up and get the knife. You want to get me killed, don't you? Saying that, he took the initiative to probe over and snatched over a dagger that the man was carrying around his waist. After taking another look at Xiao Yan, Wang Tianba said in a deep voice, due to my lax discipline, I have caused my men to offend Mr. Today in front of Mr. Wen. Break your fingers to thank you for your offense. After the words, Wang Tianba put his heart across, closed his eyes and violently swung the dagger in his hand. Snort! The left thumb was chopped off at the root. A moment later, blood flowed like a stream. Watching the crowd's hearts pumping as they began to secretly pray that Xiao Yan would let them all go as if they were farts. Strongly enduring the severe pain, Wang Tianba did not dare to scream, shaking his body and saying in a trembling voice, First, sir, my explanation is still. Are you still satisfied? If not satisfied, scroll. Xiao Yan's word fell. Wang Tianba was like a great amnesty, and after another bout of kowtowing and thanking for his kindness, he rushed to leave with his people. Just as he was about to run out of the box, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth. In the future, if any of your men messes with me again, there will be a certain ungrateful one. Then, it will not be as simple as just a finger. When Wang Tianba heard this, his face skin shook for another moment before he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I've remembered. I will definitely restrain my subordinates well and ensure that I will not commit any more offenses. After they left, Xiao Yan also walked out of the box and found Siyu before bringing her to play on the cruise ship again. It was only until the evening, when little Siyu was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep, that she left. On the way back, Xiao Yan looked at the sleeping Xiao Siyu. After her small face still carried a faint blush of happiness, a sense of satisfaction arose. Slowly raising his head, he looked through the car window at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. After looking at it for a long time, only then did he lightly hook up the corners of his mouth and smile. Moon Shadow, our daughter, is now very happy, very happy. You should be able to see that, right? The following day, Early in the morning, Xiao Yan got up early and after playing a set of boxing outside the villa, Zhao Zilong took his cell phone over. Young Xiao, there is a call for you. Who is it from? One called He Chen. Oh, a chubby and naive figure immediately surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind and he could not help but smile as he immediately took the phone and returned it. Soon, Wu Chen's excited voice came from the microphone. Hey, Xiao Yan, it was really accurate by you. I listened to you and went to Qiansheng Group yesterday for an interview, only to realize that the Han family has fallen now. Thousand Sheng is also going to be taken away soon, so I guess it's you, right? It's me. Xiao Yan nodded his head with a smile. Due to the previous news being blocked extremely well, in the entire Tsang city, there were only a handful of upper-class people who knew that the three families were destroyed by their own hands. Little people like He Chen did not know anything about this, and only knew that the three families had all been arrested due to the exposure of some unknowable crimes, completely removing their names from Tsang city. That beautiful director called Jia Mei, it was also you who greeted her, right? Before even asking me a question, she already agreed to me joining the company, and also really gave me a manager's position. Then congratulations, do a good job in the future. You still have a lot of room for promotion. I'm optimistic about you. That's a must. If you work in your brother's company, you must work hard, so that I can give you a good face. He Chen patted his chest to guarantee one after another, and then smilingly said, tomorrow is the day of my engagement. You can be sure to be there, but also be regarded as an appreciation banquet for you. At that time, I'll introduce my daughter-in-law to you to recognize. Declare in advance. Gifts are not Xiao Yan smiled before answering. Good, I will definitely be there. Hanging up the phone. Zilong, go and prepare a gift. You can choose some calligraphy and paintings. My friend does not know much about these and cannot see its price. Understood. By the way, all the information you asked for before about the Qiansheng Group has been identified now. There's nothing wrong with the rest. But, Zhao Zilong turned his tone. There is one person that needs your extra attention. Chapter 50, putting in a long line to catch a big fish. Who? The director of the Thousand Sheng Group, Jia Mei. Saying this, Zhao Zilong also handed Xiao Yan a photo. On the photo, it was a woman wearing a workplace suit with short, ear-length hair who looked very competent and was also a beautiful woman. Zhao Zilong continued. This Jia Mei has previously acted as her sister-in-law's right-hand man, but it has been verified that this person previously had an affair with Zhao Shicheng. Swish, Xiao Yan instantly narrowed his eyes and his essence shone. Are you saying that this person is Zhao Shicheng's eyes that he has placed beside Yu Ying, and that Yu Ying's death is related to her? It shouldn't be related. Zhao Zilong shook his head and said, when my sister-in-law passed away, she was no longer the president of the Thousand Sheng Group, and there wasn't much of a connection with this Jia Mei. However, this Jia Mei's hands and feet were not in order. She has been secretly amassing wealth, and my subordinate suspects that there is someone else behind her. It's a pity that I have not been able to find out exactly who the person behind her is. After saying that, Zhao Zilong immediately asked for orders. Xiao. Assholes like these who use their sister-in-law's trust to secretly rake in money should be cleaned up immediately. Subordinate. No need. Xiao Yan waved his hand and his gaze gradually became deep. After pondering for a moment, he said, doesn't she want to amass wealth? Then let her continue just fine. And then to the account of the Thousand Sheng Group, play $100 million of investment money. Zhao Zilong was stunned at his words, but he quickly understood and smiled heartily. Young Xiao, are you trying to put in a long line and catch a big fish? Smart. After the words were spoken, Xiao Yan turned around and walked into the villa, and there seemed to be a touch of coldness and severity crossing over on that nice sharpened and axe-chiseled face. I would like to see who has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall and now dares to plot against the Thousand Sheng Group. The following day, noon, on the 9th floor of the Supreme Hotel, outside the banquet hall, He Chun, who was dressed in a suit, stood side by side with a rich and colorful beauty, constantly greeting the guests who had come to attend their engagement banquet. The rich beauty was his wife, Shinjia, who had just gotten a license. He Chen had a smile on his face. The corners of his mouth were grinning up to the base of his ears, looking very joyful. Shinjia's face, on the other hand, looked quite flat compared to his. A quarter of an hour later, seeing Xiao Yan walk out of the elevator, He Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him. Hey, Xiao Yan. Pulling Xiao Yan's hand, He Chen first glanced at Shinjia before muttering in a low voice, brother, don't forget what you were told before. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. This He Chen called himself early in the morning. He had instructed himself not to expose his identity in front of his wife, just because he was afraid that Shinjia would think that he was only able to enter Thousand Shang and become a manager because of the backdoor and connections he relied on, and would look down on him. Seeing Xiao Yan nodding his head, He Chen then put his heart down and busily pulled him to Shinjia. Come, let me introduce. This beautiful and pretty lady is my new wife, Shinjia. This is my best buddy from high school, Xiao Yan. When He Chen finished speaking, Xiao Yan took the initiative to extend his hand to Xinjia and greeted him with a light smile. Hello, nice to meet you. Xinjia, however, did not extend her hand, and after frowning and sizing up Xiao Yan for a while, she looked dazed. Oh, come to think of it, you are the driver who once drugged Han Yueying of the Han family? Swish, Xiao Yan's face abruptly changed, and his outstretched hand gradually retracted as his gaze turned slightly cold. However, he still stopped Zhao Zilong, who wanted to slap Xinjia, as a right to give face to He Chen. Seeing this, He Chen hurriedly glared at Xinjia. What nonsense are you talking? How many times have I told you that Xiao Yan is not the kind of person rumored outside? Yo, and fatty, what are you yelling at me for? You've grown impatient as a broken manager, haven't you? Have you forgotten how you were a licking dog for me back then? You, forget it fatty. Xiao Yan patted in Chen's shoulder. It's not auspicious to mess with the bride on the big day. After saying this, he took a rectangular wooden box handed over by Zhao Zilong and placed it on the ceremonial table to the side. Fatty, happy wedding, this painting will be considered as a token of my appreciation. This, seeing that He Chen was a little embarrassed, Xiao Yan naturally knew what he was thinking in his heart and laughed. Don't be blasé, a painting is not worth a few dollars. If you don't accept it, you can't take me as a friend. Fine, I'll take it. He Chen smiled helplessly and was about to personally invite Xiao Yan inside when a discordant voice rang out from the side again. Humph, friend? I haven't seen a friend who sends a broken painting when a brother gets married, and holds it in a wooden box. I think it's just that he's afraid of being seen with the broken painting inside, right? I really can't see that a big old man is quite scheming. Xinjia, cut the crap. He Chen's face darkened. Gifts are light. No matter what Xiao Yan sends, it's my brother. Think anyone is as heartless as you? Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong. This woman, treating a famous painting as a broken painting and saying that others are heartless? 80% of them are brain dead, right? I don't know what Wu Chen thought, but he was even willing to be her licking dog before. Seeing that the crowd did not say anything, Xinjia thought that she had gotten it all right, and looked at Xiao Yan with even more disdain, and was thinking of what reason to drive him away. Ding! The elevator door opened and the youth wearing a gray Armani suit walked out. Xinjia's eyes lit up and she waved her hand to greet him. Young Sun. Sun Haifeng sniffed and looked over, immediately smiled. Xinjia, you can be a bit uninteresting. You didn't tell me when you got engaged? It's not for fear that you're too busy with your day-to-day work, and I don't want you to waste your time on such trivial matters. In front of Sun Haifeng, Xinjia seemed to be a completely different person, speaking in a whiny manner, with a bit of a birdie feeling. He Chen frowned, somewhat irritated. At this time, Sun Haifeng also looked at him, while the corner of his mouth rose with an arrogant smile. You're Xinjia's husband, right? I heard that you're the sales manager of the Thousand Shang Group? That's quite good. Young Sun, don't be ridiculous. A small manager. I wouldn't dare to compare to your grand young master of the Sun Group. Ha ha. Sun Haifeng laughed cheerfully and was not modest. Then he snapped his fingers in a dashing manner. The bodyguard following him understood and placed a card on the gift table. There's 50,000 in the card. Consider it a wedding gift for you. Go buy some whatever you like. Xinjia instantly smiled in surprise, and while saying thank you, she also rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan even as she said, Humph, the same are all here to say congratulations. Look at others. Out of the blue is $50,000. Unlike some people, sending a dozens of dollars of groundbreaking paintings to fill up the bill is not as valuable as having a meal here. Even sending a red packet of $888 is still considered reasonable. A broken painting from a stall? Is this it? Said Sun Haifeng casually picked up the wooden box. Was thinking of opening it. Xinjia hurriedly said, Sun Young, don't touch. You are not afraid of dirtying your hands, ah? Sun Haifeng smiled and nodded his head. That's right. That's a good point. After saying that, he treated that wooden box as garbage and casually threw it on the ground. Chapter 51, 1,000 Years of Famous Paintings. Xiao Yan looked at the wooden box on the ground and then raised his head to look at Sun Haifeng, who had an arrogant and haughty look on his face. In the next moment, his lips moved slightly. Pick it up. The voice was calm, but it gave off a chilling feeling. You're talking to me? Sun Haifeng grinned. A piece of trash. Just throw it away. If you're heartbroken, you can just pick it up. Xinjia can't look at it anyway. Right. Xinjia nodded her head in response, but immediately afterward, she shivered and felt cold all over. He Chen saw that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly walked over to pick up that wooden box and put it back on the gift table. Went over and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and whispered, Buddy, right to give me face. That's Sun Haifeng's old man. Is the chairman of the company my wife works for? So don't be general with him, right? Xiao Yan looked at the bitter He Chen and nodded his head before he stopped looking at Sun Haifeng and Xinjia and entered the banquet hall with He Chen. After they went in, Bah! Xinjia spat and cursed lowly, a stinky driver. he also has the nerve to pretend in front of people. This face skin is comparable to a city wall cornering. Like this kind of poor hangers-on, if they don't pretend to be more than they are on weekdays, wouldn't they have to suffocate? Besides, the word pretending to be better than was tailor-made for them, and those who are truly bullish don't need to pretend at all. Upon hearing that, Xinjia burst into applause. Young son, are you talking about yourself? Saying something so philosophical, you wouldn't have studied philosophy in college before, right? Ha ha. Sun Haifeng was cited a burst of laughter. See no one in the four, immediately went forward to snap. He slapped Xinjia's butt. Little Tai Hoof, little mouth is still so sweet. Sun Young you bad. Xinjia winks like silk. The voice is more whiny than before. There are many people here. You have to pay attention to the influence. Half an hour later, the engagement ceremony officially began. First, the parents of the man and woman took the stage to give their speeches, followed by the pair of newlyweds taking the stage. But there was no kissing session, nor was there any oath of allegiance. Just drink a cup of wine. A bit of a sketchy feeling. Even so, He-chun was still as happy as a flower, pulling Xinjia's hand to go together to toast the guests. Wait, Xinjia said, shaking off He-chun's hand before giving a wink to the MC on the side. The MC nodded and then handed over a prepared pamphlet. Everyone, in this pamphlet, there is a breakdown of the congratulatory gifts sent by all of you, and in order to show my gratitude to all of you, I have decided to make this breakdown public. Wow! Under the stage, there was an outcry, publicly announcing the details of the gifts during the engagement ceremony? Which dynasty and which generation's rules was this? Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged, but Zhao Zilong, who was standing behind him, already appeared to have a somewhat ironized face. In his opinion, this woman was clearly trying to deliberately insult Xiao Xiao some more. He Chen naturally didn't want this, but in front of Xinjia, he didn't have much say and could only stand aside and watch bitterly. Thus, under Sun Haifeng's several shouts of approval, Xinjia cleared her throat and began to read out. Ma Jia, send $1,000 in red packets. He Bei, send a pair of small gold locks. Wang Xiao, send a jade goddess of mercy pendant. Young son of the Sun Group, sending gift money, $50,000. The crowd was stunned again. Just an engagement ceremony, sending $50,000 in gift money? Then if they were to officially get married afterward, wouldn't they have to send $100,000? For a while many people looked towards Sun Haifeng who was waving his hand in praise. Xiao Yan, sending ground-breaking paintings. 1. The entire room instantly quieted down. 1 second. $50,000 in gift money. The next second, it became a ground-stall broken painting. The huge contrast deliberately created by Xinjia quickly caused a snort of laughter and contemptuous voices to ring out in the arena. A broken painting from a stall. Can you really take it out? I'm afraid it's not even worth $100, right? Who is this Xiao Yan? It couldn't be that he came to rub his nose in the food, right? At least a few $100s per person would be needed for this kind of high-standard banquet, right? Everyone, sitting in that corner is Xiao Yan who gave away the broken painting. Up to now he is still able to sit steadily on the mountain. He is also considered to be a talented person. You all get to know him well. As Sun Haifeng pointed, the crowd looked towards Xiao Yan, and a momentary laughter continued. The next moment, boom! Zhao Zilong could no longer hold back and directly lifted the table. And this time, Xiao Yan did not stop it again. One can be two, but not 3 or 4. Since some people stomped on their noses, they should naturally be educated well. The people who were at the same table as Xiao Yan got up and could not help but be furious. But after looking at Zhao Zilong's ferocious face, they all caved in. Boom! With a heavy stomp of his feet on the ground, Zhao Zilong directly rushed to the stage and coldly stared at Xinjia, frightening her so much that she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, her face slightly pale. You want to. Ignorant! Zhao Zilong scolded. Which dog's eye did you see that the painting sent by Xiao Xiao was a pair of groundbreaking paintings? What Xiao Xiao sent is a painting of 1,000 years old. It's worth more than 10 times more than all the gifts sent by everyone present combined. And you've repeatedly spoken out of turn. What's your reasoning? Thousands of ancient paintings? Xinjia froze, but quickly reacted and disdainfully disliked. Bah! How can he give away ancient paintings? Who are you fooling? Ha! Sun Haifeng under the stage laughed out loud, then contemptuously asked. There are 70 to 80 people present. Let's count it as 1,000 per person. That's 80,000. Plus my 50,000. That's a total of 130,000. You mean, that broken painting is still worth 13 million? Xiao Yan returned a cold smile. You said less. Ah ha ha ha. The crowd all laughed out loud again when they heard this. A painting that was worth more than $130,000? This one called Xiao Yan must be pretending without a doubt. Sun Haifeng continued to flirt and assumed an astonished stance. A painting worth more than $130,000? then it really seems like it could be a painting of 1,000 years old. I wonder, from which celebrity's hand? Zilong, tell them. Yes, Zhao Zilong nodded his head, and after coldly scanning the entire room, he indignantly droned. This painting is from the hand of Wu Daozi. Hearing this name, everyone secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Anyone with some general knowledge of history could recognize this person, the saint of painting, Wu Daozi. Moreover, he was the only famous painter of the Tang dynasty who enjoyed the title of saint of painting in the ancient history of painting in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing that, Sun Haifeng's gaze flinched and immediately changed his face. Pa! After violently slapping the table, Sun Haifeng got up and scolded. Say you're fat and you're still panting? Originally lazy to take care of you guys, since you guys stirred up your nose, blowing more and more big. Then this young man must also in front of everyone's face, to break you down to the skin. The vice president of the Antique Association, the advisor of the old man, is my father's best friend. Now this young invited him here. Let his old man to check the authenticity. If that broken painting is not made by Wu Daozi, you two hangers on, give me to strip naked and get out. If it is, what do you think? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly. Yes? Sun Haifeng froze, not having thought about this possibility at all. After inadvertently sweeping the table in front of him, he said without thinking, if yes, this young man will take all these pots and pans on the table and eat them all. Good, it's a deal. Chapter 52, what the hell do you know? After saying this, Xiao Yan moved his gaze away with an indifferent expression. Damn it, still pretending with me at the end of his life. Sun Haifeng cursed and immediately dialed out a call. When it was connected, his tone immediately became quite polite. Consultant, vice president of the Antique Association. Although in Sun Haifeng father some friendship, but the temper is stinky very. Extremely bad talk, after a lot of words, until he said that there is a suspected painting Saint Wu Daozi's authentic works. Want to ask him to screen some? The consultant only agreed to come. Hanging up the phone. Kid, in a moment, Gu Lao will come over. If you're scared now, kowtow to Xinjia and apologize. Then take your broken painting and get lost. It's not too late. Zilong, Xiao, come back and drink. Yes, Zhao Zilong answered and then came back to a table with Xiao Yan, completely ignoring the others, and began to drink to each other cup after cup. That calm demeanor momentarily caused many people's hearts to drum again. Xiao Yan. He-Chen walked over and saw that things seemed to have gotten a little too big. His face was filled with worry and a guilty look. I'm really sorry. Originally I wanted to invite you to have a good meal, but I didn't expect that it would be. Alas, why don't you just go first? After drinking a cup of wine, Xiao Yan glanced at He-Chen and said with a smile, What, do you also feel that the painting I sent is a fake? Of course not. He-Chen shook his head. He knew that Xiao Yan was an extremely low-profile Big Brother level character. Would he send a pair of ground-stall broken paintings? However, if he said that it was an authentic painting of Wu Daozi, then he really did not believe it. Wu Daozi's authentic paintings that had survived to this day, any one of them was priced at more than $1 million. Even if Xiao Yan was a Big Brother, this kind of expensive gift could not be said to be given away, could it? Ha ha. Xiao Yan looked at He-Chen's worried face and could not help but laugh twice. This fellow was still as generous and truthful as he was in high school. Come. After pulling He-Chen to sit down, Xiao Yan personally poured a cup of wine for him. Don't think too much. Put your heart in your stomach. Now, just drink. With that, the three of them drank together. Looking at Xiao Yan's self-satisfied appearance, even Xinjia felt a little bottomless in her heart and came to Sun Haifeng's side with furrowed brows. Young son, I see that guy does not look like he is pretending. It will not. Won't what? Sun Haifeng glanced at her and grunted. This kid, at a glance, is a pretending veteran, belonging to the kind of person who doesn't see a coffin without tears. Besides, do you really believe that he can deliver a 1,000-year-old painting? Hearing Sun Haifeng say this, Xinjia immediately put down her heart and smiled. Of course I don't believe it. As Sun said, he's just a stinky hanger-on who doesn't see the coffin. That's for sure. Come, have a drink with me. Xinjia sniffed and hurriedly poured the wine, and as she clinked glasses with Sun Haifeng, she smiled even brighter than when she was on stage with his husband before. Come on, Xiao Sun, I'll toast to you. Thank you for being able to hold the stage and giving someone a great gift. 20 minutes later, a hunched old man arrived at the venue, and the crowd all came to their feet. The old man looked a bit scruffy, but no one dared to treat him with the slightest contempt. The vice president of the Antique Association. That was a titanic existence in Sung City's antique trade. Gu Lao. Sun Haifeng called out and then hurriedly jogged over, wanting to assist, but was pushed away. Exempt yourself from false courtesies. That authentic Wu Daozi painting you just mentioned. Where is it? Advisor's eyes burned as he asked. In this world, only antique paintings and calligraphy could make him this interested. Xinjia, quick! Sun Haifeng greeted. Xinjia hurriedly brought the wooden box on the gift table and handed it over. Elder Gu, please take a look, but to greet you in advance. This is an engagement gift from one of my husband's classmates, so there's a chance that it might be a fake. When the crowd heard this, they all skimmed their mouths. What do you mean there is a possibility? It's 100% fake. When Advisor G heard this, his heart was lost while his old face suddenly slumped. What do you guys mean? You called me all the way here just to see a fake? You're old, don't be angry. Don't worry, Shirley won't let you come all the way for nothing. My dad just received a piece of writing before. When? Sun Haifeng has not finished. The advisor of the sudden light Eek interrupted him, and then took that wooden box, put on glasses to scrutinize up. Soon, the sense of loss that welled up in his heart earlier disappeared into nothingness. While looking, but also while nodding and murmuring, actually, the top-grade rosewood, nowadays on the market is rarely seen. With this wood as a box, its painting even if it is not the real Wu Daozi, I think, must also be non-extraordinary. What? When Sun Haifeng and the others heard this, they were all stunned. Xinjia subconsciously asked, then this wooden box, how much is it worth? Depending on the quality, it should be between 150,000 and 200,000 dollars. Advisor Ji said casually. Xinjia, Sun Haifeng, crowd, nearly $200,000 for just a wooden box? More than the combined value of the congratulatory gifts sent by everyone present? What's the situation? While everyone was still confused, the consultant had already opened the wooden box, took out the scroll and carefully spread it out. After unfolding it, a somewhat yellowish painting was displayed in front of everyone, and the content was a few characters that looked a bit odd. Seeing this, many people, including Sun Haifeng, let out a sigh of relief. Cannot even see what is painted. There is no breath of famous paintings. Think it is not worth a few dollars, right? As for the rosewood box, must be picked up the leak. Sun Haifeng thought in his heart, and then revealed a cold smile, and then looked at Xiao Yan, and saw that he still had a calm demeanor. He is still pretending to be dead at the end of his life. After cursing, Sun Haifeng stepped forward and laughed. Gu Lao, I am afraid that this painting cannot even be considered a fake, right? This kind of stall rags, really some dirty your eyes. Advisor Ji was silent for a quarter of an hour before slowly raising his head and glancing contemptuously at Sun Haifeng. Something with eyes but no pearls. What do you know? After cursing, ignoring Sun Haifeng's wonderfully colorful face, he excitedly said, this painting, although there are many characters, their expressions are different, one after the other, very rhythmic ups and downs. Now I can confirm that this painting is an ancient painting made by Mr. Wu Daozi himself, the heavenly king delivering the sun. Wow! The entire audience was in an uproar. A dead silence. Is it real? It's really a famous painting from ancient times. A picture of the heavenly king sending his son. Gu, Elder Gu, are you sure that this is really a genuine painting by Wu Daozi? Xinjia asked with a bitter look on his face, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Advisor Ji smiled at him and nodded affirmatively. I can say that I have studied Wu Daozi for a small half of my life, so of course I am sure. Formerly, I heard you say that this painting was a gift from your husband's classmate? Then they must be good buddies, and the symbolism of this painting is very suitable as a newlywed congratulatory gift. Saying that, Advisor Ji again carefully rolled up the picture of the heavenly king of sending suns and put it back into the wooden box before handing it back to Xinjia. Xinjia had a crying and laughing face and did not pick it up for a while. Sun Haifeng's face was as gloomy as water, no longer had the face to stay, turned his head and left. Stop. At this time, Xiao Yan slowly got up and spoke indifferently. Before leaving, you seem to have forgotten something. Chapter 53, Bad Teeth. Sun Haifeng's footsteps lurched as he turned back to look at Xiao Yan, his face becoming more and more unsightly. This fellow, he really dared to get serious with himself? Humph, forgetting something? Why doesn't this young man remember? Seeing that Sun Haifeng clearly wanted to play a trick, many people present skimmed their mouths, but they did not dare to say anything more. After all, he was the young master of the Sun Group. However, the fact that they did not dare did not mean that Xiao Yan did not dare either. Only Xiao Yan raised his hand and pointed to the pots and pans on the table where Sun Haifeng was before and said, according to the previous bet, you have to eat all of these things. Upon hearing this, Sun Haifeng looked at Xiao Yan as if he was looking at a fool, and then tilted his head and laughed. Xiao Yan. At this time, Xinjia stood out and bellowed. Earlier, Mr. Sun was only joking with you, but you still took it seriously? Don't even look at what kind of goods you are yourself. Betting with Mr. Sun, are you worthy? Wife, how can you talk like that? Xiao Yan is my buddy. You, dead fatty. Shut up. Xinjia glared, and Chen's voice immediately weakened. Even though he was suffocating his face, he still did not dare to say one more word. Looking at the side, Zhao Zilong secretly shook his head. This goods naive is naive, but it is just a bit of a wimp. Xiao Yan coldly swept his eyes at Xinjia before his gaze fell on Sun Haifeng again. Were you joking when you made a bet with me earlier? Yes. Sun Haifeng grinned and nodded with an arrogant look of what can you do to me? A tiny pariah, still wanting to call the shots with this young man? Thinking of farts to eat? Ran. Just as Sun Haifeng was preparing to leave the scene again, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth. Unfortunately, I am serious about this bet, so if you do not finish the pots and pans on that table, you will not be able to leave. Grass. Sun Haifeng's face turned black, and after bursting into foul language, his personal bodyguard immediately took 2 steps forward and threatened. Kid, you'd better be smart. If you don't know what's good for you anymore and chatter in front of Sun Xiao, do you believe I'll smash your mouth? Ha! Xiao Yan shook his head with a faint smile. Don't believe it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so damn bad luck that I even ran into an iron-headed waif. On. Smash his head for me. Let this young man take a look at just how iron his head is. Wait. The advisor who had been standing by coldly before suddenly droned out, looking at Sun Haifeng with a frown on his face. For the sake of having some friendship with your father, I will remind you of one thing. Even the Send a Sun Heavenly King figure worth $10 million can be used as a congratulatory gift. The person who casually sends it out is not someone you can afford to offend. So, ha. Sun Haifeng once again laughed. Gulao, you don't want to be fooled by that guy. I dare to make a guarantee that the delivering the Son of Heavenly King drawing is definitely a slip he picked up in a moment of good luck. If he had known that the painting was worth $10 million, where would he have given it away? Look at him. All his clothes are worth less than a pair of my socks. What can this young man not afford to offend such a lowlife? Upon hearing this, Counselor Ji cursed. Stupid pig. Afterward, he shook his head and said no more. Wu Daozi's Heavenly King's map. Such an obvious treasure. You say you picked it up? Is your brain full of? Why are you still frozen? Sun Haifeng glared at his personal bodyguard and said in a fierce voice, according to what this young man said before, take that kid's head and smash it. Good. The bodyguard rushed up with a few arrow steps, and when he was about to arrive in front of Xiao Yan, he immediately swung his huge fist and smashed it out angrily. The next instant, just as the crowd felt that Xiao Yan was going to be unlucky, Zhao Zilong had already blocked in front of that bodyguard and reached out to steadily clutch his incoming fist. Today, it is the engagement banquet with Chen. Don't see blood in the hall. It's unlucky. Yes, Xiao. Zhao Zilong answered in a deep voice, and then his palms slammed together. Cackle. A bone-cracking sound rang out, and that bodyguard's fist directly shapeshifted as he screamed miserably with a grimace on his face. Immediately after that, Zhao Zilong let go of his hand, and with a lightning-fast kick, he kicked that bodyguard hard at both of his knees again. Ka-ching! Another bone-breaking sound rang out. The crowd's hearts jerked at the same time. The bodyguard instantly fell to his knees, and after closing his eyes tightly and grinning, he let out a loud wail twice, and fell to the ground and fainted. Hiss! A sound of sucking in cold air rang out. This person, so violent. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sun Haifeng cursed, but after seeing the 2 men walking towards him, he was a little panicked for a moment. What do you guys want? My dad is. Slap. Being slapped by Zhao Zilong, Sun Haifeng was not able to pit his father before he ground screamed miserably. Immediately after, Zhao Zilong slapped him on the shoulder again to pin him down, and with his other hand, he pulled the tablecloth and piled all those pots and pans in front of him. A simple and rough word. Eat. Sun Haifeng secretly screamed, but after feeling the force in Zhao Zilong's hands and seeing his fierce look, the harsh words that came to his lips simply didn't dare to say them again. In the end, after holding his tongue for half a day, he stifled out a sentence that made everyone present unable to help themselves. I have bad teeth. I can't eat. That's fine. Xiao Yan still had a light smile on his face, but in Sun Haifeng's opinion, it was simply more terrifying and oozing than the devil's smile. Zilong, help him. Yes, Zhao Zilong understood, and after grinning, he used his hands to directly pinch one pot and scoop into powder under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Is this still a human being? Don't be so violent. Sun Haifeng watched from a close distance, so scared that his eyes protruded round like a light bulb. His face was pale, and he was sweating coldly. Humph. Now it has nothing to do with whether you have good teeth or not, right? Give it to me to eat. Saying that, Zhao Zilong directly broke open his mouth and shoved those powders straight into it by the handful, frightening Xinjia to take 2 steps back and yell at He Chen again. What are you still stupidly standing there for? Hurry up and tell this classmate of yours to stop. If Sun Xiao really has an accident, none of you can be held responsible. He Chen spread his hands with a bitter face. Wife, do you think Xiao Yan will listen to me? I can't persuade him after being humiliated like that before. Shunjia. When Sun Haifeng was almost done eating, Xiao Yan took that wooden box and walked over to Yi Chen and handed it over. No way. Xiao Yan, this painting is really too valuable. I really can't take it. Less nonsense, Xiao Yan lightly reprimanded. Then he came to Yi Chen's ear and softly said, this painting is considered to be a little bit of my heart. You personally put it away and do not give it to anyone. In addition, to say something that shouldn't be said, your daughter-in-law is genuinely not good. In the future, if the days are not happy, with this painting you will also be able to clothe and feed yourself. After hearing this, Yi Chen secretly glanced at Xinjia, who was glaring at him, even rolling her eyes. For some reason, his heart was somewhat bitter for the first time. Alright, I still have things to do, so I won't stay much longer. You take care of yourself. After saying this, Xiao Yan patted Yi Chen's shoulder again, and Zhao Zilong stepped away from the field under a crowd of complicated gazes. Advisor Ji also chased after him and handed him a business card. His attitude was extremely kind and said, little friend, in a few days, my antique association will be organizing a treasure appreciation auction. I still hope that you will be able to enjoy your time. Chapter 54 Liang Zhong's appearance. Xiao Yan's footsteps did not stop and he said without turning his head back, at that time, if there is time, I will consider it. The business card passed by the advisor was taken by Zhao Zilong, who looked at the guests in the audience and froze again. This fellow, so arrogant. Only after Xiao Yan left did that Sun Haifeng get up from the ground and cursed with a resentful face. Asshole, don't let this young man find out who the two of you are. Find out. This young man will have to exterminate your entire family. Paralyzed. I vomit. Saying that, Sun Haifeng bent down and vomited. Xinjia was shocked and hurriedly jogged over to him while patting his back, saying, young son, are you alright? But don't scare me. I scare you. Paralyzed. Sun Haifeng again mute and angry cursed for a while. What are you waiting for? Do not hurry to take this young man to the hospital to wash his stomach. Oh, well, after Xinjia hurriedly answered, she didn't even say hello to Yi Chen before helping Sun Haifeng to leave the scene in a panic. In her opinion, Sun Haifeng's safety was much more important than this engagement banquet. As for the face of Yi Chen and his parents, it was completely out of her consideration. An engagement banquet ended up ending on a sour note like this. The next few days, the news that the four great families of Sung City had all been planted in Xiao Yan's hands gradually spread in the upper circles of the entire city. The properties left behind after the destruction of the four great families had also been targeted by many people with an interest. However, since they did not know much about Xiao Yan and had not yet found out his background, they did not make any moves for the time being. As for Xiao Yan, in addition to the Qianshang group under the name of Xiao Siyu, the rest of those industries did not move. Every day, in addition to sending and receiving Siyu, accompanied her to play, has been staring at the Qin family, that piece of ancestral land. Now, the ancestral home has been dismantled. For Han Yueying rebuild, the new tomb thing is also on track. The engineering designers and construction teams are all first class, and in just a few days, the new tomb has already taken shape, and you can see the beginnings of a small underground palace. One day, Xiao Yan was still supervising the work at the construction site, offering some advice from time to time, when Zhao Zilong suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Xiao, I just received news that Wu Ninjin, the one we have been keeping an eye on before, went to a hotel alone behind her husband's back. Look at her, meaning, like going to meet her lover. Swish. Xiao Yan's two eyes narrowed when he heard this. The results of the previous undercover investigation of Wu Ninjin showed that she had been peaceful after marrying Chamber of Commerce President Qian Wenkai and did not have any lovers. Then the one she went to meet this time was probably Liang Zhong. The house has already sent people to secretly take control of that hotel. If that sinful disciple of the Yin demon sect really dares to show up this time, he will surely find it hard to escape. No. Xiao Yan immediately shook his head and said as he followed Zhao Zilong to the car, immediately notify Feng Xian and ask him to withdraw all of his people. That Liang Zhong is not an ordinary character. His status in the Yin demon sect is not low. He should never be alarmed. This time, I'll personally go out. Zhao Zilong's gaze flinched and he immediately nodded. Yes. 20 minutes later, on that large round bed, a young woman with a plump body was lying in a man's arms, hugging him tightly with a smile at the corner of her mouth and a contented look on her face. Although that young woman was already in her 40s, she was extremely well maintained. Her skin texture was still white and creamy, and she looked like she was in her early 30s. If any upper-class person in San City was here, they would be able to recognize her at a glance. It was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Qian Wencai's wife, Wu Ninjin. The man smiled contentedly. His big hand couldn't help but pinch her ass hard. You're still as tight as ever. Following Qian Wencai, you've really been wronged. By the way, what I asked you to do before, how did it go? Wu Nianjin's face changed slightly, skimmed her mouth and said, where is it so easy? That guy, although he favors me, he is also shrewd. He has a strong control over the industries under his name, and simply doesn't let bystanders interfere. Poof. The man instantly slammed his face and pushed Wu Nianjin away. In the end, it's not because you're not good enough. You can't even handle such a small matter. Fuming, after seeing Wu Nianjun's aggrieved look, the man shook his head again and hugged him over. It doesn't matter now anyway. Song Chang, I won't be coming back in the future either. You immediately move your connections and arrange for me to leave the city overnight. Why? Wu Nianjun was shocked, sat up and looked at the man beside him unwillingly. Before, I heard Qian Wenkai say that you seem to have gotten into trouble, which in the end, okay, shouldn't inquire about it, don't ask. Suncheng has come out with a powerful character. I have to. Do. Before the man could finish his sentence, an alarm sounded throughout the entire hotel. Not good. A carp hit the man directly got up, ignoring Wu Nianjun, and even did not care to put on the clothes rushed out of the room in a panic. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Zhao Zilong had just arrived downstairs. After hearing the 4 alarms, Xiao Yan's complexion changed and he violently turned his head to look at a security booth not far away. The security guard inside was also looking at him, while his right hand was pressed on the alarm button. Disarm the alarm immediately. Zhao Zilong let out a loud shout, but the security guard acted as if he hadn't heard him and didn't have the slightest intention of disarming it. Seek death. Zhao Zilong was about to rush over after another angry shout. Before, in order not to alarm Liang Zhong, even the Xian armor army that had been set up at the hotel's periphery had been withdrawn. Now, this security guard even pulled the alarm of the entire hotel. This is the most straightforward and effective way to inform the public. And looking at that cheap look, it was even intentional. Boom! Zhao Zilong blasted his fist at the security booth, his true chi leaving his body and directly smashing the alarm equipment. Only then did the alarm sound stop. The security guard screamed miserably. The security guard also screamed miserably and directly flew backwards a few meters away. Immediately after that, Zhao Zilong was still not relieved and was about to go over to the bodyguard to settle the score, but he was stopped by Xiao Yan. Finding someone is important. The person is on the 4th floor. I will take the stairs. You take the elevator. Yes. After answering the voice, the two of them immediately took action. Their speed was so fast that it shook one's eyes, and they were gone in an instant. Room 46. Xiao Yan was the first to arrive here and rushed in after kicking the door open, but he only saw a woman who had just put on her underwear and was putting on her pants. It was none other than Wu Nianjun. Ah! Wu Nianjun instantly screamed after seeing a stranger barging in, hastily pulling over the quilt to cover her body. You? What kind of person are you? What are you here for? Get out of here immediately. Xiao Yan's face contained a fury as he sensed the room and could not help but be furious after realizing that Liang Zhong's aura was already gone. His gaze turned, sharp as a sword, and shot straight at Wu Nianjun. Speak! Where did Liang Zhong run off to? Chapter 55. Only 2 questions for you. When Wu Nianjun heard this, her complexion changed, but she quickly put on a look of playing dumb again. Who is Liang Zhong? I can't understand what you're saying. I'm sleeping here in a nice manner, and you barge in without saying a word and yell at me. Do you know who I am? No. Xiao Yan nodded, his voice chilling. President of the Chamber of Commerce, Qian Wencai's wife, Liang Zhong's old lover. Before, you were sleeping with your old lover. What I said, not bad, right? Fart. Wu Nianjun scolded angrily with a red face. What old lover? You are deliberately ruining my reputation. Believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. You have 3 seconds to get out. I'm an existence you can't mess with. How dare you? At this time, Zhao Zilong also rushed over and shook his head after glancing at Xiao Yan and did not block Liang Zhong. Seeing that another person broke in, Wu Nianjun's shyness and anger were compounded, and she casually smashed over an ashtray on the bedside. Boom! Zhao Zilong punched and directly blasted the flying ashtray to smithereens, and then his body flashed and came in front of Wu Nianjun. Snap! Giving her a resounding slap, jerking her down onto the bed before choking her, causing her to instantly feel a strong sense of suffocation, her face instantly turning red. Speak! That Liang Zhong, where exactly is he hiding? But even so, Wu Nianjun still didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Her eyes resentfully looked at Zhao Zilong and hissed word by word. You are strangling my old lady to death. I also don't know. Even more, I won't let you damage my name and honor. Bitch. Zhao Zilong backhanded her and slapped her again, saying, you probably don't realize how big things are. Your lover is being wanted all over the city. Harboring him, can you afford the consequences? Bah! Don't scare me here. All I know is that you can't afford the consequences of trespassing my room and beating me up today. If you have the guts to leave your names behind, as long as my husband gives a word, he can make you two vaporize immediately. You! Zhao Zilong was so angry that the veins at his temples jumped straight up. He really didn't expect this Wu Nianjun to have such a strict mouth. She was simply a mixed-up shrew. Forget it, Zilong. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and after giving that Wu Nianjun another cold look, he said, Go back and pass the word to your husband. Within 24 hours, let him personally take you to Misty Mountain Villa No. 1, to apologize at the door. If he doesn't come, or comes late, he, Xian Kai, shall be punished for the same offense as you." After saying that, he turned around and left, with Zhao Zilong following closely behind. It was imperative to immediately call up the surveillance of the entire hotel, and there might still be hope to catch that Liang Zhong. After the two left, Wu Ninjin immediately sat paralyzed on the bed, covering her fiery cheeks with a gloomy gaze. After that, she immediately took her cell phone and made a call to Qian Kai. The phone was quickly connected, and Wu Ninjin immediately put on an extremely aggrieved look, sobbing, "Hubby, I was beaten up. All of them have been breaking their phases." Oh, what? Qian Kai, who was in the middle of a meeting, also lost his mind to continue, waved his hand to signal the crowd to adjourn, and asked in a deep voice, "Who has such big guts? Even my wife dares to hit? People don't know, only know that the other party lives in Villa No. 1 of Sky Mist Mountain, but also let you personally take me to the door to ask for forgiveness. Seen bullies? Haven't seen such bullies. Oh, Misty Mountain No. 1 Villa." Qian Wencai's pupils instantly shrunk. Wu Ninjin didn't know this place, but he knew it very well. Recently, that Xiao Yan, who was in the limelight in Song City and had destroyed the 4 great families with his own strength, could be living here. Hubby, are you listening to what people are saying?" "I am listening. Why did that person beat you?" Qian Kai asked with a tight frown. "I don't know." Wu Ninjin looked furious. "Before, I was playing mahjong with a few sisters at the hotel, when those 2 young men suddenly rushed in, and also said that I was the old lover of Liang Zhong who was now being wanted all over the city. After that, before I could understand what was going on, they started beating me up without any explanation, and even tore all my clothes to humiliate me. You say, this is not a crime of desire. I think they were going after you. Taking me out first is to give you a warning." Qian Kai nodded his head one after another. The more he heard, the more sense it made. "Good Xiao Yan, I haven't even touched you yet, and you've already made the first move. And what about Liang Zhong's old lover? Simply nonsense. Wife, I've wronged you this time, so hurry and go home. I'll go to the other side tomorrow and will definitely give you justice." "Aha!" Wu Ninjin sobbed no more and whined. "Thank you, husband. You are so good to me. Tonight, my concubine will definitely serve you well and let you go straight to the clouds." The first floor of the hotel. Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong and the 2 of them had just rushed down when they saw the security guard who had previously sounded the alarm at the security booth, wearing a crooked hat and sticking his waist out, tilting his head and blocking in front of them, with a ferocious look on his face. And nearly all the security guards in the hotel were also present as much as possible, standing scattered behind that security guard, waving the security batons in their hands. "That big guy, just you." Wang Hu pointed at Zhao Zilong and cursed, "Daring to cause trouble on my turf, and you even dare to hit me with your hands. You don't have a lot of guts. Today, if you don't give a satisfactory explanation, you'll have to come in vertically and leave horizontally." Cackle. Zhao Zilong clenched his fist violently. This guy in front of him had spoiled their big event before, and now he still dared to be arrogant? Unbeknownst to him, even more arrogance was yet to come, only to see that Wang Hu stretched out 5 fingers, grinned and said, "Equipment damage fee, Lazi's medical fee, mental damage fee, lost labor fee and so on all together, a total of 5 million. Don't accept transfers, only accept cash." Also, saying that, Wang Hu waved the security stick in his hand again. The dozen security guards behind him immediately smiled knowingly. One after another lined up in a long line, and finally skimmed their legs at the same time. Wang Hu raised his hand and pointed to the ground, and laughed again. "The money is in place, the 2 of you, and then drill out from under the crotch of a dozen of us. This matter is over." Death-seeking thing. Zhao Zilong was furious. A bunch of shrimps. How dare they tease the dragon? And just as his body trembled slightly and he was about to make a move, Xiao Yan raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder as he expressionlessly looked at the crooked-hatted scoundrel in front of him. "I will only ask you 2 questions. 1. Why did you pull the alarm for no reason before? And why did you not immediately make contact when you were told to disarm the alarm at that time? 2. The surveillance video of the entire hotel. Now, is there any grass?" Wang Hu burst out a foul mouth, and twisted his head to ruthlessly spit a thick spit after. "Okay, Lazi will answer you now. The first, I feel uninterested, want to listen to aloud, so pull the alarm. As for you, let me disarm. You count how old? If you tell me to disarm it, I'll disarm it. How humiliating would that be for me? Second, surveillance video, right? I found it uninteresting. Just now, I deleted all of them by hand." Chapter 56, Keeping Him Waiting. Swish. Xiao Yan's face instantly turned cold as he let go of Zhao Zilong. There is one of them, let's waste them all first. Yes, Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zilong answered in a deep voice, and then his aura abruptly changed. These little yakuza. Damn it. You who? Still ing pretending in front of me? Brothers, all activities. Get these two goods at night. Brother Tiger will treat you to a drink. Okay, Brother Tiger, you'll see. First, let these two kneel in front of you. Take off their arms and legs, as you wish. With that said, the several unkempt security guards raised the security batons in their hands and rushed over in a swarm. Boom! Zhao Zilong's foot stomped violently, and at that moment, all of the floor tiles on the first floor actually cracked, and the crowd couldn't help but stare. Immediately after that, there was an of a miserable scream. Before many people could see Zhao Zilong's figure, they already felt a sharp pain in both their legs and one of their arms, and screams began to ring out one after another. My legs, my arm is broken. Is this guy a human or a ghost? Since Zhao Zilong struck until the end, a full 5 seconds, a dozen security guards, all of them fell to the ground, except for a few who directly fainted from the pain. The others all cried out. This, Wang Hu did not dare to clamor again. Before he did not see a ruthless person, which is not lacking in the underground world some well-known ruthless characters. But, there is no one can be compared with this big guy. In less than a second, one person down, and each person's legs and arms will be abolished. Could he be any more ruthless? The next moment, Zhao Zilong cast a gloomy gaze over. Scared Wang Hu immediately turned his head to run without saying a word, but just lifted his leg before taking a step. He felt an unspeakable pain in his shoulder. Then, not waiting for him to scream out, both legs actually completely lost consciousness, directly paralyzed on the ground. Wang Hu's face instantly turned pale, his head was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, his body trembled, and he could not even speak under the stimulation of the severe pain. At this time, Xiao Yan walked over to look down at him and spoke indifferently. Now, do you still feel uninterested? Wang Hu only focused on rolling around for a while with his eyes tightly closed. Where did he still have the heart to answer the question? Xiao Xiao asked you. Dumb, Zhao Zilong roared. Wang Hu was so scared that he shivered, and his crotch was immediately wet, emitting an unpleasantly foul odor. Scared to pee. Still don't say it. Zhao Zilong shouted angrily and was about to step forward, looking at Wang Hu in fear while simply even wanting to die. Master, it's really not that I won't say anything, it's really because I'm in so much pain that I can't speak anymore. However, human potential is indeed infinite. Under the extreme fear brought about by Zhao Zilong, Wang Hu violently opened his mouth and actually spoke out a series of words as if he were pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Interesting, masters, this really isn't my business. I was also instructed by someone. A man found me earlier and gave me a photo, saying that as soon as the person in the photo appeared, let me immediately pull the alarm, and then delete all the surveillance videos afterward. And the person in the photo is you, Grand Master. Wang Hu looked at Xiao Yan and then promptly pulled out a bunch of red bills from his pocket. This is the favor fee that man gave me. $5,000. Both of you guys take all of this money. I don't want a single penny. Please give me an emergency call. After saying that, Wang Hu immediately looked like he had lost all his strength, lying on the ground like a dead dog. And then, Xiao Yan made a wink to Zhao Zilong, who immediately took out his cell phone to find out a photo and squatted down to give Wang Hu a look. Open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. The one who gave you the money, is it this person? Wang Hu could no longer say anything, but only nodded feebly. Xiao, it has been determined that the one who was in Wu Nianzhen's room before was the demon sect criminal. Xiao Yan nodded and immediately ordered, notify Feng Xian, Lin Shui, and fully blockade Song City. Since this rat wants to play, let's play nicely with him. Yes. Zhao Zilong looked at Wang Hu again. Then this person, what should be done? When Wang Hu heard this, he immediately looked at Xiao Yan nervously, but the other party did not even look at him and walked towards the outside of the hotel while saying, his life is only worth 5,000. What does it mean? Wang Hu was being baffled and did not know what it meant. When a click, broken sound suddenly rang, and then the neck crooked, pupils lax, neck bone broken, a life. Other security guards looked at the death of Wang Hu, all stopped wailing for a moment, tense, until that Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong, two people left in front of one another, only to begin to suck up cold air in a big mouth. Good hard heart, good ruthless people. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Qian Wenkai came to Misty Mountain Villa No. 1. Zhao Zilong was in charge of the reception, and after seeing that he came alone, he frowned but did not say anything. Coming to the living room, Qian Wenkai sat down and then first looked around, nodding slightly. This villa, no matter the feng shui, location, and decoration, it all deserved the word number 1. Where is Mr. Xiao? Upstairs. With that, Zhao Zilong went upstairs. On the third floor study, Xiao Yan could not help but snort coldly after learning that Qian Wenkai had come alone. Zilong, go down and tell him to wait. Yes, Xiao. A few minutes later, when Qian Wenkai saw that Zhao Zilong only came down alone, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, where is Mr. Xiao? Why didn't he come down with you? Mr. Xiao went to take a shower and told you to wait. Qian Wenkai couldn't help but stare. Taking a bath? How many meanings does this have? Did it mean that he wanted to take a bath and change his clothes before meeting himself to show his importance? Qian Wenkai comforted himself in this way, and waited at ease. But after half an hour and still not seeing anyone come down, Qian Wenkai was already a bit impatient and asked with a slightly sunken face, Mr. Xiao is a big man. A bath shouldn't take so long, right? Zhao Zilong lightly glanced at him, drinking tea while leisurely saying, what's the hurry? Mr. Xiao has the habit of practicing calligraphy after taking a bath. Just wait at ease. What? Practicing calligraphy after taking a bath? What kind of operation is this? However, Qian Wenkai was, after all, the president of the Chamber of Commerce and had a good cultivation, and continued to wait in line with the principle that if it comes in peace. An hour later, it was near noon, but Xiao Yan was still missing, and after seeing that even his entourage was ignoring him, Qian Wenkai was completely on fire even if his cultivation was high. Boom! After slamming the table, Qian Wenkai, whose face was already extremely gloomy, got up violently and pointed at his watch while saying in a deep voice, after another hour, Mr. Xiao should have finished practicing his calligraphy, right? I'm afraid that even the ink has dried up. Zhao Zilong sniffed and said while stretching and yawning, what's the rush? Half an hour ago, Xiao should have finished practicing his writing. Right now, he should be sleeping. Also, I'm warning you, don't make any more big noise. If you wake up young Xiao, the consequences, you can't afford it. Chapter 57, I'm still owed an explanation. Qian Wenkai, first it was bathing, and then practicing writing, and now it's become sleeping again. This was more than insincere, it was simply deliberately teasing himself. Mr. Zhao's hospitality, today Qian has seen it all. Farewell. Qian Wenkai left angrily after throwing down a sentence, but Zhao Zilong suddenly blocked in front of him and looked at him coldly. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Did you not hear or understand Xiao's words? He told you to wait, but he didn't tell you to leave. How dare you? Qian Wenkai couldn't help but be furious. You dare to speak to me with such an attitude even as a follower? I can leave if I want to. Why do I need to? In the next moment, the words abruptly stalled, only to see that Zhao Zilong actually steeply pinched out Qian Wencai's neck and lifted him up a little bit. What do you think you yourself are in Xiao's eyes? Before, when I told you not to make any noise, you turned a deaf ear, didn't you? You, loosen. Qian Wenkai had been struggling for less than a minute before his hanging legs started to stomp around, and had even rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong then swung his arm and threw him onto the sofa, and coldly drank. I'm warning you for the last time. If you waste one more word, I'll make you never be able to speak. Wait honestly. Cough. After a bout of violent coughing and drinking several mouthfuls of water one after another, Qian Wenkai was considered to have slowed down a little, covering his neck and looking at Zhao Zilong resentfully, and this a downward spiral. The effect is really surprisingly good. Qian Wenkai for a moment really do not dare to say one more word. In his heart, he regretted that he was careless before coming here and didn't bring some bodyguards with him. So wait for another hour. Noon has passed. Xiao Yan this is not in a hurry not slow while wiping his mouth with a napkin, while slowly stepping downstairs. Grass. Qian Wenkai saw the situation. A piece of grass mudhorse immediately from the heart galloped through. See this meaning? This Xiao Yan is in the sleep after waking up, and then eat a lunch? But he was still hungry. Of course, these words he did not dare to explicitly say out. After all, now is in the people's territory, since it will not go to eat this kind of immediate loss. Thus, after Xiao Yan was seated, Qian Wen got up and symbolically organized his attire, and went forward to actively extend his hand. Hello, Mr. Xiao, my humble self, Qian Wenkai, president of the Tsong City Chamber of Commerce. This is my first time meeting you. Please take care of me. Xiao Yan threw away his napkin, but did not reach out to shake his hand, and did not even look at him with a proper eye as he opened his mouth indifferently. What's the matter? Just say it. Seeing this, Qian Wenkai was not annoyed, and after withdrawing his hand, he smiled and took out a few points of the standardized contract from the briefcase he was carrying and placed it on the table. Since Mr. Xiao is so forthcoming, then Qian has something to say straight away. This time I came here to represent the Tsangqing Chamber of Commerce, and to talk to you about the matter concerning the Chamber of Commerce's intention to take over the Qin, Shi, and Han industries, as well as the Thousand Shang Group. Thousand Shang Group? Xiao Yan laughed coldly and said, this was created by my late wife back then. It should be returned to our daughter. Moreover, its legal person has been changed to my daughter. You do not know about this matter? Oh, there is this? Qian Wenkai put on a stunned look, then laughed. I really don't know. But, Mr. Xiao has a point. Thousand Shang Group should belong to your daughter. Then the Han family's industry should always be. My deceased wife is a direct descendant of the Han family. Now that the entire Han family has been captured, the only remaining inheritor is my daughter, and the Han family's industry should belong to her. Xiao Yan said in a faint voice, while Xiao Siyu, who was in kindergarten at the moment, had become a small rich woman worth hundreds of millions of dollars in a days like this. Qian Wensai's face changed slightly when he heard this, secretly said that this guy in front of him, so ugly to eat. Han family, Qian Shang Group, so 2 pieces of fat meat, with a little girl can eat? In the end, it is not you who want to swallow. However, after weighing his options, he didn't fight anymore and chose to continue to give Xiao Yan a face. After all, the big head was still behind. Good, since Mr. Xiao has given the word, then this matter will be decided by Mr. Qian as well. The Han family's property and the Thousand Shang Group all belong to you. Not only that, after receiving the industries of the Qin and Qi families, the Chamber of Commerce will also grant you 10% of the dry shares as a way to make friends with you. After hearing this, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at Qian Wenkai with a smile on his face. This fellow, the abacus, was really loud. He, after a cold laugh, teasingly opened his mouth. I really can't see that, although you are ugly, but you think very beautifully. Qin, Qi 2 family's industry. Who allows you to intervene? Swish, Qian Wenkai instantly slammed his face. His gaze already looked a bit gloomy. What he had expected before was really good. This Xiao Yan really wanted to die the Qin and Qi family's industries. Who? After taking a deep breath, Qian Wenkai slowly nodded his head after some pondering. Good, Mr. Xiao, you don't have to beat around the bush. Just say it. These 2 properties, how many percent do you want? Humph. Zhao Zilong, who was standing behind Xiao Yan, sniffed and immediately hummed and laughed. A mere 2 industries. How can they enter the eyes of Mr. Xiao? Surname Qian. Listen carefully, there are some things that Xiao still needs to start investigating from these 2 families, before finding out. Qin, Qi 2 families. No one can move. You, Qian Wenkai anger, to speak out to refute. So formal negotiations, where have you a follower to speak of the part? However, before Qian Wenkai could open his mouth, Xiao Yan already nodded with a smile. These words, they are truly said. President Qian, do you understand? Qian Wensai's gaze became even more gloomy as he stared at Xiao Yan, who had a faint smile on his face for a while before he said in a deep voice, Mr. Xiao, this does not seem to be very proper of you, does it? Qin, the 2 Qi families are Maitsong City's properties, and now that no one is managing them, they naturally have to be taken over by Maitsong City Chamber of Commerce, and Qian is not hiding anything from you. Regarding this matter, Qian Mao can have already greeted the Governor General and received tacit approval. After saying that, Qian Wensai's heart was bursting with smugness. Song City Governor, that was an absolute hand. Even Lin Shui of the City Defense Army had to sell his face 3 times. Invite this big Buddha out. I don't believe that I still can't suppress you, surname Xiao. However, Xiao Yan's reaction caused him to be shocked. I don't care who you've greeted, whether it's the governor or the Heavenly King, the Qin and Qi families. If I say they can't be moved, they can't be moved. Understand? You don't even give face to the governor? As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Qian Wenkai had seen crazy ones over the years, but he had not really seen such a crazy one. Seeing Xiao Yan's attitude so strong, Qian Wenkai knew that there was no need to talk anymore today and immediately got up to leave. Good, since Mr. Xiao has such an attitude, then I, Qian, will take my leave. As for the final result, you and I will wait and see. Seeing Qian Wenkai turn to leave, Xiao Yan gave a look and Zhao Zilong immediately dodged to stop him. Qian Wenkai was exasperated enough and asked really, Mr. Xiao, what is the meaning of this? You forgot about yesterday's matter today? Then I'll give Chairman Qian a reminder. You, however, still owe me an explanation. Chapter 58 Zhang Xia wants to leave? Zilong, give him a heads up. Yes, Zhao Zilong answered and stared coldly at Qian Wenkai, saying, Xiao asked you to bring your wife here to ask for forgiveness. Why are you the only one here today? Where is she? Wu Nianjin. Upon hearing that, Qian Wensai's face instantly became incomparably wonderful, and his chest even rose up in a burst of violent ups and downs as he became furious. You guys still have the nerve to mention this? Yesterday, it was clearly you guys who were rude first, slapping my wife's face and tearing her clothes. Even if you want to apologize, it's your turn to do so. Today, I'll put my words here. In the future, if you have the ability to come at me, as the saying goes, the trouble is not as bad as family members. Still don't know the rules anymore. He. Looking at Qian Wensai's agitated appearance, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head and laugh twice. feeling that this fellow was really somewhat pathetic. After being taken by his own woman for 20 years as a cuckold, instead of being unaware of it, he still treated that woman as a treasure. It seems that your wife still hasn't explained to you about the adulterous relationship between her and Liang Zhong'a, the two of them as early as 20 years ago. You fart. Xian Wenkai immediately cursed angrily, and as Xiao Yan's words stalled, Zhao Zilong's expression turned steeply cold, and he smacked him to the ground, unbridled, interrupting Xiao Xiao's speech. Surname Qian, what is your offense? Xian Wenkai fell to the ground, his eyes momentarily glazed over, so angry that the flesh on his face began to tremble furiously. Words couldn't even come out. Damn! I came to the door to talk about things, but first I was given the slip by an attendant, and then I waited for a few hours. Finally, I was slapped in the face, and now I'm the one who's guilty? Can't you be any more overbearing? It's not reasonable at all. That's right. In Qian Wencai's mind, Xiao Yan had completely become a reckless man who only relied on his fists and was not reasonable. A moment later, Zhao Zilong was still going to make a move, but Xiao Yan waved his hand and called for a stop. Forget it. Throw this person out. Yes, Xian Wenkai. I had words yesterday. If you do not bring that to the door to ask for forgiveness within 24 hours, then in the future, you shall be punished for the same offense as that. After Xiao Yan's words, Zhao Zilong immediately stepped forward and lifted Qian Wenkai up as if he was lifting a chicken and walked towards the outside of the villa. Let go of me. Let go. Xiao Yan. You are too arrogant. Do you really think that after you have exterminated the 4 great families, the entire Song City is going to be the only one you respect? Let me tell you, I, Qian Wenkai, as well as the Song City Chamber of Commerce, will be the first to not. With a miserable scream, Qian Wenkai was directly thrown 100 meters away by Zhao Zilong. After that, there was no more movement. After returning, Zhao Zilong bowed and asked, Xiao, when do we move that Qian? There is no hurry first. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said unhurriedly, that demon sex culprits have yet to be captured, so by keeping them, we might be able to use them as bait for another round. Besides, with a huge Song City Chamber of Commerce around, that Qian Wenkai won't be able to run away. Isn't that right? Yes, young Xiao is wise. Afternoon, seeing Xiao Sun Air return from work, Xiao Yan called her into the study. Brother Xiao Yan, looking for me, what is it in the end? Still making it so mysterious. Want you to do brother a favor. Good. Xiao Sun Air did not even think about it, did not bother to ask what kind of favor she agreed to do. That joyful smile, hands dancing excited look to see Xiao Yan a burst of bitter laughter. You this niece, as I said to you before, the legal person of Thousand Shang Group has been changed to Xiao Siyu, so I would like you to resign and go to Thousand Shang Group as a deputy director to help Xiao Siyu manage it temporarily. How about a tentative annual salary of $5 million? Xiao Sun Air immediately froze. Right now she was only a staff member in her new unit, with a monthly salary of 5,000, and then she directly became a deputy director at the Thousand Shang Group, with an annual salary of 5 million. This, in the end, who is helping who? Is this the way to help now? Seeing Xiao Sun Air froze, Xiao Yan continued, the Thousand Shang Group is our own industry, and it is also what your sister-in-law left behind, so I don't want it to be controlled by outsiders one day. Brother Xiao Yan, then you mean that I am an insider? Xiao Yan. The air in the study was somewhat frozen for a moment. Soon, Xiao Sun Air also realized the slip of the tongue, and her small face suddenly turned bright red. Cough. After lightly coughing to slightly alleviate the embarrassment, Xiao Yan asked Xiao Sun Air's opinion, and the little ninny lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her coat, hesitating. Brother Xiao Yan, it's not that I won't help you, it's just that I've never been an executive before. In case the management operation is not good, then, afraid of what? All things in the world are the same. 1 back to life and 2 back to familiar. Besides, I'll look after you. Brother's vision. You should always believe it, right? Hearing that, Xiao Sun Air looked up at Xiao Yan, and after blinking, she firmly nodded her head and responded, good. If Brother Xiao Yan says that I can do it, I will definitely be able to do it. That's right. Xiao Yan smiled and added, don't worry, nowadays, there is a fat man named He Chen within the group who is my classmate, and that is also one of our own. Also, the current director's Jia Mei. This person you should pay extra attention to. I've written it all down. Xiao Sun Air nodded her head and clenched her small pink fist hard to make a secret determination. The task that Brother Xiao Yan personally set out. Even if he put his life on the line, then he must do it well. Evening. Xiao Yan personally cooked again and made a table of delicacies. Xiao Siyu applauded and shouted as she ate, and also learned to clip food for others. Seeing Xiao Yan's face full of smiles, doubly pleased. Beautiful auntie, I have given you so many delicious food. Why don't you eat? Don't like any of it? Xiao Siyu slightly pouted her lips and looked suspiciously at Jiang Xia who was sitting beside her. No Jiang Xia smiled warmly and patted Siyu's little head before starting to eat with chopsticks. It's really delicious. Especially when Siyu pinches it over. It's even better. He. Then Auntie Duty eat more. Siyu will clip it for you again. When you are full you can teach Siyu to sing. Jiang Xia sniffed. Her complexion dimmed very subtly, and she didn't say anything else. After the meal, Jiang Xia took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and just as she was washing the dishes, Xiaoyan suddenly came to her side and asked with a smile, "Seeing that you have been absent-minded all day, have you encountered something difficult?" Jiang Xia did not even look at Xiaoyan and only revealed a very forced smile. No now that I'm living here with you for free and don't have to go to work anymore, what else could be difficult? Really? Well, really. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not say any more and shrugged his shoulders to leave. Ling Chen. Around 2 o'clock. Cluck. The door of the Misty Mountain No. 1 villa slowly opened, followed by Jiang Xia quietly walking out, dragging her suitcase, tiptoeing around and looking hurried. After lightly closing the door, walked a few steps and then stopped, slowly turned around to look at the villa in front of her, a little lost in thought. Recall that before he had left here the sound of laughter, and that has been hidden deep in the heart of the feelings. Tears, quickly and indisputably silently flowed down. Since he's so reluctant to give up, then, why bother to go? Besides, leaving without saying goodbye is not a good habit. Chapter 59, The Most Poisonous of Women's Hearts. Who? Jiang Xia was startled and hurriedly turned around, only to see that a somewhat lethargic-looking youth was looking at her, his face filled with helplessness and a bitter smile. Xiaoyan, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Is it because you feel that you are not having enough fun here? Xiaoyan interrupted Jiang Xia and asked. Jiang Xia silently shook her head. These days were considered to be the happiest and most pleasant period of time in her life. Then, is it that you have a problem with me, and that is why you made such a show of leaving without saying goodbye? When Jiang Xia heard this, she only felt that the soreness in her nose increased, more and more tears flowed down her face, her body trembled slightly, and her emotions seemed a bit out of control. And then Jiang Xia simply tilted her head, stalking her neck and whispered, "You don't have to ask anymore. I just want to leave." Alas, Xiaoyan shook his head and sighed for a while. This nature of yours is still the same as high school, obstinate and timid, being scared by that agent of yours, and being afraid of causing trouble for me. You wanted to come up with such an act of leaving without saying goodbye? Then return to imperial capital and obediently give in. Jiang Xia's voice suddenly stopped sobbing and looked up with a stunned face at Xiaoyan. How could I know, right? I saw that you were just too abnormal today, so I looked at your cell phone. Swish! Jiang Xia's face instantly turned red as she stared at Xiaoyan in shame, her eyes almost wanting to spit fire. Peeking at a girl's cell phone, this was simply an unpardonable sin in a girl's eyes, but this guy was still saying it so rightfully, acting like he was fine? This skin cannot be thicker, but to the mouth of the abuse, Jiang Xia do not know why, but how can not say out. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xia knew that Xiaoyan knew all about it, and lowered her head and softly said, Su Xiao has already set his eyes on me, and will come to Tsong City to look for me in the next few days. Looking for you for what? Is it to personally come and deliver that $1 billion in compensation? Jiang Xia, this brain circuit, when really clear. Xiaoyan, I know that you are very powerful right now, but you really can't afford to mess with the Tiande group, and the imperial capital Su family, and I don't want to get you involved, so perhaps, this is my life, so just let me go. Ha! Xiaoyan shook his head and smiled. Then it seems that your understanding of my greatness is not enough. How about a bet? Jiang Xia raised some interest for a moment. What kind of bet? Let's just bet that this time that Su Xiaocong comes, can I still beat him up like I did those bad boys who harassed you back then? If I can, count me as the winner. If not, count you as the winner. Swish! A simple sentence, but it caused Jiang Xia's eyes to redden once again, and this time the sourness was no longer in the nose, but in the heart. In addition to sourness, there was also sweetness. Under the night curtain, the two of them stared at each other like that for a long time. In the end, Jiang Xia was not able to hold on to her strength and pounced into Xiaoyan's arms, hugging him tightly. If this time, if the heavens could follow the wishes of others, then she, rather than herself, would lose. 2 days later, Jiang Xia lived in peace again, and Xiao Sunair had also been employed as the vice president of Thousand Shang Group, so everything was on track. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Xiaoyan, who was inspecting the construction of the new tomb at the Qin family's ancestral land, suddenly received a call from Yi Chen. Hello? Why are you calling me at this hour when you are not at ease at work? It was only after a while that Yi Chen spoke, his voice sounding somewhat weak. Xiaoyan, can you lend me some money? Borrow money? Xiao Yan immediately frowned. I heard from Kaora that didn't you already advance your $500,000 of annual salary yesterday? Why are you still borrowing money? Something happened at home? No, the family is fine. Don't stammer. Are you still a man? Have something to say straight, Xiao Yan said in a deep voice. But unexpectedly, He Chen actually began to start bawling. Woo, Xiao Yan, you were right in the beginning. That Xinjia is indeed not a good woman. At the loss of me before, I still that kind of heart and lungs to her. After we got married, she took control of the economy. Not to mention, she also told me to advance a year's annual salary, saying that she just likes the feeling of saving money. I actually believed her nonsense. I really gave her all of the $500,000 of annual salary that I had advanced, but at noon today, when I went home, I bumped into her hanging out with another man at home. It's the son of her company's boss, Sun Haifeng, Xiao Yan. This dude, really pathetic. And then after a second thought, Xiao Yan asked, you bumped into the two of them, what does it have to do with you borrowing money? I'm in the hospital now. I already don't have the money to pay the medical bills. You are in the hospital? Yes, said here, and Chen Morsho suffocated. Continued, in my home to see the two of them are rolling bed sheets. I simply want to be angry to blow up, so I scolded the two of them, a dog, man and woman. But that Sun Haifeng even jumped out of bed and beat me severely. And finally Xinjia that still feel not relieved. Find out the family's baseball bat to Sun Haifeng. Let him break one of my arms and one of my legs. What's even more annoying, is that when they were leaving they also snatched away that pair of sending Sun Heavenly King diagram that you sent me. Xiao Yan's face instantly chilled when he heard this, and his gaze instantly became gloomy. First, they had cheated in someone's home in the open, and after being discovered, they had also crippled them, and before leaving, they had also snatched away that famous painting of theirs in their hands. It was simply outrageous. Soon, Xiao Yan heard a few more murmurs coming from over there, seemingly urging He Chen to pay the money, and if he did not have the money, he would have to be thrown out immediately. Xiao Yan, it's all my fault for not listening to your advice in the first place and marrying such a serpentine and poisonous woman. This time can you help me again? Help me pay for my medical bills? Right as I borrowed. Okay, now send me the hospital you're in, and the ward number. I'll go over there now, and I'll take care of the rest. Good. Thanks, brother. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yan, after explaining to Zhao Zilong and letting him continue to supervise the work here, he scurried into his own Hummer-seated vehicle and sped towards the hospital with a foot on the gas. Sancheng Central Hospital, Ward 1502. He Chen was only able to get rid of the doctors and nurses after saying a bunch of good words to them and telling them that someone had already rushed to pay the medical bills. But not even 2 or 3 minutes later, the door of the ward was pushed open again. After seeing the two people who came in, and Chen two eyes glared, angry face red, chest began to a burst of violent ups and downs. Look agitated. The ones who came were no other than Sun Haifeng. Shunjia, you pair of dogs, you still have the face to come see me. Bah! Sun Haifeng spat a mouthful of thick phlegm right in He Chen's face. Kid, that severe beating earlier. It seems like you haven't been taught how to speak. Ha! As soon as the words fell, Xinjia swept her eyes, then picked up a walking stick placed against the wall, and handed it over with a winking smile. Young son, try this one out, and scrap his other arm and leg too. After hearing this, the corners of He Chen's mouth twitched wildly, full of grief and anger. The most poisonous is a woman's heart. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. Chapter 60, The Dog with No Downside. Why did you do this to me? I've poured my heart out to you, even to the point of giving my all. Even if you don't like me, there's no need to be so vicious. He Chen hissed at the top of his lungs, his eyes reddening and his expression enraged, but all he got in return was a very disdainful snort from Xinjia. Fatty you know what? This bearish look of yours right now makes me feel even more like you're even more of a pathetic, incapable loser, a waste of a man like you, a hangdog. Is it worth my liking? Compared to Sun Xiao, you're more than 100,000 miles away. Ha ha. Sun Haifeng, who was on the side, laughed continuously, and after receiving the cane, he took Xinjia in his arms again and sneered. Fatty, I heard Jia say that the two of you haven't slept together until now? Then you must be curious to know how good Jia is in bed, right? This young man is here to tell you that Jia's kung fu was very strong, and her skills in serving men are also particularly great. Xinjia blushed shyly and gave Sun Haifeng a glance, whining. Young son, why are you saying this? It's shameful. What's there to be shy about? In the shopping mall fitting room that time, also did not see your little Tai Hoof Xiao? Why don't we give him a good demonstration here today, in front of this guy, so that he can see how you serve me on a regular basis? Don't. While saying that, Xinjia put her head on Sun Haifeng's shoulder and pouted. My body, This hangman waste is not worthy to see it. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's me who didn't think it through well enough. You guys. Wotatsu felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger, and casually copied a pillow and threw it hard at the two. Dog man and woman, get the hell out of here. Sun Haifeng deftly dodged it, and then a cane was smashed hard on his head, momentarily smashing him to the ground. Rubbish, if you don't want to suffer again, just be honest. After saying that, Sun Haifeng glanced at Xinjia again. Baby, let's get down to business. I don't want to waste too much time with a hangman. Okay, honey. After Xinjia responded, she took out from her bag a divorce agreement that He Chen had given her earlier. Hiss, with a forceful tug, she directly tore it in half. You, what do you mean? Poof, Xinjia hummed and laughed. Isn't the meaning clear enough? This marriage, I'm not divorcing. Why? Because this young man is about to get married to another woman. And Jia, in the name of your wife, is going to be my lover for the rest of my life, so that I won't be talked about. Sun Haifeng wrapped his arms around Xinjia and smiled smugly. Also, in the future, your salary, house, car, everything, all belong to Jia. As a reward for you, in the future, Jia and I's child can temporarily take your surname. Swish, He Chen's face first darkened, then went completely pale and bloodless. This pair of dogs, they were simply shameless without limits. Is there any heavenly justice left? If he really agreed, wouldn't he be 10,000 times more pathetic than Wu Delang? No way. I'm getting a divorce. I'll get a divorce even if I have to file a lawsuit. Sun Haifeng's face suddenly turned cold. A lawsuit? Humph. You say, if this young man beats you silly, will you still be able to file a lawsuit? While saying that, Sun Haifeng slowly raised his cane while Xinjia turned her back, not wanting to see the next bloody scene. And just as Sun Haifeng's crutch was about to smash down, boom! The ward door was directly lifted off and smashed hard on Sun Haifeng's back. Ah! After screaming miserably, Sun Haifeng immediately fell to the ground. Xinjia was startled, and immediately saw a familiar figure walking in slowly. It was precisely Xiaoyan. In fact, he had arrived a quarter of an hour ago, but when he saw that Xinjia and Sun Haifeng were in the hospital room, he did not come in and listened outside for a while. Xiaoyan! He Chen was excited and just wanted to straighten up but inadvertently pulled his injury, which caused him to grimace in pain and cold sweat. Xiaoyan saw this and walked over to slowly help him up. Don't move. Stay well. Paralyzed. Who did this? At this time, Sun Haifeng climbed up in a sorry state, and after seeing that the person who came was actually the guy who had made a fool of himself at the engagement banquet last time, both his eyes suddenly widened roundly. When enemies met, their eyes were red. So it's you. Good. Today this young man will settle new accounts and old with you. Kneel down. Xiaoyan let out a low gulp, and an austere aura erupted along with it, which actually frightened Sun Haifeng and Xinjia, who both shivered coldly. An instinctive sense of fear was born from the heart. After taking another look at He Chen's tragic image of a face covered in blood, with his hands and feet plastered, Xiaoyan's face grew colder and colder, and his anger grew even more intense. With a gaze as stern as a sword, he looked straight at Sun Haifeng and said, "Now, kneel down for He Chen. Perhaps one can still pick up a life." Bah! Sun Haifeng immediately spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, forcibly restraining the trace of instinctive fear within his heart. Kid, who do you think you are, making me kneel down? I think you're tired of living. Xinjia also immediately responded. You also don't weigh your own weight. With you also dare to pretend in front of Sun Xiao? You, rotten woman. Shut up. You, what did you say about me? Xiao Yan's gaze turned to look at her. Saying that you are rotten is considered to be lifting you up. A rotten word is simply not enough to describe a woman like you. You are more than rotten. The 5 words of wave, slag, and poison all account for it as well. So I am curious as to how you have survived until now. Before that, how come you weren't drowned by other people's spittle? Brother, well said. He Chen looked at Xiaoyan with a face of admiration and shouted. Why had he not realized before that this dude's eloquence was sharp to this extent? You. Xinjia was so angry that she couldn't speak fully for a moment, and immediately began to pout at Sun Haifeng again. Young son, she actually scolded people like this. You have to help people out. Scrap him too. Sun Haifeng's face was gloomy. Of course he wanted to waste Xiaoyan. However, after looking at the door panel that was kicked away by Xiaoyan, his heart was a little weak. Thus, Sun Haifeng immediately took out his cell phone and dialed out a call while rushing at Xiaoyan and said fiercely, Kid, since you are looking for death, then I will call someone to fulfill you. The phone was quickly connected and Sun Haifeng immediately said, Ninth brother, your brother I've been beaten up. It's at the central hospital. You bring someone over immediately. Good. Sun Haifeng nodded his head repeatedly, then glanced at Xiaoyan scornfully and said, the other party may be a practitioner. Bring more people. When we are done, I will be the host. Let's go to the heavenly palace. After hanging up the phone, Sun Haifeng's entire body became hardened. Surname Xiao, if you have the guts, just wait for me. See if this young man can't kill you. Good. Xiao Yan sat on the edge of the bed, took out an orange from the bag of oranges that he had bought and peeled up the skin, his eyelids slightly drooping as he said, I'll give you a chance. By that time, if you can't get me killed, then you and this broken shoe, both will die. And, it's the miserable kind. Chapter 61, Who the hell are you? UING. Forget it, Sun Xiao. Xinjia raised her hand to seal Sun Haifeng's lips and said, let him be as tough as he can right now. Once the person you called arrives, there will be a time for him to cry. Aha. Sun Haifeng nodded, and after kissing Xinjia's finger, he smiled and swept it into his arms, and even started to make out as if no one else was around. He Chen only watched for a few seconds, then closed his eyes in sorrow. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from the corner of his eyes. A man's tears are not light, only because not to the sad place. Seeing the woman he loved for a long time making out with another man. The taste of this, I'm afraid only he himself understands. A moment. He Chen opened his eyes to look at Xiao Yan and said miserably, Xiao Yan, why don't you go first? This is after all my own matter. I can't involve you. What kind of bull ***** is that? Xiao Yan broke a petal of orange and ate it while saying, before I said that I will handle the rest of the matter, then naturally I have to manage it to the end. He Chen sniffed, and no longer said anything more, silently begged for a petal of orange to eat, but could not taste a trace of sweetness. His mouth was full of bitterness. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man wearing a black undershirt and a 9-dragon tattoo on his arm walked in with a dozen people, with a full aura. Outside the ward, there was already a group of doctors and nurses surrounded. Among them, there was a small nurse who frowned and wanted to go in and drive people away, but was rushed to pull back by a doctor beside her. Xiao Qin, is this something you can control? You don't want to die. Why can't I control it? Why? Just because that person is Yanjiu, the ruthless Yanjiu. He's a big shot in the underground world. Don't you see that even the dean doesn't dare to show his face? Inside the ward, Brother Jiu, Sun Haifeng could not be bothered to shoot the breeze with the Shin family anymore and hurriedly greeted him, pointing with a face of indignation at Xiao Yan who was still peeling oranges with his head down. It was this brat who hit me. Brother Jiu, help me waste him, the kind that requires all 5 limbs. You know. Yanjiu looked over and smiled disdainfully after seeing that the other party was actually a young man with a thin figure and not a few pairs of meat on his body. Sun Xiao, I say you are at least someone who has practiced a bit of boxing, but in the end, you were actually bullied by such a commodity? Hearing that, Sun Haifeng felt a bit humiliated and said in a low voice, Ninth brother, don't underestimate him. The door of the ward was kicked down by him. Oh, Yanjiu then came to have some interest. So there are indeed 2 tricks. Kid, my Yanjiu's name. You should have heard of it, right? Xiao Yan raised his head. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he teasingly shook his head. Never heard of it. Very famous? Nonsense. Our 9th brother was hanging out with Master Bully. Now he is the #1 assistant under Master Ba. You say it's not famous? The 2 junior brothers under Yanjiu shouted. And when He Chen heard it, he was immediately shocked into a cold sweat. 2 words were written on his face. Despair. Master Ba. Looking at the entire Tsung city, there was only one person who deserved this domineering name. Underground Emperor. Wang Tianba. An existence that basically no one dared to mess with. Even the previous 4 great families of Tsung city were all courteous to him. Even if Xiao Yan was more powerful, he was afraid that he was nothing in front of that Wang Tianba, right? And just as he wanted to persuade Xiao Yan to hurry up again, he saw that Xiao Yan did not show the slightest nervousness, but instead, he also revealed a touch of odd smile. Oh, I have heard of this person. You are Wang Tianba's subordinate? Bold. Yanjiu instantly slammed his face and droned. Master Ba's name. Is that something you're qualified to call? Kid, seeing as you're a practitioner, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down for Sun Xiao and his concubine, kowtow and apologize, and then mix with me after that. This matter will be settled. How about it? Upon hearing this, Sun Haifeng and Xin Jiao looked at each other, both somewhat dissatisfied. Only kneeling and apologizing is too cheap for this guy, right? However, Sun Haifeng could see that Yanjiu had moved his heart to love his talent, so he did not say anything more for a while. However, it did not occur to Xiao Yan not only did not accept, but also continued to be tough. While eating an orange, he said, mixing with you? It is your master Wang Tianba. In front of me Xiao Yan also only kneel and kowtow. What are you? Wow. In the scene, there was an uproar. Whether it was the crowd of medical staff outside the ward, or Yanjiu, and Chen and the others inside the ward, they all stared at Xiao Yan with stunned faces, especially after seeing that he still had a calm demeanor. Many people gave a thumbs up in their hearts. They had seen a lot of people who pretended to be more than they were. However, There was definitely only one person who pretended at the cost of his family's life. Even Master Ba dared to utter insults, but it could really kill someone. Xinjia and Sun Haifeng laughed coldly and secretly cursed that Xiaoyan would die sooner or later on this cheap mouth. Grass. Yanjiao was about to make a move after reacting, but his cell phone suddenly rang, and after looking at the caller ID, he immediately connected. Master Ba, what's your order? Good. Where are you? I'll send a car to pick you up now. What? Also at the Central Hospital? Yes. I'm here too, doing a small favor for a friend. It's nothing much. My friend was beaten up by a maniac called Xiaoyan. I came to help him take revenge. At the same time, Wang Tianba, who was in the hospital changing the medicine for his broken finger, was instantly petrified. Xiaoyan? Mom, why is this God again? Only in the next moment, after feeling a sudden sharp pain coming from the broken finger, did Wang Tianba exit his petrified state and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Send me the number of the ward you're in. I'll go there now. What? You're coming over in person? Fine. I'll send it to you now. Beep beep beep. Hanging up the phone, Yanjiao immediately started editing the message. Sun Haifeng's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this, coming forward and asking slightly excitedly, Brother Jiao, what do you mean? That master bully is going to come in person? Aha. Yanjiao faintly answered, a self-satisfied look on his face. To have Master Ba personally come to find him, this was definitely a privilege. Glancing at Sun Haifeng again, Yanjiao said, don't worry, I'll find a chance to introduce you to his old man when Master Ba comes. Ha ha, it's still Brother Jiao who understands me. Thank you. Then, what about this kid? Yanjiao looked at Xiaoyan again and frowned before saying, don't move him first, lest Master Ba comes in a while and sees how chaotic this place is and affects his mood. Don't Brother Jiao. Xinjia was instantly anxious, and after thinking about it, she said, this brat insulted Master Hegemony with his words before. Even if you kill him here, Master Hegemony will only praise you for still knowing how to maintain his old man's majesty outside, isn't it? Ha, that makes sense. Yanjiao's eyes lit up, casting an appreciative glance at Xinjia. Unexpectedly, this little concubine of Sun Haifeng still had some brains, so he could find a chance to borrow it to have some fun later on. Good, just listen to you little brothers, do it. Waste this kid's 5 limbs for me. Hearing Yanjiao's order, Xinjia, Sun Haifeng immediately laughed out grimly, and He Chen was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, not knowing what to do for a moment. But at the moment when the crowd had already surrounded them and were about to make a move, stop it, all of you. An unusually urgent roar came from outside the ward, and when the crowd looked, they saw a bald middle-aged man in a tang suit push aside a group of medical staff and rush in. Wang Tianba, it's here. Chapter 62. A dog bites a dog and its mouth is full of hair. Greetings, Master Ba. When Yanjiao saw the visitor, he and the group of brothers under him immediately saluted, and Xinjia, Sun Haifeng and the two of them all looked a little excited as well. Sang City Underground Emperor, Wang Tianba. Although Sun Haifeng's family is a businessman, a little rich, a little famous in Songcheng, but there is no comparison with others. This was the first time he had seen such a heavyweight. However, just as the two men were thinking about how to go forward to flatter and strike up a conversation, Wang Tianba ignored anyone and walked right up to Xiaoyan. Punt. Both knees bent violently and he knelt down. Little man Wang Tianba, I have seen Mr. Xiao, Yanjiao, Sun Haifeng, He Chen. Everyone stared at the Wang Tianba who was kneeling and bowing down in front of Xiaoyan with wide-eyed dismay. And for a moment, their brains seemed to have stopped functioning. What happened? Not only did he kneel, he also called himself a villain? Was this still that underground emperor who had shaken the Tsong city? Wang Tianba's current operation had obviously completely disintegrated his mighty, domineering persona. The next moment, Xiaoyan unhurriedly peeled the orange again without lifting his head and did not even bother to look at Wang Tianba as he ate. Before, I remember warning you, mind your own men. If someone under you messes with my head again, what are the consequences? This time, how many fingers do you want to break? The words were calm to the extreme, but they caused Wang Tianba's body to break out into a cold sweat, his scalp tingling as if he had an on his back. As for Yanjiao, he was so scared that he had begun to shiver all over, and he now sort of knew exactly who this Xiaoyan was. It was the great god who had killed Chen Xiong and forced Master Ba to break his finger to thank him for his crime. Ruthless Yanjiao? In the eyes of others, it is only a mole cricket that can be pinched to death at will. It's ridiculous that you let him hang out with you before. He had to kowtow and apologize to Sun Haifeng and Xinjia. The more he thought about it, the more afraid Yanjiao became. In the end, all the fear turned into hatred for Sun Haifeng. Grass, you paralyzed. Your grandson actually punished me. Yanjiao immediately strides forward to deadlock Sun Haifeng's neck, roaring with a fierce face. Sun Haifeng screamed hoarsely, his heart trembling furiously in fear after seeing Yanjia's hideous appearance, and he begged for forgiveness repeatedly. With such a formation, Xinjia was also completely dumbfounded, her entire body froze in place without moving, her pretty face growing paler and paler. To provoke such a god, you don't go and kill yourself, but also pull Lao Zi into the water. I'll strangle you, son of a. Don't. Ninth brother, you quickly let go of me. I don't know. Puffing, after a soft sound, Sun Haifeng's words came to an abrupt end, being splattered with blood. Taking another look, Yan Jiao, who was close at hand, stared violently, the expression on his face gradually stiffening, his left chest still completely penetrated by a dagger from back to front. Blood light appeared, a dagger pierced through the heart. The one who made the move was Wang Tianba. Snort! Wang Tianba pulled the dagger out again, and Yanjiao sprayed a mouthful of blood on Sun Haifeng's face, and then the entire person instantly collapsed to the ground, dying of gas. Ungrateful dog lackey, damn you! After angrily cursing, Wang Tianba hurriedly put away the dagger and knelt in front of Xiaoyan again, lowering his head and nervously asking, Mr. Xiao, for this treatment of the villain, I wonder if you are still satisfied. Silence. There was a dead silence inside and outside the hospital room, and a needle could be heard. Wang Tianba's decisive and ruthless knife resulted in the outcome of his most capable assistant, for the sake of just giving that young man called Xiaoyan, to make amends. A moment later, Xiaoyan finished eating the last petal of orange. His voice remained calm. The means were a little too drastic. This is a hospital after all. It is not good to make it so bloody. However, the result is quite alright. When Wang Tianba heard this, he immediately breathed a huge sigh of relief and nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Zhao's lesson is right. I will definitely pay attention in the future. After saying that, Wang Tianba's gaze steeply chilled. Snap! After clapping his hands twice, a group of competent black suits rushed in. Master Ba, what are your orders? Go! Break the arms and legs of all those dogs who hang out with Yanjiao. Remember, this is a hospital. Can't make it too bloody. Not a single drop of blood can appear. Yes. The group of people immediately took action after answering the voice. For a while, the ward was filled with miserable screams, which were also mixed with the crunching sound of broken bones and tendons. Seeing this, Sun Haifeng couldn't take it anymore. And after Sun Haifeng couldn't take it anymore. And after shouting he was ready to run away first. He didn't want to stay in this place for a second longer. However, Wang Tianba had been staring at this kid. Dare to provoke Xiao. Really want to let you run away. I broke a few fingers again, that is not wrong. Splat! Wang Tianba slapped him to the ground and spat a thick spit on his face. Bah! Dogs with no eyes! How dare you provoke Mr. Xiao? Today, it's not even wrong for you to die here. As soon as he heard death, Sun Haifeng looked at the dead Yanjiao again, and was so frightened that he burst into another fit of ghostly wailing. Immediately afterward, he immediately reversed direction and knelt down and cowed out hard at Xiaoyan like pounding garlic. Xiaoyan! Oh no! Mr. Xiao! Father Xiao, Master Xiao, I beg you to forgive me this time as an adult. Just think of me as a stinky fart, and you will be comfortable if you release me. Won't you? Ha! Xiaoyan laughed coldly. A stinky fart that dares to waste my friend and rob the painting I sent out? Is this fart of yours going to become a spirit then? Outside the ward, a group of medical staff burst into laughter when they heard this. Sun Haifeng, however, didn't feel the least bit ashamed, and even immediately shrugged off the pot with a turn of his eyes. Pointing at Xinjia, Grandpa Xiao, she instructed me to do everything. This woman is green tea, a snake scorpion. When she was working at our family company before, she took me as a target and started seducing me. As soon as the night comes, she sends me pictures of her from time to time. All of them are large scale, almost no clothes on. You're talking nonsense. Xinjia was startled. Her legs softened and she also instantly knelt down for Xiaoyan. I'm bull ting? You still has the nerve to argue. Have you forgotten about the time when you took advantage of the fact that no one was there after work, broke into my office and stripped off your clothes without saying a word, and pretended to be a slave girl to seduce me? You're bull ting. There's no such thing. It was clearly you, bullying me after getting me drunk at a drinking party. You even took pictures and threatened me afterward. You said if I didn't listen to you, if I didn't behave as your concubine, you'd post the photos on the internet. It'll make me and Tatsu lose our reputation. I only gave in because I wanted to take care of Kazuyoshi's reputation. After saying that, Xinjia also threw a pitiful gaze at He-Chen. Hubby, you must believe me. Fart. Sun Haifeng cursed again, and then he took out his cell phone and opened the photo album, placing it in front of the crowd. The chat records every time you hooked up with me, as well as the videos of you pretending to be a slave girl. as well as every time you took the initiative to ask to serve me. I have them all here. It's fortunate that I kept my hand in the game, otherwise I would have really been screwed over by you. Wow. After a clamor, many people all gathered around. Such great material. It was a pity not to see it. Chapter 63. If Mr. Xiao says it's fake, it's fake. Looking at those unpleasant photos, videos, Shinjia's face changed greatly, followed by a burst of contemptuous sounds. Lean. This photo. It's simply flirty. And this chat screenshot. Missing the days and nights of serving you? What a. Ah. Shinjia couldn't help but yell out, looking at Sun Haifeng in grief. You asshole. Before, you clearly beat me to delete all of these. Poof. Sun Haifeng sneered. A man's mouth. A deceitful ghost. You believe such words? Stupid then. You. Shinjia was furious for a while, seeing that her mouth was completely exposed. She probably knew that it was useless to beg for forgiveness from Xiaoyan, so she immediately crawled on her knees in front of He Chen's bed. Husband, as the saying goes, a one-night husband and wife are gracious for 100 nights. I beg you to forgive me this time. I won't dare to do so again in the future. Just give me a chance to be a good wife and mother, okay? A good wife and mother? The crowd looked at Shinjia's gaze became more and more contemptuous. Such a noble word, this kind of that combines wave, slag and poison into one. Is it worthy? He Chen immediately closed his eyes. His expression seemed to be somewhat painful. Seeing this, Xiao Yan asked, you want to forgive her? No. He Chen's head was distant, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become incomparably firm, and he no longer looked at Shinjia, and there was no longer this woman in his eyes. I won't forgive her, and I haven't touched her body, not really a couple, and in the future, she and I, there is no more love to speak of. Good. Xiao Yan smiled in relief. This goods. Finally still a little bit of interest, not in vain to waste their own efforts to stand up for him. Don't, hubby, if you are willing, you can touch me now. I promise, my body will only belong to you from now on. It will definitely serve you well. Looking at Shinjia's repeated pleas for forgiveness, the crowd all skimmed their lips and shook their heads. Such a lowly and poisonous woman really subverted the three views of many people. Noisy, Xiao Yan coldly shouted. Have someone drag this woman out. I do not care how it is handled, but I do not wish for her to plague others in the future. Understood. Please rest assured. Mr. Xiao. Wang Tianba grinned and said, the reason why this chick is able to wreak havoc on people is just all because of her still adequate face. When we drag him out, I'll have someone destroy this face of hers, ensuring that she can't even wreak havoc on a barker. After hearing that, Shinjia's face turned pale and she scurried up to escape, but she was immediately grabbed by the two black suits by her hair and was directly dragged out in a burst of heart-rending screams. Mr. Xiao. Wang Tianba looked at Sun Haifeng again and asked for instructions. What about this kid? When Sun Haifeng heard this, his body tightened up. That painting, hand it over first. The painting is at my father's place. I'll have my father send it now. Sun Haifeng hurriedly said as he took out his cell phone and tremblingly made a call. At the same time, Sun Group. Inside the chairman's office, Sun Tao was admiring the Heavenly King delivering Sun painting, his face full of smiles as he said, what a good thing. The market value of this painting starts at $15 million. Rather, it can be used to honor His Excellency. It should be able to serve as a gift offering for more than a year. While Sun Tao was on the rise, he suddenly received a phone call from Sun Haifeng, and without saying a word, he let himself rush to the hospital with the painting to ransom him. You a spoilsport. All day long you know how to make trouble for me outside. Tell me what's going on. Who dared to kidnap you? Sun Haifeng sneakily looked up at Xiao Yan and almost didn't cry out as he hurriedly said, Dad, don't ask too many questions. Hurry up and bring the painting. If you are any later, you will really only be left to collect your son's corpse. Damn it, I know. After hanging up the phone, Sun Tao hesitated for a while with a sullen face, before he got up and left the office with the painting, and called a dozen security guards to follow him, and drove towards the hospital and sped away. Half an hour later, Sun Tao rushed into the hospital room with people in a rage, and at a glance, he saw Sun Haifeng who was lying on the ground, wailing helplessly for a while. Sun Tao shouted. Sun Haifeng saw him finally come over and immediately went so far as to directly wail and curse. Are you still my real father? Coming so late, my 5 limbs were broken, all because of you. What? Sun Tao was shocked by what he heard. He only felt that the sky was spinning, breaking 5 limbs. Wouldn't that mean that his Sun family would be extinct? Who did it? Me, Xiao Yan faintly answered. Sun Tao's gaze turned, angrily staring at Xiao Yan about to let someone do it, but suddenly noticed that in front of Xiao Yan, there was still a bald middle-aged man kneeling, and when the middle-aged man looked back at him coldly, Sun Tao's calf stomach suddenly trembled and he was startled. Underground Emperor, Wang Tianba. Previously, He had met Wang Tianba once at a high-end wine party, but at that time, Wang Tianba was the absolute protagonist, while he was nothing more than an inconspicuous supporting actor, and he simply couldn't get on the bandwagon. But now, Wang Tianba was actually kneeling in front of that young man. Master Ba, why are you here? I'm asking Mr. Xiao for forgiveness. Boom! Sun Tao felt his mind explode with fear, and then he also flopped. With a cry, he knelt down. There was silence for a while before he said in a trembling voice, Mr. Xiao, your son first messed around with my friend's wife, and after that, he broke one of his arms and one of his legs, and he also snatched away the ancient paintings that I sent him. All of these, do you know? Xiao Yan asked in a faint voice. No idea. Sun Tao immediately shook his head, and after seeing that Xiao Yan was staring at the scroll in his hand with narrowed eyes, his eyes rolled and he immediately explained. This is something that little brat said that he wanted to honor me, and purposely captured it at the auction. Mr. Xiao, I really don't know about it. Sun Haifeng, how come I didn't realize before that my own dad is still a ing master at making up stories? He even took such an expensive painting to honor you? When did I become so filial? Sun Tao then hurriedly handed the painting back to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, now that the property is returned to its original owner, you can rest assured that I will definitely be strict with this rebellious son when I go back. Guaranteed. Ha! Xiao Yan suddenly eeped softly, and while weighing the scroll, he said, the weight of this painting is too light. It must have been switched and is a fake painting. Ha! Sun Tao froze and subconsciously said, impossible. This painting has always been in my hands. It has never passed through anyone else's hands, and I've seen it. It's definitely real. Xiao, are you? Grass. Wang Tianba cursed and got up, came to Sun Tao in front of him in big strides, and snapped, ground, then fiercely slapped him. You confused bastard. Are you awake now? If Mr. Xiao says it's fake, it's fake. Understand? Sun Tao covered half of his fiery face, having a hard time saying anything, and his heart was even more pitted to the extreme. Immediately after, seeing that Wang Tianba raised his hand to slap himself again, Sun Tao immediately nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Understood, Master Ba. I understand. Mr. Xiao is right. This painting was just switched. It's a fake. I will definitely pay the price. Chapter 64 Offerings. Humph. Wouldn't it be over if you were so sensible earlier? Wang Tianba withdrew his hand, and after Sun Tao hesitated, he somewhat reluctantly took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, this is the compensation for you. Keep it. Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked at the amount of the check, $20 million. However, he did not confiscate it and looked at Sun Tao with a smile on his face and did not speak. As soon as Wang Tianba looked at it, he immediately gave Sun Tao a slap. A mere $20 million and you want to settle things? Do you think that Mr. Xiao is a beggar who has never seen money? Sun Tao looked tight, waved his hands. I do not dare to dare. My humble self knows nothing about these antiques. It's inevitable that the valuation is wrong. Then, $30 million? Xiao Yan directly moved his gaze away and did not even look at him anymore. Seeing this, Sun Tao's face was bitter, and he said while making a bow, Xiao, don't make it difficult for me. Will you set it? Good. Xiao Yan immediately extended a finger. 100 million. American knife. What? Sun Tao was directly stunned. $100 million? It was still a ing American knife. That would be equivalent to more than 700 million soft sister dollars. It's fine to cheat people, but can there be some limits? Although his business was not small, but not counting the fixed assets, the funds that could be utilized were only 300 to 400 million. If he really followed Xiao Yan's request, he would have to lose all his money. Dad, you, just hurry up and agree. If you don't hire a doctor for me, I will really die of pain. You shut up. Sun Tao rushed Sun Haifeng and just scolded him. Then Wang Tianba rewarded him with another slap. Snap. Paralyzed. You don't know how to appreciate yourself again, do you? Previously, I had already accounted for your fortune, $100 million, completely able to take it out. A moment later, seeing that Sun Tao still had a sullen face and did not say a word, Xiao Yan smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, Wang Tianba. This pair of father and son will be handed over to you. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao's face changed drastically and was filled with fear. He was very clear about who Wang Tianba was, Sang City's underground emperor. What he lacked the most was the means to torture people. If he really fell into his hands, it would definitely be worse than death. Don't, Xiao, Mr. Xiao, I'll pay the $100 million. When? Today. Sun Tao clenched his teeth fiercely and said, I'll go back and account for the assets and realize them instantly. Good. Oh yeah, do you still want this fake painting? The corner of Sun Tao's mouth instantly jerked hard as he glanced at the so-called fake painting. After all, it was worth tens of millions of dollars, so he naturally really wanted it. But, really dare not want don't want it. This painting is Mr. Zhao's now. How do you want to deal with it? Then how do you want to deal with it? Good. And then Xiao Yan gave a wink to Wang Tianba and asked him to follow Sun Tao and leave together, supervising him to realize his property to avoid this fellow from running away. As for that Sun Haifeng, he directly let people drag him out. This fellow would be a poor man in the future, and he was afraid that there would be no more girls who would be happy to let him hook up, right? After dealing with these, Xiao Yan looked at Yi Chun, who still had a stunned look on his face and was still completely in a state of confusion, and could not help but smile. Take it. Receiving the painting that Xiao Yan threw at him, Yi Chun waited and muttered, "It hasn't gotten any lighter? Xiao Yan, is this painting really fake?" Xiao Yan, being honest to such an extent, was indeed a talent. And then, Xiao Yan swept his eyes at the crowd of medical staff still gathered outside the ward and said, "Go, call your dean. I want to see him." When the crowd heard this, they all looked at the one person hiding in the crowd, about 60 years old, with a thin body, standing in the crowd like a small old man, but is the president of Songcheng Central Hospital, Su Guowen. Before this wanted to slip away, but after seeing so many pairs of eyes staring at him, Su Guowen knew that he could not slip away, and only had to walk out with a stiff upper lip. "Mr. Xiao, my humble servant Su Guowen, is," before that group of people came barging in aggressively, seriously threatening the personal safety of my friends and I. "As the dean, you didn't even show your face, allowing the patient to be threatened and insulted? In this matter, as the dean, are you not going to give Xiao an explanation?" Upon hearing the explanation, Su Guowen's mouth twitched and his legs went weak. Previously, Sun Tao's explanation was to dump his family's money, but he didn't expect that it would be his turn so soon. Although he still didn't know who the other party was, but even Wang Tianba bowed his head and obeyed his ears in front of him. It was definitely not something he could mess with. This, Mr. Xiao, I have handled this matter poorly, and I would like to sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can, within 3 days, submit your resignation. For the consideration of millions of patients, without a bit of bearing, when things go wrong, only know how to be a shrinking violet, does not deserve to be the head of a hospital. The corners of Su Guowen's mouth were bitter, and he finally nodded. At least this explanation was already considered very light compared to that Sun Tao. When the crowd of medical staff saw this, they were in an uproar again. With just a single word, he had forced Dean Su, who was usually an authority in the hospital, to resign. This Mr. Xiao, just what kind of god was he? Fatty, during this period of time, you can recuperate from your injuries at ease. I've already paid for the medical bills. Get well soon. The 1000 Shang group can still need you. Aha! Yi Chen nodded his head fiercely, and for a moment, tears filled his eyes. In his heart, he secretly swore that Xiao Yan had helped him retrieve his dignity, so in the future, he would definitely serve to the death. Leaving the ward, Xiao Yan had not taken 2 steps before he was called by an old man in a white coat. "Is something wrong?" the old man asked tentatively. "May I ask, is Xiao Zhan your father?" "Yes. Do you know my father?" "Ha ha." The old man immediately laughed and nodded his head. "Of course I know him. Introduce myself. I am Hua Fengyan from the Central Hospital. Your father's previous dark injuries have always been treated by me as well." Oh, Xiao Yan's attitude changed and he even took the initiative to shake hands with Hua Fengyan. "So it is Elder Hua. I have heard of you for a long time. My father has often mentioned you. Shame on me. Before, I have always wanted to ask my little friend to meet and discuss the medical path, but I have not been able to spare any time. I don't know if today." Elder Hua. At this time, a female nurse hurriedly ran over. "Just now suddenly came an emergency patient. All the department heads are in the conference room to discuss the treatment plan. Let me hurry to invite you over." Hua Fengyan's complexion was austere, and he immediately nodded his head and hurried towards the conference room after exchanging contact information with Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in secret praise, putting the patient's life in the first place. This Hua Fengyan was a lot better than that Su Guowen. Evening, Xiao Yan, who was playing with his daughter, received a phone call from Wang Tianba, and $100 million had been paid into the account of 1000 Shang Group according to his instructions. At the same time, Sun Tao sat paralyzed on the floor of the office, staring at his eyes for a while. Not a moment later, a gust of wind blew in his face. Sun Tao coldly shivered, and then looked up, then see a body shrouded in black robes in front of the silhouette. Even like a ghost without warning appeared in front of their own. Inside the office, a sinister laughter also immediately echoed. Jie, Sun Tao, this year's offering, it's time to pay up, right? Chapter 65 An Unexpected Harvest. Sun Tao could not help but shiver at his words and was filled with bitterness. He had just pieced together 100 million US dollars to Xiao Yan, counting to save a small life, and immediately afterward came a debtor. Can one still take a breath? Duh, Lord. Oh right. The black-robed man patted his head again and said, before, didn't you also say that you had gotten a painting of 1,000 years old and wanted to pay your respects? Surrender it as well. To these antique paintings and calligraphy of the great dragon country, His Excellency can always be interested in them. Hearing that, the corner of Sun Tao's mouth twitched again, and then a flash of indignation surged on his face. My lord, that antique painting has already been snatched away, and the other party also pitted me for 100 million US dollars. When the black-robed man heard this, his face suddenly changed, and those already narrow eyes narrowed slightly, transmitting a morose cold light. Who is the other party? Yes, it is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan? Upon hearing this name, the black-robed man's pupils visibly shrunk. It is that Xiao Yan who has recently been in the limelight in Song City and has overthrown the 4 great families with his own strength. Yes, it is this person. Earlier, under Wang Tianba's supervision, Sun Tao had also set out that Mr. Xiao was, in fact, Xiao Yan, a waste who has accomplished more than he has accomplished. 100 million US dollars. Are you selling almost all of Sun Group's assets? It's. Sun Tao nodded bitterly, then knelt down again and hurriedly hugged the black-robed man's thigh. Adult, you must be the master for me. That Xiao Yan is simply too detestable and has also cut off your financial path. Killing him is not even unjust. Oof, Xiao Yan has repeatedly gone against us, so naturally he has to be cleaned up. However, let's talk about your problem first now. Saying that, the black-robed man bowed down slightly and reached out to gently caress the top of Sun Tao's head. Even the assets that you rely on to make a living are gone, so you won't be able to pay your annual offerings in the future, right? In other words, you've become a completely useless waste now, right? No, that's not true. Sun Tao shook his head repeatedly and said, as long as your excellency can kill Xiao Yan and help me regain my assets back, I can still. Boom! As the black-robed man's palm violently exerted force, Sun Tao's 2 eyes rounded out and his words came to an abrupt end. Instantly, a strand of blood flowed down from the top of his head, and then covered his entire face. He collapsed to the ground, dying of gas. Humph, even if you take back all the assets, do you still expect them all to be returned to you? It seems that you're not only useless, your brain is probably broken. Death is deserved. After saying that, the black-robed man suddenly turned into a piece of black smoke and quietly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already come to an unknown place, in the middle of a closed ancient hall. Inside the ancient hall, at the head of the 3 people, the left and right 2 people are each wearing a scarlet hooded robe, and the one in the center, a slender figure, light veil covering the face, wearing a set of purple gauze. Look at the figure is actually a woman, and under the 3 also stood a person, clad in black robes, shoulder against a scythe, is now always wanted Liang Zhong, reporting to all the adults, the assets of the Sun Group, today has been mostly annexed by Xiao Yan, so this year's offerings have not been collected up. As for that Sun Tao, my subordinate has already exterminated his entire family according to the rules. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhong, who stood under the 3 people, immediately erupted a ferocious fury, and the sickle in his hand stomped heavily towards the ground. It's this Xiao Yan again. This Xiao Yan has repeatedly done things with us, so such a great danger to our heart must not be left behind. Please also. Good. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to finish speaking, the woman seated in the center nodded lightly and said, in that case, Su Feng, Liang Zhong, then Xiao Yan will be handed over to you to deal with. Liang Zhong, as well as Su Feng, who was at the bottom of the table, were stagnant when they heard this. That Xiao Yan was by no means an idle person. Before Liang Zhong only took a look at him, he almost died in his hands, while Su Feng's strength was not far from Liang Zhong. Even if the 2 of them joined hands, he was afraid that the ending would not change in the slightest. What? Scared? Humph. 2 king-level elders, joining hands and still can't handle a brat? It's simply a disgrace to my demon sect. The 2 men looked stifled, bowing their heads and speechless. Seeing this, the 2 men clad in scarlet robes coldly grunted. The other party is in the open, but you are in the dark. Do you still need this father to say more in detail? When the 2 men heard this, their eyes lit up and they bowed to receive orders before leaving together. The next day, midday, after Xiao Yan casually made 2 dishes, and Zhang Xia had just reached the table, Zhao Zilong quickly walked over and came to his ear and whispered, Xiao, just received news. Sun Tao's family died strangely last night. The house had brought people to look at it and suspected that it was the demon sex people who did it. Xiao Yan raised his sword brows. Liang Zhong? Unlike. Zhao Zilong shook his head. The house had compared the killing methods of Liang Zhong 20 years ago and concluded that the one who killed Sun Tao's family was not Liang Zhong, but its insidious, ruthless methods, and the style of the demon sect. are extremely similar. Oh, Xiaoyan fell into deep thought, and after a long time, he seemed to have figured out something and suddenly smiled. Ha! It seems that there is not just one rat within this Tsung city, casually pitting that Sun Tao for $100 million. There will even be this kind of unexpected harvest. The house has begun investigating the Sun Group's account transactions in recent years, but since the other party has carefully handled and done a lot of maneuvering on the accounts, it will take some time before they want to thoroughly find out. Good. After answering, Xiao Yan added, tell Fang Xian to hurry up and if necessary, call in professionals to collaborate in the investigation. Yes, Xiao. After answering, Zhao Zilong was about to leave in a flurry of wind, but was pulled back by Xiao Yan. There is no need to run back and forth, just make a call later, eat first. Zhang Xia also smiled and said, yes, big brother Zhao, hurry up and eat, I've already served you. Zhao Zilong glanced at Zhang Xia and said thank you before sitting down and eating silently. Ran. Lunch had just gotten halfway through when a violent slamming sound rang out. Boom, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Kid, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Last time you pretended with me, this time I'll come and unload your big span. Hearing the sound of drinking and cursing vaguely coming from outside the door, Zhang Xia's two hands suddenly shook, and the rice bowl she was carrying fell, the rice buckling a table. Yes, I'm sorry, it's okay. Seeing her look of panic, Xiao Yan immediately lightly held her hand and smiled broadly at it. Listening to this voice, it sounds like that female assistant of yours. What's her name? Jian Wen. Zhang Xia whispered with dead clenched teeth. Even though she was being held by Xiao Yan's hand, her petite body still could not stop trembling slightly. Oh, it seems that our previous bet will soon come to fruition. Zilong, open the door and go. I would like to, but before the words were finished, only to hear a boom, a popping sound, the entire steel security door collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yan's face was stagnant, and what replaced it was a touch of biting coldness that froze through the 9 ghosts. Chapter 66. It's been very kind. Wow! A noisy footsteps came, and a group of people rushed in. The leader was Zhang Xia's assistant, Jian Wen. Behind her, there were 40 to 50 competent bodyguards wearing uniforms and sunglasses, so much so that they couldn't fit inside the living room, and many of them were standing outside the villa. The temples of every one of them were bulging high, and they were all external force martial artists. The battle was frighteningly large. However, Xiao Yan only swept a glance before averting his gaze and serving Zhang Xia another bowl of rice. Unbridled, Zhao Zilong coldly shouted and slapped his hands. Who are you people who have eaten bear heart and leopard guts and dare to break into Xiao Xiao's residence? What bull asterisk Xiao Xiao? Big guy, there's nothing for you here. Don't ask for trouble. Jiang Wen finished her scolding and immediately crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at Zhang Xia with the other. Little, you still have the leisure to eat? For your information, Su Xiao has now personally arrived in Sung City. Let me give you a message. Willing to give you another chance? Go see him now. First accompany the wine, then serve the bed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia's silver teeth coldly exerted a force, and a smear of fresh blood immediately gushed out from her lips. Seeing this, Xiao Yan first handed her a tissue paper before chucking a chicken wing into the bowl. Don't be nervous, come, eat a chicken wing to suppress the shock. Eat your ass. Surname Xiao. At the end of your life, you still dare to pretend? Mr. Su wants you to go kneel down and apologize to him. If you do not cooperate, you will have your crotch removed and then be escorted over. Upon hearing this, the cold color on Xiao Yan's face intensified and he still did not look at Jiang Wen as he continued to clip food for Zhang Xia while saying, Zilong, in, but anyone who breaks in, other than that woman, there is one that counts as one. Unload their big crotches, all of them for me. Yes, Zhao Zilong answered, not waiting for that Jiang Wen to curse again. The whole person violently stomped on the ground, and then rushed straight into the crowd like a cannonball. Things looking for death. All of you, get on me. First take this guy who doesn't know how to die to. A few seconds later, Jiang Wen's shouting stopped, her eyes widened, and a flash of shock surged across her mean face, only to see that under Zhao Zilong's battle power outburst, those elite bodyguards, who could normally all stand up to 100 of them, actually fell down in pieces like cut wheat. This, not only was Jiang Wen dumbfounded, even Zhang Xia was stunned. Although she knew that Zhao Zilong's force value was very high, she didn't expect it to be as high as this at all. Those 50 or so people were all elites collected by the Su family in imperial capital, and they wouldn't even fight easily on a normal day. But in front of Zhao Zilong, they were as fragile as children. Eat a Xia. This fried shrimp ball is something I just learned. Try it. Xiao Yan chucked another piece of shrimp ball to Zhang Xia, who nodded her head numbly and ate it, but she could not taste it at all. 10 minutes later, more than 50 elite bodyguards were all knocked to the ground, and without exception, all of their crotches were unloaded. Inside and outside the villa, there was a wail. The next instant, after Jiangwen saw Zhao Zilong's gaze turn and stare at himself again, she turned white with fear, and her scalp went numb. You guys have guts. This debt, Xiao Su will definitely come to settle it personally. When the time comes, you guys will have a good time, Jiangwen said as she ran towards the door without looking back. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that her big crotch would be unloaded as well, and the rice bowl she relied on to survive would be smashed. Stop! Zhao Zilong took a step forward to stop him. Come when you want, leave when you want? Who gave you the courage? You! Snap! Zhao Zilong slapped Jiangwen across the face, smacking her mind and causing her nose to bleed. Kneel down and wait for Xiao Xiao to be sentenced. Snap! Jiangwen had just uttered a single word when she was slapped again by Zhao Zilong's backhand. Her heart was so depressed. This big guy's style of acting was just like that surname Zhao Za. Kneel down! Zhao Zilong roared again, and with the previous warning, Jiangwen did not dare to have the slightest bit of nonsense and immediately knelt in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Xiao, how should this person be sentenced? Please show me. After hearing this, Xiao Yan gave Jiang Xia another chopstick of shredded meat with green pepper and asked with a faint smile, do you want to give an opinion? Ha! Me? Jiang Xia froze, but Jiang Wen's reaction speed was much faster than hers, and immediately began to plead with her in a flurry. Xia, please, spare me this time, and I was all forced by Xiao Su. I have no choice. You know, I've at least been your assistant for a few years, even if it's for the sake of our sisterhood. Don't. Ta! Xiao Yan placed his chopsticks on the chopstick rest and said, I don't like to hear every word this woman says. Zilong, know what to do, right? Zhao Zilong immediately nodded. Subordinate understands. Since Xiao Xiao didn't like to hear it, it would be fine to make this woman lose her ability to speak. At the very least, it would have to be impossible to speak for a long period of time. Seeing Zhao Zilong walking towards her again, Jiangwen was so scared that she was about to run away, but just as she tried to get up both her legs went limp and she directly sat down on the ground. After showing her teeth and screaming, she just opened her eyes to see a huge slap coming at her face. Slap! 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 Zhao Zilong opened his bow left and right, swapping his forehand and backhand in a flurry of greetings towards Jiang Wen's face. At first, Jiang Wen was still able to scream and beg for mercy, but soon she was completely speechless, her face swollen like a pig's head, her teeth falling out. She could only grunt and wail for a while. Zhao Zilong was still uneasy and slapped a few more times before stopping. Only then did Xiao Yan raise his eyelids and looked at Jiangwen, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, choking for a while, having completely lost her human appearance. That door of mine, as well as the floor that was trampled by you guys, are quite expensive. When you go back, do you know what to do? Jiangwen was stunned, but her reaction speed was still very fast. Immediately nodding her head as if pounding garlic, she took the pen and paper on the side coffee table and wrote down a few words to show to Xiao Yan. Go back and report to Mr. Su, and have him personally come to compensate. Seeing this, Xiao Yan then nodded with satisfaction. Scram! Jiangwen was as if she had been pardoned and hurriedly covered her face as she rolled and crawled away. As for the people who had fallen inside and outside that villa, they were all thrown out by Zhao Zilong and contacted the properties in the villa area to clear them all away. Afterward, Jiang Xia still gave Xiao Yan a worried look. Have you not gone a little too far? I'm afraid that if you provoke Xiao Su, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Xiao Yan smiled and pointed at the bowl of rice in front of Jiang Xia's table. You can just dine at ease. Other than that, there is no need to worry. Zhao Zilong, who was at the side, secretly shook his head when he saw that Jiang Xia still looked distracted. Doing too much? It seems that mess. Jiang still doesn't quite understand Xiao Xiao's nature. This disposal of those people is already very merciful. 1 hour later, inside a high-class hotel box, Chamber of Commerce President Qian Wenkai was receiving a reception for Su Xiaochong, who had just arrived in Songqing City, and in addition to the table of exquisite meals in front of him, all kinds of high-end wines, he also deliberately called in 2 beautiful women to accompany him. Chapter 67, Su Xiaochong's visit. After a moment, seeing that Su Xiaochong still didn't move his chopsticks, Qian Wenkai immediately raised his glass high and laughed. Young Su, come, I'll toast you. Poof. Su Xiaochong disdainfully skimmed his lips, and after lifting his wine glass and clinking it with Qian Wenkai, he only took a light sip, slurping his lips for a while. This wine, it's not good. In our Su family, it basically belongs to the kind that is given to the underlings to drink. Upon hearing this, Qian Wenkai, who was present, as well as the several vice presidents of the Tsung City Chamber of Commerce, were all a little embarrassed for a moment. Ha! That's natural. Compared to the imperial capital, it's not too much to say that our Tsung City is a poor countryside, and young Su also comes from the Tsung City Su family, so I'm really letting you suffer. Su Xiaochong glanced at Qian Wenkai and couldn't help but smile. This fellow, he was quite good at talking. Young Su, Qian Wenkai gave those two pure female college students a wink while saying, "Are these two girls still in your eyes? Don't worry, all of them are virgins, haven't been touched by anyone, high-grade goods." After the words, the two girls have also picked up the wine glass, but also a left and a right sitting on Su Xiaozhong's lap. A pandering. The wine was not drunk. Su Xiaozhong nonchalantly put his hand into the two girls' clothes, a burst of up and down, causing the two to crow. "Well, not bad." While playing with the two girls, Su Xiaozhong laughed, "But just haven't seen much of the world. I guess the ability to serve men. Not yet home. Only a woman like Jiang Xia, who is both clean, and has seen the world, and knows everything, can be considered the best. Ha ha." In this regard, young Su definitely belongs to the master class, and his comments are extremely pertinent. Qian Wenkai laughed and patted his horse's ass. Su Xiaozhong was also quite flattered by this, squinting his eyes slightly with a comfortable face. "When Jiang Xia is brought back in a while, this young man will let you all." Boom! A loud bang interrupted Su Xiaozhong's words, followed by a woman with messy hair and a pig's head in the shape of the third woman crashed through the door of the box and broke in. Punt! Kneeling in front of Su Xiaozhong. Crap! Su Xiaozhong was startled by her appearance, kicked her away while also pushing the two girls in his arms out of the way, and hurriedly dodged backwards. "Who the are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" Immediately, the two middle-aged men immediately blocked in front of Su Xiaozhong to protect him, vigilantly looking at the pig-headed three women who had been kicked to the ground. "Woo! Woo woo! Woo!" The woman gesticulated wildly with both hands, stuttering for a while, and finally seeing that Su Xiaozhong still didn't understand, she immediately took out a pen and paper and started writing. "Su Xiaozhong, I am Jiangwen." Su Xiaozhong saw, after looking at that pig-headed three women again for a while, before he could barely recognize her, and instantly burst into foul language again. "Grass! You, what's wrong with you? This young let you go to catch people. You ing." Not waiting for Su Xiaozhong to finish, Jiang Wen hurriedly wrote up again. "It's all because of that kid's surname Xiao. Not only did he not come to make amends, he also unloaded big crotches on everyone you sent to me, beat me up like this and asked me to come back to deliver a message to you, to ask you to personally come to the door to apologize and compensate him for his loss." After reading what Jiang Wen had written, Su Xiaozhong's face immediately turned iron blue down, and in the end, he even kicked over the table in a fit of rage. The others hurriedly got up to avoid it. Qian Wenkai laughed secretly in his heart and immediately came forward, putting on a face of indignation and started to add fuel to the fire. "Young Su, that Xiao Yan is too much. It's even if he didn't put our entire Song City Chamber of Commerce in his eyes before. I didn't expect that he would not even give you face now. Yes, young Su, he dared to unload your NPC crotch and even beat this close friend of yours until he could not speak. This is more than not giving face. It's simply hitting you in the face." Being provoked by these people with their words, Su Xiaozhong's face became more and more ugly. Good Xiao Yan, go! This young man would like to see if he can afford my compensation." Saying this, Su Xiaozhong was about to leave the table immediately. Qian Wenkai saw this and hurriedly followed. "Young Su, I am familiar with that Xiao Yan's residence. I will lead the way for you, and the Misty Mountain Villa no. One that Xiao Yan lives in can be considered the most luxurious villa in Maicang City, and it is more than suitable to be used as your temporary residence." 40 minutes later, Su Xiaozhong and the two middle-aged men who were protecting him closely, as well as Qian Wenkai then arrived outside the Misty Mountain No. 1 villa, and before the previously smashed door was pressed, the group of 4 people directly walked in. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's family, who had just returned in the afternoon, and Jiang Xia were sitting in the living room drinking tea. After seeing the visitors, Xiao Zhan's couple and Xiao Sunair were all skeptical and did not recognize them, while Jiang Xia's pretty face went swish. Her hand shook and the tea she was carrying went white. Her hand trembled and the teacup she was holding fell to the ground. "The time has come. Has it finally come?" Seeing her like that, the corner of Su Xiaozhong's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a chilling sneer. "Everyone here, what is your business?" Xiao Zhan got up and asked politely. Qian Wenkai laughed and said, "You are Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, right?" "My humble self, Song City Chamber of Commerce President Qian Wenkai, has come to find Xiao Yan for some matters." "Oh, so it is President Qian. I have heard of you for a long time. Quick, please take a seat." Xiao Zhan enthusiastically invited Qian Wenkai and the others to take a seat. Xiao Sunair heard this, but her pair of willow brows frowned deeper. Previously, she had heard Xiao Yan mention that sooner or later, he would still make a move against the Songcheng Chamber of Commerce. Thus she naturally did not have any good feelings towards this Qian Wenkai. Moreover, these people also looked more or less like they were coming from a bad place. "Where is Xiao Yan?" "Brother Xiao Yan is not here and has gone to pick up Siyu." Qian Wenkai sniffed and was about to say something else, but Su Xiaozhong reached out and stopped him, looking at Xiao Sunair with interest. her lips were red without pointing, and her eyebrows were emerald without painting, and she was unknown how much stronger than the two students Qian Wenkai had found earlier. Even in imperial capital, such an extreme product was rare to see. Then look at the face of fear, slightly lowered his head, biting his lips to look like I see pity Jiang Xia. Su Xiaochong that just before was filled with anger of the heart, at this moment and restless, since the main body went out. Then we wait here for a while is also no harm. You say right, money chairman? Ha ha, what young mister? Su said is absolutely right. Qian Wenkai laughed. How could he not understand Su Xiaochong's thoughts? Taking advantage of the time waiting for someone, he didn't mind doing something that he loved to do. A moment later, Xiao Yan came back and saw Xiao Sunair, Jiang Xia, these two big beauties serving other men in a scene. The face will be how wonderful. Maybe he would be directly infuriated to death. Su Xiaotsong narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Sunair for a while, the color of amusement on his face becoming more and more intense. Snap! After slapping his thigh, he said, Beauty, sit over. Xiao Sunair was instantly furious and was about to have a fit when Xiao Zhan stopped her and slightly shook his head. Those who could make the Tsong City Chamber of Commerce treat them with such politeness. Their identity was afraid to be extraordinary, and it was better not to offend, or not to offend. Thus, Xiao Zhan immediately poured a cup of tea and served it in front of Su Xiaotsong, smilingly saying, Su Xiao, this is the very best quality frozen top oolong. Would you like to taste it? The smile on Su Xiaotsong's face faded, and instead of appreciating it, he waved his hand and knocked over the teacup. The tea splashed all over Xiao Zhan's face. Chapter 68, Otherwise, what shall you do? What are you? What qualifications do you have to give this young man a toast? Scram! Dad! Xiao Sunair shouted and ran over, looking at Su Xiaotsong with her pretty face red after wiping Xiao Zhan's face. What kind of thing are you again? How dare you be so rude when you come to my house? What is this young man? Su Xiaotsong froze, then smiled teasingly and pointed at Jiang Xia. Then ask her. Let her tell you what this young man is. Jiang Xia's face turned even paler when she heard this, still lowering her head and not daring to speak. Seeing this, Xiao Sunair suddenly realized that she had often been together with Jiang Xia before, and still knew a little about what had happened to her. I see. You are that Su Xiaotsong from Imperial Capital, the young proprietor of Tianda Group, right? Su Xiaotsong was surprised and smiled. A beautiful woman knows me? Ha! It seems that Jiang Xia didn't mention this young man to you on weekdays? What did she say about me? Bah! Xiao Sunair spat. Sister Xia said that you are a beast with a human face. That bull Tianda Group is also an unadulterated devil's cave. You still dare to find this place to spread your wildness. Brother Xiao Yan will definitely make you look good when he returns later. Swish! The smile on Su Xiaotsong's face disappeared as he stared coldly at Xiao Sunair. I really didn't see that the beautiful woman's mouth is quite powerful. Ha! Then I guess the kung fu of serving men with your mouth shouldn't be bad either, right? Ha ha! What young Su said is true, but it has yet to be tested. Qian Wenkai laughed out loud, exasperating Xiao Sunair's petite body to tremble slightly, while Xiao Zhan also could no longer listen to him anymore and directly gave an expulsion order. Shameless man, you are not welcome in our home. Please leave now. Let this young man leave? Grass! Su Xiaotsong immediately burst out in foul language, and then shouted to the two bald middle-aged men behind him. Go! First give this young man to take down this old thing. Yes, Mr. Su. The bald middle-aged man on the left answered and immediately took a step forward to meet Xiao Zhan. How dare he openly strike in his own home? Xiao Zhan also got angry at the sight. He had been practicing Wing Chun on weekdays and was also considered a practiced fighter. After putting up a starting stance first, he threw a punch towards the opposite side of the door to greet him. However, that bald middle-aged man is Su Xiaotsong's close bodyguard. Naturally his ability is not weak, is a peak internal strength expert. The not-so-authentic Wing Chun that Xiao Zhan practiced was no different from child's play in his eyes. Poof! After a cold snort, the bald middle-aged man only held Xiao Zhan's fist in his palm, and then slightly stretched it. Ah! Xiao Zhan immediately screamed miserably, and that bald middle-aged man's footsteps even had already come behind Xiao Zhan, and kicked his legs severely. Puff! Xiao Zhan was thus escorted by that bald man and knelt in front of Su Xiaotsong. Dad! Old Xiao! You let go of my dad! Xiao Sunair roared angrily, and at this time, Jiang Xia also stood up, looking at Su Xiaochong with more than a little bit of anger in her gaze in addition to trepidation. Xiao Su, Uncle Xiao has no grievances with you. Please don't make things difficult for him. I can go with you. No! Xiao Sunair deadlocked Jiang Xia's somewhat cold hand. Sister Xia, it was not easy for you to get out of that devil's cave. You can't snap. Su Xiaotsong slapped Xiao Zhan's face hard, causing Xiao Sunair's words to come to an abrupt end. You, beauty, if you and Jiang Xia say something else that this young man does not want to hear, then this young man does not mind giving this old thing a few more slaps. For a moment, Xiao Sunair and Jiang Xia did not dare to say anything more, and Yang Lian stood to the side, already looking stupid, crying and wailing. Seeing that the two girls immediately quieted down, Su Xiaochong immediately smiled. That's right, as long as the two of you are obedient. This young man also has no leisure to embarrass an old thing. Now, let's ask the two beauties to give this young man. First, kneel down. Su Xiaochong's words were steeply harsh. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in anger, and he was just about to open his mouth when he was slapped again. Yang Lian saw this and hurriedly begged for mercy, and also said loudly one after another, Kairu, Miss Xia, you guys just listen to him. Old Zhao's body is already not well, but it can't stand up to him tossing around like this. Xiao Xianer clenched her teeth, but in the end, she and Jiang Xia forced themselves to endure the humiliation and slowly knelt down. Ha ha, wouldn't it be fine to be so well behaved earlier? Then next, Su Xiaochong teasingly smiled and added, just take off all the clothes on your bodies, one by one, in front of this youngster's face, and then, together with the dog, crawl over. This young man is patient and has a heart, so I will only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Wang Mang, if they don't do as they are told, then waste all of this old thing's arms and legs. Yes, young Su, the bald middle-aged man who was holding Xiao Zhan answered. Seeing that Xiao Zhan was being dishonest again, he immediately found a towel to block his mouth. 3, 2, 1, counting here. Su Xiaochong saw that the two women had not moved. His gaze could not help but be stern, and just as the bald middle-aged man was about to make a move, the two women shouted out, "We take off." Su Xiao smiled at his words, and after signaling that bald middle-aged man to stop, he watched with interest as Xiao Suner, Jiang Xia, the two extreme beauties, started to take off a little bit from their tops. Tears of humiliation, also from the two girls that polished pretty face, silently flowed down, the source of endless, woo. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan's eyes were bloodshot and he shook his head at the two women in a deadly manner, which caused Su Xiao's heart to become annoyed. Bind this old thing's hands and feet and throw it out. Yes, the bald middle-aged man did as he was told, and not 2 minutes after Xiao Zhan was thrown out of the villa, a Hummer SUV stopped outside the villa. Xiao Yan hugged Xiao Siyu as he got out of the vehicle and immediately saw Xiao Zhan, who was struggling violently as his hands and feet were bound. Ha, Dad, isn't that Grandpa? How come his hands and feet are bound? And the mouth, is that blocked with something? And the face seems to have swollen a big chunk, like he was beaten up. Dad, go and help Grandpa up. The ground is cold. Every word from Xiao Siyu caused Xiao Yan's face to turn 1 point colder, and then Zhao Zilong hurriedly went over to help Xiao Zhan up and untie him. Xiao Zhan's 2 legs were so raw and painful that he could not even stand up for a moment, and after seeing Xiao Yan come over, he hurriedly said, Yener, quickly go inside. That Su Xiaochong from Kyoto has come and is bullying Miss Kaoru and Xia. Boom! Xiao Yan's eyes flared and he actually sprayed out a 3-foot cold aura. A burst of vigorous anger abruptly erupted. Zhao Zilong was about to rush in immediately, but was pulled back by Xiao Yan. Xiao, I will personally resolve this matter. After the words were spoken, Xiao Yan did not speak anymore and rushed towards the villa with a flash of his figure. At the same time, inside the villa, Jiang Xia, Xiao Suner and the two girls had only undone a few buttons on their blouses up to this moment due to their extremely slow undressing speed. Even so, Su Xiaochong looked at the two women's vaguely visible close-fitting underwear, but still had a big appetite. Hurry up, do not ink. Give you 3 minutes again, all strip naked and crawl to this young in front of you. Otherwise, when you howl. Chapter 69, He who injures my dearest relative shall die. Su Xiaochong's voice was interrupted and the crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that a youth had already appeared in the living room. Brother Xiao Yan, Xiao Sun exclaimed, and Jiang Xia immediately looked at him with a hopeful expression, and the movements of the two women's hands also stalled. Qian Wenkai immediately smiled when he saw Xiao Yan arrive. Without speaking, he sat with his legs crossed with interest, ready to watch a good show of two tigers fighting. That Xiao Yan was a ruthless character with a mischievous nature, while Su Xiaochong was a young master from Kyoto, Tian de Group, the Su family from Kyoto. Even in Kyoto, he was quite famous, and this great young man was accompanied by two personal powerhouses. Therefore, in Qian Wenkai's opinion, it was obvious that Su Xiaochong, the tiger, was stronger, and could at least thwart Xiao Yan's sharpness. Su Xiaochong suddenly smiled after staring at Xiao Yan for a while. You are that Xiao Yan, right? Thinking that you have made some noise in this small place in Sung City. You don't know. Swish. Without waiting for it to finish, Xiao Yan's figure flashed and directly rushed to Su Xiaochong's front. Lightning-like reached out and clasped his neck, actually lifting him up with one hand, nearly half a meter from the ground. For a moment, not to mention Qian Wenkai, Jiang Xia and the others, even the two bald middle-aged men did not react. Qian Wenkai looked stunned, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This style, as usual, was brutal and overbearing. Bold, let go of my young master, the two bald middle-aged men shouted in a row, but Xiao Yan ignored them, and his gaze, which did not contain a bit of temperature, stared straight at Su Xiaosong and asked again, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense, answer my question. Otherwise, what do you think? While saying that, the force on his hand also involuntarily increased by a few points, causing Su Xiaosong to glare with both eyes, his face instantly suffocating into a reddish color. Speak! Xiao Yan let out another stern cry. Su Xiaosong also instantly became furious. Since childhood, when had he been treated like this? No, otherwise this young man will personally pickpocket them, and then the old thing that was thrown out by this youngster earlier will be killed. You can endure my cough. The force on Xiao Yan's hand increased by a few more points, and before Su Xiaosong could finish his last word, he began to cough violently and dryly, and even began to roll up his white eyes. Seeing this, the two bald middle-aged men exchanged glances and their hearts were all tightened. From the looks of it, if it continued like this, Su Xiaosong would have to be strangled to death. At that time, the two of them would also be unable to escape the blame. Thus, the two of them no longer hesitated and immediately attacked Xiao Yan with one on the left and one on the right. Kid, is young Su also something you can move? Simply looking for death. Xiao Yan, be careful. Zhang Xia was well aware of the power of the two men and hurriedly shouted out a reminder. Qian Wenkai was momentarily interested, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked as he waited to see the scene of Xiao Yan being abused. Ran. In the next second, when one of the bald middle-aged rushed to Xiao Yan's side, the two fists instantly blasted together. However, the result was that Xiao Yan did not move at all, while the bald middle-aged man immediately screamed miserably, and his entire arm was immediately bent at 90 degrees. Immediately after, before the other person's fist smashed into Xiao Yan's body, he was kicked in the chest, and his feet left the ground in an instant, and flew backwards 10 meters away. He did not fall to the ground until he was ruthlessly smashed on the TV wall, and after a mouthful of blood was wildly sprayed out, he completely fainted, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. This, Qian Wenkai instantly wide-eyed, that before the rising corners of the mouth, at this moment also no longer a trace of arc. This was still the first time he had seen Xiao Yan strike with his own eyes, and he did not expect it to be this strong. The strength of those two bald middle-aged men, he had personally seen before, but in Xiao Yan's hands, he could not even last a single move. Zhang Xia was also startled for a moment, but his heart was much more at ease. The bald middle-aged man who had his arm wasted held back the pain and looked at Xiao Yan with a fierce face, but when he was about to open his mouth, his other hand had already pinched his neck. That's him. At this time, Yang Lian suddenly said in a hateful voice, Yenner, it was this person who injured your father earlier. He even tied your father's hands and feet and threw him out. Swish! Xiao Yan's gaze instantly chilled, but he still stared at Su Xiaosong in front of him, not even bothering to look at the bald middle-aged man, and a majestic force was instantly spat out from his palm. Ka-ching! After a crunching sound, that bald middle-aged man's neck lolled after he opened his mouth widely, and his pupils immediately became lax. As Xiao Yan let go of him, the entire person collapsed softly on the ground. His breath died and he died. Hiss! Qian Wenkai immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He had only realized that Xiao Yan's ferocity and arrogant Chengdu had actually been severely underestimated before. Yang Lian, Xiao Sunair, and Zhang Xia were all startled for a moment as well. The personal guard of the imperial capital Su family's great young man was killed without even blinking an eye? You! Su Xiaochong looked at him angrily. His original conception was that after the main man appeared, he would kowtow to himself to make amends when he saw himself teasing his two women, but the reality and envision, the gap is really too big, so big that it is simply two extremes. He who injures my closest relative shall die. As for you, scram! Xiao Yan let out a low drink before flinging his arm, directly throwing Su Xiaosong out and falling right in front of Xiao Sunair and Zhang Xia. The two girls were frightened to the point of awe. The two girls were frightened and shouted, hastily backing away while fastening the buttons of their clothes. As for Su Xiaochong, he was thrown to the ground, not to mention standing up. In addition to wailing twice, he couldn't even speak out. Kaorur, Xia, Xiao Yan called down in a low voice. His eyes still had a faint red light, and said, how should this person be disposed of? You two take the idea, whether it is killing or death, all can be done. The two women looked at each other, and then looked at Su Xiaosong's miserable appearance, and for a moment did not know what to do. At the same time, outside the villa, little Siyu heard a vague movement coming from inside the villa, and was curious to go in, but was picked up by Zhao Zilong. Uncle Zilong, why don't you let me in? Seeing little Siyu's pouting, curious face, Zhao Zilong smiled slightly and said, because daddy is punishing the bad guys, and I'm afraid of scaring you. Punishing bad guys? Little Siyu's eyes blinked before quickly revealing a flash of realization. Oh, I know. Is Daddy going to rebuild those bad guys back again? Zhao Zilong laughed again and lightly scratched Siyu's nose. Yes, Siyu is so smart. On the side of Xiao Zhan Mighty, that face that was somewhat red and swollen from Su Xiaocong's smack couldn't help but twitch, and there was a raw pain. But after thinking about it, he didn't go in and teased little Siyu together with Zhao Zilong. Inside the villa, Xiao Sunair, Jiang Xia and the two women were originally kind-hearted people and could not come up with any ideas for a while. Moreover, in their opinion, Xiao Yan's punishment was already very heavy for Su Xiaocong, and if they allowed this matter to fester, they were really worried that Xiao Yan would get into big trouble. Thus, the two women were prepared to advise Xiao Yan to put things to rest. However, right at this moment, after Su Xiaocong had slowed down a little, he actually started to clamor again. Chapter 70, The Rhythm of Pouring Out. Surname Xiao. If you dare to touch this young man again, believe it or not, this young man will call for you, as well as your entire family, to die without a burial place. You think you're a bully? But in this youngster's opinion, no, it's just a fool who makes a fool of himself. Saying that, Su Xiaocong looked at Jiang Xia again and suddenly grinned. Surname Xiao. I heard that this woman has become your horse now, but during her time in Tianda, long ago, this young man got tired of playing with her. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that, Jiang Xia's face suddenly turned white, followed by looking at Su Xiaocong in shame. Boom! However, before Jiang Xia could say anything, Su Xiaocong was kicked out by Xiao Yan. There was another miserable scream, and when Su Xiaocong fell hard to the ground, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Yan come in front of him again, an ice-cold gaze that was devoid of temperature, a terrifying killing aura that could not be described in words, as well as that speechless gaze. Each and every one of these caused Su Xiaocong to begin to feel a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Kaoruer, Xia, since you are silent, let me dispose of this person on behalf of you, Xiao Yan said while extending two fingers. Since you looked at what you should not have looked at, there is no need to keep this pair of eyeballs of yours. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaocong immediately broke out into a cold sweat. Looking again at the two fingers that Xiao Yan extended, it was as if he knew what he was going to do. Don't! You! Puff! Those two fingers of Xiao Yan had already pierced through Su Xiaocong's eye socket. Two lines of blood also steeply slid down from the corners of his eyes on both sides. My eyes! I can't see anything anymore. You, surnamed Xiao, how dare you! After shouting two more times, his voice came to an abrupt end, and due to the intense pain, Su Xiaocong then completely fainted. Silence. The hall was deathly silent. A pin could be heard. A few moments later, another sound of cold air was heard. Yang Lian was so scared that her lips trembled. Although she was indignant at Su Xiaocong's behavior, her intention was only to let Xiao Yan teach him a lesson. However, she never expected that Xiao Yan would do something so extreme. Xiao Sunair, Jiang Xia and the two girls also had pale faces and did not know what to say. As for that Qian Wenkai, where was the leisurely attitude of watching the show before? He was so scared that he slipped off the sofa and sat on the ground. Xiao Yan's toughness and dominance had simply exceeded his expectations. That was the young master of the Su family in imperial capital. He was blinded just like that? It was no different from killing him. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Run! This is Qian Wencai's first reaction. However, Qian Wenkai just stood up. Two legs have not yet stepped away. Feel a cold body. Spine cold. As if he was being stared at by a flood beast, he slowly turned his head to look, only to see that Xiao Yan was coldly staring at himself. That gaze was simply the same as when he had looked at Su Xiaocong before. Qian Wencai's face turned bitter and he hurriedly said, I did not do anything. It's just that I was asked by Xiao Su to lead the way for him. Earlier, did you see the way Keed and Xia were so lightly unclothed? No. Qian Wencai's words were suddenly sharp, his head shaking like a rattle drum. If he himself admitted it, it would be absolutely difficult to protect this pair of strokes as well. Xiao Yan, this madman, even dared to blind Su Xiao, let alone himself. I really didn't see it. I was raising my eyes to the ceiling the whole time. Oh no, I was a bit sleepy at that time, so I was resting my eyes with my eyes closed. I really didn't see it at all. Seeing Qian Wencai's comical demeanor, the previous tense atmosphere was eased a little, and Xiao Yan also narrowed his eyes and coldly grunted. This old thing's reaction speed and resilience was really enough for 6. The contact information of the Su family in imperial capital. You should have it now, right? Yes. Oh no, I don't. I really do not have any relationship with the Su family at all. Xiao Yan was speechless and did not talk nonsense with him as he bluntly said, it's fine for you to get lost, but when you go back, you have to report a message to the Su family on my behalf. Just say that Su Xiaosong is here with me and ask them to send someone with the money to collect it. Last time's compensation, plus this time's compensation as well as the ransom. 1 byte, $5 billion. Jiang Xia, Xiao Suner. Even Xian Wenkai froze when he heard this figure, and his jaw dropped for a moment. He had ridden the business world for so long, and he had seen a lot of people who opened their mouths wide, but he had never seen one as exaggerated as Xiao Yan. Where the hell was this pitting other people's money? It was simply robbery. $5 billion, or a US dollar. It's equivalent to more than 30 billion soft dollars. This Xiao Yan was trying to make the Su family lose everything. What? Did you not understand what I said? Or did you not hear me? Understood. Understood. I understand everything. Xian Wenkai nodded his head repeatedly and was about to leave when he was called to stop again. His mind was a little broken for a moment and he looked at Xiao Yan with a bitter face. Mr. Xiao, what else do you command? I told you to get lost before. I did not tell you to leave. Do you know what it means to get lost? If you don't know, I can teach you well. You. Xian Wenkai subconsciously became furious. Rolling out from here, then does he still want this old face of his? However, after staring at Xiao Yan for not even 3 seconds, his mental defense instantly collapsed and he slowly bent down to lie on the ground and rolled towards the door with his eyes tightly closed. Zilong, you keep an eye on him and make him keep rolling out of the neighborhood. Yes, Xiao. After Zhao Zilong outside the villa answered, he stared at the little bit of rolling Qian Wenkai from behind, and from time to time, he would also give him 2 kicks to make him speed up. Strange shame, simply strange shame. Qian Wenkai hissed one after another in his heart, and at the same time, he also silently swore that he would return the humiliation he had suffered today 1,000 times to Xiao Yan, daring to blind young Su and completely offending the death of the Imperial View Su family. Surname Xiao, just wait for the calamity of extinction to befall you. Nearly half an hour later, Zhao Zilong returned, and Xiao Yan glanced again at Su Xiaozong, who had completely stopped moving like a dead dog. Bring him to Fang Xian's place and let him take good care of him. After all, it is worth $5 billion. It is not much, but a mosquito is still considered meat even if it is small. Xiao Zhan, Jiang Xia, crowd. Only Zhao Zilong looked like he was taking it for granted. Xiao Yan's name assets were distributed all over the world. $5 billion was indeed nothing to him. After Su Xiaosong was taken away, Xiao Zhan's family, as well as Jiang Xia were all still a little worried. Especially Jiang Xia. No one understood the imperial capital Su family, as well as the power of the Tianda group better than her. However, after seeing Xiao Yan with an air of being unconcerned and not taking the Su family seriously at all, he did not say anything else. Late at night, Xiao Yan was resting in his room when he was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Frowning slightly, he got up and opened the door to see that it was actually Jiang Xia. At this moment, Jiang Xia was wearing a tight-fitting dress. Her body was outlined extremely well, and she was extremely prone to provoking people's reverie. Chapter 71, Time to Run Away. Xia, looking for me for something? Jiang Xia nodded lightly, but was silent for a long time. Looking at Xiao Yan helplessly laughed. Wouldn't be, still worrying about me messing with the Su family, right? As I said before, a small Su family is just a small Su family, but it cannot enter my eyes. You, no. Jiang Xia shook her head again, as if she had summoned up some courage, and said, I came, because I want to explain something to you face to face. Oh, seeing Jiang Xia in such a serious manner with a few hints of shyness, Xiao Yan asked with interest, to explain what matter? Yes, it is about a sentence that Su Xiaozong said earlier. After twisting some more, Jiang Xia continued, Su Xiaozong said that before has played tired of me? Purely false. Although he has dived quite a few actresses and has made such requests to me, but I have refused every time, because I was justly popular before, and was also considered a diva singer, so he didn't move forcefully against me, and just kept luring. Until now, I have remained pure. As she said this, Jiang Xia realized that Xiao Yan was staring at himself with a faint teasing smile on his face, and his words could not help but stutter. Is it funny for me to say this? Xiao Yan hastily put away his playfulness and shook his head squarely. It is not funny, it is just that. Xia, these are all your personal matters. There is no need to tell me so clearly. Swish, Jiang Xia's face changed slightly. For some reason, a feeling of low disappointment surged in her heart. Is it unnecessary? For all of this, you have not cared about it either, right? Xiao Yan, seeing Jiang Xia's lips trembling slightly, for a moment, he did not know how to reply. In the end, Jiang Xia shook her head mockingly and turned around to leave after staring at him for a while longer. Her back looked slightly forlorn. Xiao Yan watched until Jiang Xia returned to his room before withdrawing his gaze and frowned uncontrollably. What is wrong with Xia today? It feels a little strange. Xiao. At this time, Zhao Zilong, who lived right next door, pushed open the door and looked at Xiao Yan with some speechlessness. The hallowed battle emperor. But when it came to feelings, being mute was not really a star. Miss Xia should have fallen in love with you. So, feeling an icy gaze thrown by Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong did not dare to say the words that followed. You, eavesdropping on our conversation? No. Zhao Zilong was so frightened that he hurriedly shook his head and jogged towards the bathroom. My subordinate drank too much water, coincidentally had to go to the toilet, and I overheard it only. The next day, Xiao Yan still got up early, and after practicing boxing, he just came back and saw Jiang Xia busy in the kitchen. When he was about to speak, he saw Jiang Xia smiling at himself and said, "Leave the task of cooking to me in the future. I can't live here for nothing." After saying this, she stopped looking at Xiao Yan and continued to busy herself. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but think of what Zhao Zilong said last night again, and could not help but tug at the corner of his mouth, and did not say anything else for a while eating breakfast. From time to time, Xiao Yan would still look twice at Jiang Xia, who had her head slightly lowered, and Xiao Sunair even flirted after she realized this. "Brother Xiao Yan, why are you always looking at Sister Xia today? Is it because you think that Sister Xia has become prettier?" Before Xiao Yan could speak, Jiang Xia gave Xiao Sunair a fierce blank look. "Little Nasan, what are you talking nonsense about? You can't even plug your mouth by eating." He. Xiao Sunair laughed again and said, "Brother Xiao Yan, do you still remember that Superintendent Jia Mei that you had asked me to keep an eye on before?" Xiao Yan nodded. "Of course I remember. What's wrong?" "Recently, I have already found out some clues. This person's hands and feet are indeed not clean, and she has been unmarried even though she is almost 40. I have had people follow her for a few times, and there should be a lover who has bagged her." "Lover? Right." Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. If his expectations were not wrong, this lover who had bagged her should be the person who had been trying to secretly lay his hands on the Thousand Sheng group. Immediately afterward, he praised Xiao Sunair in a good way. This little ninny's several efficiency was really high enough. Was Xiao Yan a compliment? Xiao Sunair also a burst of complacency. To go to work on the road have been humming a little song. Jian Sheng Group a lot of employees to see after the big drop. This deputy director, when did she change her nature? Before has not always walked the high cold goddess paradigm? How suddenly became lively and lovely style? Coming to the office, Xiao Sunair first dealt with the matters at hand, and after looking at the financial statements for a while, her face suddenly became gloomy and immediately had someone call Jia Mei in. "General Manager Xiao, what is it that you called me for?" Xiao Sunair glanced at her and said, "A sum of $100 million that was previously transferred from the Sun Group. How come it's not on the company's books anymore?" Jia Mei sniffed. Her complexion immediately returned to normal after a slight change, and said, "It's like this. I made a venture capital investment just after this fund was transferred, and without any accidents, we will be able to earn back sufficiently after a year." Snap! Xiao Sunair instantly slammed the document in her hand on the table fiercely got up and scolded unmercifully. "Superintendent Jia, you inevitably don't take me, the deputy director, too seriously. Or do you have the authority to be the master of this $100 million to make a decision without reporting it? Who gave you the right?" This was still the first time Xiao Sunair had lashed out at herself, so Jia Mei didn't even come back to her senses for a moment. "Mr. Xiao, you? How much money is left within the group that is still active today?" "It's basically only enough to maintain the opening salary." "Jia Mei, are you trying to completely empty the entire group? Don't talk nonsense to me now. Organize all the accounts you've handled into a detailed breakdown and submit it to me. Immediately. Being scolded by a little girl, Jia Mei's face instantly turned blue, but she didn't say anything and nodded her head to leave. After returning to the office, she immediately made a phone call. "Hello, deadbeat, it's all you. I told you that you can't do it so obviously, but you insisted on doing it. Do you really think that Zhao's little girl is a good cook? She's got it all figured out now. She's waiting for me to say something, so you tell me what to do. Baby, what's your hurry? Didn't you get all that money under your name? Now come to me. We'll go buy a small island where no one can find us and live in seclusion. Immortal couple, wouldn't that be great?" Hearing that, Jia Mei's heart was happy, and quickly asked, "What about that yellow-faced woman in your house?" He. "Show you something in a while and you'll know. Hurry up and come. I've already booked a plane ticket. We've been holding back for so long. It's time to run away." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Soon, Jia Mei's cell phone rang, and hastily opened WeChat to take a look, then saw the note for the husband's friend. Sent a divorce certificate. Jia Mei, momentarily excited, all screamed out, without saying a word, immediately opened the safe, from which took out a thick briefcase and 2 large password box, dressed and left. Chapter 72, If you can't resist, enjoy yourself. Jamie slipped into the elevator at a trot. ignoring whoever greeted her during that time, her mind filled with fantasies of a future life of escapism. However, when she came out of the elevator to the first floor, in front of her eyes, but all is a blood red. Thousand Shang Mansion's door is closed. Outside, a peaceful, without a trace of movement. But inside, all the corpses are scattered all over the place. Each body's death is extremely tragic. Security guards, which is also mixed with a few male employees. There are many people squatting on the wall shivering. Seeing this scene, Jame was also scared for a moment and sucked in a few breaths of cold air, and was about to ask one person what had happened when a ghostly figure appeared directly at his side. Those who don't want to die, just follow their example and crouch against the wall holding your head. Ah! Jame was startled again, glancing at the black-robed man beside him, only thinking that he had met a ghost in broad daylight. For a moment, he didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly did as he was told. Stand still, you've got a big box and a big bag here. What's inside? Jame sniffed, her heart immediately tightened, then her eyes rolled, and she immediately said, it's all documents and clothes. I'm preparing to go on a business trip out of town. Do you want to check? The black-robed man glanced at her suspiciously, and after impatiently waving his hand at it, he made another call. Liang Zhong, I've got the people on the first floor under control. Take care of it as soon as possible on your end. It's not advisable to stay here for long. I'll do my job. Don't worry, I guarantee that I will leave that surname Shao a masterpiece. Hanging up the phone, Liang Zhong grinned and instantly kicked open the door of the office in front of him. Boom! Inside the office, Shao Sunair, who was on the phone with Xiao Yan, explaining about Jiamei's situation, was startled and her eyebrows suddenly frowned. What kind of person are you? How dare you? Swish! Without waiting for Shao Sunair to finish her sentence, with a swing of Liang Zhong's sickle, the cell phone instantly became a piece of scrap metal. At the same time, inside the misty mountain one villa, Kairur, Xiao Yan called out twice and immediately called back again after hearing a busy tone, only to be prompted that the other party had turned off the phone. His keen perception told him that something had happened to Kairur, and it was likely that she was already in danger. Zilong, yes, Shao. Immediately prepare a car and go to Thousand Shang Group as fast as possible. Hurry! Thousand Shang Group. Inside the office of the deputy director, Xiao Sunair forced down her heart's fear and gritted her teeth as she looked at Liang Zhong who had already arrived in front of her. What exactly are you? I do not recognize you. Jie, you don't recognize me, but your brother recognizes me, and moreover, caused me to scurry around like a rat nowadays. You say, you as his sister, what should I do to you? Saying that, Liang Zhong playfully lifted up the scythe. The blade pressed against Kairu's face and began to gently slide back and forth. Feeling the cold aura of the blade, Xiao Lavender was so scared that she did not dare to move and stared at Liang Zhong in death. What do you say? How about scraping this pretty face of yours? When your brother sees you, will he be so angry that he will collapse? You came to deal with me just to get back at Brother Xiao Yan? Brother Xiao Yan? Upon hearing this address from Xiao Sunair, Liang Zhong smiled again. TSK, it seems that the intelligence is wrong. Xiao Yan is not your brother, but your love brother? In that case, snort! The scythe in Liang Zhong's hand slashed violently, cutting a long slit in the blouse Xiao Sunair was wearing. The bare skin within it was hidden. Xiao Sunair was instantly furious and subconsciously tried to tightly cover her clothes, but she realized that it was like there was an invisible pressure around her body that made it difficult for her to move. What exactly have you done to me? Jie, little beauty, where have we gotten to? There's a lot more I'm going to do to you. For example, I'll strip you of all your clothes and enjoy your body, and then, after I'm done with you, your perfect face will be useless, and I'll personally destroy it with 18 bloody cuts, and then, I'll also use my scythe to knock 4 words on all parts of your body. Liang Zhong's dog, ha ha ha. The further she listened, the creepier Xiao Sunair felt, and her delicate body could not help but tremble. You are just perverted. In order to take revenge on my brother Xiao Yan, what kind of skill is it for you to take it out on me? If you have the ability, go and find him personally. If you don't dare then you are a coward. Ah, snap. Xiao Sunair was slapped to the ground, her hair instantly disheveled, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her appearance miserable. Liang Zhong also had a flash of gloomy color on his face, and then he laughed coldly. That's right, you're right. I'm indeed not the opponent of that surname Shao, but what does it matter? As long as I can make him feel bad, make him go crazy, and best of all, make him die of anger, my purpose will have been achieved. After saying this, Liang Zhong's sleeve robe was immediately waved. Clatter! A steel nail that was 2 fingers thick and 10 centimeters long and short was scattered all over the ground. Looking at Xiao Sunair's scalp was a little numb. Little beauty. In the end, I will use these nails to nail you to the wall in a large zigzag pattern. Do you think Xiao Yan's expression will be when he sees you for the first time? Will it collapse to the point of vomiting blood? Jie, crazy person, you are a madman. Xiao Sunair trembled more and more violently, and finally forced herself to stand up and cry out for help while running towards the outside of the office. However, before she could run 2 steps, Liang Zhong had already grabbed her neck and brutally pressed her to death on the desk. Little beauty, listen to my advice. If you can't resist, just enjoy yourself. If you want to blame, you should blame your brother Xiao Yan. Next I can start. Oh, the first step. I should first pickpocket your clothes, Liang Zhong said while still placing his hand at Xiao Suner's belt, just when he was about to rip it off. Let go of Mr. Xiao. A slightly obese youth who was still on crutches suddenly barged in, took 3 steps to Liang Zhong's side, and swung his crutches and smashed them hard on his head. Seek death. Liang Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely, and after lightly swinging his sickle away from the cane, he backhanded the youth and slapped him to the ground. He then raised his foot and stepped on his chest, making him unable to move. He Chen. Xiao Sunair sobbed and shouted, you fool! Hurry up and call brother Xiao Yan, is rushing and looking for death. He Chen sniffed and grinned somewhat painfully. I made the call. People, I have to save too. Xiao Yan is as kind to me as he is to me again. You are his sister. Today, even if I give up my life, I will not let this miscreant hurt you. Immediately after that, He Chen let out another loud roar and fiercely opened his mouth to bite towards Liang Zhong's calf, but before he could bite on it, Liang Zhong lifted his leg and chopped hard at his chest. Pooh! A big mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, seeing Liang Zhong having another ghastly laugh. Saving someone at my hands? You are also worthy, but for the sake of your body's courage, I'll treat you to a free live version of a reality show before finishing you off. Jie. Chapter 73, The Desperate Liang Zhong. A few minutes later, Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong had already arrived outside the Thousand Shang mansion and kicked open the closed door and rushed in. After seeing the 2 people who rushed in, Su Feng's complexion flinched and he said that it was not good. He didn't have time to inform Liang Zhong and immediately took out a mist dust bead to prepare to escape. Still want to run? Zhao Zilong shouted and immediately rushed over. Not waiting for Su Feng to smash the misty dust bead down, he already smashed his fist over his face. Boom! Su Feng hastily sparred with his fist, stifled a grunt and retreated a few steps, and then noticed a strong wind coming from the side. When he inclined his head to look, he saw Xiao Yan appear beside him unknowingly, and point a sword finger at the vitals of his neck. Su Feng immediately broke out into a cold sweat, finally realizing why Liang Zhong had failed miserably in the hands of this person. This strength, simply not too strong. Powerful demon fist. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his strongest move, only to see that Su Feng's fist had more than doubled in size under the infusion of true qi. It was as hard as gold and iron, carrying a huge force to blast together with Xiao Yan's finger. The next instant, as Xiao Yan's sword finger on his fist turned, a domineering true qi dark force instantly erupted. At the same time, that arm of his directly exploded into a blood mist. Ah! Su Feng screamed out miserably. His face was instantly hideous, but he also took advantage of this opening to ruthlessly smash the misty dust bead in his hand down. Boom! A mist that covered an extremely wide area rose up, and his entire person instantly disappeared without a trace. And along with him, there was also Zhao Zilong who disappeared. Ah! Run! Kill! The scene instantly sparked a riot. But soon, a group of men in plainclothes with rigid looks rushed in and blocked off the entire building. What are you guys doing? Let us out! Jia Mei was the first one to step forward and yell at those men, but the leader didn't eat her up at all, stepping forward and smacking her to the ground. They were all members of the Xian Armor Army, and had been ordered by Xiao Yan to blockade the scene, so no one was allowed to enter or leave. Listen carefully, those who leave without authorization will be killed without pardon. The person leading the group shouted loudly, and the ferocious aura he emitted scared the crowd so much that they did not dare to say anything more for a while. Seeing this, Jia Mei also stopped making a fool of herself and hurriedly took out her cell phone and started sending out messages furiously. 1 minute later, Deputy Director's office. Liang Zhong, while stomping his feet and Chen one after another, have already unbuckled their belts and took off their pants, but just as he was about to strip Xiao Suner's clothes, he felt his body suddenly stiffen, followed by a chill all over his body. Subconsciously turning his head back, he saw Xiao Yan standing in the doorway, staring at himself with a chilly face. His gaze was icy cold, choosing people to devour. Ah! After Liang Zhong screamed out in fear, he could no longer care about anything else and was so frightened that he immediately smashed a misty dust bead without even lifting his pants. Boom! As the mist dust bead exploded, his person immediately disappeared. Xiao Yan immediately came to the front of the desk. Xiao Sunair saw him and immediately pounced over and hugged him tightly. Brother Xiao Yan, I'm so scared. I was really scared before. I was afraid that I would never see my mom and dad again. I was afraid that I would never see you again. Oh, girl, there is brother. Not afraid. Xiaoyan gently patted Xiaosun air. Feeling her trembling petite body, his face grew icier and icier. Liang Zhong, a jumping clown. How dare he come to retaliate, when really good guts. Brother Xiaoyan, take a quick look at He Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that he has been desperately trying to stop that person, I'm afraid that I would have already. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan lowered his head to take a look, only to see that at this moment, He Chen's face was covered in blood, his chest collapsed, and his entire person had fainted. However, after squatting down and diagnosing his pulse, Xiaoyan let out a slight sigh of relief. Although He Chen had been injured extremely heavily, it was good that Liang Zhong had not killed him, so his life was not in danger. Immediately sealing a few of his major acupoints, a palm lightly patted on his chest, instilling true qi to help ease his injuries. Arur, now that this place is safe, you can go to the first floor of the building and wait for me in a while. Xiao Xianer sniffed and hastily pulled Xiaoyan's hand after seeing that he was about to leave. Brother Xiaoyan, what are you doing? To avenge you. After the words were spoken, Xiaoyan directly smashed the floor-to-ceiling window and flew out in the air under her stunned gaze. There was no figure in an instant. Nearly half an hour later, in an extremely inconspicuous deep alleyway, Liang Zhong staggered in and leaned against the wall for a while, panting roughly. Damn, it was so damn close. How could that Xiaoyan rush over so quickly? If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I would definitely die without a burial place this time. Liang Zhong muttered as he lifted his pants and slowly fastened his belt. I also don't know that guy Su Feng. How is he now? Probably already dead. A sudden voice startled Liang Zhong's eyes suddenly opened round. Who? Immediately afterward, Xiaoyan walked out from the mouth of the alleyway. In his hand, he was still carrying Liang Zhong's scythe, and the blade was close to the ground, stirring up pieces of sparks. Seeing this, Liang Zhong looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his body could not stop trembling. You can't possibly. How could you possibly find it? Are you a human or a ghost? What answered him was Xiaoyan's instantaneous slash, swish, accompanied by a cracking sound. Liang Zhong's right arm was thus chopped off by the roots. Ah! An oozing scream rang out as Liang Zhong subconsciously tried to run. However, as Xiaoyan took another step, a surging blood-colored true qi erupted from his body, turning into a curtain of light that enveloped the entire alleyway. Liang Zhong, who was in the middle of it, was unable to move for a moment, not to mention running away. Even under the pressure of this terrifying aura, his own true qi was completely unable to operate. There was no more power of resistance. Swish! The sickle in Xiaoyan's hand swung again, and Liang Zhong's left arm, which was covering the broken mouth of his right arm, was once again chopped off by the roots. Wailing, he sat paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, if one word was used to describe his mood at this moment, it was despair. Desperate to the point that he no longer wanted to live, and only begged for a quick death. Please, stop torturing me. Give me a quick death. Even if I go underground, I will still thank you for your great. Liang Zhong screamed miserably again and watched as Xiaoyan's hand raised his sword and chopped at the root of his left leg's thigh, nearly chopping it off at the root, but it was still connected to a piece of flesh and skin. It was this extreme pain of broken bones and skin that caused Liang Zhong's eyes to instantly fill with blood, and his life was worse than death. At this moment, Liang Zhong also understood Xiaoyan's mind. This was clearly a ing rhythm that did not want to let himself die well and wanted to torture himself to the end. And the truth was indeed like that. Xiaoyan began to torture him again, and in a short while, Liang Zhong, who was only hanging on to his breath, was considered to have completely lost his human appearance. You devil, you are a devil. Liang Zhong wailed miserably for a while before looking at Xiaoyan with a resentful face and cursing with all his might. Surname Xiao, dare to oppose our demon sect. Zun sure Lord will never let you go. Xiaoyan's movements abruptly stalled when he heard this and stopped torturing him. On his face, a rare look of surprise also surfaced. Chapter 74, Vice President. Shun Feng. Xiaoyan had dealt with the demon sect before and naturally knew the division of levels within it. Below the sect master, who had never appeared and was still veiled in mystery, were the 10 great honorable ones. Below the venerable masters were the king elders. Like Liang Zhong's strength, he should be at the level of king elder. In the devil sect, the venerable one is definitely a powerful existence. Under one person, 10,000 people, and the strength of each of them was extremely strong. Therefore, Xiaoyan was surprised as to how a small city such as Tsang City could enter the eyes of such a big shot like an elder. Just as Xiaoyan was deep in thought, Liang Zhong saw that he did not say anything for a long time and thought that he was already afraid, so he immediately burst out laughing. Ha, brat surnamed Xiao, you also have times when you are afraid. To tell you the truth, His Holiness has descended on Tsang City. It won't be long before he personally seeks you out. and your fate will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than mine. Xiao Yan returned to his senses and smiled coldly. Is that so? Then I am curious. Who among the 10 great Zunas of the demon sect, oh no, I should say the 7 great Zunas, have come to Tsong City? Liang Zhong's laughter stopped and he looked at Xiao Yan with a stunned expression. You, how do you know that my demon sect only has 7 great exalted ones left? 2 years ago, the demon sect had found an excellent opportunity and had deployed a full 3 exalted members with a dozen or so king-level elders in a bid to ambush a battle emperor-level figure from the Great Dragon Kingdom's battle realm. However, the ambush was successful in the end. Although successfully formed the ambush situation, but as a result, the whole army was destroyed by the demon sect side. 3 venerable masters, none of them were spared. It was only because of a serious miscalculation of the strength of that battle emperor-level character. Since then, that war emperor-level character seems to have become the nightmare of the entire demon sect, so that the demon sect is not afraid of, and no longer dare to hit its idea. However, this matter was top secret. How did Xiao Yan know about it? Immediately, Xiao Yan smiled, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a highly recognizable cultivator mask and slowly placed it on his face. Now, do you understand? Seeing this, Liang Zhong's pupils shrank and he was so shocked that he sucked in several mouthfuls of cold air. You're actually Xiao Luo. However, before he finished speaking, the skin on his body surface began to rapidly blacken, and in less than a second's effort, he spewed out a mouthful of black blood, and died from a severe poison. Xiao Yan saw this and bit down his yap with hatred, his face full of gloom. He knew that this was the exclusive means of the demon sect, but all the senior members of the sect would take a strange poison. This strange poison will not attack on weekdays, but once when the carrier's injury is heavy to a certain extent, it will be like a landslide, instantly taking someone's life. In order to not give others the opportunity to extract information from the mouths of these executives, looking at the puddle of dark blood that emitted a foul odor in front of him, Xiao Yan once again learned of the demon sect's venomousness, and his eyes narrowed slightly as a cold aura appeared within them. Originally, I thought that it was just a group of small fishes and shrimps, but now, it seems that it has even attracted big fishes. Things, on the contrary, have become more and more interesting. Good, since you guys want to play, then Xiao Mao, I will accompany you to the end. Half an hour later, on the first floor of the Thousand Shang Mansion, nearly all of the people who had been detained here before had left under Xiao Sunner's order, with the exception of one person who was still being detained. Group Director, Jia Mei. At this moment, Jia Mei was confronting Xiao Sunner with a furious face. Mr. Xiao, on what grounds are you preventing me from leaving? It can't be because you're a deputy director that you don't even speak basic reasoning. Reason? Xiao Sunner smiled coldly. She really did not think that this woman would have the face to say these 2 words. Open these up. As long as there are no problems after I check them, you can leave. Xiao Sunner pointed at the briefcase and suitcase in Jia Mei's hands and said, on what grounds? These are my personal belongings. Who are you to look at them? I'm warning you, you're restricting my personal freedom right now. I'm going to sue the officials for one thing. Hurry up and tell your people to get out of my way. Seeing Jia Mei instantly become like a kitten that had its tail stepped on, Xiao Sunner laughed more and more coldly. I'm just going to take a look at what's inside. What are you vain about? I'm vain? Jia Mei instantly burst into a blank stare and sneered. Xiao Sunner, don't think that just because you are a deputy director that you take yourself as an onion. The person behind me, you can't afford to mess with. Well said. Outside the building, there was a burst of clapping and shouting, only to see that a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over with 20 to 30 bodyguards. The middle-aged man had a well-proportioned body, and there was also a hint of elegance inside and out, which was quite flavorful and sold well. Seeing the visitor, Jia Mei's eyes lit up and hurriedly waved her hand at him. Husband, hubby, you're finally here. Hurry up and save me out. Give this little ninny another good lesson. The middle-aged man walked outside the gate, and those few Xuanjia guards immediately stepped forward to stop him. Stop! Without Miss Zhao's order, the Thousand Shang Mansion prohibits anyone from entering or leaving. Miss Xiao? The middle-aged man pushed down the gold-rimmed glasses resting on the bridge of his nose and asked with a smile as he pointed at Xiao Sunner. Are you talking about her? Yes. The leader of the Xian armor guard nodded, and then the middle-aged man asked, then do you know who I am? I am the vice president of the Tsong City Chamber of Commerce, Shun Feng, and the Thousand Shang Group is also part of my Tsong Chung Chamber of Commerce. What is she? A Thousand Shang Group vice director. In front of me, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce? Let go. Seeing Shen Feng so imposing, Jia Mei also immediately clamored. Did you all hear that? Hurry up and get out of the way. If my husband really gets angry, not only you guys, even the entire Thousand Shang Group will have to play through. Your husband? Xiao Sunner stared coldly at Jia Mei and said, as far as I know, you are still unmarried. Where did you get a husband? Ha ha, little girl. These days, husband is no longer a woman's exclusive title for her husband, just like you. For example, although you are unmarried, if you want to call me your husband, I will gladly accept it. You, shameless, thanks for the compliment. Shenfong laughed instead of being angry, and then stretched out 3 fingers, saying, little ninny, seeing as you're a beautiful woman, Mr. Shun will give you 3 minutes. Either you obediently release the person, or I'll ask my people to directly snatch the person out. Only the latter. You have to pay a price. Hubby, what's the point of wasting words with this little nymph? Directly let your people rush in. Slap her 100 times first to take out her anger. Jiamei shouted in a reckless voice. At that time, slap her face completely out of shape. I'll see how she can still stink and tug in front of people. Shenfong smiled again at his words and raised his hand to start looking down at his watch. Little girl, I'm true to my word. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you're still dead stubborn with me after 3 minutes, then I'm sorry. I can only follow my wife's orders and do as I'm told. Ran. Just as his words fell, an indifferent voice suddenly came from not far away. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either, first slap your wife 100 times and whip her face, which is full of hyaluronic acid, into a complete deformation, or, you have to die today to thank for your offense. Chapter 75, Defeat. Who? Shenfong angrily turned his head, about to see who was so bullish that he dared to address himself like this. But when he saw the young man walking slowly, his face turned white, bloodless, underground white, no blood color. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can. How is this, master? As the vice president of the Tsang City Chamber of Commerce, he had naturally heard of Xiao Yan's deeds and had seen him in person. Moreover, he also knows that this guy is definitely a generation of ruthless people. Ruthless to the point that even the Su family's eldest young man dared to blind, and also blatantly notify the Su family to bring money to the ransom point. Even his own top boss Qian Wenkai in its hands repeatedly defeated, let alone their own. Previously, the only reason why he dared to be so arrogant was because he had received a message from Jiamei saying that Xiao Yan had already left. Moreover, he had already booked a flight ticket and was ready to go far away. After doing things neatly, even if Xiao Yan wanted to retaliate, he would not be able to find anyone else at all, so he had nothing to be afraid of. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would come back so quickly. Jiamei, you pitted me, didn't you say that he had already left? Jiamei's face was full of grievances. She had clearly heard Xiao Sunair say that Xiao Yan had gone to chase after the murderer, and that he shouldn't come back for a while, right? Right at this moment, Xiao Yan had walked into the building. 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds had just arrived. Shenfong looked at Xiao Yan's gaze that was suddenly cold and stern, and was so frightened that he shouted, Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. I've thought about it. After the words were spoken, Shenfong was seen striding forward and angrily smacked Jiamei in the face. Snap! The slapping sound was crisp and loud. Obviously no less force was used. Ah! Jiamei screamed in pain and looked at Shenfong, the man she had always loved, with a face of indignation. You're crazy! You really dare to hit me! You! Splat! Shenfong backhanded another hard slap on the other half of Jiamei's face without hesitation, feeling the fiery pain on both cheeks. Jiamei only felt that her lungs were about to explode with anger. Surname Shen. Is one word from him enough to scare you like this? In broad daylight, in a clear sky, he really dared to take your life. You, how dare you say that? Snap. In broad daylight? In broad daylight? Naive. Shenfong can guarantee that if this master is really angry, he really dares to kill himself. The more afraid of the heart, Shenfong slapped the speed of the faster. The more forceful, slap, splat, the more he is afraid, the faster and harder he slaps Shenfong. At first, that Jiamei can still scream, but after 10 slaps, teeth are lost most of the time, has been cursed out. When pumped to 50 or 60 slaps, the face has been completely deformed with an unknown amount of hyaluronic acid. A pig's head. 100 slaps finished. This is a beautiful woman. Jiamei is completely no human appearance. Mouth and nose blood, sobbing and wailing. That look. Sishin put a burst of stomach, recalling that he had actually been slept with by such an ugly ratio countless times before. He had an urge to vomit. Mr. Xiao, Without waiting for Shenfong to finish his sentence, Xiao Yan looked towards the few Xian armored guards. Listen to the order. In. The several Xian armor guards responded in unison, invariably releasing a stern and murderous aura. Waste all of these people's legs, throw them on the street and let them crawl back on their own. Yes. In the next instant, several Xian armor guards immediately moved, each of them attacking the 30 or so bodyguards brought by Shenfong like fierce tigers on the following mountain. As the elite bodyguards of Tsangcheng Chamber of Commerce, they were naturally not vegetarians, nor were they good-tempered. Seeing that the other party was just a few people who still dared to make a move, they immediately swarmed up, wanting to give the other party a profound lesson. However, Only after a head-on fight did they realize that the strength of each of the other party was simply too strong to be terrifying. They were simply not on the same level as them. Even if their numbers were superior, they were simply no match for them. Ah! After a scream, there was a series of screams that rang out one after another, all from those bodyguards that Shin Fong had brought with him. Less than 10 minutes, the fight has ended. All the bodyguards were broken legs thrown to the street, attracted a lot of passers-by to watch. Shin Fong has been watching from the sidelines, the corner of his mouth wildly twitching, his fingers even trembling. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Yan's power with his own eyes, and it was really as Qian Wenkai had said, tough enough, overbearing enough, brother Xiao Yan. Immediately Xiao Sun Air immediately came up and after whispering something in Xiao Yan's ear, Xiao Yan immediately looked towards the large briefcase and 2 suitcases. Even though Jia Mei had already been smoked to the point of being inhuman, she was still clutching these things with a death grip. Open them. Xiao Yan indifferently opened his mouth, and Jia Mei immediately glared at him, shaking her head with dead stubbornness and slurring, I forgot the password. Can't open them. However, when she had just finished speaking, Shin Fong, who had previously been scared to death, immediately raised his hand. I know, Xiao. I know the password. Jia Mei, this old boy, selling me? Just when she was shocked by this wave of Shin Fong's operation, Shin Fong had already grabbed the briefcase and luggage from her hands. After a flurry of pounding all open, into the eye, the 2 large suitcases are loaded with all the gold bars. Moreover, each gold bar was also made of 1,000-foot gold of extremely high purity. Xiao Sun Air was completely shocked, lightly covering her small mouth, murmuring, so many gold bars, at least worth hundreds of millions, right? Afterwards, Xiao Sun Air picked up a bunch of documents in the briefcase and after looking through them, she realized that they were all equity contracts of major companies. Many of them were local companies in Jiangchang, and there were quite a few foreign companies as well, and the equity belongs to the name. Also all are Jia Mei and Shin Fong too. Roughly calculated, this pile of thick equity books add up, the value of at least $1 billion or so. Together with those gold bars, the total value is steadily more than 2 billion, and there was no need to say more about the source of this huge sum of money. One could understand it by thinking with one's feet. Jia Mei, previously, when brother Xiao Yan asked me to keep an eye on you, I thought that you were merely making a small fuss and using your position to covet some money, but I did not expect your greed to be so great. You are simply trying to empty the entire 1,000 Shang group. After sweeping a glance at those equity books and gold bars, Xiao Yan looked at Jia Mei and his voice was ice cold. As far as I know, back when Yu Ying was in power, she treated you as if you were her own sister and treated you with all sorts of favorable treatment. This is how you returned her favor, is it? Jia Mei sniffed, a trace of guilt already in her heart. What happens to traitors? Do you know? Completely chilled, Jia Mei smiled ruefully and nodded. Yes, I admit that I betrayed Han Yuan. I'm sorry for her, but it's all because I was blind and loved the wrong person. Seeing Jia Mei pointing at herself, Shin Fong did not defend himself and immediately knelt down to kowtow to Xiao Yan one after another. Mr. Xiao, I'll say it all. Jia Mei is my horse's child. It was me who allowed her to take up a position in the 1,000 Sheng group, and during that time, in order to be able to make it easier for her to secretly amass wealth, I also allowed her to hook up with Zhao Shicheng. Xiao Sunair was so angry that she even rolled her eyes. This Shin Fong's shamelessness was simply challenging the lower limits of humanity. You mean, all of this was done by you alone, with no one behind you directing you, right? Chapter 76 Sky High Beauty Sleep. The corners of Shin Fong's mouth twitched again, and he nodded hard and fiercely. Yes, all was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with others. Xiao Yan's sword brow slightly raised. Such a soft bone even chose to carry on to the end? It seemed that Qian Wenkai was really a good ruler. Good. Since you have admitted it, then even if you die, it will not be unjust. What? Shin Fong froze at the words, his eyes round and full of consternation. The correct plot, shouldn't it be confessing to leniency? He did not do any defense and chose to confess all. Xiao Yan should let himself go after a small punishment. But now, it seemed that the development of this plot was not quite right. Do it. Keep your hands and feet clean and do not leave any traces. Understand? After Xiao Yan finished speaking, the few Xian armored guards all nodded with a fierce smile. Please rest assured. Xiao, subordinate knows what to do. It is not the first time anyway. Saying this, the two Xian armor guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed Shin Fong before stripping him off in the direction of the bathroom. Crap! Shin Fong reacted immediately with a jolt. This Xiao Yan was going to move for real, completely not according to the routine. And look at this situation. Even like to destroy the body to destroy the trace of the rhythm? Instantly, Shin put in the body shivered violently after the crotch suddenly wet a piece. Immediately dispersed an unpleasant fishy gas. He was actually scared to pee. Mr. Xiao, stop. Quickly let them stop. I'm innocent. I'm not the one behind this. It's Qian Wenkai. I was instructed by him to do this. Shen Feng was just like a chicken that was caught, shouting loudly while stomping his legs, not hesitating to give up Qian Wenkai. Although Qian Wenkai is his top boss, betraying him is at most not a good mix in the Chamber of Commerce in the future. However, if he continues to carry on with his life, then his own life will really be hard to protect. Stop! Xiaoyan called out to stop, and only then did Shen Feng let out a long breath of relief. After patting his chest and slightly slowing down for a while, seeing that Xiaoyan was still staring at himself, Shen Feng's face turned bitter as he continued. Mr. Xiao. In fact, Chairman Qian had previously valued Han Yueying's ability, learning that she created a company, so he immediately set his eyes on the Thousand Shang Group and instructed me to arrange eyes in it to find an opportunity to make money out of it. Actually, this is all sort of Chairman Qian's old tactics, but wherever he looks favorably on a new company that he thinks has a strong ability to absorb money, he will basically do this. Xiao Sunair sniffed a burst of fire. This means is not only nasty, shameless, simply dirty to the extreme. It was really unexpected that it would come from the hands of a hallowed Chamber of Commerce president. Mr. Xiao, I've already told you what I know. Can you always let me go? Shen Feng asked with a hopeful face. Go, can. Xiao Yan nodded and said, call Chen Wenkai right now and let him come to Pro himself to pick you up. I will only give him 20 minutes. Hearing that, Shen Feng did not dare to say anything more and hurriedly went to a phone call to Chen Wenkai and spoke to him according to Xiao Yan's instructions. And then, Xiao Yan looked at Jiamei again and was thinking about how to deal with this woman when Xiao Sunair softly pleaded for her. Brother Xiao Yan. In the end, she is also considered a poor woman who was cheated by a scummy man when she met a bad person, so don't be too hard on her, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head, secretly saying that this niece's heart was still too soft, not realizing that a pitiful person will have a hateful place. However, after looking at Jiamei's face that had lost its human appearance, Xiao Yan did not want to pursue the matter further and waved his hand at it. Leave the things behind. People get lost. If you still have a conscience, go to Moon Shadow's grave by yourself and kowtow. Jiamei's body trembled at his words and silently nodded before turning to leave. 20 minutes later, the outside of the Thousand Shang mansion was empty. Not a single silhouette. After another 20 minutes, it was still the same. Shen Feng looked at Xiao Yan, whose face was gradually becoming ugly, and hurriedly pulled over a chair to invite him to sit down. He also poured a cup of lukewarm water from the water dispenser and handed it over with a nod and a haughty bow, busying himself just like a pug. Mr. Xiao, don't be in a hurry. Drink some water first. At this point in time the city is stuck in a traffic jam. Chairman Qian, it is justifiable for him to come later, isn't it? Xiao Yan ignored him. After waiting for nearly another hour, he still did not see Qian Wencai's silhouette. From the Chamber of Commerce headquarters to here, not to mention the traffic jam, even if we climbed, we should have climbed to here, right? Vice President Shen, does he not want to care about you? Impossible. Shen Feng shook his head repeatedly. I'm one of the 4 vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. I have a high position of power, and there are many properties under my name. Qian Wenkai would never dare to leave me alone. After saying that, he began to curse Qian Wenkai in his heart. This old thing is really able to stay calm. Can't hurry up when human life is at stake. Ha! Xiao Yan suddenly laughed coldly, and by now, he could naturally see that Qian Wenkai was grumbling over his first visit to the door. He had made him wait for more than 2 hours earlier and now he wanted to take revenge? Very good. Xiao Yan immediately took out his cell phone and found a number before editing another message and sending it out. It was only after another hour that a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove up and stopped at the door. Qian Wenkai got down without haste and walked into the building surrounded by 2 rows of bodyguards, smiling as he bowed repeatedly at Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, I am really sorry. Mr. Qian had important matters to deal with and had to go and deal with them, and after dealing with them and feeling that the state of his skin was not very good, he took a beauty nap. Shen Feng, Xiao Sunair. Xiao Yan looked at him with a smirk and shook his head full of disinterest. Never mind. Although Chairman Qian was late, he has paid the corresponding price, so Mr. Xiao naturally does not mind. The smile on Qian Wencai's face stagnated, and he could not help but frown slightly. A price? What price? Just as he was wondering, his cell phone suddenly rang. After pulling it out and taking a look, Qian Wenkai immediately connected. Hello, what's wrong? Mr. Qian, it's not good. Just now, our Qian's group's stock was suddenly maliciously attacked, causing the stock to drop now. What? Qian Wenkai was shocked, and subconsciously yelled in an urgent voice, then why the hell are you still standing still? Hurry to smash money to remedy. The other party's voice, a bitter, said, has smashed, but want to remedy back. We Qian's group is afraid that we'll lose a large sum of money. How much? Listening to that side stammered at once. Qian Wenkai was again anxious. Speak straight. How much in the end? Conservative estimate. Almost 7 or 800 million. Swish. Qian Wenkai eyes suddenly black. Only feel a burst of heaven and earth. Almost did not back to the air. 7 or 800 million dollars? It was still a conservative estimate. How much is the market capitalization of Qian's group? So instantly lost 2 to 3%. When Qian Wenkai was in pain, Xiaoyan applauded twice before giving him a thumbs up and laughed. A beauty sleep is worth 7 or 800 million dollars. Mr. Qian, truly a rich man. Chapter 77. If I say you can do it, you can do it. Looking at Xiaoyan's gloating face, Qian Wenkai was first stunned and then said angrily with a furious look on his face. Surname Xiao, did you do this? What do you think? Mr. Zhao's time is precious, so naturally I can't wait here for you for so long for nothing. Don't you think so, Chairman Qian? You, Shen Feng, who was on the side, looked at Qian Wenkai's iron green face, as well as the stifled appearance of being defeated, and could not help but add a few more points of scorn in his gaze towards Xiaoyan. With a snap of his fingers, he was able to make Qian Clan's stock take a dive and lose several $100 million. The magnitude of this Xiaoyan's energy was simply beyond imagination. And then, Xiaoyan waved his hand with a smile. All right, regarding the matter of waiting for you for such a long time in vain, I will not pursue it. Next we should talk about the main topic. What main topic? Qian Wenkai, who was on fire, completely did not have the heart to beat blindly with Xiaoyan, and after glaring at Shen Feng, he was frightened that Shen Feng hurriedly dropped his head. Why are you frozen? Still don't think it's humiliating enough? Go! After shouting, Qian Wenkai turned his head and left, but did not walk 2 steps but found that Shen Feng did not follow over. What made him even more angry was that Shen Feng was actually looking at Xiaoyan's face. It seems that without his word, he does not dare to take one more step. Who the hell is your boss? Completely confused. Qian Wenkai, this is your attitude to solving problems, is it? Xiaoyan's words just fell, clattering. Those few Qian armor guards immediately moved, each with their hands behind their backs, blocking all the doors of the mansion as they coldly looked at Qian Wenkai. Seeing this, Qian Wenkai's anger increased. Surname Xiao, you think you're the only one with people right? Shen Feng, where are those people I sent you before? Have they all gone to eat? Call them out. Shen Feng sniffed and immediately buried his head. Eat? It would be damn good to really find a place where no one can go and eat. It was better than being wasted and left on the main road for people to watch as monkeys. Chairman Qian, those people were wasted by these brothers. What? Qian Wenkai's eyes instantly widened in shock. Those bodyguards were all elite bodyguards of the Chamber of Commerce. Where did this Xiaoyan find so many powerful characters? Thinking back to his first visit to his home, he was given a lecture by Zhao Zilong, as well as his ruthless tactics towards Su Shaozong before. Qian Wenkai could not help but shiver and his person gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled again. Since the fire has subsided and you have sobered up, it is time to talk about business. Qian Wenkai did not say a word and stared at Xiaoyan with a gloomy gaze. Thousand Sheng Group is my late wife's industry, but you secretly used means to plot against it at its inception. What explanation do you have for this matter? Even after I warned you before, you still didn't stop, abetting Shen Feng to nearly empty Thousand Shang. What explanation do you have? With those words, Xiaoyan kicked the 2 large suitcases filled with gold bars, as well as the document bag filled with equity contract books, in front of Qian Wenkai. The stolen goods were captured. Grass! Qian Wenkai cursed, and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Shen Feng, who still had his head tied tightly, with a face that looked like a wimp. Before he also felt that this kid is slippery enough. The mouth is quite strict. He did not expect to sell himself so quickly. Things have come to this point. Qian Wenkai did not argue, directly asked, what do you want? Me? In response, Xiaoyan had already thought about it and pulled Xiao Sunair over. My sister, Xiao Sunair, is extremely strong in business, and now serves as the vice director of the Thousand Shang Group. I would like to allow her to serve in the Zhangcheng Chamber of Commerce, and I hope that President Qian will make it convenient. What? Qian Wenkai blinked, his face stunned. When did this guy become so good at talking? Just this one condition? Qian Wenkai asked suspiciously. Yes, just this one. Seeing Xiaoyan nod his head, Qian Wenkai immediately let out a huge sigh of relief and agreed painfully. Good. Allowing Xiao Sunair to join the Chamber of Commerce was equivalent to incorporating the Thousand Shang Group, an enterprise with an extremely good prospect, together, which was beneficial to the Chamber of Commerce as well as to himself personally. It was entirely possible to agree. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, I've made the decision on this matter. Tomorrow. Oh no, right now. Miss Xiao Xiener can report to the Tsang City Chamber of Commerce, since President Qian has agreed. What position do you think would be more appropriate based on my sister's talents? Qian Wenkai was stunned, but after thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, The Thousand Shang Group was now an enterprise worth over $100 million, so if Xiao Suner was not given an officer, it would indeed not be appropriate. Then let's give an officer's position, and you can participate in the Chamber of Commerce's high-level meetings, which is also important for Miss Kaoru's growth. Before the words were finished, Qian Wenkai saw Xiaoyan shaking his head with a smile. District officer, it is too condescending. Quixotic? Qian Wencai's face sank slightly. He did not feel that way. Nowadays, some of the old bosses within Sung City who had assets of over $100 million were only officers of Ren within the Chamber of Commerce, and to have her as an officer of a little girl was already considered to be very giving face. Then what position does Mr. Xiao think that Miss Keed should hold in the Chamber of Commerce? It shouldn't be that you want her to be the consul general as soon as she comes in, right? No, it's still too low. Swish, Qian Wencai's face was completely gloomy. He had wondered before, but now it seemed that this Xiao was as difficult as ever. Smacking the general consul as low, then the general consul further up, could be the vice president. Mr. Xiao, Chen advises you not to go too far. There are 3 vice presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. Each of them not only has excellent financial strength, but also has extremely high seniority requirements. With a little girl like her, she wants to be the vice president as soon as she enters the Chamber of Commerce? Which vice president's seat is she trying to take over? It's simply laughable. After Qian Wenkai finished his speech, Xinfang instantly became nervous, his heart in his throat. He had a feeling that Xiaoyan would most likely let Xiao Suner take his place, who let himself be in the hands of the prisoner's family. Moreover, he simply did not have the guts to disobey Xiaoyan right now. If Xiaoyan really opened his mouth, then he really did not dare not to give up his position. However, just as Xinfang's heart was trembling furiously, he saw Xiaoyan shaking his head with a smile and a cloudy face. Vice President? Oh, President Qian. I think you misunderstood what Mr. Xiao meant. When did I say that I wanted to let Keed be the vice president? Misunderstood? Qian Wenkai froze again and was somewhat confused by Xiaoyan for a moment, but he was secretly relieved. Please don't beat around the bush. Mr. Xiao, which position do you actually have your eyes on? Speak straight. The next moment, Xiaoyan raised his hand and pointed straight at Qian Wenkai. What Mr. Xiao has his eyes on is your current position. My Xiaoyan's sister is more than capable of being a president, so I would also like to ask President Qian to pick a good day to step down and give way. Shun Feng. After half a day, what this Xiaoyan was looking at was actually the president's throne. This appetite was simply so large that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiao Suner also froze, and then hurriedly excused herself. Brother Xiaoyan, I can't do it. I am not even familiar with the Tsung City Chamber of Commerce. How can I? What can't? Xiaoyan's gaze flinched as he looked at Xiao Suner rather seriously and said in a domineering manner, if I say you can, you can. Chapter 78. I'm sorry for your wife's loss. After learning about Qian Wencai's previous misdeeds from Xinfang's mouth, Xiaoyan already had such a decision in his heart. The existence of the Chamber of Commerce was for the benefit of the people and the development of local commerce. However, in Qian Wencai's hands, it has become a place of pandemonium. Since this was the case, it would be better to give it to Kaoru to straighten it out, and while further strengthening the Thousand Shang Group, it would also allow her to have a larger platform for development. Soon, Xiao Suner also understood his mind, and could not help but look towards Qian Wenkai whose face was already difficult to see. Taking over the position of Chamber of Commerce president still required his nod. However, instead of Qian Wenkai having any intention of cooperating, he even broke into a curse. Surname Xiao, you bully people too much. Who the hell do you think you are? Can you really cover the sky with one hand in this Tsang City? You're about to be in a big trouble and can't protect yourself, and you're still here to dictate? Ridiculous. When Xiaoyan heard this, both of his eyes immediately narrowed into a dangerous arc as he coldly looked at Qian Wenkai. Listening to the meaning of your words, are you not prepared to cooperate? The words reached his mouth, but Qian Wenkai didn't dare to say them. In his mind, a scene from earlier when Xiaoyan was dealing with Su Xiaochong surfaced again, almost forgetting. This guy was a lunatic, a madman who did not want to die. As the saying goes, a soft one is afraid of a hard one is afraid of a rash one, and a rash one is afraid of a lifeless one. What do you want to do with him? After thinking about it, Qian Wenkai didn't steel himself, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said, the Suncheng Chamber of Commerce is not Qian's alone. As for the position of president, it's also not a self-appointed position of Mr. Qian, so it's not like I'm willing to hand it over to whomever can assume the position. It has to be finalized through the Business Community Assembly. The Business Sector Assembly? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. This was still the first time he had heard of this. That's right. Let's put it this way. At that time, Mr. Qian will nominate Miss Keed, and as long as more than half of the members of the Chamber of Commerce agree, or if it is unanimously approved by the 3 vice presidents, then she will be able to rightfully succeed me as the new president. Hearing this rule, Xiao Yan smiled amusingly and immediately nodded his head in response. Good, then it is settled. It also saves the trouble of Keed not convincing the people when she first takes the position. When will the Business World Conference be held? 3 days later. After agreeing with Xiao Yan, Qian Wenkai let out a cold snort and did not want to stay for a moment longer before turning his head and leaving. Stop. The several Shen armor guards heard that they had taken a step forward, and Qian Wenkai immediately stopped and turned his head to look at Xiao Yan with a furious face. Surname Xiao, what else do you want to do? Mr. Qian's time is also precious. Moreover, I have a dinner appointment with the governor of Tsang City. Can you afford the responsibility for the delay? Using the governor of Tsang City to pressure me? Xiao Yan smiled disdainfully and said unconcernedly, don't get excited. I just want to tell you that the murderer Liang Zhong, who had been wanted before, has now been put to death. Whether he is ambushed or not, what does it have to do with me? It has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with your wife. You go back and tell her that her lover died tragically, so that she can express her condolences. Hearing Xiao Yan bring up this matter again, Shen Wenkai was so angry that the veins on his temples began to jump wildly. He had even quarreled with Wu Yinjin over this matter before, but in the end, he was charged with suspecting his hairdresser, and to this day, he had to kneel on the keyboard whenever he went home. If Qian Wenkai was a practiced fighter, he would really rush up and fight Xiao Yan right now. Xiao, we'll see. After putting down a sentence, Qian Wenkai whisked his sleeve and left. Shin Feng hurriedly followed him. After the two left, Xiao Yan also waved his hand and dismissed the plainclothes Xuanjia guards. Brother Xiao Yan, Xiao Sunair called out and then said with a bitter expression. Now that Qian Wenkai has one hand in the Chamber of Commerce, and all of the people within the Chamber of Commerce are his people, wanting to succeed in replacing him is almost impossible. Xiao Yan smiled at his words. What Xiao Sunair had thought of, he had naturally thought of it a long time ago. Don't worry, Nei-san. The Tsangcheng Chamber of Commerce is not an iron plate. This can be seen at first glance by looking at that Shin Feng. On the way back to the Chamber of Commerce, sitting in the back row of the car, Qian Wencai's chest had a violent rise and fall, and only after slowing down for a while was he able to calm down slightly and look at Shin Feng sitting on the side. Seeing this, Shin Feng's body has been, not waiting for Qian Wenkai to speak. A burst of aggrieved, said before how he is dead carry, and Xiao Yan is how he is coerced. In the end, he also reached out his hand and made a swearing gesture, saying, Boss Qian, don't worry, that little girl wants to take your place. She won't be able to pass through me alone. 3 days later you will see. Guarantee to let that surname Xiao return in defeat. Wipe that kid's eyes and let him see whose world this Tsangcheng business world really is. Stretching hands do not hit the smiling face of people. Sishin put so a pass to show loyalty. Qian Wenkai even if there is a fire in the heart of a moment cannot send out. Old Shun, before the opening of the General Assembly, first organize members to open a small meeting. This task will be given to you. Understand what I mean? Understand. Shin Feng immediately patted his chest. Boss Qian's task, I'll do it beautifully for you. Aha. After that, Qian Wenkai made a call to the governor of Tsangcheng, and soon, a rather polite voice came from the microphone. It's Chairman Qian, looking for me for something? Ha ha, it's not much of a big deal. 3 days from now it will be the day of our chamber's triennial business conference. At that time, I would like to ask Governor Zhang to come to town. I wonder if it's convenient. Good to know. President Qian's face. This governor naturally has to give it. After hanging up the phone, Qian Wenkai squinted his eyes in thought before calling another one out. After connecting, the entire person became cautious. Elder Su, I've already reported to your old man before about your beloved grandson. Young Master Tsong, do you see? Is there anything that I can be of service to? If there is, you can just command. Shut up. Something that is not good enough to accomplish anything, but is good enough to fail. Recently, my Su family has encountered some trouble. I will ask Cayenne to personally go to Tsang City to deal with it when I have freed up my hands. It's only a few days away. Dripping, the phone was hung up directly, and Qian Wencai's eyes immediately glowed. Su Cayenne, the third master of the Su family, Su Xiaochang's own third uncle. To this person, Qian Wenkai can be counted on a long time heard of the name. People ruthless hand black. In the imperial capital and other crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the place of few people dare to mess with. The absolute ruthless corner of the child. The Su family had sent him here this time, so he had really moved to not give Xiaoyan a chance to live. Surname Xiao, this time I want to see how you die. In the evening, around 8 o'clock, Xiaoyan was holding an ancient book in his room and looking at it when Zhao Zilong suddenly pushed the door in, looking somewhat distressed. Seeing this, Xiaoyan raised his sword brows and his voice was slightly chilled. Injured? No. Zhao Zilong momentarily lowered his head. I am sorry Xiao Xiao. Subordinate is incompetent. People lost him, and then immediately said, although the person has been lost, but the general direction of where he is, my subordinate has been able to basically determine. After some detailed examination, there is a place that is extremely suspicious. Xiao Yan put down the ancient book and both his eyes narrowed slightly. Where? San Yuan Road, an underground club. Chapter 79, The Gold Mine. Have you been inside yet? Seen it. Zhao Zilong nodded and said, that underground club is mainly divided into 3 areas, a dance hall, a bar, and an underground boxing ring. Although I didn't find anything, but my subordinate just feels that this place is suspicious, and the atmosphere is indescribably weird. Xiao Yan still believed in Zhao Zilong's intuition. After thinking about it, he said, since this is the case, then tomorrow night, I will accompany you to personally take a trip to see what is so unusual about this underground club. Also, Zilong, you don't need to blame yourself too much. The murderers that came to Tsung City this time are more than just small fry. From Liang Zhong's mouth, I learned that there is likely to be an exalted level figure personally visiting Tsung City. What? An exalted level murderer? Zhao Zilong instantly stared with both eyes rounded and a shocked expression on his face. Xiao, if that's really the case, then this matter is too uncomplicated. With an exalted fierce disciple personally appearing, I'm afraid that the Yin demon sect's plans are not small. Well, that's natural, but what exactly they are scheming is still unclear. We must figure it out as soon as possible. You will inform Lin Shui, Fang Xian and the others of this news, and have them immediately launch an investigation. Yes, young Xiao. At the same time, inside a gloomy hall with only a few candle lights on, 2 people wearing scarlet hooded robes, whose faces could not be seen, sat at the top, and in front of them stood Su Feng, who had escaped back. At this moment, Su Feng, even though he had broken an arm, he was still forcibly enduring the severe pain and didn't dare to squeak. His body stood straight and slightly trembled. After silently staring at Su Feng for a long time, only then did one of the people at the top open his mouth. Su Feng, the last time you failed to collect up the offerings, this seat has not blamed you, and gave you the opportunity to make up for your sins. But you, it seems that you didn't seize. Hearing that, Su Feng trembled again and hurriedly knelt down. Your Holiness, it is really because that Xiao Yan moved too quickly, and what Liang Zhong said before was not false, that the strength of that surname Xiao is extremely strong. The subordinate, bull asterisk. Another person at the top angrily shouted, saying, things went wrong and you start looking for reasons to excuse yourself? Still have the face to mention Liang Zhong? Even though he was a waste, he ended up thanking for his crime with his death. How about you? Bean-sized beads of sweat, dripping down. Su Feng prostrated on the ground not daring to say anything more. Just in the next moment, puffing, a bright silver-colored scimitar, without warning, pierced through Su Feng's back undershirt. A knife pierced through the heart, blood flowed horizontally, and behind Su Feng, there was also a woman's silhouette plainly appearing, dressed in purple gauze, with a curvaceous and hot figure, extremely seductive. Pooh! After a mouthful of blood wildly sprayed out, Su Feng fell to the ground with a bang, immediately lifeless. Immediately, the silver sword was pulled out, but it was not stained with blood, and was casually put away by the woman. A waste, and also nearly exposed here. Directly killed is, but also with him waste. What words? The woman lazily said. The 2 people sitting at the top of the table heard this, looked at each other and nodded their heads. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden's words are very true. Only, that Xiao Yan seems to be interested in opposing us. How should we deal with him? Xiao Yan? After murmuring, the corner of the woman's lips suddenly lifted up in a very subtle arc. Rather, he is a man who is quite capable. If I have the opportunity, I will personally meet him. When dealing with this kind of person with real ability, the door has always adhered to the principle of being able to subdue, isn't it? Yes, but what if this person cannot be subdued? The killing machine in the woman's eyes erupted and flickered. If you can't be recovered, you will be destroyed. The following day, after Lin Shui, Fang Xian both got the news that the Yin demon sect actually still sent an exalted level to infiltrate Tsung City, they immediately began to secretly launch an investigation. Fearing that the Yin demon sect would repeat their old tactics and send people to retaliate again, Xiao Yan personally transported Xiao Siyu to and from school, and had Zhao Zilong protect Xiao Sunair closely. He also arranged a few plainclothes Xuanjia guards near the villa to ensure the safety of Xiao Zhan and Yang Lian. In the evening, around 8 o'clock, Zhao Zilong then brought Xiao Yan and arrived at the underground club that he found rather suspicious. The noise was unceasing, and the scent of various colors of alcohol was wafting in the air. Taking another look at the dance floor, there were also quite a few star-quality beauties accompanying the dancers. Xiao Yan could not help but smile. This club's handiwork is not small? Previously, I did not even know that the small Tsung city had such a gold-selling grotto. Yes, Zhao Zilong nodded with empathy. It said that the owner of this club is quite wealthy, and the people who come here to have fun are not just people from Tsung City. there are also a lot of rich people from the neighboring metropolises. Let's casually walk around first. Saying that, the two of them began to wander around, and after each ordering a glass of excellent whiskey at the bar, they arrived at the boxing ring area. A burst of hooting and shouting shook the sky, while Xiaoyan had already roughly understood the rules after watching a few boxing matches. However, all the people who came here to have fun would prepare their own candidates to challenge the boxers of this underground club. If they won, there would be a generous bonus, but if you lose, we'll lose more. After all, the meaning of the existence of the boxing ring is to profit. Even though they knew this, there were still many young people who preferred boxing and pursued excitement who happily came here. Next, Major Zhang will send one of his great generals to the ring to challenge our boxer Malone. As the referee finished his announcement, a cheer rang out in the arena, and a young man in Versace casual clothes stood up and waved to the entire arena, his face filled with a confident smile. Soon after, a 2-meter-tall muscular man stormed into the 2-meter-high ring with a violent stomp on the ground, momentarily drawing another round of cheers. In comparison, the club boxer was much thinner and weaker, and judging by his dazzling strides, he should have taken the agility route. Both sides prepare. Begin. With the referee's order, the two instantly went on the offensive. I'm betting on Zhang Xiao to win this one. What do you need to say? That big guy is an expert that Xiao Zhang has been searching for a year and hired with a lot of money. According to Mr. Zhang, he's capable of sweeping this club. Is he really that powerful? Then I have to. Crap. I won. Only 3 punches and he won? Bull ********. A crowd of admiring voices rang out, only to see that boxer Wang Long had already been blasted out of the ring. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao smiled triumphantly and gave all the $500,000 of prize money he had earned to that favorite of his. Today, he didn't come here to make money, but only to get angry. Previously, he had lost nearly $10 million here, not to mention that many of his experts had also died tragically. So today, he was going to sweep the field, and his favorite general also completely lived up to his high expectations, and even lost 5 club boxers in a row. The prize money, too, earned $5 million. Ha ha ha. Looks like you guys don't have many capable people in this club? Call out any more powerful characters. Today, this young man will sweep you all. The referee on the stage sniffed and smiled carelessly. Snap! The referee clapped his hands and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner with a bare upper body slowly ascended the stage. As this person ascended the stage, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes before slightly shaking his head. That big guy is going to lose. Chapter 80, Raise the Bar. $10 billion. Since Xiaoyan's position was very close to Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi naturally heard what he said and immediately burst out in foul language. Grass, kid, what the do you know? Hurry up and shut your crow's mouth to this young man. How dare you? Zhao Zilong angrily shouted as he was about to go forward to teach this mouthy brat a lesson, but just as he took a step, he was stopped by Xiaoyan. Forget it, there's nothing to get serious with the dude. Yes, Xiao. Zhao Zilong immediately retreated. Zhang Qi saw this and cursed again, and was thinking about whether or not to let Brotherly come down first and beat these two goods out. But the referee on the stage had already spoken. Young Zhang, if you win this battle, you will receive a bonus of $2 million, but if you lose, you will have to pay $8 million in compensation. May I ask if you will accept this battle? Yes. Zhang Qi did not have the time to pay attention to Xiaoyan anymore and immediately answered with a slap of his thigh. Brotherly, bring that foreign hairy man down for me. The $2 million prize money is all yours. The big guy on the stage grinned when he heard this and lifted his 2 index fingers and crossed them. Don't worry Zhang Xiao. 10 moves. If I can't get rid of this foreigner within 10 moves, even if I win the prize money, I don't want any of it. When the crowd heard this, they all threw up their thumbs in admiration. This momentum, strong enough, such an expert. I really don't know where young Zhang invited him from. Zhang Qi felt that his face had risen greatly, and after a laugh, he took out another card. Good. Brotherly, if you really blow that foreigner down in 10 moves, the prize money will be doubled. The referee on the stage secretly glanced at Zhang Qi, and immediately waved his hand after cursing a fool in his heart. Begin. Swish. As soon as the referee's words fell, the big man immediately rushed out, like a discharged cannonball to the foreigner who hadn't made any movement yet. Boom! A muffled sound was heard as a punch landed straight on his chest. However, the scene that the crowd imagined that the foreigner would be blown to the ground, or directly blown out of the ring did not appear. On the contrary, the foreigner stood still, tilting his head back and looking at the big guy, with a strong sense of mockery in his eyes and on his face. You, who are only slightly stronger than a pussy, also want to injure me? The big guy was furious at those words, and immediately wanted to throw a second punch, but just as he raised his clenched fist, before he could blast it out, a huge force steeply acted on his chest. That feeling was just like colliding head-on with a high-speed sedan. Only to see That big guy sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood while at the same time, his feet immediately left the ground and his entire body flew backwards. Hey! After grinning, the foreigner immediately moved. He chased after the big guy before he flew out far, grabbed his ankle and violently exerted a force. Ka-ching! The crunching sound of bones breaking rang out, but the big guy did not scream out half a sound. It wasn't that he had strong endurance, but he simply couldn't scream. After receiving that blow to his chest earlier, he was already dead. But even so, the foreigner still didn't intend to let him go. Click, click, boom. After pinching off all of his limbs, another leg downward chop directly blasted him into the ring, and the palm of his foot stomped on his face to death. Everything, all happened in a flash of lightning. Soon, the field was in an uproar. The big man who was so sharp before, now, he was killed in a single move. Looking at that Li who was stepped on his face and had completely lost his human form like a loach, Zhang Qi stared wide-eyed and had not reacted so far. Young Zhang, $8 million compensation. Are you swiping the card, or cash? You. Zhang Qi's face instantly turned blue, the corners of his mouth twitching furiously. Not only did he lose the $5 million he had earned before, he also had to pay $3 million back. What was even more annoying was that the expert he had spent nearly a year's effort to find had been killed again. Soon, a Cheongsam lady walked over holding a POS machine. Although Zhang Qi was full of resentment, he was now alone here and did not dare to disobey the rules. And after swiping the money with a black face, he immediately pointed at Xiao Yan and cursed. It's all because of this ing crow's mouth of yours, actually talking my people to death alive. Let me tell you, this account is less. Slap your mouth. Xiao Yan's face turned cold and opened his mouth. Zhao Zilong immediately stepped forward and slapped him. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the crowd in the arena all put on a look of watching the show. Even Tianling's young Zhang dared to hit this young man's head. It was iron enough. You ing dare to hit this young man? Slap. Zhao Zilong backhanded another slap, drawing blood from Zhang Qi's mouth and nose. That referee on the stage saw this and immediately said, "This gentleman, private fights are prohibited here. Please also restrain your men. Of course, if you really want to fight, you can come on stage and teach. There will be a bonus if you win." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyelids slightly and asked, "I would like to know, if I sweep the entire arena, how much prize money will I get in total?" He. The referee smiled carelessly. He had seen too many people similar to this who said that they would sweep the entire field as soon as they came up. Normally, if your men are really capable of this, they can get a bonus of 200 million soft sister coins. Of course, you can also raise the stakes by participating in the sweep mode. And if you lose, all of the raised stakes will go to my club. But if you win, in addition to taking back the raised stakes in their original form, you can also get a bonus of double the raised stakes. Oh. Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding and immediately pulled out his large Zijingwa black card after understanding the rules. I raise the stakes, $10 billion. Referee, Zhang Qi. Crowd. In the entire arena, there was a dead silence. There were quite a few people who had participated in the sweep mode before. There were those who had raised their stakes by 1 million, 5 million, and 10 million. The highest record was only 100 million. But now, suddenly appeared a person to the price of 10 billion. Instantly killed the whole field. Is this just wanting money crazy, or is it overconfident in his own men? A moment later, the referee's face suddenly became solemn, and he asked in a deep voice, "This gentleman, I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to raise the price by 10 billion? Every word said here is not to be joked about." Boom! Xiao Yan heavily threw down his wine cup and said, "I do not have the habit of joking with strangers. Of course, if you guys cannot eat this 10 billion, you can pretend that I did not say it." Good. The referee immediately nodded. In that case, then I now announce, sweeping mode, officially open. No need to check the deposits inside the card? Xiao Yan waved the black card in his hand and asked. The referee just shook his head, and Zhang Qi covered his face with a resentful expression. Put away your card. There is no need for that. When your man dies on the field in a while, either you leave the $10 billion you have raised, or leave your little life behind. Xiao Yan ignored Zhang Qi and looked at Zhao Zilong after collecting the card and said with a faint smile, "Zilong, what to do next is clear to you, right?" Zhao Zilong immediately cupped his fists. "Don't worry, Xiao, my subordinate understands." After saying that, Zhao Zilong turned around and left. His speed was very slow, stepping on the stairs step by step to get onto the 2-meter-high ring, which immediately led to a lot of chaos in the arena. Chapter 81. Who else is there? All together. This way of getting on the field, it's too stupid, isn't it? Humph, what does this guy take this place for? Still sweeping the entire field? I'll be damned. Just wait and see. Another life will be lost. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Zhao Zilong was already on the field, his body as straight as a gun, coldly staring at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner on the other side. All of his body are permeated with an air of arrogance, and also put his right hand behind his back. That foreign hairy man saw the situation. Suddenly thick eyebrows tightly wrinkled, began to speak broken Chinese. Dragon country people. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zhao Zilong sniffed, but he didn't say a word, ignoring the foreign hairy man's words. Speechless contempt. Bastard thing. After cursing, the foreign hairy man immediately looked towards that referee in the arena. Hurry up and announce the start. I'm going to tear this arrogant dragon nation into pieces. Begin. Boom. At the referee's command, that foreign hairy man immediately stomped the ring, and while his hands turned into claws, he also rushed towards Zhao Zilong at an extremely fast speed. In the next instant, the foreigner's claws had already clasped Zhao Zilong's shoulders, and the crowd in the audience laughed gloatingly. The referee saw this. After secretly laughing in his heart, he was ready to announce the end of the game. This move is the foreign hairy man's famous tactic, cracking the tiger's claws. Under full force, even a tiger will be instantly torn apart, let alone a human being. However, nearly 10 seconds later, the bloody scene of Zhao Zilong being torn in half still had not appeared. However, it could be seen that the foreign devil had been exerting himself the whole time. His head was beaded with sweat, and he looked like he had already exerted all his strength. No intention of letting up at all. What's going on? Just as the crowd was wondering, Zhao Zilong slowly spoke. Your strength, it's simply weaker than a pussy. You. The foreign hairy man instantly stared at him with wide eyes, and that expression of shame and indignation was simply the same as the one he had abused before. But the end, however, was even more miserable. The next instant, Zhao Zilong instantly punched. In the boom, a muffled sound, the whole field instantly dead silence, looking at the head that rolled down from the ring, followed by a burst of clamor. Not only did he endure the strongest attack of the foreign hairy man, but he also caused his head to fall off with just one punch. How fierce must this be? From the establishment of this underground ring until now, such a scene had never occurred before. Those who had spoken out in mockery before were all red-faced at the moment, as if stuck in their throats, unable to say another word. Zhang Qi's gaze was uncertain for a while, staring straight at Zhao Zilong on the stage, not knowing what he was thinking. Next, Zhao Zilong indifferently opened his mouth, and that referee gave him a deep look after reacting, then clapped his hands again. Soon, a bald middle-aged man came onto the ring. His muscles were coiled and he looked full of strength, and with a contemptuous face, he compared his middle finger to Zhao Zilong. Can we start? Zhao Zilong asked in a faint voice, seeing that the referee nodded and immediately took the initiative. Punching like a dragon, still putting his right hand behind his back, he blasted a single fist at that bald middle-aged man. Oomph! The middle-aged man was also prepared for this. His body suddenly shook, and a layer of grey true chi that was indistinguishable to the naked eye wrapped around his palm and Zhao Zilong blasted over. The middle-aged man was confident in this palm, but he was completely oblivious to the extremely disdainful gaze in Zhao Zilong's eyes. Boom! Fist, palm instantly blasted against each other, and it was only when he felt a fierce force directly pass through his hand and act on his entire arm that the middle-aged man's complexion changed drastically. A mere internal strength. How dare you come out to make a fool of yourself? Die! These words had become a dead ringer for the bald middle-aged man. Under Zhao Zilong's renewed strength, his entire arm and even half of his body had been shattered into a bloody mist. Without holding back, he killed another person. That's right, Zhao Zilong's purpose of being on the field was to kick the field, and the best way to kick the field was to kill. Keep killing all the fighters in this club. When the time came to win the prize money of 2 billion soft sister coins, I'd like to see if the person behind this club would show up or not. Anyone else? Call them up. Wow! After hearing that, the entire room was once again in an uproar. Under Zhao Zilong's forcefulness, the referee's face was unprecedentedly grave, and he could not help but look at Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the viewing platform and was drinking. That bland look on his face was as if all of this was completely expected by him. Are you deaf? I asked you to call up all the remaining people. Save me the time and effort of killing them one by one. That referee took a deep breath and immediately nodded his head after giving Zhao Zilong a deep look. Fine. Since you have this request, I'll fulfill you. All come up. The arena exploded. The atmosphere was completely mobilized, and there were even people who started hissing and shouting for Zhao Zilong. Mad. This was just crazy to new heights. Clash. The referee bellowed, and the remaining few boxers took the stage. 5 in total. 4 standing at the front, and the last one standing at the end as the grand finale boxer. All 4, too, were all internal strength martial artists, and from the aura, they were stronger than the bald middle-aged man from before. Facing the 5 people, Zhao Zilong's hand that had been behind his back finally came out, and the spirits of everyone present were lifted. This guy, was he already feeling the pressure? So he was getting serious? And Zhao Zilong's next action gave everyone the answer. Without waiting for the referee to say start, Zhao Zilong charged towards the front like a tyrannical dragon, his fists flying up and down in a dazzling manner. Combined with his furious footwork, the entire ring would tremble with every step. The aura that was instantly emitted completely crushed the 4 internal strength martial artists that were in front of him. It was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, and it was unusually fierce. Boom! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! After a few muffled sounds in succession, the 4 internal force martial artists were simply powerless to fight back, and under the stunned gaze of the crowd, all of them were smashed and flew out of the ring, and after landing, each of them sprayed out several mouths of blood mixed with internal organs. It seems obvious that they can't live. The purpose of using both hands was not pressure, but as Zhao Zilong said, not wanting to take time and effort to end the fight in the shortest time possible. Unbridled, a roar instantly brought the crowd back to their senses, and then they saw that last boxer in the ring with veins rippling all over his body, slapping his palm towards Zhao Zilong in vain. Boom! Along with an explosion of air, the crowd saw an earth-colored palm imprint instantly take shape and break through the air towards Zhao Zilong. True Chi release. Martial arts master? Zhao Zilong's eyes instantly narrowed. He didn't think that this small underground club would still have a master of the Zhongshu realm. However, very quickly, Zhao Zilong reacted and immediately raised a mouthful of true Chi and rushed over, looking like he was actually going to fight back. Something that doesn't know how to die. That person immediately cursed. The true Chi that martial arts masters exited were highly condensed, and their power could be far from being resisted by the physical body. But in the next moment, at the moment that the earth-colored true Chi palm print in Zhao Zilong just contacted, it quickly faded, followed by cracks all over the place, and finally, completely shattered and turned into nothingness. Chapter 82, Help him sober up. What? When that Zhongshu realm boxer saw this, his face was already filled with shock, and before he could react Zhao Zilong had already rushed in front of him. In his eyes, the contempt was even greater. Although this person was a grandmaster, he had only entered this realm for the first time not long ago, and there was still quite a bit of a gap compared to Liang Zhong before. So naturally, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. Die! A shout fell and then another fist blasted out. That patriarch saw this and hurriedly folded his arms together to resist. In the end, although he barely blocked it, he also paid an extremely heavy price. Both arms were broken. Without giving him a chance to react, Zhao Zilong, who had exploded with all his might, slashed his leg from top to bottom, like a battle axe descending from the sky, and under that windy leg, that boxer simply couldn't dodge in time, and was directly blasted in the shoulder, with most of his body completely collapsing. Boom! The boxer collapsed softly in the ring, although he still had a breath left, but it was just a flashback before he died. Within a few short minutes, all of the boxer experts within this club died under Zhao Zilong. After a short period of dead silence, a thunderous cheer erupted in the arena immediately afterward. Previously, they didn't know how many experts they had lost here, and each time, their hearts ached immensely. This time, there was finally a super expert who stepped forward to help them take out their anger. The excitement was overwhelming. After collecting his legs, Zhao Zilong swept a glance seemingly casually, and after seeing that there was no Demon Sex logo at the boxer's arm, he slightly shook his head at Xiao Yan under the stage. Xiao Yan put down his wine cup and could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Previously, even he had thought that the Zhongshu realm boxer was a ferocious disciple of the Demon sect, but he did not expect that it was actually not, and this also made him even more curious about the identity of the boss behind this club. To be able to invite a Zhongshu realm person to be the township boxer, even if he was only at the beginning of the Zhongshu realm, the identity of this boss was really not simple. Zilong, come back. Yes. After Zhao Zilong answered, Xiao Yan looked again at the referee in the ring who still had a stunned look on his face as if he had not yet regained his senses, and pursed his lips. Before, I raised my bet by $1 billion. Now that I've won, according to the rules, the club should give me $2 billion in prize money, right? May I ask if it's a credit card, or cash? Cokes. When the crowd heard this, there were pieces of laughter, and they all started to flirt. It's still cash. How spectacular is $2 billion in cash? Or let us open our eyes. Hurry up. Don't ink. When you collected our compensation before, you were all very nimble. So many pairs of eyes are watching. Don't think you can deny it. After hearing that, the referee also made a big red face after coming back to his senses, and looked at the smiling Xiao Yan with a bitter face, making things difficult in his heart. 2 billion. This is really ruthless. This was the rhythm of bankrupting the entire club. After taking a deep breath, the referee helplessly said, "Don't worry everyone. Since our club was established, we have never broken our promise. It's just that the amount of this reward is really too big, and it takes a little time to prepare, so please ask this gentleman to move to the bar area." and we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer today. How about it? Good. Xiao Yan cheerfully responded and got up before leaving the boxing area with Zhao Zilong under a crowd of envious gazes. In the future, a great tycoon would be born. A moment later, the referee came to a luxurious suite and rushed a stunningly beautiful woman lying sideways on the sofa and respectfully saluted. Miss, how should this matter be? The woman did not squeak after hearing this, holding a cup of red wine while sipping, while looking at the video of every battle after Zhao Zilong came on the big screen in front of her. Her body was permeated with a sense of lethargy. After a while, Fong let out a light laugh. Ha, that's interesting. You don't care this matter, I will personally step in. When the referee heard this, he let out a huge sigh of relief, and bowed and left after hastily answering. And after he had just left, a somewhat hoarse and gloomy voice suddenly resounded within the private room. Should the two of us make a move to take out that Xiao Yan, directly? The woman's face instantly chilled as she coldly grunted. I said before that I would personally resolve this matter. Did you two not hear me? Now, it is the time to use people. If we can pull that Xiao Yan in, it can be far more meaningful than killing him. After saying this, there was no more sound in the private room. The woman slowly got up, pulled open the closet and took out a lavender cloud brocade cheongsam, as well as a set of underwear and a pair of bright silver crystal high-heeled shoes, and began to change. Bar area. After Xiao Yan arrived here, he casually found a seat at the bar and drank one cup after another with Zhao Zilong without any intoxication. After a while, instead of waiting for the bar owner, he waited for an uninvited guest. Boom! With a slightly red face, Zhang Qi, who already had some drunkenness, lifted a box of 9 bottles of 82-year-old Lafite onto the table, and then reached out and put his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan's wine glass that he had just raised stopped in mid-air, his sword brows slightly raised, and he slightly sideways glanced at Zhang Qi with his afterglow. With a bored face, take your dirty hands and remove them. Ha ha! Zhang Qi burst into laughter and said, Brother, still angry over the previous unpleasantness? How dare you? Zhao Zilong shouted coldly. What kind of thing are you that you deserve to make Xiao Xiao angry? Yo, quite a temper, and quite good at pretending for your master. This Xiao likes it. Saying that, Zhang Qi removed his hand and then pulled out his pocket. Snap! A black card was directly slapped on the table by him. Buddy, in this card is 100 million. Although it's nothing compared to the prize money you've obtained, but that 2 billion, it's still a toss-up whether this club will give it or not. Accept my money, and in the future, you will be my Zhang Qi's brother and a friend of the Tianling Zhang family. Upon hearing that, Xiao Yan did not even look at the black card and asked after drinking another cup of wine. What you mean is that this $100 million is considered as you making amends to me? Make amends? Ha ha ha. Zhang Qi shook his head for a while and said, I say buddy, are you overthinking it or drinking too much? Even if this young man has done something wrong, he has never bowed his head to anyone. Not to mention that this young man has not done anything wrong at all. Where's the compensation? After saying that, Zhang Qi reached out and pointed at Zhao Zilong again. His eyes sparkled and he grinned. What this young man means is to use this $100 million to buy this underling of yours. Xiao Yan, Zhao Zilong. This guy, is he stupid? $100 million and you want to buy the White Dragon Warrior General? Let alone being able to afford it or not. This kind of behavior alone was a capital offense. Seeing the master and servant two people do not speak for a moment, Zhang Qi thought they were considering, and continued, if you accept, is to give this young face, in the future we are brothers. But if you don't agree, humph, I think you have heard of the Tianling Zhang family, the Zhang family's anger. You two are afraid that you can't afford it. This stupid then, even started to threaten? Xiao Yan no longer looked at him, and with a wave of his hand directly pushed the box of 82-year-old Lafite on the table in front of Zhao Zilong. Zilong, this bastard probably drank too much. Help him sober up. Chapter 83, does it matter to me if you're beautiful or not? Yes, Xiao Xiao. After answering, Zhao Zilong immediately picked up a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite and smashed it down hard on Zhang Qi's head. Boom! The bottle instantly shattered, and the wine mixed with blood flowed down from the top of Zhang Qi's head, and many people around him were shocked. Zhang Qi first froze, then touched his face, looking at the hands full of sticky blood immediately began to howl loudly. Blood, blood, ah, you actually dare to hit me. Tianling Zhang family. Boom! Another bottle of 82-year-old Lafite slammed angrily on Zhang Qi's head, causing the trauma on top of his head to become even bigger and blood to flow like a stream. Ah, kid, you seek death. If I don't kill you today, I'll be ing with you. While hissing and cursing, Zhang Qi took out his cell phone and tried to make a call. Blood mixed with alcohol dripping all over the screen. Before the phone call was made, the third bottle of 82-year-old Lafite was smashed on his head again. This time, it smashed Zhang Qi and he directly sat down, only feeling a wave of dizziness. and his vision began to become abnormally blurred. Xiao Yan did not look at him from the beginning to the end and continued to drink the wine on his own. After drinking another cup, the cup was placed on the table and he opened his mouth indifferently. Wine, have you woken up? Awake! Awake, you paralyzed kid. This young man guarantees that he will get you killed. Will also let your whole family all. Looks like you're still awake. Zilong. The fourth bottle of 82-year-old Lafite smashed on Zhang Qi's head again, followed by the fifth bottle, the sixth bottle. Boom! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! After smashing 8 bottles in a row, Zhang Qi completely became a bloody man, and it was a miracle that he didn't pass out. After watching Zhao Zilong pick up the last bottle of Lafite, Zhang Qi was so scared that he shivered all over, and under the stimulation of the intense pain, he no longer had the air of a great young man, and he started to kowtow to Xiao Yan and beg for forgiveness one after another in a shaky manner. I was wrong. Don't smash anymore. I will never dare again. But even so, Xiao Yan had just raised his hand to try to stop Zhao Zilong when that last bottle of 82-year-old Lafite still smashed on his head. Boom! Ah! Zhang Qi screamed miserably and then his body strength seemed to have been drained out, directly lying on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yan shook his head without any apology and spread his hands. Sorry, I moved a little slow and didn't stop it. Zhang Qi wanted to cry without tears, and for a moment, he even wanted to die. Playing with people was fine, but playing with people like this was too much, right? Now, are you sober? After hearing this, Zhang Qi's mouth twitched and nodded feebly. Awake, awake, really awake. Well, good. Xiao Yan nodded and added, just based on what you said before, it is not wrong to let you thank me for your death. And when I helped you wake up by talking to you when you were drunk, I was actually saving you, but you don't have to thank me either. The $100 million in this card, just consider it as a thank you gift. Saying this, Xiao Yan picked up the black card. Zhang Qi, crowd, beating someone up like that and still saying that you saved their life? And also received $100 million as a thank you gift from someone in a dignified manner? This pretense level is at least a king level to start with, right? Seeing Zhang Qi remain silent for a long time, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and glanced at him again. What? Do you have a problem with the way I handled it? No. Zhang Qi shook his head, and after wasting half a day's effort to climb up, he wanted to leave, but before he could take 2 steps, he stopped and asked, can you leave a name? That 100 million is too little. Some other time when I am less set, I will surely thank you again with a heavy gift. Song City, Xiao Yan. Wow, Xiao Yan had just reported his name, and a clamor sounded in the bar. Obviously not unfamiliar with this name. He is the Xiao Yan who had overthrown the 4 great families of Song City with his own strength? It's him. I remembered. I saw him last time at the engagement wedding of the Qin and Han families, and I said that I felt familiar before. Wipe. It turns out to be such a ruthless person. No wonder even Tianling's Mr. Zhang dares to mess with him. Wait and see. Today this matter is not over yet. Tianling Zhang family's temper has always been very hot. Will not stand by and watch their own direct descendants being beaten into this kind of. A middle-aged man from Tianling muttered. And just as the crowd was in a flurry of whispers, pa pa, a sound of applause came from the crowd, and when they heard the sound, all of them couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces filled with amazement, only to see, a tall woman with bright silver crystal heels entered with a smile. A set of lavender cloud brocade robes outlined her perfect curvy figure to the fullest, ice for the muscles, jade for the bones, eyebrows like a picture, a great beauty. With the appearance of this woman, the beautiful women in the club and the dance floor were all eclipsed, as if they had turned into a group of stars, holding the bright moon together. Soon, one after another, some people started to come forward, each practicing their own accosting tactics. Pretty girl, why are you here alone? Let's go. Brother will buy you a drink. I said, why can't I see the moon today? So it's China's sister who has descended to earth. I wonder if this young man has the honor to dance with the fairy. To all of these, the woman was oblivious to all of them, and headed towards the bar, the smile on her face getting brighter and brighter. The crowd followed her gaze and finally their eyes stopped on Xiao Yan, only to see Xiao Yan still sideways, and Zhao Zilong continued to drink without looking away. It was only after the woman walked to her side and smelled a strange aroma that could easily make one's head go up that she inclined her head to look at the woman. Seeing that she had also been looking at herself, she immediately opened her mouth and asked, something wrong? The 2 simple words caused the woman to stare blankly, and drew countless blank stares. This guy, is he a log? On such an occasion, what else could there be for such a stunning beauty to take the initiative to come closer? Obviously interested in you. How can you be so heartless? Sir, do you think that I am not beautiful? Xiao Yan sniffed and carefully measured the woman from top to bottom before shaking his head. No, you are very beautiful, but does whether you are beautiful or not have anything to do with me? After saying this, Xiao Yan no longer looked at the woman, with an appearance of being completely uninterested in her, and drank his own wine again. As a war emperor, he did not know how many beauties he had seen, but he would not be moved by beauty. Woman, crowd, this compulsion, can it be any higher? If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yan was a ruthless person, I don't know how many people had already rushed up to beat him up. After the woman was speechless for a while, she quickly smiled again and lowered her head to Xiao Yan's ear and whispered for a while, I am the owner of this club. This identity should make you feel some interest, right? Oh, Xiao Yan was surprised and looked at the woman again. He really did not expect that the behind-the-scenes boss of this club would be such a stunning beauty. Are you here to send me money? The woman blankly glanced at Xiao Yan and pouted. With a beautiful woman like me, it is not good for Mr. Xiao to come up and talk about money. Saying this, the woman slightly pushed out her chest and smiled charmingly after extending her hand to Xiao Yan. My little daughter, Yi Yimeng, would like to ask Mr. Xiao to share a dance. Chapter 84, Services worth $2 billion. After saying that, after a moment of seeing that Xiao Yan had not reacted, Yi Yimeng took another step forward. Mr. Xiao, would you not even give such a thin face? The crowd looked angry and anxious, and hated that they could not switch roles with Xiao Yan. Such a superb beauty took the initiative to ask you to dance, but you are still ing taught? Are you not a man? A few seconds later, Xiao Yan pulled on Yi Yimeng's hand, and after instructing Zhao Zilong to wait at the bar, he entered the dance floor under a crowd of envious and jealous gazes. The two of them began to dance with a lot of tricks. Giggle. Little lady thought that Mr. Xiao was an uninterested person before, but I didn't expect to dance so well. There are many more things that you did not expect. After the words were spoken, Xiao Yan then danced while carefully sizing up Yi Yimeng. On the surface, this Yi Yimeng did not have any cultivation, but it always gave him a strange feeling. Soon, Yi Yimeng noticed Xiao Yan's gaze and smiled before putting her head on his chest and softly said, Mr. Xiao, what are you looking at? Even if the little woman is beautiful, she would be shy being looked at by you like this. Oh, for someone like Ms. Yi who can start a club of this size, emotions such as shyness should not appear on you. Ouch. Yi Yimeng let out another pout and said, to the man you like, any girl would be shy. Mr. Xiao, since you want to see people so much, then tonight, why don't you go somewhere with me? At that time, I will definitely let you see enough from the outside to the inside. How about it? Saying that, Yi Yimeng lightly stood on her tiptoes and came to Xiao Yan's ear, first sticking out her tongue and lightly licking her earlobe for a bit, and then said, in order to see you, I have specially changed a set of undergarments, so I guarantee that you will like it. Looking at Yi Yimeng's series of flirtatious actions toward Xiao Yan, many of the men on the dance floor, not to mention feeling it personally, could not stand it just by looking at it. Feeling the evil fire that rose up, they all pulled their dance partners away and started to contact the hotel to book a room. Xiao Yan still looked unmoved. His body was straight and his face was bland. After slightly thinking about it, he nodded his head and agreed. Good. A good person is invited. There is definitely no reason to refuse. Yi Yimeng smiled giggle when she heard this and reached out to lightly touch Xiao Yan's face again. Mr. Xiao, you have become enlightened. With that, he pulled him along towards the outside of the dance floor. Zhao Zilong's gaze flinched when he saw this and immediately got up, and was about to follow when Xiao Yan said, Zilong, go wait for me outside the club. Yes, young Xiao. Yi Yimeng looked at Zhao Zilong who was walking outside before comparing a bout of thumbs up at Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, this subordinate of yours is really obedient and is also powerful enough. His annual salary must be very high, right? Is it convenient for Fong to reveal it? Xiao Yan did not pay any more attention to her the entire time and secretly sneered in his heart. It would be good to see where this woman wanted to take herself to, preferably the demon sex lair here, so that she could directly take the pot with her. However, a few moments later, Yi Yimeng however brought him to a luxurious private room in the backstage of this club. Inside the private room, it was empty. Miss Yi brought Mr. Xiao here. What does it mean? Disgusting. Yi Yimeng lightly hammered Xiao Yan's shoulder and pouted her mouth slightly to put on a shy appearance. This big night, a lone man and woman sharing a room. What else do you think it could mean? Mr. Xiao, there's only the two of us here, so you don't need to keep bouncing around with energy, right? Do what you want to do. Like. Saying that, Yi Yimeng hooked Xiao Yan's neck with both hands, and the whole person slowly pasted over, and the distance between the two lips also got closer and closer. Crap, this woman, is she going to get real? Xiao Yan really surprised. See, Yi Yimeng has closed his eyes, immediately, and his own kiss, footsteps a mistake, immediately retreated to a few meters away. Yi Yimeng immediately opened her eyes after pouncing and saw that Xiao Yan was looking at herself with a smile. Sorry, Miss Yi. Xiao Yan lightly shrugged his shoulders and said, although you are pretty enough, you are not my favorite model. Moreover, Roses with thorns are often poisonous, and this toxicity, I am afraid that it is only not weak. After saying this, Xiaoyan stretched out another hand to make a begging gesture. Let's talk about the main topic, the 2 billion that the club owes me. When do you plan to cash in? 2 billion? What 2 billion? Yi Yiming blinked twice. A blank innocent face said, Mr. Xiao, I can already provide you with services is your own do not want, cannot blame me, right? And since the service was promised to be given, there is no refund. Service? No refunds? The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth suddenly twitched slightly. A beautiful woman could also be so rogue? Yi Yiming saw Xiaoyan's deflated appearance and could not help but smile playfully. This is good. This one-time service is permanently valid. When you are willing to do so, the little woman can provide it to you at any time. Okay? If you want to have any special requirements, you can also say it at that time. Oh, the little woman will definitely do as she is told. In short, package your satisfaction. For a moment, Xiaoyan only felt that there were countless grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. If it was not for the fact that Yi Yiming was a woman, he really had the urge to punch her to death. A single service was worth $2 billion. Could it be any more pitiful? Just as Xiaoyan's heart was spitting madly, Yi Yiming suddenly started to take off her lavender cloud brocade cheongsam, quickly revealing a set of extremely charming dark blue underwear. She also stopped putting on her clothes and just sat on the sofa, lifting up her slender thighs that were perfect enough for any man to play with for the rest of his life and cross them on the table, drinking wine as if no one else was around. Mr. Xiao, if you want to exchange your services now, you can come over now. Oh. Xiaoyan sniffed and directly turned around without saying anything. He was worried that if he continued to stay, he would really be unable to resist doing this woman Yi Yiming. As a famous battle emperor, although his determination was super strong, he was still a man after all. A few moments later, Yi Yiming put down her wineglass and looked at the open door of the room. Her red lips lifted slightly, and she immediately laughed. Humph, still think you have much ability. Even such a valuable a big Zinnia black card can't see through this card. Should be able to find out what exactly you are, right? Saying that, Yi Yiming waved his hand and took out a black card just like a magic trick, but his face suddenly changed when he looked at it again. It was not Xiaoyan's large Bohemia black card, but the 100 million black card given by Zhang Qi. Moreover, there was a note attached to the card that actually had words on it. Yi Yiming was startled when she realized this and hurriedly looked down to take a closer look. As a beautiful woman, hands and feet, it's better to be clean. Swish! Yi Yiming was so angry that her eyes glared roundly, and her pretty face also became red from a moment of shame and anger, and she directly broke that card into 2 halves. Soon, a burst of angry curses resounded within the private room. Bastard! Surname Xiao. This time, I'll count you as ruthless. We'll see in the future. Chapter 85, The Divine Doctor of Tianling. Outside the underground club. Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zilong hurriedly greeted Xiaoyan when he saw him come out. Where did that woman take you? Did you find any clues of the Yin demon sect? Xiaoyan shook his head after hearing this and slightly raising his sword brows. Not for the time being. Even you did not discover it? Zhao Zilong's gaze condensed, and after thinking about it, he added, my subordinate believes that the woman from before is eccentric. She should have a not-so-small secret on her body and is by no means a good person. Should I secretly send someone to keep an eye on her first? Well, it can be. You contact Fang Xian and ask him to send someone to secretly keep an eye on this Yi Yiming. The people you send should be few and precise. Got it? Understood. After answering, Zhao Zilong immediately took out his cell phone and started sending a message to Fang Xian. On the way back, Xiaoyan was sitting in the back of the car and was thinking about things with his eyes closed when suddenly a call came in. Upon looking at the call record, it was actually that old Chinese doctor from the Tsong City Central Hospital. Hua Fangyan. Hello, Elder Hua. Ha ha, Xiaoyan calling you so late at night did not affect your rest, right? Xiaoyan shook his head with a faint smile. No, I haven't even returned home yet. Is there something wrong with you? There is nothing major. The old immortal received a patient a few days ago, but after some rescue treatment, instead of getting better, there were signs of deterioration. So, I would like to ask you if you are free tomorrow. If you have time, can you go with me to take a look? With regards to your medical skills, I have long wanted to see them with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head and agreed without much thought. Previously, Xiao Zhan's internal injuries had all relied on Hua Fengyan's careful recuperation, so this face naturally had to be given. The following day, after sending little Siyu to the kindergarten, Xiaoyan met up with Hua Fengyan and went to the patient's home together. On the way, Hua Fengyan first roughly talked to Xiaoyan about the patient's condition, and then instructed. The other party is a vice president of the Tsong City Chamber of Commerce, and has a big temper, so if there is anything that offends you in a while, you should be more patient. Tsong City Chamber of Commerce, Vice President? Xiao Yan was a little surprised for a moment. Was it such a coincidence? About 40 minutes later, Xiao Yan was led by Hua Fengyan to the outside of a private villa, only to see a dozen bodyguards standing outside in 2 rows, with a butler wearing a long robe and waistcoat in front, which was quite imposing. After seeing Hua Fengyan, the butler immediately greeted him, arched his hand and smiled. Yo, what is the wind today that blew Hua Lao here? Butler Li is polite. The old man is here to look at General Manager Xia's condition, and he has also brought along a Chinese medicine expert. A Chinese medicine expert? Where? Steward Li looked around and looked up. Hua Fengyan smiled when he saw this and patted Xiao Yan. This is the one. What? After glancing at Xiao Yan, Butler Li immediately widened his eyes with a startled expression. Elder Hua, you are not joking with me, right? Ha ha, of course not. In a moment you will know that what the old immortal said is not false. Hearing Hua Fengyan say this, that Steward Li also stopped saying anything after looking at Xiao Yan again, and in his heart, he only thought that this was a postgraduate with a good talent for learning medicine, and sidestepped before inviting them in. As for a divine doctor, just by looking at Xiao Yan's youth, he would never believe it. Elder Hua, Elder Rin is now treating General Manager Xie. After going in for a while, please wait in the hall for a few moments. I will go upstairs to report. Elder Rin? Hua Fengyan's white eyebrows raised. After a moment's thought his eyes suddenly lit up. Housekeeper Li, is it possible that you are talking about that divine Dr. Rin Pinyi from Tianling City? Steward Li smiled triumphantly. That's right, it's him. With a smug smile, Steward Li sent someone to serve tea to Hua Fengyan, Xiao Yan and the 2 of them before going upstairs to inform them. Hua Fengyan, on the other hand, smiled bitterly and spread his hands at Xiao Yan. Alas, Xiao Yan, this time we are afraid that we have come for nothing. Why? Have you not heard of that Rin Pinyi's great name? No. Xiao Yan shook his head. He had rarely come into contact with the Chinese medicine circle, and so far, he only knew a few top Chinese medicine saints who were famous in the Dragon Kingdom. He had not really heard of Tianling's Rin Pinyi. It is rumored that this person's medical skills are extremely high, and there are even rumors that wherever he handles a patient, the probability of being cured is almost 100%. However, this person is eccentric in nature, and has also set up the rule of not saving two. Two do not save? Xiao Yan smiled at his words and asked with interest. Elder Hua, which 2 don't save? One does not save. People outside of Tianling City. Xiao Yan could not help but be stunned. Healers, when they are open-minded and help the whole world. This does not save people outside of Tianling City. What kind of rules are these? Hua Fengyan continued. Secondly, do not save people who do not have $10,000. Xiao Yan, these 2 don't save, can be said to be mercenary in every way. Divine doctor? So, Mr. Xia was able to let this one break the rules. In addition to the Tianling purposely diagnosing him, I'm afraid that he has paid a small price. Not a moment after Hua Fengyan finished speaking, a haggard middle-aged man and a hale and hearty old man walked downstairs. The middle-aged man, naturally, was that Chamber of Commerce's vice president, Xia Qinglin. The old man, on the other hand, was that divine doctor of Tianling, Ren Pinyi. Mr. Xia. Hua Fengyan politely got up and greeted Xia Qinglin before asking with concern, how are you feeling today? Is your body feeling better? Xia Qinglin glanced indifferently at Hua Fengyan, not bothering at all. As a matter of fact, after Chief Steward Li's previous pass, if it wasn't for Rin Pinyi's insistence to come down, he would not have wanted to come down at all. To an old Chinese doctor who couldn't cure his own illness, he thought that even meeting him was a pure waste of time. With old man here, Mr. Xia's illness will be safe. Hua Fengyan sniffed and smiled at Rin Pinyi with a clasped fist. That's true. Tianling Rin Shinsher is a renowned doctor. With your presence, there is naturally no need to worry about Mr. Xia's illness. Being touted by Hua Fengyan for such a while, Rin Pinyi lifted the corners of his mouth, a moment of arrogance even more so, lightly stroking his white beard and glancing at Hua Fengyan. I have heard General Xia talk about you, the director of the Chinese medicine department of Suncheng Central Hospital, although there is no real skill, but what he said is still quite pleasant to the ear. Swish, Hua Fengyan's face fell, completely not expecting this Rin Pinyi to speak so rudely. However, he never liked to argue with others, and lowered his head with an iron face and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Rin Pinyi cursed the loser and stopped paying attention to him, handing a prescription to Xia Qinglin. Mr. Xia, your heartache is all due to myocardial ischemia. As long as you follow this prescription, you will be cured within 3 days. When Xia Qinglin heard this, his face was instantly delighted, and he hurriedly thanked him, arching his hand and bowing. His brain was about to stick to his shoes, and he even regarded that prescription as a treasure. However, just at this time, an ill-timed light laughter suddenly rang out. Ha! Renpini instantly heard the sneer that was entrapped in the laughter and his gaze chilled before he noticed Xiao Yan sitting on the sofa. Kid, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yan's eyelids lifted slightly and glanced at Renpini before lightly shaking his head. I'm laughing at the fact that you only know the appearance but not the inside. This Tianling Divine Doctor title of yours must be self-appointed, right? Chapter 86, half a minute. That's enough. Upon hearing that, Renpini's face sank, while before he could speak, that Xie Qinglin slammed the table fiercely. Pa! How dare you? What kind of a thing are you? What qualifications does a young scion have to judge in front of Elder Ren? I order you to apologize to Elder Ren immediately. Order me? Xiao Yan immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Xie Qinglin with a smile or not. This dog thing, I am afraid that he still does not know who he is, right? What a big dog dare. Immediately, Renpini let out a cold snort and gave Xiao Yan a fierce glare before raising his head again. General Xie, just letting him apologize will not do. He must kneel and apologize to old man to be considered sincere. Alright Elder Ren, don't worry, this matter will definitely be done to your satisfaction by Mr. Xie, Xie Qinglin said with a burst of coyness, fearing that Renpini would be unhappy in his heart over this matter and turn back to not care about his own illness. Kid, do you hear me? Immediately kneel down and apologize to Elder Ren. Xiao Mao's knees, only knelt heaven and earth, parents and teachers, like such an old waste of a name. Is it worthy? Xiao. Hua Fengnian hurriedly pulled Xiao Yan for a bit, then looked at Renpini's face that became more and more ugly. Knowing that the flow could not continue, he immediately excused himself. Mr. Xie, Elder Ren, don't see eye to eye with a junior. We'll leave right now. Stand still. Incoming. Xie Qinglin shouted, and the dozen or so bodyguards standing outside the door immediately rushed in and surrounded Xiao Yan. Hua Fengnian. Each one of them was also holding a steel rod and was aggressive. Seeing this, Hua Fengnian's voice sank even though he had a good temper. Mr. Xie, you have gone too far in doing this. Shut up, you old quack. There's no business for you here. Don't bring pain on yourself. You. Hua Fengnian was so infuriated that his face alternated between green and red, and for a moment, his breathing was a bit uneven. Elder Hua, you sit first. Xiao Yan lightly patted Hua Fengnian's back twice and helped him sit down before looking up at Xie Qinglin, saying, you said that Elder Hua is a quack? Then who do you think the divine doctor is? Him? That's natural. Elder Ren's medical skills are excellent and renowned, so he naturally deserves the name of divine doctor. He. Xiao Yan burst into another cold laugh. I did not need to check my pulse and knew that the root of your illness was poisonous by looking at you twice, while he diagnosed you as myocardial ischemia. This, is the divine doctor in your mouth? As for the prescription he prescribed, I knew what it was without having to look at it after knowing his diagnosis. Yet you treat it like a treasure. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You fart. At a young age, the ability to brag then is. Renpin raised his hand to interrupt Xie Qinglin and nodded at Xiao Yan with a humming smile. Good then you tell me what prescription the old man has prescribed. If you say it's not right, even if it's missing one flavor of medicine, that would be more than just kneeling down and apologizing. As soon as Renpin Yi's words fell, Xiao Yan began to say without stumbling, Panax ginseng, astragalus, schizandra, sandalwood, danshan, adzuki bean, maitong. Among them, sanchi 2 money, ginseng 1 or 2 9 money, maitong 3 money, need to be slowly boiled with a cultural fire for 1 hour and 40 minutes, take 2 times a day, a total of 3 times. The more he listened, the more ugly Renpin Yi's face became. Xie Qinglin's eyes looked at the prescription without blinking, and the color of shock in his gaze increased. Seeing this, Hua Fengnian also immediately came over to look at the prescription, and after reading it from beginning to end, he was suddenly shocked when he looked at Xiao Yan again. Absolute, the names of the medicinal materials, the order, the dosage, the boiling method, the way of taking, etc. All are exactly the same. Hua Fengnian became more and more excited as he spoke. If he had doubts about Xiao Yan's medical skills before, then now, this trace of doubt was completely dispelled. Xiao, how exactly did you do it? How difficult is this? The formula is prescribed by the person, trash person, naturally can only prescribe trash formula. You, don't you dare to speak up here. This must have been something you peeked at when I handed over the formula earlier, and then you used it to make a fuss. Renpin said categorically, but even Xie Qinglin didn't quite believe this statement for a moment. He had seen with his own eyes that the prescription was folded. How could the other party see the contents? Could it be that he still had perspective eyes? It's too ridiculous, right? Feeling Xie Qinglin's slightly strange gaze, Renpin Yi's face became even more furious. Mr. Xie, see what you mean. Is it that you'd rather believe this yellow-haired brat's continuous bull **** than believe an old man? No. Xie Qinglin waved his hands one after another, If Xiao Yan was a crane-haired old man, he might have hesitated. One was a young boy with a hairless mouth, while the other was a Tianling divine doctor with a full reputation. Who to choose was not difficult for him at all. Elder Ren, Mr. Xie wouldn't dare to have the slightest doubt in your medical skills. Even if this kid said the right prescription, I'm sure it's just a blind cat catching a dead rat. How would Mr. Xie believe him? Hearing this, Ren Pinyi's face only looked a little better. Humph, he said that you are poisoned. Do you not know in your own heart? It is a poisonous disease. There must be some signs. Do you have any signs of poisoning? No. Xia Qinglin shook his head, even more convinced of Ren Pinyi, and immediately gave the prescription to housekeeper Li. Go, grab me the medicine according to Elder Ren's prescription and decoct it. Hua Fengyan sniffed and immediately sat beside Xiao Yan and said in a low voice, Xiao, if the prescription is not correct, something will likely go wrong. If Mr. Chen decocts the medicine according to that prescription, there shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Xiao Yan smiled indifferently and said, Elder Hua, since no one else believes us, then we don't need to worry blindly. Just wait and watch the show. After that, Xia Qinglin glanced at Xiao Yan again and was thinking of having someone kick him out, but Ren Pinyi stopped him. Mr. Xia, there is no need to rush. It is not too late to clean up these two after you have taken a dose of medicine. I want to convince them. Xia Qinglin nodded. Good, everything will be as Elder Ren said. Nearly an hour later, after a lot of tossing and turning, a bowl of dark green soup was brought over. Xia Qinglin even gave Xiao Yan a smug look after picking it up and said, Kid, soon you will be able to see what is meant by a divine formula. Elder Ren said that after taking only one dose of this medicine, my illness will be alleviated by most. You still want to compare yourself with others? Not even close. Xiao Yan turned a deaf ear and silently turned on the timer function of his cell phone after Xia Qinglin drank the bowl of medicine in his head. Seeing this, Hua Fengyan asked in confusion, Xiao, what are you doing here? Nothing. When he drinks that bowl of medicine, he will be spitting blood from his mouth. His skin will be blue, and his body will be convulsing after a minute. I want to see if my judgment is accurate. Hua Fengyan, Ren Pinyi, this kid, pretending to be too much, right? And Xia Qinglin was furious at the words and pointed at Xiao Yan's nose and cursed. Grass, kid, how dare you curse me? Xiao Yan did not even bother to look at him and said to himself, anger rising up will shorten the time, so it seems that it will not take a minute. Half a minute is sufficient.